Chapter 1. Rebirth and Return. This narrative unfolds in a parallel universe known as Blue Star, where the world dynamics, population statistics, cultural aspects, and historical developments bear no relation to reality. I will not accept this. I will not accept this. A furious roar echoed from room 404 of the dormitory at Magic City University. Lin Ziluo abruptly sat up in bed, his complexion pale and drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a nightmarish dream. What is happening? Wasn't I dead? Still shaken, Lin Ziluo covered his face with his hands, rubbing it vigorously to awaken from this bizarre state. But, is this truly my hand and face? He felt the smooth texture of his palms against his skin. Gazing at his hands, he noticed their fair, unblemished appearance, so starkly different from the rough, calloused hands he once possessed. What on earth is going on? Lin Ziluo surveyed his surroundings. This my dormitory from university. Memories long sealed away for a decade surged forth, triggered by the familiar environment. Indeed, this is my university dormitory. I still retain some recollection of this layout, he exclaimed with exhilaration, swiftly leaping from the bed. Without pausing to put on his shoes, he dashed into the bathroom. Staring into the mirror at the handsome visage reflected back, Lin Ziluo froze in disbelief. This face, once marred by unsightly scars, now appeared pristine. 10 years. The scarred visage had deterred Lin Ziluo from looking into a mirror for the past decade. He returned to his dormitory and retrieved his phone to check the date. Blue Star calendar. Year 478, May 23rd. The time, location, appearance, and even the current state of his physique. I have been reborn. I have returned to the very day the apocalyptic game commenced. At last, Lin Ziluo comprehended the unfolding events. Those two had always been neutral faction war gods who invited me to celebrate my ascension as a war god. During our discussion, Yao Jinghan led a horde of zombie kings into the room. Together with those two traitorous war gods, they conspired to kill me. What kind of agreement did this zombie king reach with the Li family? More importantly, how could there be a legendary barrier that fully locks onto its target? Seated in a chair, Lin Ziluo reminisced about the events of his previous life. Yao Jinghan. The mere thought of her name ignited a torrent of hatred within him, his fists clenched tightly. This was the girlfriend with whom he had shared a bed. This was the girl hailed as the campus beauty of Magic City University. Truly revolting. Before the apocalypse, she had approached him under the guise of affection, manipulated by the Li family's young master, employing all manner of despicable tactics to undermine him and obliterate his life and spirit. After the apocalypse descended, when they crossed paths once more, she, alongside the Li family's young master, seized the opportunity to conspire against him. Fortunately, Lin Ziluo was resilient. Though his appearance was ruined, he survived. Even so, Yao Jinghan did not relent. Under the protection of the Li family, she relentlessly pursued and oppressed Lin Ziluo, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. How could one man contend against one of the three great families of the Dragon Nation? It is crucial to note that this is the Dragon Nation of Blue Star. While the government manages the entire nation, the influence of the three great families cannot be underestimated. In essence, they are akin to local emperors. Each family possesses astonishing resources. They have cultivated numerous loyal warriors through mind-manipulating techniques, alongside secret arts that enhance physical capabilities. These secret arts have only amplified the power of the three families in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Fortunately, in the early stages, the Li family regarded Lin Ziluo as insignificant, allowing him to grow stronger while barely surviving. Yet, even after enduring countless challenges to reach level 90 and becoming the 10th war god of the Dragon Nation, he had not yet avenged himself against Yao Jinghan. Instead, she, accompanied by a zombie king and two other war gods, employed a legendary artifact to take his life. For a decade, Lin Ziluo harbored an intense loathing for Yao Jinghan, wishing to end her life at every moment. If not for the constant protection of the Li family. Wait. To kill. Lin Ziluo's hands trembled with excitement. I have been reborn. The apocalypse has not yet arrived. Yao Jinghan still appears to be my girlfriend. I can eliminate her before the inevitable. Hold on. First check the time. Lin Ziluo swiftly calmed himself. This is a habit necessary for the apocalypse. Only in the depths of calm can one think more clearly. He pulled out his worn mobile phone again. The current time is 5:24 p.m. His phone displayed a message from Yao Jinghan. The password is Yao Jinghan's birthday. How could Lin Ziluo, who bore an irreconcilable grudge against her, possibly forget this number? After unlocking his phone, he read the content of the message. Ziluo, I need to go out to tutor a child at 6 o'clock tonight. I'm sorry, I won't be able to celebrate your birthday with you. From the content alone, one might perceive her as a self-sufficient, good girl. The only point of suspicion is why she would choose to tutor on her boyfriend's birthday. Only Lin Ziluo knows that this is no ordinary tutoring. She is off to tutor the young master of the Li family in bed. The young master of the Li family, full name Li Haobo. Lin Ziluo never fully understood the specific reasons for Li Haobo's animosity towards him. Even up to his death in his previous life, he only vaguely grasped that it stemmed from a grudge left behind by his long-deceased father. Li Haobo, perched high above, harbored deep-seated hostility towards Lin Ziluo, perpetually engaging in a cat-and-mouse game. Yao Jinghan, too, was instructed by Li Haobo to feign a relationship with Lin Ziluo, all while secretly orchestrating various schemes, pranks, and humiliations. How does Lin Ziluo recall all these details so vividly? Because at 7 o'clock that very night, when he was alone in the dormitory celebrating his birthday, Li Haobo sent him a video of Yao Jinghan tutoring him, along with the expense receipts and Yao Jinghan's birthday greeting video. Coincidentally, 7 o'clock marked the onset of the apocalyptic game. Devastated by this betrayal, Lin Ziluo missed the prime opportunity for growth and fell behind others. Now reborn, Lin Ziluo is determined not to allow history to repeat itself. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Yao Jinghan. Jinghan, it's all right. Since you have plans tonight, let's meet first at that abandoned warehouse behind the playground. After sending the message, Lin Ziluo began rummaging through his belongings. At last, guided by a hazy memory, he discovered a sharp dagger beneath a roommate's bed. No need to ask why it was there. Surely, anyone who has been to university knows that a boys' dormitory is seldom devoid of such items. Lin Ziluo tucked the dagger into his pocket and grabbed his phone once more. Yao Jinghan had already replied, "All right, but why there? I must leave by 6 o'clock, so hurry, because I intend to take your life." Lin Ziluo refrained from sending that message, instead deleting it and typing anew. "Because I want to give you a surprise." Seeing the message sent, Lin Ziluo slipped his phone into his pocket, slung a bag containing clothes over his shoulder, and opened the dormitory door to step outside. In the corridor of the boys' dormitory, many had gathered, some boasting, others smoking. Some are discussing why the sky has turned crimson. Lin Ziluo's previously indifferent expression transformed into one of warmth the moment he stepped outside. None could discern that he was on the verge of committing murder. Ahead, a boy stood, his phone still broadcasting the voice of an expert. This global phenomenon of the sky turning red is a onsen Favethasandier's natural occurrence. Please remain calm and enjoy the scenery. Lin Ziluo cast a glance at the blood-red sky. Only he understood that this heralded the imminent arrival of the doomsday game. The individuals around him remained so leisurely, blissfully unaware. When the clock strikes 7 and the doomsday game descends, those who transform into zombies or are bitten by them will likely be few who survive. Lin Ziluo descended the stairs, mentally rehearsing the impending events. He realized he had traversed the playground and arrived at the entrance of an abandoned warehouse. This desolate place saw hardly any visitors before nightfall. After cautiously surveying his surroundings to ensure no one was watching, Lin Ziluo stepped inside the derelict building. Upon entering, he spotted Yao Jinghan seated in a chair. He scolded himself for being such a fool. In his infatuation, he had overlooked the luxurious brands and designer items adorning Yao Jinghan, each of which would be challenging to acquire without a six-figure sum. How could someone from an ordinary family afford such extravagance? Yao Jinghan noticed Lin Ziluo's arrival. Remaining seated, she impatiently remarked, "Why are you so late? If you have any surprises, hurry up and tell me. I need to get back to my studies." This book belongs to the genre of game invasion of reality, primarily focusing on game data flow. The protagonist embodies a character marked by decisiveness and unabashed self-interest. The narrative is categorized as a semi-invincible and feel-good genre that contains no female leads, superfluous elements, or delays. Before diving into the reading, I urge the audience to review the relevant information. If you find the information aligns with your tastes, proceed further. Should it not resonate, feel free to depart early and avoid wasting your time. All sensitive souls are advised to automatically filter this book, as its content may prove unsettling. Chapter 2. The tragic demise of Yao Jinghan. Lin Ziluo remained silent as he approached the woman he had harbored resentment towards for a decade. Yao Jinghan furrowed her brow even tighter. "What does your silence mean? If you don't speak, I shall take my leave." With that, she rose from her seat. At that moment, Lin Ziluo stood directly before her, swiftly extending a hand to seize her. Yao Jinghan could not fathom that the once obedient Lin Ziluo would act in such a manner. She struggled desperately, but it was in vain. Lin Ziluo's strength far surpassed that of the pampered Yao Jinghan. On March 16th, for 78, at the ultramodern hotel in Magic City, an expenditure of 53,239 yuan was recorded. Lin Ziluo's deep voice resonated, but Yao Jinghan seemed oblivious to the meaning behind his words. All she could see was a gleaming dagger. On March 29th, 478. At the Kaidi Hotel in Magic City, an expense of 109,984 yuan was noted. Lin Ziluo continued to speak, lost in his own thoughts. Yao Jinghan finally realized that these were records of her rendezvous with the Haobo. She yearned to explain, to plead for mercy, but found not a single opportunity. On April 13th, 478, at the Confusion Bar, a cost of 409,999 yuan was documented. Despair filled Yao Jinghan's eyes. On April 25th, 478. At the ultramodern hotel in Magic City, 320 yuan was spent. On April 29th, 478. Lin Ziluo recited these words, now etched into his memory. He forcefully pushed her onto a chair. Yao Jinghan's eyes brimmed with despair, regret, confusion, and resentment. Bending down, Lin Ziluo picked up Yao Jinghan's fallen mobile phone. He unlocked it with her fingerprint, revealing a chat window. Yao, I can't wait to see you. Li, have you told Lin Ziluo? It won't be fun if you don't. Yao, I told him. He thinks I'm genuinely going for tutoring. Li, what about the birthday gift you prepared for him? Yao, don't worry, it's ready. And don't forget that bag I have my eye on. The chat window transitioned to a video. Lin Ziluo gently tapped to play it, turning the screen towards Yao Jinghan. In the video, she stood before the camera, speaking. Lin Ziluo, happy birthday, don't you think? As the campus belle of Magic City University, I could possibly fancy a penniless orphan like you? If it weren't for the insistence of the young master of the Li family, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. But truly, I must thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have caught the young master's eye and gained so much. This brief segment of video left Yao Jinghan wide-eyed, unable to comprehend how the recording she had made just moments ago was being recited verbatim. Ha! Lin Ziluo erupted in laughter. As heads rolled, Lin Ziluo collapsed to the ground. I finally did it. 10 years. A full decade. It has been arduous. Yet, this is not enough. I must still deal with Li Haobo, hidden in the estate, and the Li family in Kyoto. At that moment, a mechanical synthesized voice rang in Lin Ziluo's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully reincarnating 10 years ago, activating the Apocalypse game Golden Finger system. Lin Ziluo pulled out his phone. The time read 6 o'clock. How can this be? The Apocalypse game is supposed to commence at 7, transforming the world into a survival game. The entire world will become data-driven. Only then will the system exist. Moreover, I have never heard of this Golden Finger. Ding! The Apocalypse game Golden Finger system can decipher the data within the Apocalypse game, enhancing the host's gaming experience. The system has recognized its master. Please allow the host to draw the first Super Golden Finger. Lin Ziluo began to analyze the information he had just received. Rebirth? Is this the system I acquired upon my reincarnation? But why does it sound so formidable, capable of deciphering the Apocalypse game's data? Though skeptical, he tentatively spoke. Draw the first Super Golden Finger. Ding! The first Super Golden Finger is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations, player, on acquiring the Super Golden Finger. Absolute drop rate. Ding! Absolute drop rate. Increases the drop rate of all items from zombies slain by the player from 1 to 100. Note: this chapter's content has been abridged. Chapter 3. The Apocalypse Game Cheat System. To speak candidly, at the outset, Lin Ziluo had no intention of placing his trust in it. Yet, the offerings were simply too generous. It is a well-known fact that the Apocalypse game presents an exceedingly high level of difficulty. The challenge lies in the fact that the items, equipment, resources, and skill books dropped from slain zombies yield a total probability of merely 1. This is not a conjecture of Lin Ziluo's own making, but rather a conclusion drawn by a multitude of researchers following the apocalypse, based on extensive data testing. A mere 1 drop rate, and more often than not. The loot consists of survival necessities such as food and water. Merely contemplating this reality sends shivers down one's spine. Those with poor luck suffer even more grievously. Were it not for the abundant teleportation arrays present in every city, allowing participation in various quests to acquire equipment, resources, and gold, very few would truly survive. Now, this cheat system informs Lin Ziluo that the 1 drop rate has been transformed to a staggering 100. This means that for every zombie he slays, an item is guaranteed to drop. Lin Ziluo could scarcely envision such a scenario. Are you certain this cheat will work? He inquired tentatively. Ding! The absolute drop rate has been activated. Please rest assured, host, came the response as a golden panel appeared before him. Apocalypse Game Cheat System. Name: Lin Ziluo. Current level: Level 0, One cheat attribute can be activated every 10 levels. Super cheat. 1. Absolute drop rate. Increases the drop rate of all zombies killed during gameplay from 1 to 100. Cheat tasks. None. Ordinary cheats. None. Ding. The hosts level matches that in the game. For every 10 levels gained, one super cheat can be selected. Completing tasks issued by the cheat system will yield rewards such as ordinary cheats, equipment, and items. Surprise! An overwhelming sense of delight surged through Lin Ziluo. He could hardly believe that he had obtained such an extraordinary system. Simultaneously, a thought emerged in his mind to dismantle the Li family. Originally, Lin Ziluo had intended to lie low after avenging himself on Li Haobo, to quietly operate as a lone wolf until he grew stronger, at which point he would gradually encroach upon the Li family. His decade-long experience of being hunted had imparted a profound understanding that becoming powerful was paramount. As for the Li family, which had long sheltered Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan, a colossal entity with a vast population that eventually established Li City, the difficulty of annihilating them was evident. However, the advent of the cheat system illuminated a glimmer of hope for Lin Ziluo. The Li family? He would let time reveal the outcome. The exhilaration of revenge, freshly attained, intensified with the acquisition of the cheat system. He grasped the severed head of Yao Jinghan from the ground and hoisted the headless, mangled body slumped in the chair. He unceremoniously discarded both remnants into a trash bin nestled in the corner of the warehouse, along with his blood-stained clothing. Then, he retrieved a clean outfit from his backpack and donned it. With less than an hour remaining before the onset of the apocalypse game, he needed to prepare further. Lin Ziluo casually strolled from the warehouse, hands tucked in his pockets, his expression nonchalant and leisurely. Who could have imagined that the campus bell of Magic City University lay in a state of dismemberment, discarded in this forsaken warehouse? A crowd had gathered on the playground, drawn by the sky, now drenched in a blood-red hue. This surreal sight evoked a sense of romance among young couples who embraced one another beneath the crimson sky. Whispering sweet nothings, Lin Ziluo approached a small shop adjacent to the playground. "Annie, I'll have 3 bottles of water and 5 loaves of bread," he requested. After paying the shopkeeper, he stuffed the items into his backpack. Though resources could be obtained from slaying zombies, and with his 100 drop rate, he felt no apprehension about acquiring what he needed. He purchased these items as a precaution. What if the cheat system was unreliable? However, the priority now was to contemplate how to commence this new chapter flawlessly. After securing his supplies, Lin Ziluo made his way out of the university. It is common knowledge that universities pose significant dangers in the wake of the apocalypse. The sheer number of young, physically fit individuals transformed into zombies presents a considerable threat to others. In the apocalypse game, levels are not the crux. Personal attributes take precedence. A specially trained soldier, even at level 0, could easily overpower an ordinary player of level 5 or 6. Thus, upon exiting the university, Lin Ziluo proceeded to a small, secluded and located 2 streets away. He hastened into the inn and spotted the owner lounging in a chair. "Boss, I'd like to rent a room for an hour," Lin Ziluo stated, tapping on the counter to capture the owner's attention. "Single room for an hour is 40, replied the owner, without rising from his seat, relaxed as ever. "I understand. And please send room 3 up," Lin Ziluo said, sliding his remaining 300 yuan across the counter. The owner, now sitting upright, scrutinized him and commented, "Oh, I haven't seen you before, but 300 is fine. You can keep the room fee. Just head upstairs. Room 3 will be with you shortly." With that, he tossed Lin Ziluo a key to room 209. Lin Ziluo accepted the key without uttering a word and ascended the stairs. "Coming here for a woman, yet acting so aloof," the owner muttered, watching Lin Ziluo disappear up the stairs. Indeed, this inn primarily catered to illicit activities. How did Lin Ziluo know this? Well, after the apocalypse, he had frequented this establishment. His purpose for visiting was straightforward: to complete an achievement. According to his memory, the technician from room 3 eventually evolved into a preliminary boss in the area, his first kill. Since it was a boss following the apocalypse, he would undoubtedly transform into a zombie rather than become infected. Lin Ziluo aimed to find a less populated area to swiftly complete the task of slaying a zombie. Without a doubt, the technician from room 3 was his prime target. He entered room 209. The space was cramped and reeked unpleasantly, though it did offer the advantage of a shower. After all, one must maintain hygiene, as one does. Lin Ziluo stepped into the bathroom and took a shower. Upon finishing, he emerged refreshed and dressed himself once more. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time, 6:55. Only 5 minutes remained before the apocalypse game commenced. At that moment, a knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, your technician from room 3 has arrived, came the voice from outside. Come in. The door is unlocked. Lin Ziluo responded. The door swung open, revealing a woman clad in revealing attire, heavily made up, and wearing black stockings, who entered with a cigarette dangling from her lips. Upon spotting Lin Ziluo, her eyes sparkled with interest. Well, I didn't expect to find such a handsome guy here. Lucky me, she remarked. However, noticing Lin Ziluo lounging on the bed, fully dressed, she frowned. What's the matter with you? Can't you even take off your clothes? Hurry up. I have another client waiting. Chapter 4. The arrival of the apocalypse game. It's fine. No need to undress. Just come over. Lin Ziluo said coldly while still lying on the bed. Oh, are you planning some new game? You youngsters are truly something. Well, considering you're somewhat decent looking, I might as well indulge you, the woman replied, striding over in her high heels and plopping down onto the bed. So, how do you want to play? With that, she extinguished her cigarette and began to remove her clothing. No need for that. Just take a shower and leave afterward, Lin Ziluo replied. He had summoned her merely to observe if she would transform into a zombie. Sure enough, as she approached, he detected a peculiar odor, subtle yet unmistakable. A scent only emanating from the undead. As the game drew nearer, signs would manifest on those destined to become zombies. What a nuisance. I don't know what you're thinking, but you said it yourself. Once I'm done showering, I'll just leave, and there's no refund, she spat, nonchalantly shedding her clothes beside him. She then boldly walked into the bathroom, completely unclothed. Lin Ziluo retrieved his phone. The time read 6:59. Rising from the bed, he pulled out a sharp dagger that he had meticulously cleaned from his backpack. Concealing the dagger, he approached the bathroom door. The woman, facing away from the door while showering, heard the commotion and called out, I knew you'd pull something like this. Hurry up. Standing here is exhausting. Ding. The alarm he had set for 7 o'clock rang out, and the woman abruptly froze. Her skin began to pale visibly before his eyes. At that very moment, Lin Ziluo thrust the dagger forward. The woman, now transformed into a zombie, let out a chilling scream as the dagger pierced her neck. A dark shadow of death looming above her. Lin Ziluo exhaled with relief. Shortly after, a blue notification panel appeared. Welcome to the apocalypse game. Once initiated, this game will develop autonomously, with no means of interference. The brutal apocalypse has commenced. 80 of the unfortunate souls in this world have turned into zombies, while only 20 remain fortunate. Enjoy the thrilling journey of the game, but above all, survive, for death offers no second chances. Zombies in this world possess keen hearing but somewhat sluggish vision, only able to detect moving objects. To enhance your gaming experience, we present some game rules. 1. Killing zombies or other undead creatures will elevate your level and grant you new attribute points, directly correlating your gaming experience with your level. 2. There is a small chance of obtaining equipment, items, or resources from slain zombies or other undead creatures, reliant on your luck. Are you fortunate enough? 3. Items in this game are classified by levels. From lowest to highest, they are bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legendary, and mythical. As for higher tiers, well, let us not dwell on the unattainable. 4. Various hidden opportunities are scattered across the globe. Please search meticulously. 5. All modern weaponry, including firearms, ammunition, and nuclear arms, will lose their offensive capabilities. Do not attempt to confront zombies with them, including vehicles. 6. Currently, all human communication devices will be disrupted and rendered inoperative. However, you may keep your phone for reading novels or playing single-player games. 7. Zombies will evolve over time. Ensure you keep pace with their advancements. Only bites or scratches can transform you into a zombie. Worry not about infection from zombie blood. And remember that nightfall enhances the attributes of zombies and undead creatures. Seek refuge. 8. There are many more tips, but let us wait until you've navigated the initial 7 days of the novice protection period. Take my advice. The current zombies are quite weak. Eliminate as many as you can and don't blame me for not warning you later. Remember, the apocalypse game is filled with the unknown and endless possibilities. Lastly, enjoy your game. The notification concluded, and Lin Ziluo glanced at it briefly, noting that it bore no difference from the original version, before closing the page. A new panel emerged. Hello, player Lin Ziluo. Welcome to the apocalypse game. Would you like to set a game name? Yes, I shall designate my name as Yaji. Yaji, one of the 9 dragon sons in ancient Chinese mythology, is known for its bloodthirst and combat skills, capable of vanquishing all evil. However, Lin Ziluo chose this name primarily for revenge. As the saying goes, the kindness of a meal must be repaid, and the grievances of Yaji must be avenged. Li Haohua, the Li family, and those who aided them in pursuing me. Are you ready to face my retribution? Detected player nickname Yaji is unique and available for use. Player Lin Ziluo has successfully changed his nickname to Yaji. Character creation complete. Attribute panel loaded. Lin Ziluo opened his attribute panel. Player Yaji, no title yet. Level 1 experience, 0-1 reputation, 0 gold, 0 storage space, 0-1 cubic meters. Basic attributes, strength 11, normal adult male is 10, affecting physical power and attack, spirit 15, normal adult male is 10, influencing skill potency, cooldowns, and usage, constitution 10, normal adult male is 10, impacting vitality and defense, agility 13, normal adult male is 10, affecting reflexes and speed. Note: all basic attributes are merely numerical and will change with combat or player conditions. Talent: Omni Mastery, epic level talent, signifying proficiency in various combat techniques and the adept use of foundational abilities. Skills: none equipment, none quests, none WoW. This panel surpasses my previous self by leaps and bounds. My spirit and agility must have been enhanced due to the responsiveness brought on by my rebirth. This epic level talent likely stems from the diverse skills I acquired during the 10 years of the apocalypse. Indeed, Lin Ziluo gained far more than this. His recent kill of a zombie at the moment the apocalypse descended was merely the precursor to his forthcoming grand rewards. Chapter 5, The First Blood. Congratulations to player Yaji for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 1 point of experience and a gold coin. Congratulations to player for leveling up to level 2, receiving 1 free attribute point. Congratulations to player for becoming the first individual in the apocalyptic game to kill a zombie, earning a globally unique achievement, First Blood. A server-wide announcement is imminent. Lin Ziluo clenched his fists. He had achieved it. He had successfully obtained this accomplishment, though the attributes of the achievement might not be of great significance. The server-wide announcement was undoubtedly the lifelong aspiration of every player. Receiving the rewards from a global announcement was bound to be a bountiful affair. In his previous life, even after becoming a war god, he had never once received a server-wide announcement reward. The difficulty of this feat was readily apparent. Yet now, in the very first second of the apocalypse, he had already secured a server-wide announcement reward. Suddenly, a grand yet somber voice echoed. This voice bore the magnificence of the heavens, resonating with clarity as if it were spoken directly beside one's ear. Regardless of whether one was evading the newly transformed zombies or engrossed in the sudden appearance of the announcement panel, any player still conscious in this world could hear these words. World announcement: congratulations to player Yaji for becoming the first to slay a zombie in the apocalyptic game, bravely taking the first step and earning the globally unique achievement, First Blood, along with abundant rewards. Other players are encouraged to take heed. At this moment, the world was abuzz. Whether they had already accepted the apocalyptic game or regarded it as an elaborate prank, all firmly remembered the player named Yaji through this announcement. Is it true? I haven't even encountered a zombie yet, and someone has already killed one? Remarked a man still checking the announcement. Damn it. I don't care who killed the zombie. Can someone please get rid of this hideous zombie that's chasing me? I'm about to die, shouted another man, pursued by a zombie. Huh? A zombie? What on earth is that? Is someone outside broadcasting to disturb the peace? A boy, deeply immersed in his game, exclaimed as he put down his console. He pushed open the door, intending to find the prankster, only to be bitten in half the face by a suddenly emerging zombie. Interesting. Someone reacted even quicker than I did, said a man, lowering his baseball bat, surveying the ground where a zombie lay with its skull crushed. Wah, this Yaji is so impressive. I wish he would come protect me, the princess, mused an ordinary girl hiding in her modest 50-square-meter home. Bark, 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 bark. A little dog began to bark. Why are you butting in? Meanwhile, at that very moment, the renowned Yaji was blissfully collecting his rewards. Congratulations to player for receiving the global announcement for First Blood. Congratulations to player for earning the following rewards: 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and an increase in storage capacity by 1 cubic meter. Fantastic. With these rewards, I am already leagues ahead of others. Reputation holds great significance. Certain equipment and items require a minimum reputation to utilize. Additionally, some special shops offer discounts or complimentary gifts based on one's reputation. As for the gold coins, they can be used to purchase items from hidden shops scattered throughout the city, be it items, equipment, or resource cards. Resource cards, in particular, are vital for players seeking food and survival, serving as a safety net for those unlucky souls who fail to loot items from slain zombies. The 3 free attribute points are even more crucial. Before level 10, each level up grants only 1 free attribute point, thus placing me 3 levels ahead right from the start. Furthermore, the increased storage space is a tenfold enhancement for Lin Ziluo. This storage system does not allow for the containment of living beings, only the items belonging to oneself. As for how the game system determines ownership, it relies entirely on its judgment. For example, if someone strikes you with a knife and you seize the blade, it cannot be stored. However, if they shoot an arrow at you and you catch it, that arrow can indeed be stored. In summary, the circumstances surrounding this mechanic can be quite intricate, necessitating the absolute fairness of the game system to adjudicate. After claiming his rewards, Lin Ziluo felt immensely gratified. He then examined his newly acquired achievement, First Blood. First Blood, unique title, awarded only to the first player to slay a zombie in the apocalyptic game. Attributes: 1 to all attributes, and a 100 increase in damage for the first attack made each day after midnight. Lin Ziluo, who had initially held little hope for the title's attributes, suddenly felt a surge of joy. These attributes are not insignificant. Acquiring 4 free attribute points is a boon. The 100 increase in damage for the first attack each day could yield extraordinary results if utilized wisely. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo equipped the title. In that instant, a warm current coursed through his body, and he could distinctly feel his physical capabilities enhanced. It seemed that for the initial stages, he need not worry about changing titles. Titles are limited to 1 at a time, and switching titles incurs a 1-hour cooldown, which can be quite bothersome. However, this is to prevent the continuous swapping of titles with exaggerated attributes. Lin Ziluo stretched lazily, and as he gazed at the lifeless body of the zombie lying in a pool of blood, he noticed a necklace shimmering with a green light. Is this a dropped item? Lin Ziluo suddenly recalled his earlier acquired golden finger, absolute drop rate. Could it truly be a 100 drop rate? And to have a bronze level item drop on the very first kill? Ding. Please utilize the golden finger system wisely, and do not forget its existence. My apologies, my apologies. Lin Ziluo said, bending down to pick up the necklace. He quickly wiped the bloodstains off the necklace and began to inspect its attributes. Meditation necklace, bronze level equipment. Grants 1 to spirit and enhances spirit recovery speed by 10. The attributes are rather ordinary, considering it is merely a bronze level item. Yet, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Why complain about free gains? Lin Ziluo donned the meditation necklace. Successfully equipped the meditation necklace. Friendly reminder: only 1 piece of jewelry of the same type can be effective at a time. You need not remind me. Rings, necklaces, and bracelets. What a pity that the 3 pieces of jewelry I possessed in life were all legendary grade treasures. However, there remains the opportunity to reclaim them. For the journeys to acquire them are experiences Lin Ziluo has personally endured. Chapter 6. Open the door. The purge has begun. Lin Ziluo currently possesses 4 free attribute points, yet he refrains from hastily allocating them. At this moment, he lacks the time to contemplate his future path. Many terrifying hidden professions from his previous life remain unclaimed, allowing him the opportunity to embark on a new career. Moreover, his current attributes are undoubtedly sufficient. Base attributes: Strength, 12 Mentality, 17 Constitution, 11 Agility, 14. These attributes are significantly superior to those of an ordinary individual. However, he realizes that he cannot afford to squander time. He must first eliminate the surrounding zombies. During nighttime, the base attributes of zombies are enhanced by at least 50. The night in this apocalyptic game is defined as lasting from 8 p.m. to 6 o'clock a.m. the following day. This means that nightfall is imminent, and he must return to a safe location before 8 o'clock. This illustrates the insidious nature of the apocalyptic game. At 8 o'clock, the zombies gain strength, yet they arrive at 7 o'clock. A mere hour is hardly enough for anyone to prepare. Consequently, many players have met their demise on the very first night of this game. Lin Ziluo stepped out of his room, armed with only a dagger, a basic, attribute-less weapon colloquially referred to as a whiteboard equipment. Upon exiting, he found himself in the narrow hallway of the inn, which could barely accommodate 2 individuals walking side by side. This floor contains a total of 10 rooms. Lin Ziluo decided to address room 210 behind him first. His footsteps creaked on the aged floorboards, and even before reaching the door, the noise attracted attention from within. The poor soundproofing left much to be desired. A growl emanated from room 210, followed by the sound of hasty, awkward footsteps drawing nearer to the door. Lin Ziluo opted for a preemptive strike, slashing his dagger against the door lock. The rusted lock, nothing more than a fade, was easily pierced by the blade. With a swift motion, he yanked the door open. A zombie clad in a white tank top appeared, its skin darkened and muscles well-developed, indicative of a life spent in manual labor. Lin Ziluo swiftly assessed the zombie's attributes. Normal zombie, level, 1 base attributes, strength, 12 mentality, 5 constitution, 13 agility, 9 fortunately. Although its attributes were 2 or 3 points higher than the average zombie, Lin Ziluo found it manageable. He gracefully arced his dagger and launched an attack. The zombie's grayish-white eyes flickered as it swiped its elongated claws toward Lin Ziluo's face. With agility, he bent low, evading the claws, and lunged into the zombie's embrace. The characteristic stench of decay assaulted his senses, yet he paid it no mind. With precision, he drove the dagger into the zombie's throat. Perhaps he had missed a vital point, as the zombie opened its gaping maw, attempting to bite him. Remaining calm, Lin Ziluo twisted the dagger. A black mist of death enveloping the zombie's head. Congratulations, player Yazi has successfully slain a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. The system notification chimed in promptly. The zombie's body toppled backward, crashing to the floor and stirring up a cloud of dust. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ziluo realized that the entire encounter had transpired in the span of 2 breaths, yet he had dispatched a relatively formidable zombie. Nonetheless, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. His performance had been subpar, resulting in the initial strike failing to kill the zombie outright. To advance from level 2 to level 3, he required 10 experience points, necessitating the elimination of 9 more level 1 zombies. Kicking the fallen zombie aside, Lin Ziluo discovered a card that had dropped from it, typically a representation of resources. As expected, upon picking it up, he read the inscription: a medium-rare sirloin steak. A medium-rare sirloin steak, selected from imported New Eastland beef tenderloin, paired with a special proprietary sauce, promising an exquisite dining experience. The method of using the card was straightforward. Upon activation, it would manifest at the optimal temperature in his hand. This resource card held considerable value at his current stage, but once the store opened later, its price would drop to around 100 gold coins, making it affordable for the masses. Lin Ziluo tucked the card into his storage space. It was not yet mealtime. Surveying room 210, he was pleasantly surprised to find a large bag within, containing various repair tools. It appeared this zombie had been a handyman. Lin Ziluo stashed the tool bag into his storage space, selecting a hammer to wield. The dagger was rather short, and this hammer would enable medium-range attacks. Satisfied, he exited room 210. Room 210 marked the end of the corridor, with a massive iron door sealing off the safety passage. Thus, Lin Ziluo proceeded toward the rooms ahead. Room 208, empty. Room 207, also empty. A sense of disappointment washed over him. Where were all the zombies? Finally, upon reaching the doorway of room 206, he heard the unmistakable growls of zombies, 2 of them, in fact. Splendid, an opportunity had presented itself. Lin Ziluo's eyes gleamed as he smashed the lock with his hammer, then kicked the door open, exclaiming, "Open up. The purge has begun." It must be noted that Lin Ziluo had always been a man of few words prior to the apocalypse. In his previous decade of bleak existence, he had maintained a cold and ruthless demeanor. However, following his confrontation with Yao Jinghan, he found his personality gradually brightening. Perhaps this was a rebound from the prolonged suppression he had endured. Such phenomena are not uncommon in mental health. It is often observed that individuals oscillate between states of depression and mania. Inside the room, the 2 zombies appeared utterly bewildered. Even as zombies, "You're still concerned about the purge?" Lin Ziluo mused, noting their lack of clothing. Upon the door's opening, he too was momentarily taken aback to find 2 completely naked zombies before him. However, he quickly recalled that this was a pink-themed inn, rendering the sight less surprising. The 2 zombies, enraged by Lin Ziluo's intrusion, rushed toward him. The male zombie charged directly at him. Lin Ziluo glanced at it and remarked, "Really, big guy? With that size, you dare to join the fray? You must be at a disadvantage." The male zombie seemed to comprehend his words and let out a furious roar. Lin Ziluo had already assessed this zombie's attributes, discovering they were 2 points lower than those of the previous handyman zombie. No wonder it resembled a diminutive worm. With a swift strike, Lin Ziluo brought the hammer crashing down on the zombie's skull. A dull thud resonated as the zombie's cranium shattered, causing its body to lose balance. Seizing the moment, Lin Ziluo plunged his dagger into the zombie's neck. Death. Congratulations, player Yazi has successfully slain a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Chapter 7. Eye of Investigation. After the male zombie collapsed, Lin Ziluo distinctly observed a cerulean object materializing beneath it. It appeared to be a bronze-grade artifact. He refrained from rushing to investigate, as a naked female zombie was already charging towards him with remarkable speed, her 2 transformed gray rabbits flailing about. It was a grave oversight to select technician number 3. Although Lin Ziluo's attention was captivated, the swiftness of his dagger remained unimpeded, striking accurately at the nape of the female zombie. Generally, female zombies possess higher agility compared to their male counterparts, yet their constitution is significantly inferior. With a single thrust, the ominous words of death emerged. Simultaneously, another cerulean artifact appeared beside the female zombie. What a delightful stroke of luck! Lin Ziluo reflected on his previous life. At the beginning, he had slain over 100 zombies yet had only obtained a half-filled bottle of mineral water. Now, however, he had acquired 3 bronze-grade items from merely 4 zombies. The disparity was absurd. A 100% drop rate was simply enticing. Were it not for the lack of options, who wouldn't wish to be a fortunate one? Lin Ziluo picked up both small cylindrical objects, only to discover they were identical artifacts, old acquaintances. Eye of Investigation. A one-time bronze-grade artifact that can sense movements within a 10-meter radius. Should anyone approach, it will alert the user, lasting for 10 hours. This item had been a treasure in Lin Ziluo's previous life. Whenever pursued by the likes of the Li family or Yao Jingan's minions, he would deploy a high-grade Eye of Investigation to ensure a peaceful slumber. However, due to its immense utility, few were willing to part with it, limiting Lin Ziluo's opportunities for use. Now, he found himself in possession of 2, albeit of bronze grade. No, tonight he must indulge and utilize one. Lin Ziluo mused. Perhaps this was the legendary phenomenon of the affluent engaging in retaliatory consumption. Suddenly, the stairs echoed with thuds. Concurrently, Lin Ziluo heard shouts of obscenities. Who was making such a ruckus up there? The innkeeper, awakened from slumber by the commotion, rushed out. Ironically, he had missed the earlier global announcement due to his deep sleep. The panel that appeared before him was mistaken for a figment of his imagination, and he absent-mindedly closed it. As Lin Ziluo stepped out of room 206, the innkeeper, having just reached the 2nd floor, immediately spotted him. You little brat. Causing such a commotion without a dime to your name. You won't leave until you kneel and call me grandfather. By the way, you look rather clean. Perhaps your mother is decent too. Bring her here, and I might consider sparing you. The innkeeper, known for his fiery temper, charged at Lin Ziluo, attempting to land a punch on his head. Lin Ziluo sighed, initially planning to let him off due to his good mood. After exhaling, he approached the innkeeper with his dagger drawn. The innkeeper, witnessing Lin Ziluo's advance, slowly lowered his raised hand, overwhelmed by an immense sense of dread. Just facing Lin Ziluo instilled a feeling of suffocation within him. Unbeknownst to the innkeeper, this was the murderous aura cultivated after taking countless lives. Lin Ziluo typically concealed it well, but once his intent to kill surfaced, the aura would manifest. The innkeeper attempted to retreat, yet his legs trembled uncontrollably, rendering him immobile. Desiring to plead for mercy, he found himself voiceless. Lin Ziluo fixed his gaze on the innkeeper, stepping closer. With a swift motion, he delivered a fatal blow. The head rolled away. Throughout the decade of the apocalypse, Lin Ziluo had never been one to negotiate. The apocalypse was no place for reason. Be it the disregard for human life or indiscriminate slaughter, such matters were trivial. Remember, in the apocalypse, the one wielding power is the fist. How many had Lin Ziluo killed in his past life? He could no longer recall, only knowing that he eliminated anyone who crossed him. After becoming a war god, was he not hailed as the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom? How utterly laughable. Lin Ziluo had no interest in gazing at the innkeeper's corpse. Were it not for the inconvenience, he would have turned the body into a zombie first, as there was a guaranteed item drop. However, once a player was bitten by a zombie, it took approximately an hour for them to succumb completely. In that hour, Lin Ziluo could slay countless zombies. With that thought, he knocked on the door of room 205. Hello, just checking the plumbing. Yet, there was no response. The same silence echoed from rooms 204 and 203, leaving Lin Ziluo feeling somewhat disheartened. Finally, when he knocked on room 202, he was greeted by a zombie's growl. At last, a zombie. Lin Ziluo felt a sense of reunion with an old friend. He kicked the door open and decisively dispatched the familiar zombie. The old friend kindly dropped a bottle of flying fairy mitai. Good job, my brother. You're a true friend, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to the fallen comrade. After clearing room 201 and finding no one, Lin Ziluo stretched. The second floor of the inn was now spotless. He decided to rest there for the night. As for the bodies and blood strewn about, he wouldn't spare them a glance. During his escape, he had even sought out a group of zombie corpses to cover himself, both for warmth and to evade pursuit. It was quite effective. Lin Ziluo chose this place to rest for an additional reason. The confined space was poorly ventilated, effectively preventing zombies from launching a coordinated attack against him. In this narrow corridor, even with a horde of zombies, they could only confront him one at a time. Regrettably, the zombies were too few. Thus far, he had only gained 4 experience points, still 6 points away from leveling up. The time was now 7:40. He had only 20 minutes before 8 o'clock. He needed to slay 6 more zombies within the time frame to reach level 3. With this in mind, Lin Ziluo dashed downstairs to the inn's familiar bar. Suddenly, he recalled that this establishment had 3 technicians, presumably 3 women. Having already dispatched 2, 1 remained. He grabbed a hammer and tapped the bar's surface, attempting to create noise to attract the remaining zombie. As anticipated, after a few moments of knocking, he heard movement from behind the bar's curtain. Lin Ziluo entered the bar and pulled back the curtain, yet found no zombies. He paused, holding his breath, and began to listen intently for the source of the sound. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a wooden plank on the floor. Goodness, how well hidden it was. Concealed beneath the floorboards. Chapter 8. The exquisite Tang Dao. Lin Ziluo lifted the wooden plank with one hand, revealing a descending wooden ladder before him. He leaned down to peer into the dim underground chamber, where 2 zombies were attempting to climb the ladder. Unfortunately, the steepness of the ladder left them with no opportunity to ascend. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim, "You truly excel at hiding." With that, he leaped down. The underground chamber was not particularly deep. As he descended, Lin Ziluo calculated his angle. Just as the 2 zombies opened their mouths wide, waiting for him to fall into their trap, he pushed off with his feet, striking both zombies on their heads. The force of the impact knocked them down to the ground. Lin Ziluo utilized the momentum from his kick to land steadily. Next, he drew his hands back as if to shoot. The dagger in his right hand accurately plunged into the neck of the fallen zombie, and the words "death" materialized above its head. Meanwhile, his left hand wielded a hammer, which he used to smash down on the other zombie that had just managed to rise. After withdrawing the dagger, he swiftly drove it into the neck of the recently downed zombie. However, he noted a considerable resistance while inserting it. Fortunately, Lin Ziluo possessed sufficient strength to pierce through the zombie. He exhaled lightly, a sense of satisfaction washing over him as he dispatched both zombies effortlessly, earning himself 2 experience points. Upon removing the dagger from the zombie's neck, he realized the reason for the initial difficulty was that the blade had become quite dull. It was no surprise, as this ordinary dagger had slain several zombies already. It had performed admirably up to this point. Consequently, Lin Ziluo casually tossed the dagger aside, hoping for a more suitable weapon to emerge. Though it was possible to battle zombies barehanded, it would undoubtedly be more troublesome. As he overturned the bodies of the 2 zombies, a card and a blue longsword appeared before his eyes. Wow, did my luck just shine? Lin Ziluo gasped in astonishment. It truly seemed that whatever he desired would come to fruition. He first picked up the card and discovered it read, 2 delicious steamed buns. Perfect for a side dish with my steak tonight, he mused. Then, with eager anticipation, he grasped the longsword. Tang Dao bronze level weapon. A military sword from the Tang dynasty of the Dragon Kingdom, approximately 70 centimeters in length, characterized by its armor-piercing capability and durability. Attributes: 1 strength. Able to penetrate 10 of enemy defenses and can slowly restore blade damage after combat. I thought it looked familiar, he realized. It turned out to be a unique weapon representative of his country. Such weapons varied according to different nations. For instance, the Dragon Kingdom's specialties included the Tang Dao, Imo Dao, and Guan Dao, while neighboring nations favored the Tachi and Naginata. In summary, standard equipment could be purchased later in the shop, so it wasn't particularly rare. However, at this stage, acquiring a bronze-level Tang Dao was indeed a significant boon. He no longer needed to engage in close combat with a short dagger. Wielding the Tang Dao would greatly enhance his efficiency in slaying zombies. Lin Ziluo stored the Tang Dao in his inventory and descended the ladder. With 10 minutes remaining, he aimed to eliminate the final 4 zombies. He had completely cleared the zombies from the hotel, so he opened the door. This road was relatively secluded, which was why such a type of hotel could be found here. Observing the surroundings, Lin Ziluo noted 6 zombies meandering nearby, and around 7 or 8 congregated at a distant fork in the road. He gently stomped his foot and whistled. Having dealt with zombies for a decade, he could adeptly control the volume of the sounds he made to attract specific zombies within a desired range. Sure enough, the 6 nearby zombies began advancing towards him, while the distant ones remained still. He retrieved the Tang Dao from his inventory, awaiting the approaching zombies. As they drew closer, the scent of fresh prey reached them, and they quickened their pace, claws at the ready. With the Tang Dao in hand, Lin Ziluo took several steps back. Re-entering the hotel, this narrow entrance was particularly advantageous for combat against zombies. Even though he had confidence in dispatching the 6 zombies, there was always a slight chance that one could ambush him from the side. Lin Ziluo's cautious nature dictated that he wished to eliminate all possibilities of unexpected events. Indeed, the tight doorway hindered the zombies' advance, as 2 sought to enter simultaneously and became stuck in the doorway. The zombies behind them were unable to push through. I really overestimated their intelligence on the first day, Lin Ziluo chuckled to himself, recalling the first day of the apocalypse when he had hidden in his dormitory, mourning alone, completely unaware of the zombies outside. By the time he emerged the next day, some zombies had leveled up to level 2 and were no longer so foolish. Seeing the 2 zombies wedged in the doorway, he stepped forward and compassionately resolved their predicament. With a flash of the blade, both heads fell simultaneously. Lin Ziluo retracted the Tang Dao, astonished to find the blade free of blood or even a scratch. Indeed, the quality of this weapon is exceptional, he praised. Even identical equipment could exhibit variations in quality. Undoubtedly, his Tang Dao was of the finest caliber. A good sword deserved a proficient technique. Lin Ziluo prepared to demonstrate one of the many sword techniques he had learned in his previous life. He kicked the 2 headless corpses out of the way to clear the path for the zombies behind. Following that, 2 more zombies rushed in, also becoming stuck in the doorway. You 4 must be related, Lin Ziluo remarked dryly. Nonetheless, he promptly dispatched the 2 new arrivals with a single stroke, their round heads rolling into the hotel. At Lin Ziluo's feet lay a neatly arranged collection of 4 heads. Congratulations, player Yazi has successfully killed a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations, player has leveled up to level 3, earning 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi requires 30 experience points for the next level up. Level up achieved, Lin Ziluo exclaimed, kicking away the 2 corpses blocking the entrance. To his surprise, 1 zombie managed to charge in. Tears nearly welled in his eyes. It was a relief to finally encounter a foe with a semblance of intelligence. In respect for this more cunning opponent, he executed a graceful arc with the Tang Dao in his hand, then struck the zombie's arm, following the trajectory of its limb. He lifted the blade upward, slicing through the zombie's jaw and cleaving its face in half from bottom to top. Chapter 9. A great treasure emerges. Death. Despite Lin Ziluo's profound respect for his adversary, his swordsmanship effortlessly dispatched the zombie in an instant. The creature's body toppled backward, and Lin Ziluo witnessed a tome materialize from the corpse, falling to the ground. This is a skill book. Lin Ziluo could not help but gaze at it in disbelief. How could something so precious appear? Suddenly, the not yet fallen zombie seemed to be propelled by an unseen force, hurtling toward him. Lin Ziluo swiftly diverted his attention from the skill book, pressing himself against the wall with astonishing reflexes. The zombie's body crashed down where he had just stood. Roar! The last of the 6 zombies staggered into the fray, and Lin Ziluo's expression grew grave. It was already 8 o'clock. The zombie's strength would peak within a minute. He understood the urgency. He must eliminate this zombie within that time frame. He had already discerned the attributes of this particular undead foe. Level 1 zombie, base attributes, strength, 15, spirit, 10, constitution, 16, agility, 15. The zombie, augmented by the night, surpassed Lin Ziluo's own capabilities. As time passed, its attributes would only increase. Yet, Lin Ziluo felt no fear. As previously stated, attributes were merely reference values. In scenarios where the disparity was minimal, personal condition, mastered abilities, and even luck determined the outcome of the battle. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo raised his Tang Dao and charged at the zombie. Its once grayish eyes turned a blood-red hue, and its expression grew more ferocious. The blade gleamed as it struck the zombie's neck, but the creature's enhanced constitution prevented it from being slain in a single blow. Infuriated, the zombie lunged at Lin Ziluo with its claws. Lin Ziluo decisively released the Tang Dao, which had lodged into the zombie's neck, and retreated a few steps. He then retrieved a hammer from his storage space and hurled it at the oncoming zombie. In the narrow corridor, the creature had no room to maneuver, helplessly watching as the hammer struck its face. The impact crushed its nose, eyes, and mouth, blood gushing forth. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ziluo swiftly moved forward to catch the hammer as it slid down the zombie's face and yanked the Tang Dao free from its neck, causing blood to spurt from the creature's shoulder. Though heavily wounded, the zombie continued its relentless charge. Lin Ziluo remained calm, gripping the Tang Dao firmly as he observed the oncoming threat. With an astonishingly precise angle and speed, he combined all his strength into a single strike, slashing across the zombie's neck at a diagonal. The blade was drawn. Death was imminent. Lin Ziluo stepped aside, watching as the headless corpse stumbled past him before collapsing to the floor. With that, all 6 zombies had fallen at his hands. He exhaled deeply, rubbing his sore arms. The last zombie had reached its peak attributes, and Lin Ziluo had engaged in direct confrontation with a creature boasting nearly 20 points in strength without sustaining any damage, a testament to his mastery over his own power. However, there was no time for reflection. 8 o'clock had passed, and the attributes of the outside zombies had surged by at least 50. The commotion from his battle with the final zombie had been considerable. If he did not act swiftly, he risked attracting more undead. Thus, Lin Ziluo hoisted the zombie's body and moved toward the entrance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He stacked the 6 corpses, effectively barricading the entire hotel entrance. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. The lighting at the hotel reception was dim. Lin Ziluo was not inclined to inspect the treasures he had just acquired in this place. He carelessly kicked aside the 6 decapitated heads and descended to the second floor. The floorboards creaked underfoot as he maneuvered around the corpse of the hotel owner sprawled in the hallway. He placed his eye of detection on the ground, and a green barrier, visible only to him, gradually expanded, enveloping a 10-meter radius. A true waste of resources, Lin Ziluo mused. Now, he could rest assured. Any approach by either humans or zombies would turn the barrier red, alerting Lin Ziluo even in a state of slumber. He entered room 203, which he had noted was the cleanest during his previous sweep, equipped with the finest amenities. It was likely the hotel's VIP room. Thus, he had decided to spend the night there. He placed his acquired items on the table and headed to the bathroom, intending to take a refreshing shower, a ritual before unveiling treasures. In his previous life, Lin Ziluo had often managed to uncover valuable items through such rituals. Feeling rejuvenated after his shower, Lin Ziluo donned the last clean outfit from his backpack and eagerly seated himself at the table. Setting the skill book aside, he examined the other 5 items. The first card read, Peking duck, sliced. Excellent, an additional dish for dinner. The second card, 1L Farmer's 3-punch spring water. Good. Now he had drinking water. The third and fourth, 2 eyes of detection. Lin Ziluo questioned his own luck. How could such valuable items appear so readily? Never mind, he thought. As long as he profited, good things were always welcome. The 5th item was a ring that shimmered with a cyan glow, which Lin Ziluo recalled was dropped by the last zombie. Ring of Dusk, a bronze-grade piece of equipment, perfect for camouflage in the night. Attributes, 1 agility. Reduces presence by 30 after dusk. This was a remarkable find. Lin Ziluo's spirits lifted at the thought of how it would aid him in his nocturnal endeavors. He promptly adorned himself with the Ring of Dusk. Finally, it was time for the most crucial moment. Emperor of Heaven, God, Buddha, Almighty Allah, may you all bless me with a useful skill. Lin Ziluo muttered a myriad of invocations. Chapter 10. Hidden Professions and Skill Books. Skill books are exceedingly rare treasures. If one were to inquire about Lin Ziluo's perspective on the drop rate of skill books, he would describe it as minuscule, nearly incalculable. The reason for this abysmally low drop rate can be attributed to the regulations governing skills within the apocalyptic game. Firstly, there is no limit to the number of skills an individual can possess. At first glance, this might seem like a bug in the system. However, once one comprehends the drop rate of skill books, it becomes evident that this stipulation is nearly irrelevant. The drop rate is so infinitesimal that even if a skill book were to drop, it may not necessarily be suitable for the individual. This terrifying scarcity dictates that, despite the absence of a cap on skills, acquiring new ones remains a formidable challenge. Throughout the entirety of the apocalyptic game, players only have 3 opportunities to obtain random skills pertaining to their profession, occurring between levels 10 and 80. Each opportunity yields 1 to 2 skills, meaning those with poor luck might only acquire 3 skills in total. Beyond this, there are no alternative methods to acquire skills apart from skill books. In Lin Ziluo's recollection, even in the later stages of the game, when most players reached levels 60 to 70, they still possessed only the innate skills of their profession. Such a plight is indeed disheartening and pitiful. In contrast, the individual renowned as the skill god boasts an astounding 25 skills, the highest in the world. Lin Ziluo considers himself fortunate, as he previously possessed 10 skills, surpassing 99 of players. Hence, it is easy to imagine the immense value of the skill book now before him. He rubbed his hands together and opened the ancient tome. Spinning Slash, a warrior skill that launches the weapon held, inflicting 120 strength attribute damage. The weapon returns to the wielder after striking an enemy or reaching its maximum distance. The distance of the throw and return is identical. During the return, if it strikes an enemy, it inflicts 80 strength attribute damage. If obstructed by an object, it will not return. Splendid. Lin Ziluo could not contain his inner delight. A warrior skill that combines ranged attack, throwing, automatic retrieval, and multi-hit damage is undeniably rare. However, it is evident that such a skill would have a lengthy cooldown period, necessitating an increase in his mental strength to reduce it. This was a tremendous gain. System has detected skill Spinning Slash. Does player Yazi wish to learn Spinning Slash? Learn, 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 Lin Ziluo eagerly responded. Congratulations. Player Yazi has successfully learned Spinning Slash. Lin Ziluo felt a surge of excitement. Yet, the confines of the room were rather cramped, making it impossible to unleash his newfound skill. Consequently, he suppressed his exhilaration and stored the precious acquisition in his inventory. He felt quite satisfied with his gains for the day. His level had reached 3, and he had obtained 3 bronze-tier items: Meditation Necklace, Nightfall Ring, and Tang Broadsword. He had also mastered the Spinning Slash, a powerful skill. His inventory was brimming with various items. Previously, it would have taken him half a month to amass such a collection. Most importantly, the woman named Yao Jinghan had finally met her demise. With this thought, Lin Ziluo contentedly retrieved a resource card and activated it. Peking duck, 2 fragrant steamed buns, a medium-rare sirloin steak, and a bottle of Maotai liquor appeared before him. After an afternoon of battles, Lin Ziluo was ravenous. He wasted no time and began devouring the delectable feast. The Peking duck came with spring pancakes and sauce, while the sirloin steak was accompanied by pasta and a fried egg. Lin Ziluo indulged heartily, feeling a profound sense of bliss. It must be noted that the resource cards acquired in the apocalyptic game, particularly those yielding cooked delicacies like Peking duck and steak, rival the culinary creations of 5-star hotel chefs in taste and quality. Alas, such delightful moments are fleeting. Before long, the table was cleared of all food, devoured by Lin Ziluo. He patted his belly contentedly, then discarded the plates and utensils aside. After tidying up the table, he prepared to undertake a crucial task, planning for his future. He retrieved a notebook and pen he had pilfered from downstairs and began to write fervently. The first step was to determine his career path. The apocalyptic game delineated professions quite simply. There are only 2 types, warrior and mage. Upon reaching level 10 and completing their profession quests, every player can choose to become one of these 2. However, despite this classification, the true autonomy lies within the player themselves. The fighting style and career they wish to pursue ultimately depend on their choices. Choosing the warrior path means that for each level gained, strength and constitution increase by a fixed amount, in addition to 2 points of free attributes to allocate as desired. For instance, if one wishes to adopt a tanking role, one would invest entirely in constitution. For a berserker approach, one would focus solely on strength. If one opts for an assassin route, agility might be a consideration. As for archers, well, the only question is whether one can hit the target. This does not imply that choosing the warrior class means one's mental and agility attributes will remain stagnant. Rather, the changes will be minimal, though overall, they will evolve as one's power grows. Conversely, mages gain a fixed increase in mental strength and agility with each level, alongside 2 points of free attributes. However, most mages distribute their points entirely into mental strength. Of course, if one desires to allocate points into constitution or strength to become a melee mage, that takes considerable bravery. Herein lies the preciousness of the 5 free attribute points Lin Ziluo currently possesses. It is crucial to understand that assigning these points in advance will significantly enhance their effectiveness upon successfully transitioning to a new profession. This realization prompted Lin Ziluo to exercise utmost caution. What he had just described was merely a general career direction. In reality, 99 of players would traverse these 2 paths. The remaining 1 would venture into the realm of hidden professions. Upon closer inspection, the number of hidden professions is indeed significant. However, the disparities among these hidden professions can be vast. Lin Ziluo's envisioned direction is, of course, that of a top-tier hidden profession. He first inscribed the word phantom in his notebook. This was the hidden profession he had in his previous life, acquired through enduring countless scars and teetering on the brink of death. The Phantom profession is a legendary top-tier assassin class, characterized by maximum agility and explosive single-target damage. This was the primary reason Lin Ziluo managed to evade the Li family's relentless pursuit for a decade. Even before the second profession transition, he could gain 2 points in agility and strength for every level, along with 3 points of free attributes, creating a stark contrast when compared to ordinary professions. Lin Ziluo was fully aware of the method and process to obtain the Phantom profession. For him, it was undoubtedly the easiest hidden profession to acquire. After a moment of contemplation, he pinned down additional professions: Holy Paladin, Necromancer, Shura, Titan, and Life Reaper. Chapter 11. The Malicious Li Haobo 1 by 1. Lin Ziluo meticulously recorded the invaluable hidden professions in his notebook. He was fairly well acquainted with the processes of obtaining these professions, as those who possessed them were destined to become future war gods or archmages. In the late stages of the apocalypse, to stabilize public morale and assert the strength of their factions, influential powers would have their war gods or archmages recount their experiences and exploits. These narratives would then be disseminated in the form of promotional pamphlets for the populace to revere and learn from. However, Lin Ziluo had yet to experience such a moment, having perished on the very first day of becoming a war god. After pondering for a while, he ultimately resolved to transition into the Phantom profession. The sole reason for this decision was that he was most familiar with the acquisition process of this particular vocation, thus maximizing his chances of success. As for the other professions, who could say if those war gods and archmages had embellished or omitted details during their descriptions? It was well known that every hidden profession came with perilous quests. Any minor oversight could lead to disastrous consequences. Given Lin Ziluo's cautious nature, it was far more prudent to select a profession he excelled in and understood thoroughly. With this thought in mind, he did not hesitate. He promptly allocated his free attribute points, 3 to strength and 2 to agility. His base attributes now stood as follows: strength, 16, spirit, 17, constitution, 11, agility, 17. A warm current surged through him, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Having determined his career path, there was little else to attend to. Lin Ziluo began to focus intently on documenting his thoughts on paper. Let me think. Where did I encounter the Holy Light Paladin? Oh, right. That diamond tier item was found in. And I mustn't forget this detail. It could prove invaluable. Ugh, I should have noted it down sooner. Now I can't recall the precise location of that sword. As the saying goes, a poor memory is no match for a diligent pen. The pen in Lin Ziluo's hand flowed across the pages, turning them one after another. He aimed to meticulously document all crucial items and equipment from his past life. As the night deepened, the clock struck midnight. Lin Ziluo set down his pen and exhaled softly. He had recorded everything he could remember in his notebook. As for the remaining details, he would hope to recall them later. Stowing the notebook in his storage space, Lin Ziluo stood, turned off the light, and collapsed onto the bed without undressing. Sleeping in clothes had become one of the essentials of survival in the apocalypse. Before long, he drifted into a deep slumber, experiencing the most restful sleep he had enjoyed in a decade. Outside, the watchful eyes of sentinels guarded him. Gone was the oppressive presence of Yao Jinghan, along with the relentless pursuers. He felt liberated from the tension that had gripped him for so long, free from the uncertainty of the future. Curse it! Damn it! Where has that wretched woman gone? In a lavishly adorned living room, a man seethed with rage. He seized a nearby vase and hurled it at a bodyguard clad in a suit. Beside him, a silver-haired butler interjected, "Young master, please lower your voice. Such volume may attract the zombies lurking outside the estate." The man recalled the earlier zombie outbreak that had ravaged the manor, transforming countless servants and bodyguards into the undead. Leaving the estate, once home to nearly 4,000 people, with barely 400 survivors. Reluctantly, he stifled his anger. How can I remain calm? I painstakingly orchestrated such a splendid scheme, only for it to be ruined by that harlot Yao Jinghan. Why did she not show up this afternoon? Why did she ignore my messages? Her negligence has left me unprepared, unable to send timely information to that useless Lin Ziluo. Just imagine his despair upon receiving my message. Ha ha ha, the thought of it excites me. If he were to die from anger, he would meet his detestable father in the afterlife, wouldn't he? But alas, thanks to that wench in this damned apocalyptic game, I was unable to relay the information in time. Cursed be everything. As his emotions flared, his voice grew louder. The silver-haired butler had no choice but to caution him again. "Young master, please lower your voice. Our bodyguards have suffered considerable losses should any more zombies breach our defenses. Your life may be at stake." With a sigh of resignation, The butler lamented the decision to raise the young master in such a manner. While it was true that a family could only have one capable heir to prevent strife, this principle only held when the family possessed sufficient authority. In this time of apocalypse, the young master's temperament could lead to dire consequences, perhaps out of respect for the silver-haired butler or a newfound appreciation for his own life. Lin Ziluo momentarily silenced himself. However, it did not last long. He resumed muttering to himself while seated on the sofa. What a pity that Lin Ziluo cannot witness the amusement of Yao Jing'an and me together. How else can I exact my revenge? Damn it. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Lin Ziluo spat on the floor in frustration. He approached the silver-haired butler, gritting his teeth. Zhaobo. I refuse to let this go. My father mentioned the hunter mercenaries were coming to find me. They should already be in Magic City. Let them seek out those two. I must find Yao Jing'an, alive or dead. And that useless Lin Ziluo? I shall ensure his mental collapse. Understood. The hunter mercenaries have been trained as your loyal assassins since childhood. They will undoubtedly fulfill your every desire. The silver-haired butler nodded in agreement. Haraha. The mere thought of such a scenario sent Lin Ziluo into a frenzy of excitement. Chapter 12. Equipment Enhancement Scroll. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully slaying a zombie. Earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations to the player for advancing to level 4, gaining 1 free attribute point. The player, Yazi, requires 40 experience points for the next level up. A knife, shimmering with a cerulean glow, spun gracefully through the air, oblivious to the impending danger. A zombie charged toward a nearby living human. In a swift arc, the knife sliced through the air, severing the zombie's head, which rolled to the ground. Accompanied by a radiant blue item. While the item was of little significance, the knife, having reached its maximum distance, executed an improbable spiral turn and returned toward Lin Ziluo. Another zombie lunging at Lin Ziluo had no inkling of the deadly return. The spinning blade effortlessly cleaved through its neck from behind. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Witnessing the demise of the undead, Lin Ziluo caught the Tang Dao with satisfaction. The spinning strike is indeed quite effective, he mused. Regrettably, his current mental capacity was still insufficient, resulting in a longer cooldown time for the spinning strike. It was now 12:30 p.m. Lin Ziluo had risen at 6 in the morning and left his inn by 6:30. This meant he had been on the move for 6 hours. Although he had chosen remote paths where zombies were scarce, the rewards were nevertheless gratifying. The demise of nearly 30 zombies had propelled Lin Ziluo to level 4, with a 100 drop rate yielding nearly 30 items. Unlike the extraordinary luck he had experienced the previous night, many of today's findings were supplies: a pristine men's shirt, a serving of kung pao chicken over rice, a precisely timed wristwatch. In any case, Lin Ziluo stuffed everything into his storage space, knowing he had gathered enough provisions for 3 days. He adorned his wrist with the watch, as time management was crucial in this apocalyptic game. Relying on his second-hand phone to check the time was cumbersome, especially considering the impending collapse of the city's power grid due to lack of maintenance. Among the other items were a recon eye and a stealth mask. Stealth mask, a bronze-level item that, when worn, conceals one's nickname, level, and other basic information for 30 minutes, usable twice daily. Quite a remarkable mask, Lin Ziluo thought as he donned it. He approached the items dropped by the 2 slain zombies. A serving of ham-fried rice. He casually placed the card into his storage space and examined the shimmering blue scroll. Equipment Enhancement Scroll, a bronze-level item that can enhance bronze-level equipment. Enhanced equipment will receive attribute boosts. The first enhancement is guaranteed to succeed, while subsequent success rates decrease as levels increase. A smile spread across Lin Ziluo's face. He had finally acquired something useful. Without hesitation, he pressed the Equipment Enhancement Scroll against the Tang Dao. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for obtaining Tang Hung Dao 1. Tang Hung Dao 1. A bronze-level weapon, a military saber from the Tang dynasty of the Dragon Kingdom, approximately 70 centimeters long, characterized by its armor-piercing and durable qualities. After enhancement, it received even stronger attributes. Attributes: Strength 2, capable of penetrating 15 of enemy defenses, and consecutive strikes increase damage by 10. After exiting combat, the blade can slowly restore its sharpness. The edge of Lin Ziluo's Tang Dao gleamed more sharply, reflecting a blinding light under the scorching sun. He allocated the single attribute point gained from leveling up to strength. By the second day of the apocalypse, Lin Ziluo's attributes had reached the level of a Special Forces soldier. Base attributes: Strength 18, Spirit 17, Constitution 11, Agility, 17. As he felt the surge of power within him, Lin Ziluo's stomach unexpectedly growled. It's about time for a break. I'll continue my efforts this afternoon. If I reach level 5 today, I can directly challenge that tomorrow without seeking a dungeon, he contemplated. Now, Lin Ziluo's path led from the small into Li's manor. Initially, he intended to locate a dungeon teleportation array. After all, dungeons were the most vital means of gaining experience, food, and equipment in the apocalyptic game. With zombies being finite, one could not slay many. Players simply needed to find the widely distributed dungeon teleportation arrays in the city to access the waiting room and select their desired dungeons. Naturally, there were also unique individual dungeons, akin to hidden quests, offering substantial rewards. However, Lin Ziluo felt that his strength was rapidly increasing, and there was no need to waste time waiting. Having traveled a third of the way after a morning's journey, he arrived at a secluded path. Aside from the 2 zombies he had just dispatched, there were no signs of life. The narrow road was flanked by low, dilapidated houses. These paths had been deliberately chosen by Lin Ziluo to avoid crowded areas, as few dared to venture alone into the streets facing zombies on the second day of the apocalypse. He casually selected one of the houses, slicing through the door lock with his knife to enter. The interior was a chaotic mess, with various items strewn across the floor. Clearly the aftermath of a family torn apart by one member turning into a zombie while the others desperately sought refuge. He remained vigilant. The bloodstains on the ground and the peculiar odor wafting through the air indicated that zombies still lurked within. Raising his Tang Dao, Lin Ziluo navigated through the disordered living room and approached the corridor leading to the bedroom. Suddenly, a roar erupted from a room to his right. 2 clawed hands burst through the wooden door, reaching for him. With his agility rating of 17, Lin Ziluo swiftly evaded the sharp claws. And with a decisive swing of his Tang Dao, he severed the claws from their owner. The zombie beyond the door battered against the wooden barrier, which creaked under the strain. Without a thought of opening the door, Lin Ziluo thrust his blade through the wood, penetrating the chest of the zombie behind it. The chest, clearly not its weak point, continued its frantic assault on the door, its severed arms still flailing in the air. Lin Ziluo delivered a powerful kick to the door, which was already on the brink of collapse, sending it crashing to the ground and pinning the zombie beneath it. He approached and easily decapitated the creature. All right, battle concluded. He relaxed and returned to the living room. Sitting down at the dining table, he pulled out a thick stack of cards. Oh dear. There are so many items I don't even know what to eat, Lin Ziluo lamented. If those still fighting outside heard him, they might very well faint from envy. However, he quickly devised a solution, drawing cards. Randomly selecting 4 cards, he chose to activate them. Instantly, the table was adorned with steaming, fragrant, exquisite dishes. He eagerly dug into the ham-fried rice. Chapter 13. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Sated and satisfied, Lin Ziluo reclined on the sofa, activating a second-hand phone to peruse the pre-downloaded map. Currently situated on Pingshan Road, he contemplated heading east in the afternoon, which would likely lead him to his destination. He still required a bit more experience to reach level 5, yet traversing this path and dispatching zombies would certainly suffice. After a brief respite, Lin Ziluo stowed his phone and rose from the sofa, humming an unfamiliar tune as he made his way outside. Interestingly, just as he approached the threshold, he halted abruptly, the melody ceasing mid-phrase. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ziluo's acute hearing discerned 3 distinct breaths beyond the door, indicating that 3 individuals were lying in wait for him. Is he out yet? Ji Yao inquired nervously. Not yet, but I distinctly heard footsteps moments ago, Ji Kaiji replied, gripping a kitchen knife, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Listen to me. You all caught a whiff of that fragrant dish earlier. That person must possess a card capable of conjuring gourmet food, Gu Gaoji asserted. Wielding a fire axe with a grim expression, he had witnessed someone transform cards into culinary delights the previous night. But isn't it wrong to rob him? Ji Yao hesitated. What is wrong with it? When he emerges, we can strike him down and coerce him into relinquishing his card. Gu Gaojie glared at Ji Yao. Exactly. Little sister, we are justified. He has damaged our door. We can treat it as breaking and entering, Ji Kaiji reasoned, finding merit in Gu Gaojie's argument and attempting to reassure Ji Yao. Recalling the delectable aroma she had encountered earlier, Ji Yao absent-mindedly rubbed her famished stomach and nodded. There is no choice. We must seize his food. I haven't eaten since noon yesterday. After the apocalypse began, my father transformed into a zombie. My brother and I fled in a panic, leaving everything behind. I wanted to ask others for food, but everyone knows how precious it is now. And I received no assistance. Now that I've mustered the courage to seek food, I cannot return empty-handed. All right then, we shall rob him of everything. Ji Yao declared. Gu Gaojia was pleased, knowing he had successfully persuaded the Ji siblings. Once the initial robbery was executed, a second would surely follow, with them leading the charge as his subordinates. I advise you to be ruthless. Aim for his legs first. If he resists before he could finish his sentence. The window to his left shattered unexpectedly. A gleaming green blade thrust through the opening, striking Gu Gaojia at the nape of his neck. Unaware of the impending doom, Gu Gaojia's head rolled from his shoulders, blood gushing forth. The thick crimson liquid splattered onto Ji Yao's face, who stood mere steps away, paralyzed by the gruesome spectacle. Instinctively, she gasped, letting out a piercing scream. Don't attract the zombies. I was hoping to conserve some mental energy, Lin Ziluo remarked resignedly. He then extended his right hand through the window, channeling his mental power to trigger a spinning slash. With a powerful flick, the Tang blade whirled forth, precisely severing Ji Yao's upper and lower lips, forever separating them. Not content with merely that, the blade pursued Ji Kaiji, who had already taken flight in terror upon hearing the window shatter, neglecting to glance back at his sister. Having covered considerable distance, he prepared to turn and ascertain the commotion when the long blade cleaved into his left flank. The Tang blade continued its relentless rotation, akin to a meat grinder, completely severing Ji Kaiji's waist. The task accomplished, the blade swiftly reversed direction, returning to Lin Ziluo. Ji Kaiji's upper half writhed on the ground, a trail of blood marking his path until, after crawling a meter, his head fell limply to the earth. The emergence of 3 lifeless bodies signified the demise of those who had ambushed Lin Ziluo. Grasping the Tang blade, Lin Ziluo exited the kitchen, having chosen to remain hidden upon detecting the breaths outside. The conversation between Gu Gaojia and Ji Yao had been crystal clear to him, including their threats. Having claimed 3 lives, Lin Ziluo maintained a buoyant spirit. They had sought him out, and their attempt at robbery had ended in their own demise, a perfectly reasonable outcome. He felt they ought to express gratitude for their swift exit from this world, sparing them further tribulations in the apocalypse. Yet another noble deed accomplished. The government ought to award me a commendation for good citizenship, he mused with a hint of irony. Progressing onward, thoughts of confronting Li Haobo filled Lin Ziluo with fervor. Li family, none shall escape. In truth, Yao Jinghan was merely a puppet in the grander scheme. As an inept woman, she could hardly command the Li family. Thus, the initial animosity had been personal between Lin Ziluo and Li Haobo, but after dispatching several of their henchmen, it evolved into a familial vendetta. To the Li family, Lin Ziluo was akin to a thorn in their side. If left unchecked, their reputation would continue to tarnish, drawing ridicule from outsiders. Consequently, even without Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan's guidance, the Li family united to eliminate the source of their shame. Yet, they underestimated Lin Ziluo, who, like a resilient cockroach, refused to be vanquished, repeatedly clawing back from the brink of death, ultimately emerging as a warrior. The presence of such a formidable adversary could only spell disaster for the Li family. They expended great resources to enlist 2 warriors and a zombie emperor, culminating in an ambush led by Yao Jinghan. The trio, all of equal standing as Lin Ziluo, encircled him, employing legendary barriers to seal his escape routes, leaving him no chance to flee. Yet, destiny granted Lin Ziluo a second opportunity. Yao Jinghan, Li Haobo, the Li family, including those 2 warriors and the zombie emperor. Every individual that has pursued me, be they kin or foe, shall face certain death. Chapter 14. A piece of raw meat kills the internet princess. Hurry. Come look at Superman. A woman exclaimed, leaning against the window in astonishment. What Superman? I'm busy blocking the door to keep the zombies out. Her husband, breathless, rushed to her side. Right there. The woman pointed outside the window. Following her gesture, her husband beheld a man wearing a green mask. A gleam of steel flashed before the man, and the head of a nearby zombie was swiftly severed. 2 more zombies lay lifeless beside him. Wow, a master. The woman's husband gasped in awe, then attempted to check the man's information using a method he had just learned. Basic information, nickname, title, level. Strange, why can't I access his information? The husband pondered. Never mind that. Quickly, let us call for Superman to rescue us, the woman urged, excitement bubbling in her voice. Her husband immediately restrained her, speaking calmly. Stop. Calling out like that will reveal our position and attract the zombies. We would be doomed. Besides, this Superman has concealed his information. He clearly doesn't want to expose his identity, so why would he come to our aid? The woman, recognizing the soundness of his reasoning, admired him. You're so clever, dear. No, it's just simple logic, he humbly replied. Yet, some people still don't understand such obvious truths. Hey, kind sir, please come save me. A woman in the building across the street opened her window and called out to Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo picked up 3 cards from the ground, ignoring her, and continued walking. It was now nearly 5 in the afternoon. With no secluded paths nearby, he was forced to venture onto a bustling street. Once on the street, he had to be cautious about revealing his information. After all, his in-game name had gained immense popularity overnight. Fortunately, the hidden mask he acquired was quite effective. As he walked, Lin Ziluo examined the items he had just collected: preserved vegetable braised pork, 666 cold medicine, a tube of whitening toothpaste. He tucked the 3 cards back into his storage space and prepared to move on. The woman above, seeing that Lin Ziluo had disregarded her, grew increasingly exasperated. Who did she think she was? A veritable internet princess, with over 30,000 online followers and a wealthy benefactor who showered her with luxury cars. How could a masked man ignore her? Fuming, she grabbed a nearby flower pot and hurled it at him. Lin Ziluo effortlessly sidestepped the pot, his face impassive as he regarded her. With a mask on, who could see his expression anyway? The woman, thrilled to have finally captured Lin Ziluo's attention, spread her arms and called out, "I'm here. Kind sir, please come save me. There are several zombies here, and I'm so scared. If you rescue me, I'll hold your hand." Lin Ziluo remained silent, retrieving a card from his storage space. A small piece of meat, seemingly tainted, appeared in his hand. The moment the raw meat emerged, every zombie on the street simultaneously lifted their heads, their gray-white eyes widening in unison. Raw meat soaked in zombie virus. This item had affectionately been dubbed the zombie lure artifact by players in the post-apocalyptic world. Its allure to zombies extended an astonishing 100 meters. Once produced, zombies within that radius would relentlessly pursue the meat. Indeed, as Lin Ziluo displayed the raw meat, numerous zombies turned their attention towards him. He casually tossed the meat, and it sailed through the window, landing squarely in the woman's home. Her brows furrowed in irritation. "I don't want food. I want you to take me to safety. Can't you understand human speech?" she yelled, pointing angrily at Lin Ziluo. Utterly oblivious to the zombies beginning to converge on her location, Lin Ziluo paid her no mind, quickening his pace as the zombies shifted their focus. Just when I was worried about how to distract the approaching zombies, someone opens a window to call for help. A good deed indeed. The woman continued her tirade, her voice drowning out even the sound of her door frame being battered. It wasn't until a loud crash resonated that she turned to see her door being smashed in by a horde of zombies. Screaming in terror, her body trembled, and a puddle of yellow liquid began to pool beneath her as she sat down, paralyzed with fear. Zombies, waving their arms, rushed towards the raw meat, and in a frenzy, 2 of them tore it apart. Each zombie claimed a half, devouring the meat with glee. The others, deprived of the meat, no longer sought to attack humans but instead lunged at the woman herself. A chilling scream echoed through the street, sending shivers down the spines of those hiding indoors, who had witnessed the unfolding horror. They vowed never again to call upon strangers for help. This was a lesson Lin Ziluo imparted about survival in the apocalypse. One must recognize their own limitations. As the scream subsided, a skeleton appeared where the woman had been. Remnants of blood and flesh clinging to it, its skull shattered from the effort to consume brain matter. The zombies left the house satisfied, while Lin Ziluo made his quiet exit from the street. Indeed, this must be the place. Lin Ziluo glanced at his watch. It was now 6 in the evening. With 2 hours until nightfall, he had arrived at the Shanghai Sports Center, intending to return the next day. However, the journey had been unexpectedly smooth, allowing him to arrive over an hour early. Determined not to waste time, he resolved to delve deeper, despite uncertain time constraints. Reflecting on this, he checked his inventory. That afternoon had yielded no significant equipment, leading Lin Ziluo to suspect that the first day's generous drop rates were merely a fluke. However, the cards he obtained were plentiful. He had collected nearly 30 throughout the day. Raw meat soaked in zombie virus. He still had 2 cards of this variety left in his possession. Such was the unfortunate reality of a guaranteed drop rate. The abundance of items diluted the value of the truly exceptional ones. Chapter 15, 1 against 100, the sports arena of Magic City. This structure can be considered one of the iconic landmarks of the Magic City. Within the context of the apocalyptic game, it is established that notable buildings in the city may exhibit peculiar phenomena. For instance, there may exist dungeons, hidden merchant robots, and the presence of wild treasure chests. According to Lin Ziluo's knowledge, within this Magic City sports arena lies a wild treasure chest of silver grade. The term wild treasure chest refers to those scattered throughout various locations, accessible to anyone. In contrast, there are boss treasure chests, which can only be opened after defeating the boss. Although boss treasure chests generally yield greater rewards, acquiring them is considerably more challenging. Nevertheless, a silver treasure chest guarantees at least one silver-grade equipment or item, along with additional treasures. Given Lin Ziluo's current situation, obtaining a piece of silver equipment would significantly enhance his capabilities. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo resolved to enter the arena through a side entrance. The main entrance was out of the question, as it was guarded by dozens of zombies. At that moment, the apocalyptic game cheat system, which had been dormant for a while, suddenly emitted a notification sound. Ding! Host detected about to enter Magic City Sports Arena. Ding! The environment of Magic City Sports Arena meets the mission requirements. Ding! Hereby issuing the mission 1 against 100. 1 against 100, the exemplary host must now demonstrate their strength. Please eliminate 100 zombies within the Magic City Sports Arena, level unrestricted. Mission requirements, 0-100. Mission rewards, draw 1 random ordinary cheat and obtain 1 bronze-grade equipment. Mission time limit, 24 hours. Ding! Does the host accept the mission? Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. 100 zombies. As the second day of the apocalyptic game progressed into the afternoon, most zombies had already reached level 2, a noticeable improvement over level 1. Moreover, in a spacious location like the arena, any substantial movement would surely attract a horde of zombies. Lin Ziluo had initially planned to avoid large gatherings of zombies, relying on his stealth to access the treasure chest. However, with this unexpected mission, fortunately, the mission had a full day to be completed, which was quite ample. Still, to be cautious, Lin Ziluo inquired, "What are the consequences if I decline the mission or fail it?" Ding! Please rest assured. The cheat system exists to provide the host with a superior gaming experience, allowing the host to savor the process. Ding! Thus, declining the mission or failing it will incur no penalties. Rather, the host will receive a consolation package of 100 gold coins. Lin Ziluo was astounded. This truly was an enhanced gaming experience. Even refusing the mission would grant him a consolation package. Knowing so many locations that could trigger missions, he realized he could effortlessly amass gold coins just by declining missions. With this thought, Lin Ziluo decisively accepted the task. Completing the mission would allow him to draw an ordinary cheat and acquire a bronze-grade piece of equipment. He had witnessed the power of a super cheat, which could elevate a mere 1-drop rate to 100. Could an ordinary cheat perhaps enable each zombie to drop 2 items instead of 1? Even if he failed, he wouldn't be at a loss. His original intent was to access the silver treasure chest, and he would still earn 100 gold coins. Ding! The mission 1 against 100 has been accepted, wishing the host a successful completion. After accepting the mission, Lin Ziluo did not rush into the arena. Instead, he studied the internal structure of the arena from the entrance, formulating a strategy in his mind. Based on his memory, the silver treasure chest should be located in the 3rd-floor storage room. However, time was not on his side today, so he planned to complete part of the zombie clearing task first. Entering through the side door, he intended to ascend via the safe passage on the 1st floor. By the time he reached the medical room on the 2nd floor, it would likely be around 8 o'clock. When night fell, the medical room had a bed, where he could rest for the night and continue his ascent the following day. By midday the next day, he should be able to reach the 3rd-floor storage room, open the treasure chest, and then swiftly escape by leaping down from the outer edge of the building. After merely observing the map once, Lin Ziluo had meticulously arranged all his routes and actions. Once everything was in place, he was unwilling to waste any more time. The sharp Tang Dao appeared in his hand, and he gently pried open the lock of the side door at the back of the arena, pushing it open. A bloodied zombie stood directly behind the door. As Lin Ziluo prepared to assess the situation, he was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence, a fortuitous encounter. What was this zombie doing lurking at the back door of the arena? The two stared at each other, wide-eyed. The zombie, recovering first, opened its mouth to unleash a scream. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo thrust the tip of his Tang Dao into the zombie's gaping mouth, piercing through and emerging from the back of its neck, silencing it before it could make a sound. Next, Lin Ziluo retrieved the hammer he had not discarded earlier and swung it at the zombie's face. Blood splattered everywhere, effectively robbing the zombie of its ability to scream. With a swift motion, Lin Ziluo withdrew the Tang Dao and dispatched the zombie that had been lurking at the back door. As death manifested, he let out a sigh of relief. That had been rather close. Had it managed to scream, he would have been caught unprepared and forced to retreat strategically. Lin Ziluo exhaled in relief. The fallen zombie had its worth, as Lin Ziluo had conducted a unique examination with his Tang Dao, a service that would typically incur a fee in a hospital. He had also given it a cosmetic treatment with the hammer, which would also be chargeable. Amusingly, Lin Ziluo mused that the fallen zombie had met its end while accruing debt. However, the deceased zombie had contributed in its own right, as an object shimmering with a blue glow appeared beneath it. Lin Ziluo kicked aside the zombie's corpse and picked up the item. Super Flash Bomb, a single-use bronze-grade item that releases a dazzling white light, rendering those who behold it temporarily blind. The duration of blindness depends on the length of exposure to the light and the sensitivity of the individual. Excellent. This is a splendid item. It would be an invaluable crowd control tool for the impending invasion of the Li Manor tomorrow night. Satisfied, Lin Ziluo stowed the Super Flash Bomb into his storage space. The rear door of the arena essentially served as a small storage room. To gain true access, he needed to unlock the inner door of this storage area. Lin Ziluo searched the zombie's waist and, as expected, found a key. Chapter 16. A heavenly feat achieved through a spinning slash on the second-floor office of the warehouse. Lin Ziluo rummaged through his keys, pleasantly surprised by his unexpected find. With this key in hand, he could avoid the noise of breaking down doors, thus minimizing the chances of attracting zombies. He silently expressed gratitude to the zombie that had inadvertently led him to this treasure. He found the key labeled for the back left door. Inside the ping-pong hall, a dozen zombies began to amble about, their movements slow yet ominous. As night approached, their activity intensified. A faint sound echoed as a wooden door creaked open. Lin Ziluo bent low and cautiously stepped inside, quickly seeking refuge beneath the nearest ping-pong table. Using the minimal space to conceal himself. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ziluo began to count the zombies. To his dismay, there were a total of 17. This number struck a chord within him. Each of these zombies posed a formidable challenge for an ordinary person. Yet, with his skills, taking on all 17 seemed plausible. The main entrance of the ping-pong hall was shut, and as long as he kept his movements discreet, the zombies outside would remain oblivious. Moreover, the height of the tables would allow him to maneuver effectively. He glanced at his experience bar, noting he needed just 4 more points to level up to 5. Each level 2 zombie yielded 2 experience points. He decided to take down 2 before upgrading, then employ a hit-and-run strategy with the remaining 15 zombies. As he contemplated his plan, one zombie meandered closer. "You are mine," Lin Ziluo thought, quickly deducing its trajectory and pace. He tensed, akin to a coiled serpent, awaiting the perfect moment. The footsteps drew nearer, and he held his breath. As the zombie's foot landed precisely where he anticipated, Lin Ziluo sprang into action. He emerged from beneath the table, standing tall, his saber slicing with precision across the zombie's neck. Before the creature could register what had happened, its head was severed. A dark aura of death wafting above. The execution was so swift and fluid that the other zombies remained unaware of their fallen comrade. Lin Ziluo took cover under another table. The body of the slain zombie collapsed with a thud, drawing the attention of its peers. Instantly, all the zombies were activated, their erratic movements creating a cacophony of thuds and crashes against the tables. Fortunately, the hall's flooring was designed to be slip-resistant and sound-absorbent, ensuring the commotion did not alert the zombies outside. From his hiding spot, Lin Ziluo noticed 3 pairs of feet converged near the recently dispatched zombie. With decisive action, he swung his saber, severing the ankles of 3 zombies in one fluid motion. One fell, unable to maintain its balance, while another, with a single leg remaining, stumbled a few steps before crashing down. However, his position was now compromised. Emerging from his refuge, he disregarded the other zombies and targeted the unscathed one on the far right. Though it withstood his strike, it remained alive. Lin Ziluo swiftly dodged a zombie lunging from behind, then seized the one with severed legs and hurled it towards the approaching horde. The unexpected projectile caught several zombies off guard, causing 3 or 4 to tumble to the ground. With a swift motion, Lin Ziluo beheaded the struggling zombie still attempting to rise. Congratulations, player Yazi, for successfully slaying a level 2 zombie. You have gained 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yazi, for leveling up to 5. You have earned 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi requires 100 experience points for the next level up. As the experience requirement significantly increased post-level 5, Lin Ziluo calmly allocated his newfound attribute point to agility. With a leap, he ascended atop a ping-pong table. The remaining zombies in the hall, undeterred, surged towards him, while those he had previously knocked down began to rise. Only the one with severed legs continued its futile crawl. From his elevated vantage point, Lin Ziluo's vision expanded, and his mind raced, honed by years of combat experience. He quickly identified the optimal angle for his next move, the spinning slash. He flung his saber, which soared through the air, leaving a vibrant azure trail in its wake. It cleaved through a zombie's neck, while another, miscalculating its trajectory, crashed into the blade, resulting in 2 more deaths. Yet, this was not the end. The saber, after reaching its pinnacle of rotation, arced back towards him in a flawless trajectory, which he anticipated with precision. As one zombie lunged at him, it met the blade at the back of its neck, extinguishing its life. Lin Ziluo effortlessly caught the returning saber. In a single spinning slash, he had dispatched 3 zombies. This feat transcended mere skill. It was the culmination of Lin Ziluo's instinctive battle prowess forged over a decade of apocalyptic struggles. His meticulous control over the saber's angle, mastery of its parabolic flight path, and acute predictions of the zombies' movements were all integral to his success. Amid the chaos, Lin Ziluo's expression remained as tranquil as still water. In just 1 minute, he had eliminated 5 of the 17 zombies, a trivial feat for him. As the dust settled, 12 fearless zombies continued their relentless advance towards him, alongside the determined one still crawling. With the nearest 2 zombies reaching for his legs, Lin Ziluo propelled himself forward, leaping onto the opposite ping-pong table. The 2 zombies lunged at his previous position, colliding violently with the hard surface of the table, emitting frustrated howls. With no zombies in proximity, Lin Ziluo took a moment to gather himself. Soon, the 2 fastest zombies arrived at the table's edge. Seizing the initiative, he delivered a powerful kick to the face of the foremost zombie, sending it sprawling backward. The remaining zombie met its demise as Lin Ziluo executed a decisive strike, severing its head. At that moment, the opaque doors of the ping-pong hall echoed with knocks and crashes. Damn it, the zombies' cries have drawn attention from outside. Lin Ziluo lamented silently. However, calmness swiftly returned. After eliminating these zombies, a strategic retreat was in order. Lin Ziluo had devised a plan. After all, the closed doors of the table tennis hall could hold for a while longer. He leaped down from the table tennis table and strode over to the recently toppled zombie. Perhaps due to the force of the kick, this zombie had yet to rise. With a powerful slash, it was rendered immobile. At that moment, only 10 zombies remained capable of movement within the hall. With his current agility, Lin Ziluo was confident he could outmaneuver them and wear them down. Thus, he utilized the gaps between the tables to engage in a game of hide and seek with the zombies. As a horde charged at him, he swiftly ducked beneath the table, emerging from the other side to deliver a fatal blow to a pursuing zombie. Surrounded by the undead, he leaped onto a table and then onto another, executing a seamless series of movements that dispatched 5 zombies. However, his stamina was significantly drained. To have fought and vanquished over half of the 17 similarly matched zombies in such a brief period would likely be met with disbelief if recounted. Just as he leaned against the table for a moment's respite, he noticed a red potion bottle at his feet. This had been dropped by the zombie he had just dispatched. Lin Ziluo picked it up, feeling as though he had discovered a treasure, and dodged a lunging zombie. He then uncapped the bottle and drank the sweet liquid in one gulp. The delightful flavor prompted him to wish for another bottle. As the potion coursed through his body, he felt an extraordinary resurgence of strength, revitalizing his entire being. Stamina Potion, a one-time bronze-level item that instantly restores 20 stamina, and subsequently replenishes 5 every minute for 5 minutes. Cooldown period of 30 minutes after use. Indeed, the potion he had consumed was the famed red vial known for its restorative properties. The sensation of renewed vitality was exhilarating. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply and then hurled his Tang Dao. The cooldown for the spinning strike had finally elapsed. Although this time his aim was not as precise as before, he still managed to take the life of another zombie with each strike. Seizing the opportunity, he bent down to search for any items dropped by the fallen zombies. 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards. Unfortunately, all he found were resource cards. The remaining 3 zombies were now perilously close. After picking up the final item, which emitted a greenish glow, he decisively ducked under a table. He examined what he had acquired, revealing a yellowish-brown bracelet adorned with intricate magical patterns, resplendent in its appearance. Spiked bracelet, a bronze-level piece of equipment enhanced with magic. Attributes: 1 spirit. Accompanying skill: Spike Assault, summons a vertical row of spikes from the ground, delivering a devastating blow in that area. Skill cooldown: 24 hours. Incredible. A piece of equipment with an accompanying skill. Fortune was undeniably on his side. Such jewelry is far rarer than ordinary gear like shoes, trousers, or shirts. On the second day of the apocalypse, he had amassed a ring, necklace, and bracelet, with the latter being a skill-based item priceless. Lin Ziluo quickly donned the bracelet. It adjusted automatically to fit his wrist size, providing convenience. He took a moment to admire the bracelet's attributes. The table tennis tables around him were now encircled by zombies. Yet, Lin Ziluo remained unfazed. He first severed a zombie's legs with his Tang Dao. Then, he slipped through the gap created by the fallen creature. 2 remaining zombies charged toward him. With a smirk, he bit low to evade one of their lunges, swiftly dispatching the incapacitated zombie on the ground with 2 strikes. Just then, the loud crash of the table tennis hall's door hitting the ground echoed as zombies frantically poured in from behind. Under normal circumstances, this would necessitate Lin Ziluo's strategic withdrawal. Yet, he boldly advanced toward the throng of incoming zombies. Thus, with 2 zombies pursuing from behind and an uncountable horde flooding in from the front, Lin Ziluo found himself ensnared in the middle of a perilous situation. In the face of this imminent danger, a smile crept onto his lips. He halted, standing still, awaiting the approaching zombies. The undead drew near, close enough for Lin Ziluo to catch a whiff of their nauseating stench. 10 zombies simultaneously lunged at him with their sharp claws. Now was the moment. A glimmer sparked in Lin Ziluo's eyes. He forcefully propelled himself off the surface of a nearby table, momentarily taking flight. With a graceful backflip, he landed behind the 2 zombies that had been pursuing him. At that instant, all the zombies formed a straight line before him. Skill. Spike Assault. The bracelet on Lin Ziluo's wrist glowed with a warm yellow light. Suddenly, the ground trembled ominously. In an instant, a massive spike, forged from earth, erupted from the ground, impaling the foremost zombie. Death. Congratulations. Player Yazzie has successfully slain a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Was it over? Not yet. The tremors continued, as if gathering even greater power. Chapter 18. The onslaught of kill notifications. The recently emerged spikes from the ground did not intimidate the fearless zombies. They continued their relentless advance. Thus, an even greater surprise unfolded. As the ground trembled, spikes erupted from the earth ahead with astonishing speed, piercing through the bodies of the rushing zombies from foot to head. Blood splattered, and flesh flew through the air. Since all the zombies had been lured into a straight line by Lin Ziluo, he had perfectly timed the release of the spike assault. Consequently, within the area of the spikes, every zombie met with a grim fate. Congratulations, player Yazzie has successfully slain a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yazzie has successfully slain a level 3 zombie, earning 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations. Player Yazzie has successfully slain a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. In an instant, a flurry of notifications flooded the screen. Lin Ziluo's experience bar surged visibly. Before him, for items glimmering with a bluish light, had been dropped. Items with attached skills possess a remarkably unique effect. The first use of the skill yields its maximum potency and effect. This is due to the energy infused by the system at the moment of the item's emergence. Once the skill is employed, it requires the player's own mental fortitude to recharge, at which point its power returns to a normal level. That said, Lin Ziluo could hardly fathom the sheer magnitude of devastation wrought by this initial spike assault. The lethal capacity of this skill could likely rival that of a level 20 mage. Regardless, he had undoubtedly reaped a bountiful reward. Seizing the moment before the spikes retracted, Lin Ziluo disregarded the blood and carnage strewn about and began to scavenge the ground. Without pausing to examine the bluish equipment and items, he hastily stowed them in his storage space, neglecting the cards littered on the ground. This was not due to arrogance, rather. He was keenly aware that more zombies were charging towards the ping-pong arena. The spikes gradually retracted, and the zombies resumed their relentless pursuit. Lin Ziluo swiftly gathered all the visible bluish items before retreating decisively towards the back door from which he had come. He quickly reached the door and shut it tightly. The zombies, undeterred, slammed against the door, which soon buckled under the weight of their assault. They surged through the fallen door, only to find that the once arrogant man who had dispatched dozens of their comrades had mysteriously vanished. The zombies persisted, lingering in the area, attempting to uncover any trace of the man. Yet, perplexingly, he had indeed vanished without a trace. After 10 minutes of fruitless searching, the zombies finally relented. Some retreated back into the ping-pong arena while others wandered aimlessly. With a sigh of relief, Lin Ziluo found himself on a small protruding platform above the back door of the gymnasium, just large enough for him to stand sideways. Beneath him, numerous zombies roamed. He took his time descending and began examining the 5 newly acquired bronze-level items. Among them were 2 familiar eyes of detection and 2 identical short-range launchers. Short-range launcher, a disposable bronze item capable of launching an object that fits within it to a specified location, not exceeding 30 meters in distance. Splendid! Lin Ziluo breathed a sigh of relief. With this device, he could soon re-enter the gymnasium. It could maneuver objects around corners, provided he was familiar with the terrain. He then retrieved the fifth item, a pair of ancient-looking shoes glowing with a bluish light, adorned with wing-like magical patterns. Could it be another item with an attached skill? Lin Ziluo hurriedly checked its attributes. Boots of the Gale, bronze-level equipment that can summon the winds. Attributes: 1 constitution, 1 agility, and reduced footstep noise. Additional skill: swift movement. Increases movement speed by 20 for 10 seconds. Cooldown: 1 hour. Upon discovering that the Boots of the Gale also possessed an attached skill, Lin Ziluo was overjoyed. However, after reviewing the skill, his expression quickly returned to calm. The effect was rather mediocre. Nevertheless, he honestly removed his sports shoes and awkwardly donned the bluish Boots of the Gale, standing on one leg as he did so. After the system adjusted their size, they fit perfectly and comfortably. Lin Ziluo could distinctly feel his body growing lighter. Now equipped with the boots, he glanced at his base attributes. Base attributes: Strength, 18. Spirit, 18. Constitution, 12. Agility, 18. Even an ordinary individual reaching level 10 would struggle to possess such attributes unless they had successfully transitioned to a new class. However, Lin Ziluo was confident that he had already achieved that milestone. Setting a modest goal for himself, he realized that his attributes were double those of his peers at the same level. With renewed determination, Lin Ziluo glanced at the zombies still prowling below. He retrieved the short-range launcher he had just acquired and pulled out a card from his storage space. Raw meat soaked in zombie virus. This was the perfect combination. Using the short-range launcher to propel the raw meat to a designated location would attract a multitude of zombies. In the ensuing chaos, he could then slip back into the gymnasium. With the plan formulated, Lin Ziluo skillfully operated the short-range launcher. After adjusting all settings, he activated the card. The raw meat appeared in his hand, and the nearby zombies began to stir, drawn by the scent of their favorite food. Without delay, he loaded the raw meat into the launcher and activated it. With a dull thud, the raw meat was swiftly propelled, soaring through the air as if guided by an unseen force. It first veered around a corner, then continued into the ping-pong arena, deftly navigating obstacles before landing in a corner precisely 30 meters from the launch point. As the raw meat soared, all nearby zombies became frenzied, leaping beneath it. Desperate for the treat, they paid no mind to the jostling of their fellow companions. Chapter 19. Wealth and danger go hand in hand at this moment. The zombies surrounding Lin Ziluo had fled entirely, leaving him undisturbed. Now was the time. He executed a gentle leap, landing soundlessly on the ground. The exceptional material of his swift-wind boots minimized the noise of his descent to nearly imperceptible levels, failing to attract the attention of any nearby zombies. Following the rear exit, Lin Ziluo observed a throng of zombies clamoring over a piece of fresh meat in one corner, their roars echoing in the air. This corner was directly opposite the entrance to the table tennis hall. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo activated the speed-enhancing skill of his swift-wind boots. In an instant, a unique force surged through his body, rendering him weightless. The 10 seconds of accelerated movement were invaluable. Lin Ziluo sprang into action, dashing forward with all his might. In a mere second, he burst through the rear door. In 2 seconds, he had entered the table tennis hall. Within 5 seconds, he had exited through the main door of the hall. The layout of the gymnasium had long been etched in his memory, allowing him to navigate effortlessly without delay. Before the frenzied zombies could react, Lin Ziluo had vanished without a trace. Now, Lin Ziluo found himself at the safety passage of the gymnasium. Given the presence of elevators and escalators for convenient access to various floors, the safety passage was evidently a seldom-traveled area. As he pushed open the door to the safety passage, he found it devoid of any zombies. He closed the door behind him and took a moment to catch his breath. The recent sprint had drained a significant amount of his stamina. Fortunately, his speed had been sufficient to evade detection. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Just 1 hour remained until nightfall, when the attributes of the zombies would be greatly enhanced. At that point, evading them would be far more challenging. Thus, he needed to swiftly locate a secure refuge and wait until 6 o'clock the following morning to take further action. Resting directly in the safety passage was not an option. Although it was currently empty, the active zombies at night could easily breach such a vulnerable spot, as the doors were often only slightly ajar. After resting for nearly 20 minutes and ensuring he had sufficient combat readiness, Lin Ziluo began to move again. He slowed his pace and ascended the stairs. It did not take long for him to reach the 2nd floor. The staircase leading to the 3rd floor was just ahead, yet Lin Ziluo chose not to ascend. The exit to the 3rd floor of the safety passage was on the far left. while the warehouse he intended to reach was on the far right. To access the silver treasure chest, he would need to traverse the entire corridor from one end to the other, a task that required both time and energy he could not afford. Consequently, Lin Ziluo pushed open the door to the safety passage on the second floor. The entire floor was eerily quiet, with only a few scattered zombies remaining. The earlier commotion had undoubtedly drawn a significant number of them to the first floor. The few zombies present failed to notice Lin Ziluo sneaking in from the safety passage. The layout of the second floor was also quite simple, housing larger venues such as badminton and basketball courts. Lin Ziluo had his sights set on the infirmary on the second floor. It was conveniently close to the safety passage, and inside, he could find a bed and ample space to scavenge for medical supplies. He cautiously made his way toward the infirmary, clutching the key he had previously retrieved. With so few zombies on the second floor, and his intimate knowledge of their field of vision, Lin Ziluo moved with stealth, aided by the sound-dampening properties of his swift-wind boots. Thus, it was a peculiar sight to see a figure walking through the corridor while the zombies remained oblivious to his presence, unaware that Lin Ziluo was skillfully maneuvering through their blind spots. Moreover, Lin Ziluo executed a more audacious maneuver. He stealthily approached one zombie from behind. As it turned its head, he decisively struck with his Tang Dao, delivering a swift and silent blow that severed the zombie's head. In a heartbeat, he stored the Tang Dao in his inventory, then swiftly caught the head as it began to fall, propping up the headless body with his other hand. He gently placed both the head and body on the ground without making a sound. The other zombies continued their aimless wandering, completely unaware that one of their companions had collapsed. Finally, Lin Ziluo bent down to retrieve the card dropped by the defeated zombie, leaving with an air of nonchalance. Raw flesh infected by zombie virus. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. He had acquired yet another zombie trap. Lin Ziluo now stood at the entrance of the infirmary. The door was firmly shut. Approaching, he tugged at the doorknob and confirmed it was locked. Although he had prepared the key in advance, it struck him as odd. The apocalypse had begun at 7 o'clock. Logically, the infirmary should not have been locked at that hour unless someone had secured it after the outbreak commenced. Lin Ziluo quickly assessed the situation, furrowing his brow as he hoped the occupants inside would be compliant. With a click, the lock on the infirmary door gave way. Inside, it was pitch black, rendering everything indistinguishable. A subtle smile crept across Lin Ziluo's face as he entered the infirmary, casually locking the door behind him. In the enveloping darkness, his eyes needed a moment to adjust. Suddenly, a small knife emerged from the shadows, accompanied by a deep male voice that inquired, "Who are you? And how do you possess the key to the infirmary?" Chapter 20, I am truly a good person. Lin Ziluo remained silent, harboring a deep disdain for anyone who dared to point a knife at him. Thus, he extended his right hand and seized the outstretched hand emerging from the shadows. With a sudden twist, he rotated the hand a full 180 degrees. Just as the individual in the darkness was about to unleash a scream from the excruciating pain, Lin Ziluo swiftly retrieved a torn cloth from his storage space and stuffed it into the person's mouth with his left hand. In that fleeting moment, the small knife teetered on the brink of falling to the ground. Should it clatter down, the resonant sound would undoubtedly attract the zombies lurking outside the infirmary. Consequently, Lin Ziluo's legs sprang into action. First, he deftly nudged the blade of the knife, redirecting its fall from a vertical drop to a horizontal position. Then, he expertly positioned his right foot on the ground, catching the knife midair. The crisis was averted. Lin Ziluo released the individual whose wrist he had just incapacitated. With a swift motion, he lifted his right foot, causing the knife to spin gracefully, easily caught in his grasp. Remember this, your vigilance is commendable, but you have provoked someone beyond your reckoning, Lin Ziluo remarked coolly. The small knife danced in his hand, fluttering like a delicate butterfly. Within the dim confines of the infirmary, heavy breaths echoed. Another individual, gagged by the cloth, could only emit muffled whimpers. Lin Ziluo turned away and rummaged through his storage space once more, retrieving a thick cloth adorned with numerous suction cups. These were practical tools he had crafted during his spare time amidst the apocalypse. He affixed the thick cloth to the infirmary door, completely obscuring the upper portion of the glass window. After surveying the surroundings, he confirmed there were no other sources of light. "Turn on the lights," he instructed. Initially, no one responded. After a brief pause, a female voice interjected, "If we turn on the lights, the zombies will be attracted." "Do you not see that I have covered the door?" Lin Ziluo retorted. But as the woman prepared to articulate further, the lights flickered on. The environment within the infirmary was now illuminated. The woman who had previously spoken sat on the floor, clad in a nurse's uniform. while a doctor in a white coat had initiated the lighting. Lin Ziluo glanced at her thoughtfully. In addition, two men sat on an examination table, appearing rather unassuming. Their attire marked with the word maintenance. The nurse and the two maintenance workers regarded Lin Ziluo with expressions of sheer terror, having been introduced to him under such harrowing circumstances. Only the female doctor maintained her composure. Ah, how could I forget? There lay a young man on the ground, writhing in agony. He had just attempted to threaten Lin Ziluo with a dagger. His mouth still held the torn cloth, and he glared at Lin Ziluo with venomous eyes. This malevolent gaze resembled that of a viper, poised to strike at the slightest opportunity. Accompanying his glare was an undercurrent of murderous intent, which could not elude Lin Ziluo's keen perception. He bent down to examine the young man on the floor. Over the course of 10 years in this apocalypse, he had encountered such eyes countless times. Even the most inconspicuous individual could emerge to deliver a treacherous blow at a crucial moment. Lin Ziluo had witnessed numerous others suffer from their mercy, ultimately becoming the victims of betrayal. Why must you feign such bravado? He admonished. Allow me to impart a lesson. In this world of desolation, never cast a gaze of resentment upon others, for Lin Ziluo raised the knife in his hand and plunged it straight into the young man's neck. He died. The young man's body ceased its convulsions. His pupils began to dilate. Little did he dream that, having narrowly escaped the clutches of the zombies, he would meet his end at the hands of Lin Ziluo. However, with the young man's demise, another hidden dagger slipped into view, revealing his intent to ambush Lin Ziluo. The infirmary froze in shock. None of the four had anticipated that the man wearing a green mask would execute the young man. The nurse seated on the floor trembled in fear at the sight of the corpse, instinctively opening her mouth to scream. Lin Ziluo turned his gaze toward her, his eyes behind the mask betraying no emotion. Yet the nurse felt every hair on her body stand on end, a primal response to terror. She comprehended that a cry would seal her fate at the hands of this masked man. Overwhelmed by dread, she hastily seized a piece of gauze, stuffing it into her mouth to stifle any sound. The two maintenance workers stood trembling, their honest faces etched with fear, yet neither dared to utter a sound. Only the female doctor, who remained by the light switch, displayed a glimmer of terror in her eyes while maintaining her resolute silence. Lin Ziluo rose to his feet, and the palpable aura of menace that had pervaded the infirmary evaporated instantaneously. The others shivered collectively, realizing that in those fleeting seconds, they had been drenched in cold sweat. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I am a good person, Lin Ziluo declared, opening his arms in an expression of innocence. You are a good person? Then everyone here must be a paragon of virtue. The others silently mused. As you have witnessed, he provoked me first, and I was left with no choice but to respond. I am a person of reason. As long as we treat each other with kindness, no harm shall befall us. Lin Ziluo stated innocently. The infirmary fell into an uneasy silence, with no one willing to accept Lin Ziluo's words. This awkwardness hung in the air until the female doctor cleared her throat, breaking the stillness. Well, that individual got what he deserved. We all witnessed it, she declared, her face betraying no shame. The others nodded in agreement. Very well, Lin Ziluo replied. He took a couple of steps forward, seeking a comfortable spot to rest. Upon his movement, the two maintenance workers sprang to their feet in alarm, while the nurse hurriedly backed away. Lin Ziluo, indifferent to their reactions, found a cozy office chair and settled into it, closing his eyes to rest. The day had been a relentless cycle of travel and combat, leaving him utterly fatigued, including the battle at the ping-pong hall that night. Despite having achieved the remarkable feat of taking on 17 opponents simultaneously, he remained unsatisfied. Had he been in peak condition that morning, he believed he could have performed even better. The infirmary once more embraced silence. With his eyes shut, Lin Ziluo suddenly spoke. Dispose of this corpse and the blood. When the authorities spoke, who would dare dissent? The female doctor and nurse began to clean up the bloodstains, while the two maintenance workers transported the body to another location, wrapping it in a sheet. Once they completed their task, Lin Ziluo finally opened his eyes and focused his gaze upon the female doctor, scrutinizing her basic information. Chapter 21 Old Acquaintance. Basic information. Nickname. Zhong Yeshua. Title. None level. Level 0 indeed. I felt as though I had seen this face somewhere before. It turned out to be someone I encountered during the later stages of the apocalypse. Zhong Yeshua, the possessor of the hidden profession of divine healer. Lin Ziluo remembered her so clearly because he had sought her help to treat the scars on his face. However, upon eagerly finding Zhong Yeshua, he was coldly informed that the scars, being linked to the soul, were irreparable. Nevertheless, later on, Lin Ziluo had sought her treatment for several severe injuries. Yet, it was only during the latter period of the apocalypse that he came to know Zhong Yeshue. At that time, everyone bore the scars of the apocalypse. Zhong Yeshue's appearance and demeanor were vastly different from what they were now. Thus, Lin Ziluo did not recognize her immediately, merely by her face. Fate is indeed remarkable. On the second day after the apocalypse descended, I unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. However, Lin Ziluo harbored no particular thoughts about Zhong Yeshue. He wouldn't even want to accept the divine healer profession she offered him. In Lin Ziluo's view, it was strength that granted one the power to speak. Although being a divine healer commanded respect and posed no risk to life, fundamentally, one was merely a tool. Without strength, one could easily fall victim to others. There was no freedom akin to one's own shadow. It was far more exhilarating. As for the remaining three individuals, Lin Ziluo cast a cursory glance. They were merely ordinary people, all at level 0, having never slain a single zombie. Lin Ziluo checked his watch. It was already 8:30. Outside, the zombies had long since acquired the terrifying attributes of the night. The sounds of the undead could be heard clearly within the infirmary. Thus, the eagerly awaited feast was at hand. Lin Ziluo retrieved a thick stack of cards from his storage space, carelessly drawing out 4. A splendid mix of meat and vegetables, accompanied by wine and delicacies. He approached a desk and activated the cards. In an instant, exquisite dishes materialized atop the table. A feast for the senses that would make anyone salivate. The three individuals huddled in the corner widened their eyes in astonishment. They had merely watched Lin Ziluo move about, unaware that with a few card manipulations, he could conjure a banquet. The dishes appeared not only delectable, but also emitted an enticing aroma. The little nurse's stomach audibly protested. Lin Ziluo, seemingly oblivious, removed his mask and began to indulge in his kung pao chicken rice. The nurse swallowed hard, her gaze flitting between Lin Ziluo and the sumptuous feast. It was unclear whether she was captivated by Lin Ziluo's handsome visage or the exquisite food. The two maintenance workers stared intently at the dishes, their swallowing sounds louder than the nurse's. Even the usually composed Zhong Yeshue could not resist the allure of the culinary delights. After all, more than 24 hours had elapsed since the cataclysm began. Though they had replenished their energy with glucose and other supplies from the infirmary, who could resist such a tantalizing spread? Yet, none dared to move or even speak. The gruesome image of Lin Ziluo dispatching that young man lingered vividly in their minds. Who knew if this formidable individual might decide to eliminate them on a whim? Finally, after Lin Ziluo had consumed half of the dishes with remarkable speed, Zhong Yeshue could no longer contain herself. She approached slowly, her voice the softest it had ever been. Where did you acquire this food? Might we have a chance to partake? Internally, Lin Ziluo thought, the bait has been taken. Indeed, the very reason he had laid out the feast was to draw the attention of the four. However, he maintained a calm facade. After savoring a mouthful of the accompanying broth, he finally looked up at Zhong Yeshue. You wish to eat? Lin Ziluo inquired. Zhong Yeshue nodded, and the three behind her nodded eagerly like chicks pecking for grain. Very simple, Lin Ziluo replied coolly. Zhong Yeshue quickly asked, what is it you need? Quite uncomplicated. Lin Ziluo retrieved 2 sheets of paper from his storage space. These lists contain the medicines I require. You and that little nurse will retrieve them for me and package them accordingly. One sheet detailed the small items I needed. And I expect all 4 of you to diligently craft these items tonight. I shall depart at 6 tomorrow morning, and based on your efforts, I will reward you with food. This was his true intention. It was far more reassuring to leave the procurement of medicines to 2 professionals. As for the small items, they were akin to the suction cup fabric Lin Ziluo hung on the door. In essence, all were quite beneficial for survival in the post-apocalyptic world. Lin Ziluo could craft these items himself, but rather than waste time, he could slay numerous zombies after a bit of rest. It was far more prudent to expend some food to have these individuals assist in the crafting. At that moment, the 2 maintenance workers approached to examine the papers. Lin Ziluo asked, can these items be produced? Certainly. We have our toolkit here. It will be quite simple. One of the workers nodded, pointing towards the corner. Lin Ziluo glanced at the toolkit and nodded in approval. He then produced various cards that could serve as materials. Then, get to work. It would be best to work through the night. I shall retire for now. Remember to seek me out for your food at 6 in the morning. Lin Ziluo instructed before yawning and stepping into the infusion room. Chapter 22. The disparity between one person eating 3 dishes and 4 people eating 1 dish. The infusion room is located behind the medical office, furnished with several small beds for infusions. Lin Ziluo discovered a space resembling a private infusion room and entered. There, He secured a surveillance eye at the entrance before reclining comfortably on the bed. He accessed his panel to assess his progress, noting that he needed just over 20 experience points to reach level 6. A few more zombies to slay tomorrow would suffice for the upgrade. He then checked his storage space to ensure that nothing was overlooked. Finally, he opened the panel of his golden finger system. 1 against 100, an exceptional host must demonstrate their prowess. Please eliminate 100 zombies within the Magic City Sports Arena, level unrestricted. Task requirements, 45-100. Task rewards, a random ordinary golden finger and a piece of bronze-level equipment. Time limit, 24 hours. Upon reviewing the task, he realized he still needed to dispatch 55 zombies. With 6 hours available tomorrow morning, he was confident he could accomplish this. With that thought, Lin Ziluo closed his eyes, fully equipped, and drifted into slumber. At 6 in the morning, the alarm he had set the previous night rang. Lin Ziluo quickly opened his eyes and shook his head, fully awakening in just a second. "Ah, my vigilance has diminished," he lamented, recalling how he used to wake in less than a second. The surveillance eye on the floor remained functional. He stepped out of the private room to find the infusion room empty, confirming that the 4 hired workers were quite diligent. Exiting the infusion room, he found 2 maintenance workers and Zhong Yeshua diligently crafting items. Only the nurse had succumbed to sleep against the wall, her dark circles indicating a long night of work. Hearing Lin Ziluo's footsteps, the 3 slowly lifted their heads to look at him. "Impressive work," Lin Ziluo remarked, pleasantly surprised. The 2 maintenance workers had indeed shown skill. Some of their creations were nearly indistinguishable from his descriptions on paper. On the floor lay a box containing the medicines Lin Ziluo required. After a brief estimate, he concluded that the props, combined with the medicines, along with his tang knife and miscellaneous items, would sufficiently fill his storage space. "That's enough. No more is needed," he declared. The 3 ceased their tasks, and Lin Ziluo collected the items into his storage space. Then, under their eager gazes, he produced a card, even unactivated. The sight of it made the 3 swallow in anticipation. Lin Ziluo, feeling generous, retrieved 4 cards. The food contained within these resource cards surpassed ordinary sustenance in its satiating ability. For those not engaged in combat, 1 card would suffice for a day's activities. 1 for each, priced fairly and reasonably, he approached and handed them out, rousing the slumbering nurse in the process. The 2 maintenance workers immediately expressed their gratitude, and Zhong Yeshua joined in with a thank you. "There's no need for thanks. We each have our needs." Lin Ziluo waved off their gratitude. This exemplified the absurdity of possessing resources. 4 cards were merely equivalent to slaying 4 zombies for Lin Ziluo. If he were to gather these medicines and craft tools himself, it would require at least 16 hours. With those 16 hours, he could accomplish far more. However, the 4 would not be at a loss. Obtaining 4 cards was a trivial feat for Lin Ziluo, yet for them, without slaying hundreds of zombies or participating in dungeons, acquiring such items would not be so effortless. Sir, how do we use this card?" Zhong Yeshua suddenly inquired. Lin Ziluo chuckled, explaining the activation method. "This apocalyptic game truly lacks a beginner's tutorial," he mused, recalling how he had spent several days merely learning to access his storage space in his previous life. He took out 3 cards for himself and began enjoying a sumptuous breakfast. After a brief discussion, Zhong Yeshua and the others took out 2 cards and relished the hard-earned meal. Tears of joy almost welled in their eyes as they savored food for the first time in nearly 3 days. After satisfying their hunger, the 4 needed to catch up on sleep while Lin Ziluo prepared to depart. He considered it a favor to Zhong Yeshua, informing them to be ready to leave around noon, explaining that he would likely have cleared a significant number of zombies by then. However, he kept the reasons to himself. Whether they took his advice or believed him was entirely beyond his concern. Turning off the lights in the medical room, Lin Ziluo gathered his thick cloth and peered outside through the glass. The number of zombies outside had increased since the previous night. He counted over a dozen within his visible range. Eliminating them seemed straightforward as long as he kept the noise to a minimum. Attracting hundreds of zombies from the first floor would complicate matters. Observing the terrain, he noted that the passage leading to the public restroom was quite suitable. The corridor extended approximately 10 meters in length and about 2 meters in width. Standing in the center, Lin Ziluo could easily take down all the zombies. Most importantly, this strategy eliminated the need for excessive movement and minimized the noise generated. With his plan in place, Lin Ziluo hesitated no longer, gently opening the door to the medical room and stepping outside. After closing the door behind him, he adopted a stealthy approach, bending low to evade the gaze of taller zombies. This posture did not hinder his speed or movement. He also identified optimal positions based on the zombies' placements, using various obstacles to obscure the remaining zombies' line of sight. Not content with merely avoiding detection, Lin Ziluo, employing the same strategy as the night prior, swiftly dispatched the closest zombie with a single strike. He lowered the corpse silently to the ground. A fishing rod. Well, it wasn't entirely useless. The line could be repurposed elsewhere. Lin Ziluo stowed the card and continued his advance. One cannot help but marvel at how fluidly Lin Ziluo executed his actions. Should anyone witness his seamless maneuvers, they would undoubtedly regard him as extraordinary. Lin Ziluo could assert, without exaggeration, that he was, at present, the unrivaled master of stealth and assassination. After all, he had once faced an individual renowned as the world's top assassin, who had survived in this apocalyptic world for several years and had never bested him. What chance did he stand now? Chapter 23. An unexpected encounter in the ladies' room. Thus, after effortlessly dispatching another zombie, Lin Ziluo made his way to the passage he had initially set his sights on. However, he refrained from acting hastily, for this passage might not only harbor zombies approaching from the front, but could also conceal them within the adjacent men's and women's restrooms. If a confrontation were to ensue, the emergence of two zombies from within would certainly escalate the situation alarmingly. Consequently, Lin Ziluo cautiously proceeded along the passage to the sink area beside the restroom. He first pressed his ear to the door of the men's restroom and listened intently. A slow shuffling sound emanated from within, prompting Lin Ziluo to draw his tang knife and enter. To his surprise, he encountered a zombie aimlessly pacing back and forth. This creature had likely undergone its transformation while using the restroom, as it had not managed to pull its trousers up, which were awkwardly bunched around its knees. Upon noticing Lin Ziluo's entrance, the zombie immediately became animated, lunging towards him with enthusiasm. However, in its eagerness, it misstepped, tripping over its own trousers and crashing to the ground. This comical blunder irritated Lin Ziluo. Rather than engaging in a proper fight, it had chosen to make a fool of itself. The noise of its fall echoed through the restroom. Yet Lin Ziluo chose to ignore the struggling creature as he peered back towards the passage, relieved to find that the commotion had not attracted any other zombies. He swiftly dispatched the foolish zombie and tucked away the card it dropped. Upon further inspection of the men's restroom, he discovered only a severed arm on the floor and an eyeball in the sink, with no other remnants of life. It was disheartening to realize the survival rate within this gymnasium was exceedingly low. However, it was understandable. Most individuals who frequented such places were likely in good physical condition, making the transition to zombies all the more formidable. For ordinary players, this posed a catastrophic threat. After concluding his examination of the men's restroom, Lin Ziluo turned his attention to the women's restroom. As he entered, he quickly surveyed the layout, noting its resemblance to the women's restroom he had previously visited, though, to clarify, those visits occurred after the apocalypse began. After all, restrooms provided an excellent means of concealment. Lin Ziluo remained cautious, meticulously checking each stall. When he reached the penultimate stall, he was taken aback to find the door locked. As he pushed against it, two distinct growls emanated from within. Two growls, and they sounded different. Curiosity piqued. Lin Ziluo crouched down, and as anticipated, he spotted four legs, two in front and two in the rear. The latter pair clearly belonged to a man. Well, would you look at that? Lin Ziluo mused. What a peculiar sight. Two individuals engaging in such activities in the ladies' restroom of the Magic City Gymnasium. As the zombies, disturbed by his presence, began to pound against the stall door, Lin Ziluo, wishing to minimize the noise, decisively sliced through the lock with his tang knife and swung the door open. What unfolded before his eyes was nothing short of astonishing. Two zombies, their skin tinged with a gray hue, were entwined in a tight embrace, the female zombie in front and the male zombie behind. Had it not been for their pallid eyes and bloodied mouths, Lin Ziluo might have deemed it an exquisitely surreal scene. Moreover, upon seeing Lin Ziluo, both zombies simultaneously moved. The female zombie stepped forward with her left leg, and the male zombie mirrored the action. Their movements were synchronized, as if they shared an unspoken bond. Then, in unison, they raised their right claws, lunging towards Lin Ziluo. With a swift motion, he countered with a decisive strike, eliminating this peculiar pair of love-struck zombies. Congratulations, player Yazzie. You have successfully slain two level 2 zombies, earning 4 experience points and 5 coins. As their heads fell to the ground, their bodies, remarkably balanced on 4 legs, remained upright, stubbornly refusing to collapse. Lin Ziluo was left in a state of shock, neglecting to collect the bronze item that had dropped or ponder why only one notification had sounded for the singular item. Instead, He hastily retrieved his worn-out second-hand phone and snapped multiple photos of the headless corpses, even capturing several close-ups. This scene was utterly unique. He had never encountered such a bizarre zombie duo in a decade of survival. Yet, as he continued to document the moment, a realization struck him. The Magic City, the gymnasium, the two zombies, their respective heights, the resemblance to the infamous zombie couple was unmistakable. The zombie couple, formidable entities second only to the zombie king, were known for their unwavering bond and exceptional coordination. They had initially been discovered within this very gymnasium, and according to recorded accounts, their heights matched those of the zombies before him. In disbelief, Lin Ziluo pondered their unfortunate fate, having met their end merely 3 days into the apocalypse. After capturing nearly 100 photos to his satisfaction, he finally stowed away his phone and bent down to retrieve the fallen item, a stone radiating a bluish-green glow. Fusion Stone, Bronze Level, a one-time bronze-level item capable of merging two identical bronze-level equipment pieces to create a new item. With a high chance of elevating its rank to silver, Lin Ziluo was elated. This was indeed a fortuitous find. No wonder the two zombies had only dropped a single item. It appeared they had merged in life. He carefully stored the fusion stone in his inventory. At this stage, he had yet to gather matching equipment types, and he could only hope for a weapon of quality to combine with his tang knife. He refrained from disturbing the two intertwined, upright headless corpses and instead opened the final stall door in the women's restroom. To his astonishment, he froze in place. A blue treasure chest lay quietly beside the squat toilet, adorned with intricate, complex, and arcane engravings. Below the chest, a glowing hexagram spun incessantly. Goodness, today is my lucky day. I've stumbled upon a wild bronze treasure chest. Lin Ziluo exclaimed in delight. He knelt down, placing his hand upon the chest. Detected that player Yazzie has discovered a bronze treasure chest, granting a reputation increase of 10 points. Would player Yazzie like to open the bronze treasure chest? Opening it will require 30 seconds. Chapter 24. The physique fruit. Opening a wild treasure chest requires a certain amount of time. During this interval, the opener's hand must remain on the chest. Should the hand be removed, the countdown must restart. Therefore, one must ensure an undisturbed environment while opening the chest. At present, Lin Ziluo finds himself alone in the women's restroom, and he feels no apprehension as he places his hand firmly upon the chest to commence the opening. Player Yazzie is currently opening a bronze treasure chest. Please be patient. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26. The 30 seconds soon elapsed, and Lin Ziluo settled his mind, eager to discover the contents within. Player Yazzie successfully opened the bronze treasure chest. Player Yazzie received a boon from the chest, expanding his storage space by 0.2 cubic meters. Player Yazzie gained an experience boost of 10 points upon opening the bronze treasure chest. Player Yazzie rummaged through the chest and successfully retrieved 134 gold coins. The prompts concluded here. Each chest opened yields a small allocation of storage space, a measure of experience, and a random quantity of gold coins. The remainder consists of tangible rewards. As the bronze chest gradually opened, a greenish-blue fruit, resembling an apple, emerged at its center. Beyond this, there was nothing else. However, Lin Ziluo felt no disappointment, for he instantly recognized the fruit as significance. He silently wished that this fruit would enhance his strength or agility. With determination, he reached out to grasp the fruit. Physique fruit, bronze level. A single-use bronze level item, referred to as the divine fruit. Attributes, upon consumption, permanently increases physique attribute by 2. The physique fruit is quite acceptable, although physique is not his primary choice. The prospect of a permanent increase of 2 points elicited joy within Lin Ziluo. Attribute fruits are indeed rare treasures, and this is one of the few items capable of permanently enhancing attributes. Furthermore, for bronze-level attribute fruits, an increase of 2 represents the upper limit. The minimum could potentially yield no increase at all, necessitating the consumption of 2 fruits to gain even a single point. Lin Ziluo rinsed the attribute fruit under the faucet. Although it need not be washed, treasures from chests are typically pristine. Given its origin from the women's restroom, he decided to cleanse it nonetheless. With a decisive bite, he sank his teeth into the fruit. A sweet flavor instantly flooded his mouth, accompanied by a burst of juice. Quality products emerged from chests. Lin Ziluo devoured half of the physique fruit in 2 bites. Player Yazzie consumed the physique fruit, permanently increasing physique by 1 point. In truth, attribute fruits possess another application. When 2 individuals are in a team, if they acquire a fruit that grants a 2-point increase, they may opt to share it, allowing each to gain 1 point. However, if the fruit only offers a 1-point increase, the entire fruit must be consumed without remainder, otherwise. The attribute boost will not be realized. Fortunately, the fruit lacks a core, otherwise. Lin Ziluo, unreserved, took 2 more bites and finished the remaining fruit. Player Yazzie consumed the physique fruit, permanently increasing physique by 1 point. He then summoned his attribute panel. Basic attributes: Strength, 18 Spirit, 18 Physique, 14 Agility, 18 Excellent. Now he finds himself devoid of any shortcomings. Lin Ziluo surveyed the women's restroom, marveling at the oddity of it all. This seemingly mundane restroom had bestowed upon him a profound sense of familiarity. Lin Ziluo mused. This feeling is certainly not solely attributed to acquiring the fusion stone and opening the bronze chest in this restroom. What followed would be a fierce battle. He needed to make minimal noise. After all, the combined count of zombies downstairs and in the annex exceeded 100. Attracting their attention would be perilous. And Lin Ziluo was not so arrogant as to believe he could face several hundred zombies simultaneously. He splashed water on his face at the sink, realizing he had lingered too long in the restroom. Time was of the essence. He must take the initiative. The polished tang knife glinted with a cold light as Lin Ziluo stood poised at the corridor's entrance. From his storage space, he retrieved a large, heavy carpet and, upon activation, laid it upon the ground. He then gently whistled towards the hall. Instantly, the zombies within the hall turned their attention to him. Naturally, this commotion did not attract the zombies from downstairs or the annex. Lin Ziluo waved at the zombies and then retreated into the corridor. Upon sighting a living person, the zombies could hardly resist the urge to pursue, charging towards the corridor. As the first zombie neared the entrance, a flash of gleaming steel severed its head, which fell to the ground with little noise, muffled by the carpet. Soon, more zombies surged forth. Lin Ziluo kicked the body of the fallen zombie aside to clear space on the carpet, then delivered another swift strike to the approaching zombies. Another head rolling onto the carpet. Unbeknownst to him, the number of zombies in the second-floor hall dwindled from a dozen to merely 7 or 8. Congratulations. Player Yazzie successfully killed a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations. Player Yazzie leveled up to level 6, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yazzie requires 200 experience points for the next level up. He allocated the attribute point to Strength. Lin Ziluo's Strength attribute now stands at 19. Chapter 25. The equipment of various body parts. The Lion's arm guards have successfully enhanced their attributes. The remaining number of zombies is pitifully low. What is there to hesitate about? Lin Ziluo stepped out of the passage and charged towards the last few zombies. These remaining zombies were all huddled together, denying him the chance for a solitary battle. Yet, what does it matter? Lin Ziluo boldly plunged into the throng of zombies. His figure danced among them, and with each stroke of his blade, he accurately dispatched a zombie to its demise. It was the 3rd day of the apocalypse. By this evening, only a portion of the zombies would reach level 3. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo had already reached level 6, double that of the zombies. He donned a set of luxuriously formidable gear, a testament to the early days of the apocalypse. His swordsmanship, agility, and awareness were the fruits of a decade of arduous training. Slaying this horde of zombies would hardly be a challenge worthy of Lin Ziluo's rebirth. His graceful silhouette weaved through the mass of zombies. Each swing of his Tang Dao sent splashes of crimson cascading around him. To the outside observer, these terrifying creatures appeared monstrous, but to Lin Ziluo, they were merely delightful sources of experience. After the final arc of his Tang Dao, Lin Ziluo came to a halt. The last standing zombie collapsed onto the bodies of its fallen kin, barely making a sound. Thus, every zombie in the central hall of the second floor lay slain at Lin Ziluo's feet. The front half of the passage, including its entrance, was now a veritable heap of zombie corpses, leaving no room to tread. Lin Ziluo checked the 1 against hundreds quest and discovered that he had already dispatched 62 zombies. With only 38 remaining, he would soon witness the true nature of the ordinary golden finger. Lin Ziluo sheathed his Tang Dao and began to scour the battlefield. After searching beneath each zombie's corpse, he discovered 2 items shimmering with a verdant light. The rest were cards representing supplies. 1 bronze-level item was a super flash bomb, of which Lin Ziluo already possessed 1. While it might hold little effect against zombies, it proved to be highly effective for humans, making it one of the items Lin Ziluo needed. The second item was a bronze-level piece of equipment he had long anticipated. To elaborate on the equipment classification in the Apocalypse game, the head is adorned with either a helmet or a mask, with only one being effective at a time. The neck is fitted with jewelry, while the upper body is clad in armor or cloaks. The lower body is covered by trousers, and the arms can wear arm guards, gloves, bracelets, or rings. Footwear consists of shoes. Weapons and handheld defenses come in a myriad of styles, with each type of equipment allowing only one to be effective at a time, even if multiple are worn. Naturally, there are also special items that do not occupy equipment slots, such as headscarves, glasses, or tattoos. However, these items are exceedingly rare, do not enhance attributes, and possess peculiar abilities. Hence, they are not counted among standard equipment. The item Lin Ziluo acquired this time was a pair of arm guards, entirely black with a vividly lifelike lion design. Lions are guards, bronze-level equipment, imbued with the power of the lion, possessing a deterrent effect. Attributes: 1 strength, 1 constitution, with a 10 chance to inflict a 1-second stun effect on the target upon attack. Stun effect decreases body coordination. If the target is in the process of casting a skill, it will be interrupted. This equipment was exceedingly to Lin Ziluo's liking. Not only did it enhance his attributes, but it also bore a special effect. The stun effect, which he had previously possessed, could disrupt an enemy's skills or combat rhythm at critical moments. Although the 10 probability was fraught with uncertainty, once triggered, Lin Ziluo's prowess would ensure the enemy's downfall within that fleeting second. Equipping the lion's arm guards elevated his strength attribute to 20 points. Feeling the surge of power within him, Lin Ziluo quickly adapted to his new attributes. Thanks to his innate talent, on the second floor of the gymnasium, there were individual venues such as the badminton court. Currently, the doors to these venues remained shut, each housing a considerable number of zombies. Lin Ziluo had no intention of wasting time hunting for zombies inside. He strode directly through the hall to the secure passage he had entered last night. As he slowly opened the door to the secure passage, he peered inside. It was still empty, devoid of any zombies. Lin Ziluo stepped into the secure passage and made his way to the door leading to the 3rd floor. He did not hasten to push open the door. Instead, he took a moment to adjust his state and sipped a small mouthful of the freshly brewed pearl milk tea to quench his thirst. The overall structure of the 3rd floor had long been simulated in Lin Ziluo's mind. He knew a fierce battle awaited him. Unlike the 1st and 2nd floors, which were filled with sports venues, the 3rd floor housed the main office for sports projects in the city. Upon entering, he would find himself in a long corridor flanked by various offices and conference rooms. Once the battle commenced, he would have to push through the corridor's secure passage to reach the warehouse at its end, with scarcely any opportunity for respite in between. Retreating would only lead him back into the secure passage, but any noise created there would undoubtedly attract the attention of the zombies on the 1st floor. At that point, with hundreds of zombies converging from below, Lin Ziluo would be plunged into an utterly perilous situation. Considering this, he drew forth his Tang Dao and pushed open the door to the 3rd floor secure passage. If battle was inevitable, then let it be a decisive and exhilarating one. Chapter 26. The zombie cat's betrayal. The door to the 3rd floor safety passage was pushed open for the first time since the apocalypse began. This place, which had long been transformed into a hell on earth, was now revealed to Lin Ziluo. As he opened the door, an overwhelming stench of blood assailed his senses. The corridor was devoid of any living creature, including zombies. Countless corpses lay strewn across the hallway, both human and undead, their deaths marked by gruesome violence. Their skulls were smashed open, resembling ruptured watermelons. A gruesome mixture of blood and brain matter pooled on the floor, splattering against the walls. Moreover, being an office area, the entire 3rd floor was covered with thick carpeting, now stained with severed limbs and human remains. The walls were nearly obscured by congealed blood, with only a few scattered patches revealing the original white paint beneath. Amidst the scattered flesh, one could even spot fragments of brain matter, teeth, and eyeballs. The horrific scene would undoubtedly drive anyone with a timid disposition to flee in terror. Yet Lin Ziluo felt no fear. He had witnessed sights far more chilling. However, he remained alert, as this scene was not what he had anticipated. Though he had gleaned from prior intel that a silver treasure chest awaited him here, the circumstances leading to this carnage remained a mystery. Ordinary zombies would not wreak such havoc. They typically bit a human or two and awaited their transformation into fellow undead. Only under extreme emotional agitation would they consume a human, feasting on their brain matter. The sheer dismemberment of both human and zombie corpses indicated one of two possibilities. Either a zombie boss had emerged, possessing greater strength and an insatiable appetite for flesh, or animals had succumbed to zombification. The likelihood of animal zombification was low. Otherwise, humanity would have been overrun by billions of undead creatures. Generally, more powerful animals were more susceptible to becoming zombies, whereas weaker creatures, like mosquitoes or caterpillars, had an exceedingly slim chance of zombification. Zombified animals exhibited a peculiar fondness for human brain matter, yet they would not spare their undead counterparts. With his extensive experience, Lin Ziluo quickly deduced the source of this nightmarish scene, the zombie cat, by examining the claw marks on the walls, the wounds on the corpses, and the severed limbs. He was certain that all of this chaos was wrought by the zombie cat, the very creature he despised most. Stepping forward, he fully entered the safety passage. The windrunner boots he wore did not yield the expected softness of the carpet. Rather, it felt as though he were treading through muck. For the carpet had long been saturated with blood and remnants of flesh. Lin Ziluo did not rush ahead. The zombie cat possessed keen senses and was undoubtedly aware of his presence. The question remained whether it would ambush him or confront him head-on. His anticipation was met when, at the onset of the apocalypse, the not-so-intelligent yet exceedingly arrogant zombie cat chose to appear directly before him. A chilling yowl echoed through the corridor as a feline creature, akin in size to a cheetah, emerged from the storage area at the far end. This zombie cat had grown several times larger, its increased size signifying greater strength. While its form still bore resemblance to a cat, its features had undergone significant alterations. Its eyes glowed a menacing crimson, and its once furry paws revealed 3 glistening claws, capable of tearing through the carpet and leaving deep gashes in the floor beneath. Lin Ziluo, maintaining a stoic expression, began to assess the attributes of the zombie cat. When examining the attributes of zombies or other creatures, if their level surpassed his by 5 levels, he could only see their name with no further details. Fortunately, the zombie cat's level was not excessively high, allowing him to view its complete attributes. Claw zombie cat, bronze boss, level, 9 base attributes, strength, 21 spirit, 10 constitution, 9 agility, 20 talent. Claw, inflicts a tearing wound upon hitting an enemy, reducing healing speed by 40 and increasing bleeding speed by 40. Skill, Phantom Strike, instantly increases speed by 30, pouncing on the enemy to deal 120 strength damage. During this time, the body is in a phantom state, reducing damage taken by 50. Cat's Gaze, pulls enemies into a terrifying illusion created by its gaze, inducing a state of fear that decreases all of the target's attributes by 20, with lingering effects on their combat capabilities. Imposing. The prefix attached to the zombie cat signified its status as a boss-level entity. Its claw talent was particularly fearsome, as it diminished healing rates while enhancing bleeding rates. This indicated that once an opponent sustained damage, that area would remain difficult to heal for the duration of the battle. Furthermore, the zombie cat's level and attributes were notably formidable, surpassing Lin Ziluo in both strength and agility. Truly, it was a creature endowed with the traits of a boss. Nonetheless, despite the zombie cat's elevated level and attributes, Lin Ziluo's expression remained unchanged. He held unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish the zombie cat. This confidence stemmed from a profound belief in his combat prowess. Was it merely a slight disadvantage in attributes? He would compensate with his formidable battle experience. Detected player Ziluo encountering the bronze boss claw zombie cat. Mission to eliminate the zombie cat triggered. The zombie cat's betrayal, mission description. A stray cat endowed with unique talents had long been a resident of the 3rd floor of the gymnasium, receiving daily offerings of delectable cat food from its admirers. However, upon the onset of the apocalypse, the cat became infected with the zombie virus and immediately turned to slaughter. Its claws tore through the very humans who had once aided it, leaving them to perish in agony. Mission requirement: eliminate the zombie cat. Mission rewards: 100 reputation points, 200 gold coins, 100 experience points, 1 bronze level item. Mission time limit: 8 hours. Mission penalty: level reduction by 1. Permanent reduction of all attributes by 1. Abandoning the mission is equivalent to failure. Ding. The system detected that the host activated the mission. The zombie cat's betrayal and is optimizing the relevant mission parameters. Chapter 27. The Unhinged Zombie Cat. The Zombie Cat's Betrayal. Quest requirements: eliminate the zombie cat. Quest rewards: 100 prestige points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points. A bronze level item. Quest rewards have been optimized. Quest duration: 24 hours. Quest duration has been optimized. Quest penalty: none. No penalties for abandoning or failing the quest. Ding. The quest has been modified. Goodness. Even in the face of an impending battle, Lin Ziluo could not help but cast 2 or 3 glances at the quest panel. Is this the apocalyptic game I once knew? Is this the same quest system that has led me to countless pitfalls? Before my rebirth, everyone knew that the quests in apocalyptic games were the most treacherous. The difficulty was exceedingly high, penalties were severe, and refusal would incur consequences. For ordinary players with a mere 1 drop rate, The quest rewards appeared enticing at first glance. Yet, who were they up against? A level 9 bronze boss. In the early days of the apocalypse, it was nearly impossible to complete such a task without a team of dozens. Even if they managed to take on the task, the rewards would be scant when divided among them. However, this seemingly foolish quest had transformed into a bountiful opportunity, devoid of any penalties. Under the miraculous influence of the system, "I'll accept the quest," Lin Ziluo declared decisively. He had already set his sights on the silver treasure chest, and this newly emerged task was merely the icing on the cake. With no penalties involved, accepting it was a win-win situation. Player Yazzie has successfully accepted the quest The Zombie Cat's Betrayal. Please complete the quest within 24 hours. The apocalyptic game system stated impassively, failing to acknowledge that the original 8-hour limit had been extended to 24. The system truly possessed remarkable capabilities. Lin Ziluo quickly redirected his attention to the zombie cat. Upon its emergence, the creature had remained stationary, fixating its gaze on Lin Ziluo, its blood-red eyes occasionally revealing a hint of mockery. In its perception, Lin Ziluo was merely a toy to alleviate its boredom. The zombie cat even extended a paw to lick before sitting down and closing its eyes. Each of its actions was a provocation directed at Lin Ziluo. Yet, Lin Ziluo was impervious to such trivial taunts. The moment he entered combat mode, he maintained absolute composure. Anger and fear, those negative emotions, would only create openings in his strategy. Thus, he stood still, as if oblivious to the presence of the zombie cat. The peculiar standoff persisted between the two. To further mock the situation, he retrieved his second-hand phone, scrolling through previously downloaded novels with great relish. The zombie cat, ears attuned to Lin Ziluo's movements, eventually opened one eye to scrutinize him after a prolonged silence. It beheld Lin Ziluo engrossed in his phone, a smile gracing his lips. "What?" The zombie cat seethed. "I am here to provoke you, and yet you are merely preoccupied with your phone? This is a blatant disregard for my presence." Fury surged within the zombie cat, oblivious to the irony that it was the one attempting to incite Lin Ziluo. Now, it found itself ensnared in its own rage. Rising to its feet, the zombie cat began to approach Lin Ziluo slowly, its steps soundless. With each stride, it drew closer, while Lin Ziluo remained fixated on his phone, oblivious to the impending danger. "How foolish, human. I can no longer bear to toy with you." The zombie cat lost interest, opting for a swift resolution. At this moment, it was merely 10 meters away from Lin Ziluo. Enraged, the zombie cat activated its skill, Shadow Pounce. In a flash, the zombie cat lunged forward, its form appearing almost ethereal as it sped towards Lin Ziluo. Closer, closer. The zombie cat's shadow approached with alarming speed. "Die, human." The zombie cat extended its claws, aiming directly for Lin Ziluo's neck. In that instant, Lin Ziluo, still holding his phone, made his move. The phone was instantaneously replaced by a Tang Dao, thrusting forward in a seamless motion. The airborne zombie cat realized that if it continued its trajectory, it would undoubtedly land upon the blade's tip. A flicker of regret crossed its eyes as it recognized it had been outwitted by this cunning human. Yet, this was not the time for regret. It was on the verge of colliding with the sharp edge. Displaying remarkable agility, the zombie cat swiftly adjusted its posture midair, redirecting its claws to intercept the impending stab. It intended to block the Tang Dao's thrust. Lin Ziluo's reflexes were equally sharp. Like a seer, he anticipated the zombie cat's next maneuver and adjusted his attack accordingly. This was the art of reading and predicting. He had foreseen the zombie cat's subsequent action. At that moment, the zombie cat had no chance to recalibrate its body. Though both parties reacted rapidly, the entire exchange transpired in less than 2 seconds. In the next heartbeat, the zombie cat collided with the Tang Dao. A pained howl erupted as it leaped back, frantically retreating to its prior position. The zombie cat glared at Lin Ziluo, its right forepaw oozing blood. A closer look revealed that its 3 claws had been completely sheared. The claws represented the zombie cat's primary combat prowess. To its astonishment, in the very first exchange with Lin Ziluo, it had lost an entire claw from its right forelimb. The zombie cat glowered at Lin Ziluo. This marked its first injury since its transformation, an unforgivable affront. Lin Ziluo smiled at it, casually gesturing toward the 3 fallen claws on the ground. His expression seemed to mockingly suggest, "Is this all you've got? You've lost your claws. Come at me." The zombie cat could hardly endure such humiliation. It bared its teeth at Lin Ziluo and charged once more. Lin Ziluo shook his head, his seasoned gaze discerning that the zombie cat had completely lost its rationality. Its reckless advance revealed numerous vulnerabilities. With the Tang Dao poised across his chest, Lin Ziluo braced himself. He intended to impart a far more painful lesson to the zombie cat this time. Chapter 28. Do you dare to compare with my bloodlust? The zombie cat charged once more, this time with an even swifter pace. Lin Ziluo's gaze was intensely fixed upon the feline's every move as he meticulously analyzed its actions. The zombie cat, having learned from previous encounters, recognized that its pounces could be effortlessly discerned by Lin Ziluo, thus opting for a direct melee confrontation. As the cat's claws lunged towards him, Lin Ziluo swiftly swung his Tang Dao. The sharp clang resonated as he successfully parried the assault. The zombie cat retaliated with another swipe, which Lin Ziluo deftly blocked once more with a twist of his blade. The cat unleashed its full strength. Each claw strike accompanied by a howling wind aimed at Lin Ziluo's vital points. Yet, he remained rooted in place, employing merely the twisting of his body and the wielding of his Tang Dao to create an impregnable wall of defense, thwarting every attack from the zombie cat. Aside from a single hair being swept away by the gust of its claws, Lin Ziluo emerged unscathed. The zombie cat, however, was not as fortunate. Exhausted from its relentless assaults, its already feeble physique began to falter, and its movement slowed. Moreover, the loss of its right claws forced it to rely predominantly on its left side for offense. The continuous clash between its claws and the Tang Dao had indeed left numerous gashes on the blade, but the cat's own claws were far more damaged. Nevertheless, the zombie cat remained undeterred, persistently launching attacks at Lin Ziluo. Suddenly, it emitted a peculiar shriek, and a flicker of violet light glimmered in its blood-red eyes. This was the cat's gaze. This skill could ensnare anyone before it, regardless of whether they met the cat's gaze. Lin Ziluo felt an abrupt sluggishness in his body, his vision dimming as he was drawn into an illusion. In the depths of endless darkness, a grotesque, monstrous feline visage emerged before him, adorned with sinister patterns, from which blood, brain matter, and entrails flowed from its enormous eyes. Simultaneously, the monstrous face drew nearer, exerting an oppressive weight upon Lin Ziluo. Is this all? Lin Ziluo regarded it with disdain. Then, suddenly, his bloodlust erupted. A tempest of murderous intent surged from him, transforming the surrounding darkness into a crimson abyss. Thousands of restless souls surged forth, filling the void with their anguished cries and wails. Their ghastly visages would be forever etched in memory. After a decade of apocalypse, having slaughtered countless zombies in a single instance, did it dare to compare its frightfulness to him? It was truly unworthy. With Lin Ziluo's declaration, the crimson aura and the multitude of souls charged towards the monstrous cat face. What should have been a terrifying visage to intimidate foes now displayed an expression of fear. Meow. The cat face let out a shrill cry and turned to flee. The illusion shattered like a fragile bubble, and Lin Ziluo awoke from his trance. The zombie cat emitted a mournful wail, retreating several paces in terror, its heart thoroughly shaken by the onslaught of dread from the spectral phantoms. It could not comprehend how this individual before it could emanate such overwhelming bloodlust. Lin Ziluo's presence had become an indelible nightmare imprinted on its psyche. It now harbored but one thought: to escape. The zombie cat, despite struggling against the mental backlash of the shattered illusion, sprinted towards the end of the corridor. However, the backlash was too severe, rendering its movements awkward. Lin Ziluo had awaited this moment. With a swift, circular strike, he hurled his Tang Dao. The blade, spinning at high velocity, pursued the zombie cat with the ferocity of a meat grinder. The cat's keen ears picked up the ominous whistling from behind, filling its eyes with despair. Why, when it could so easily toy with humans and slaughter zombies at will, had it met its demise here? The Tang Dao sliced through the air, severing the cat's head, which tumbled to the ground. The body, propelled forward by inertia after losing its head, collapsed a few meters ahead. Blood splattered against the walls, staining the last remnants of white a deep crimson. Death. Lin Ziluo reached out to catch the returning Tang Dao. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying the level 9 bronze boss, Claw Zombie Cat, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazi for completing the task, the Zombie Cat's Betrayal. Congratulations to player Yazi for receiving task rewards, 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a bronze level item. Congratulations to player Yazi for leveling up to level 7, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi requires 400 experience points to reach the next level. Congratulations to player Yazi for becoming the first player in the Apocalypse game to slay a bronze level boss, earning the unique global achievement, the Sorrow of Bronze. A server-wide announcement will follow shortly. Instantly, the information flooded the screen. As Lin Ziluo single-handedly defeated the bronze level boss, the rewards were monumental. The bountiful experience propelled him directly to the next level, filling half of the experience required for the transition from level 7 to 8. Furthermore, the first kill of a bronze-level boss garnered a precious, unparalleled server-wide announcement. At this moment, Lin Ziluo clearly witnessed the unfolding of the server-wide announcement. Through the glass of the adjacent office, he observed the previously bright sky dimming instantaneously, not only in his city of magic capital but across every corner of Blue Star. The skies darkened simultaneously. The sudden gloom captured the attention of players worldwide. Regardless of their location, activities, or status, everyone heard that familiar voice, resonating once more with grandeur and solemnity. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yezi for becoming the first person to independently slay a bronze-level boss in the Apocalypse game, shaking the globe with formidable power, earning the unique global achievement, the Sorrow of Bronze, along with substantial rewards. Other players are encouraged to learn from this. In that moment, the previously lifeless Blue Star, dulled by the apocalypse, surged back to life. The name Yazi was once again on everyone's lips. Chapter 29. The Horn of the Zombie Cat Yuzai. Again, Yuzai. Who is this guy? Why are all the world announcements about him? A man, hiding in his home, lamented. Damn it, I haven't even killed a single zombie, and this Yuzai has already soloed a boss. It's absurd. In a shopping mall warehouse, a young man echoed the sentiment. Who isn't feeling that way? Damn it. We're all players, yet the disparity is staggering. Another individual beside him chimed in. Wow, brother Yuzai is so handsome. When will he ride the auspicious clouds to marry this princess? A common girl, sheltered in her modest 50-square-meter apartment, held on to her fantasies. Humph, such a show-off. I refuse to acknowledge this announcement, a burly man remarked bitterly. No way. If he can single-handedly defeat a boss, I must strive harder. A young man seized a kitchen knife and bravely ventured outside, only to be bitten on the face by a zombie lurking beyond the door. Bronze-level boss? Damn. How is this guy so powerful? I've been tirelessly slaying zombies too. I must seek out a bronze-level boss. The man exclaimed angrily as he smashed the head of the zombie before him. A name steeped in the mythology of our dragon nation surely belongs to one of our own. Should such a formidable individual be willing to join us, our strength would be significantly bolstered, a dignitary calmly analyzed with his subordinates in a manner. Woof, woof, woof. That little dog barked again. Hee. I'm still alive. Yuzai. This name reemerged in the public eye, consistently accompanied by astonishing news. If the initial zombie kill might have been dismissed as mere luck, then the first defeat of a bronze-level boss was a resounding slap to all who doubted him. At a time when 99.9999 of the populace had yet to even glimpse a bronze-level boss, Yuzai had already triumphed in a one-on-one confrontation. What an electrifying revelation. Oh. The commotion this has caused is rather significant. It seems I must take care to conceal my striking visage from now on. On the third floor of the Magic City Sports Center, Lin Ziluo touched his face and sighed. With that, he produced a card labeled, a chair. Upon activation, a chair materialized before him, and Lin Ziluo sat down heavily. He began to breathe heavily, having remained in a state of acute mental tension throughout the battle against the zombie cat. Every collision with the zombie cat, possessing greater strength attributes, demanded his utmost effort. Predicting the zombie cat's next move also consumed substantial mental energy. With remarkable perseverance, Lin Ziluo endured the high physical strain of combat, managing to avoid even a single touch from the zombie cat throughout the entire confrontation. He effectively executed a flawless solo defeat of the bronze-level boss. Congratulations, player has received the global announcement for the bronze's grief. Congratulations, player has received this reward. 1,000 points of reputation, 1,000 gold coins, 3 points of free attributes, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage space capacity. The global announcement rewards arrived tardily. Lin Ziluo, disregarding the need for rest, began to assess his gains. His reputation had soared to 2,000 points, signifying that his authority within the apocalyptic game had reached a formidable level. The accumulation of gold coins had also reached 5,000, a figure that would require others to slay thousands of level 2 zombies to achieve. The 3 points of free attributes, combined with an additional point from leveling up to level 7, were allocated by Lin Ziluo as 2 points to strength and 2 points to agility. His attributes underwent a substantial enhancement. His storage space expanded to 2 cubic meters, 24 times larger than that of others. Moreover, he received a bronze-level item as a quest reward, along with the achievement of Bronze's Grief. Bronze's Grief, unique title, awarded to the first player to kill a bronze-level boss in the apocalyptic game. Attributes: 2 tall attributes reduces the base attributes of bronze-level bosses or lower by 5. This achievement, it was truly magnificent. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo replaced his previous title, First Blood, with Bronze's Grief. Naturally, the effects of this achievement would only take effect an hour later. Lin Ziluo possessed more than just these 2 achievements. He also held the title of Zombie Butcher for slaying 100 zombies, among others. However, these were common achievements among players, and their title attributes were not particularly outstanding, leaving Lin Ziluo with little interest in even glancing at them. After equipping Bronze's Grief, his attributes received another boost. Base attributes: Strength, 23 Spirit, 19 Constitution, 16 Agility, 21. With these attributes, even if the zombie cat were to resurrect, Lin Ziluo could confidently assert that he would easily overpower it. He wondered what heights his attributes would reach after class advancement. Upon organizing his spoils, he chose to claim the quest reward of the bronze-level item. Stamina Potion, a one-time bronze-level item that instantly restores 20 of stamina upon consumption, while additionally restoring 5 of stamina every minute for 5 minutes. A cooldown period of 30 minutes applies after use. Oh, my old acquaintance. This is a lifesaver in critical moments. Lin Ziluo promptly stored it in his storage space. After resting in the chair for nearly half an hour, he finally regained his composure. Lin Ziluo approached the corpse of the zombie cat. If he had not misjudged, it seemed that the zombie cat had dropped a white object upon its demise. Silver-grade equipment? Or perhaps a valuable item? Lin Ziluo felt a surge of excitement. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a silver-level item. He bent down to pick it up. Horn of the zombie cat. Blowing this horn can summon a claw zombie cat, which the player can command to fight for 30 minutes. Horn cooldown time, 48 hours. The summoned zombie cat will inherit 60 of the player's base attributes, and all experience and gold from killing zombies will belong to the player. However, the summoned zombie cat will not drop any items upon kills. Wow, a summoning type item. And it's a growth type as well. Truly remarkable. Chapter 30, New Skills and Silver-Level Equipment. Zombie Cat's Horn can summon a zombie cat that inherits Lin Ziluo's attributes. This is what is referred to as a growth type summoning item. Many summoning type items are limited to fixed attributes for their summoned creatures, which can easily be discarded as players improve their strength. However, the summoned creatures that inherit attributes do not suffer the same fate. As long as the owner's strength is not significantly lacking, it essentially provides an additional, permanent ally. Moreover, this summoned creature retains the original boss-level template, complete with its former talents and skills. What a tremendous windfall. This must surely be a reward for the world's first player to slay a boss. Lin Ziluo lifted the corpse of the zombie cat from the carpet. A zombified animal can indeed be a treasure trove. Although the apocalyptic game does not allow for the collection of resources as in a true online game, the zombie cat's fur, meat, and claws can all be fashioned into non-attribute clothing, food, or even weaponry. With practiced ease, Lin Ziluo wielded his Tang Dao, swiftly dismantling the zombie cat until it was in shambles. Satisfied, he stowed away the cat's hide, claws, and meat into his storage space before contentedly setting down the remnants of the zombie cat. However, the surprises did not end there. The silver treasure chest in the warehouse awaited his attention. With such good fortune today, surely it would yield a piece of silver-level equipment. With this thought, Lin Ziluo stepped into the warehouse. The scene inside was even more chilling than the outside, likely because the zombie cat had claimed this space as its lair. Its den lay against the wall, constructed from a pile of cotton cloth. Beside it was a designated area for storing its collection. Lin Ziluo focused his gaze and gasped. Hundreds of human eyeballs were stacked together like glass orbs. The zombie cat's taste was indeed unique. Most would feel a chill from being stared at by such a collection. But Lin Ziluo was undeterred. He rummaged through the pile of eyeballs with his Tang Dao, wary of any treasures that might be hidden within. To leave empty-handed would be a significant loss. Unfortunately, he found nothing but a heap of eyeballs. After exploring the warehouse further, he discovered it was filled with brand new sports equipment, much of which had been ravaged by the zombie cat. This creature had even treated dumbbells as playthings. At last, in the farthest corner of the warehouse, Lin Ziluo spotted the silver treasure chest he had longed for. The silver chest was nestled in the innermost corner, adorned with intricate carvings more complex and arcane than those on the bronze chest. Below it, a rotating hexagram emitted a silvery glow. Lin Ziluo approached, crouched down, and placed his hand on the silver chest. Detected player Ziluo has discovered a silver treasure chest. Reputation increased by 20 points. Would player Ziluo like to open the silver treasure chest? Opening requires 60 seconds. Open, he replied. Player Ziluo is opening the silver treasure chest. Please be patient. 60, 59, 58, 57. The wait of 60 seconds was indeed excruciating. Lin Ziluo resorted to fervent prayers, invoking all the deities he could think of to bless his treasure chest opening. After offering his supplications, the countdown finally reached 0. Player Ziluo successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Player Ziluo received a boon from the chest, expanding his storage space by 0. For cubic meters, Player Ziluo gained 50 experience points from the treasure chest. Player Ziluo rummaged through the silver chest and successfully retrieved 360 gold coins as the white light dissipated. Lin Ziluo eagerly peered into the chest's interior. 2 items lay quietly within. Upon closer inspection, he was elated. One was a silver-level piece of equipment, a rather rare type of cloak, and the other was a skill book for a spinning slash he had used to slay numerous zombies. My goodness. A silver chest yielding a silver equipment piece and a skill book. What an extraordinary windfall. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo seized the skill book. Explosive Double Slash, a warrior-type skill that allows for 2 instantaneous attacks, each strike dealing 70 of the base strength attribute. If both strikes hit the same enemy, an explosion is triggered, dealing damage equal to 70 of the user's strength attribute. Excellent. This is precisely the warrior skill I needed. Moreover, this skill demands considerable finesse. Most individuals would struggle to execute such a quick double strike, rendering the explosive effect unattainable. However, Lin Ziluo was confident that with his abilities, he would not miss. System detected skill Explosive Double Slash. Does Player Ziluo wish to learn the Explosive Double Slash skill? Yes, why not? Lin Ziluo replied. Congratulations. Player Ziluo successfully learned Explosive Double Slash. Now, Lin Ziluo's skill bar featured a second skill. While the spinning slash was an area damage skill, Explosive Double Slash would compensate for his current lack of single target damage capabilities. After mentally reviewing the technique for Explosive Double Slash, Lin Ziluo picked up the silver cloak. This cloak was entirely white, adorned with snow-white feathers. The texture felt exceptionally fine to the touch, and the back was etched with a pattern resembling bird wings. White Wing Cloak, a silver-level piece of equipment crafted from the feathers of various rare birds, with a special incantation applied to the back, allowing for brief gliding. Attributes: 2 Constitution, 2 Agility. Additional skill: Brief Hover, enables a brief hovering effect during jumps or descents. Skill cooldown: 20 minutes. This cloak even comes with an additional skill. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ziluo donned the cloak. Instantly, 4 points were added to his attributes. Base attributes: Strength, 23, Spirit, 19, Constitution, 18, Agility, 23. What a tremendous gain. Following his battle with the zombie cat and receiving such an abundance of rewards, Lin Ziluo felt a seismic shift in his power. Initially, he had planned to spend the day leveling up to level 7 and acquiring 2 pieces of bronze-level equipment before seeking trouble with Li Haobo in the evening. Now, however, this goal seemed rather modest. Perhaps it was time to set a more ambitious target, to send every inhabitant of the Li Manor packing. Chapter 31. The Slaughter of the Zombie Hall Creek. The door to the safety passage on the 3rd floor swung open. Lin Ziluo stepped into the corridor. After opening the silver treasure chest and conveniently dispatching a bronze boss, only one objective remained: to complete the task issued by the Golden Finger system of defeating 100 foes single-handedly. Lin Ziluo held little anticipation for the bronze equipment as a reward. His standards had risen, and he was not lacking in resources. The allure lay in the effects of the ordinary Golden Finger. The thrill of the unknown was what truly fueled his motivation. He did not descend to the 1st floor. It was absurd. Although his strength had significantly increased, he was not foolish. The 1st floor was now teeming with hundreds of zombies, and venturing there would be tantamount to delivering himself to death. Instead, the scattered venues on the 2nd floor were the optimal choice. He needed only to sweep through 2 halls to easily fulfill his task. Just look at how much stronger he had become. Last night, battling the zombies in a ping-pong hall had been arduous. Yet now, facing 2 halls, he was ready to sweep them clean with ease. Pushing open the door to the safety passage on the 2nd floor, Lin Ziluo returned to the 2nd floor. He shook out his legs and wiped his shoes, cleaning off the remnants of flesh and blood. He then made his way to the nearest badminton hall. The door to the hall was not locked. It was merely ajar. This posed no challenge for Lin Ziluo. After selecting from his cards, a bicycle lock materialized in his hand. He pulled open the door to the badminton hall and scanned the area. Noticing that no zombies had detected his presence, he promptly locked the door behind him. This was what one called closing the door to beat the dog. The sound of Lin Ziluo locking the door attracted the attention of a nearby zombie, which let out a roar. The surrounding zombies turned to face him and began to charge forward. Unfazed, Lin Ziluo slipped the key back into his pocket and turned to confront them. The sharp Tang Dao was raised high. Having endured a prolonged confrontation with the zombie cat previously, his blade bore numerous nicks. Fortunately, the Tang Dao possessed self-repairing properties. Now, as Lin Ziluo brandished it, it regained its former razor-sharp state. Inside the badminton hall, approximately 20 zombies had gathered around him. He refused to sit idle. This time, he chose to take the initiative. Activating the swift effect of his windstorm boots, Lin Ziluo dashed forward. With an impressive agility score of 23 and a 20 speed boost from his sprint, he was far ahead of the zombies. In the blink of an eye, he reached the foremost zombie. With a powerful push from his legs, he soared into the air. Activating the temporary levitation of his white wing cloak, he floated gracefully, gliding downward in a slow descent. If Newton were to witness this, he would surely rise from his grave in excitement, exclaiming, "This is the Dragon Kingdom. It is not my concern, but belongs to my incredible brother." While airborne, Lin Ziluo did not remain idle. He had positioned himself directly above the first zombie and thrust the Tang Dao downward. The blade pierced through the zombie's skull, embedding itself a third of the way in. Lin Ziluo then withdrew the blade, and as he did, the zombie's brain matter oozed from the wound. He stepped onto the zombie's head, using the momentum to launch himself higher. Executing a spinning slash, he calculated the trajectory and hurled the Tang Dao with precision. The blade spun rapidly, hurtling toward the mass of zombies behind him. 1, 2, 3 zombies were decapitated in a single motion. On its return journey, the blade claimed 2 more zombies. Thanks to Lin Ziluo's formidable strength attribute, the spinning slash revealed its terrifying area of effect damage. Lin Ziluo caught the Tang Dao and landed steadily on the ground. He had estimated the duration of his brief levitation to be around 10 seconds, of course. The actions performed while airborne influenced the levitation effect. Nonetheless, it was of little concern. He had mentally simulated hundreds of applications of this skill. Now grounded, he truly embodied the feeling of a wolf among sheep. There was no need to dodge. He plunged the Tang Dao directly into the horde of zombies. 1 slice. 2 slices. 2 zombies fell lifelessly. Spotting a particularly large zombie, Lin Ziluo's eyes gleamed with excitement. "You shall be my first victim for the explosive double slash." He channeled his energy into the Tang Dao, and the blade glimmered with a cerulean light. Once the glow enveloped the entire edge, he swung the blade with remarkable speed. So swift was his strike that it became indistinguishable to the naked eye. The Tang Dao sank deep into the zombie's neck. With a quick retraction, he struck once more, targeting the same wound. The zombie's head fell with a thud. Yet, this was not the end, having struck the same foe twice. The explosive property of the double slash was activated. A mark resembling a miniature Tang Dao appeared on the zombie's neck, flashing twice before exploding with a resounding boom. The blast obliterated the area above the zombie's collarbone. Fortunately, Lin Ziluo had anticipated this and used the Tang Dao to deflect the flying debris. This first attempt at the explosive double slash left him quite satisfied. It was worth noting that this formidable zombie's attributes were at least 30 higher than those of its kin. Yet, under the explosive double slash, it had not even managed to counter before succumbing to the damage, never having the chance to endure the explosive aftermath. The speed with which Lin Ziluo executed the double slash equaled that of his usual strikes, showcasing the terrifying single-target damage potential of the technique. After testing his new equipment and skills, Lin Ziluo finally entered a state of earnest focus. After all, when dealing with these zombies, there was no need to expend mental energy on skills. His figure darted through the horde of zombies, each swing of his blade resulting in the loss of a head. The notifications of zombie kills rang incessantly in his ears. Lin Ziluo was fully concentrated, familiarizing himself with his attributes and gradually reclaiming the combat instincts from his previous life. Just as he reveled in the thrill of the slaughter, he suddenly realized that there were no zombies left before him. Turning around, he found the floor littered with the corpses of the undead. The entire badminton hall was devoid of any living zombies. Chapter 32. The first ordinary golden finger. The door of the badminton hall swung open, and Lin Ziluo stepped outside. Perhaps he had exhausted his luck today after encountering too many valuable items previously. Inside the badminton hall, the numerous zombies that had fallen yielded primarily resource cards. The only usable item dropped was a bottle of stamina potion. Lin Ziluo checked his kill count. It was still insufficient. He needed to eliminate a few more zombies to complete his task. Furthermore, he was merely 100 points shy of leveling up to level 8. After taking a brief respite, he made his way towards the tennis hall across from the badminton hall. Upon pushing open the door to the tennis hall, he counted approximately 20 zombies inside. This number was sufficient. Lin Ziluo locked the door behind him, sealing the fate of the zombies within. Ding! The host has successfully killed 100 zombies in the Magic City Sports Hall and completed the task 1 against 100. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a task reward, a random ordinary golden finger and a piece of bronze-level equipment. Ding! Would the host like to claim the reward now? Wait. Lin Ziluo interjected. There were still 5 zombies remaining. He decided to handle these before proceeding. He was quite eager to see what golden finger and equipment he might draw. Thus, he unleashed his full power, executing a series of swirling slashes and explosive dual strikes, swiftly ending the lives of the remaining 5 zombies. Using skills consumed a considerable amount of mental energy. However, Lin Ziluo's mental attributes were notably high. After unleashing 2 rounds of each skill, he still had a substantial reserve of mental energy left. Once the zombies were dispatched, he did not rush to collect the items they dropped. Instead, he directly opened the golden finger system at the same spot. How does one draw? Lin Ziluo inquired. Ding! What reward does the host wish to draw first? Let us draw the equipment first. I want to secure the equipment before hoping for luck with the golden finger, Lin Ziluo replied. This was a personal habit of his. He preferred to reveal the significant, valuable items last. Unlike others, he believed this sequence usually led to favorable outcomes. Ding! Drawing bronze-level equipment. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained a bronze-level equipment, blood-sucking ring. Blood-sucking ring, bronze-level equipment. An evil ring that can siphon the stamina of enemies during battle. Attributes, 1 strength, 1 constitution. Ability, 5 of the damage dealt to enemies can be converted into stamina and transferred to the host through the weapon. Initially, upon seeing it was a ring, Lin Ziluo felt a wave of disappointment. After all, one could only wear 1 ring at a time, and he already possessed the Nightfall ring, making him temporarily unbothered by the lack of ring-type equipment. Although the attributes of the Nightfall ring were not particularly impressive, he was astounded to discover that the blood-sucking ring possessed such a rare attribute. The ability to absorb damage and convert it into one's own stamina was incredibly precious in Lin Ziluo's previous life. Many who had reached the God of War level still wore golden-level equipment with stamina siphoning capabilities. It was simply too enticing. Those at the God of War level had formidable strength, and their skills were powerful. During battles against hordes of zombies, they could effortlessly restore a significant amount of stamina through this attribute and re-engage in combat. In essence, this was an effect that could greatly assist in sustaining one's combat capabilities. Therefore, Lin Ziluo did not hesitate. He removed the Nightfall ring and donned the blood-sucking ring. Although he sacrificed a bit of mental attributes, gaining strength and constitution was quite advantageous. At that moment, Lin Ziluo suddenly felt a pang of worry. What if all his luck in the lottery was spent on drawing the blood-sucking ring, and the golden finger turned out to be something undesirable? Ding! Rest assured, host. Each ordinary golden finger possesses practical effects and can provide significant assistance. All right, I trust you. Draw the golden finger for me, Lin Ziluo said. Ding! Drawing ordinary golden finger. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the ordinary golden finger. Automatic pickup LV1. Lin Ziluo's breath quickened. Automatic pickup. Could it be that this automatic pickup is precisely what he imagined? He hurriedly examined the attributes of automatic pickup. Automatic pickup LV1. Capable of automatically collecting items dropped by zombies slain by the host, storing them in the inventory within a radius of 0.5 meters from the host. If the inventory has insufficient space, further pickups cannot occur. Holy cow! This is utterly astonishing. Despite Lin Ziluo having experienced modifications to the Golden Finger system and the Doomsday Games tasks, the ordinary Golden Finger's revelations still left him in awe. The ability to automatically collect his dropped items. What a concept. He would no longer expend energy cleaning the battlefield or worry about others pilfering his hard-won spoils. As long as the items were dropped by him, they would seamlessly enter his inventory. From now on, he could enjoy a 100 drop rate while effortlessly gathering supplies amidst the zombie hordes. The Golden Finger system truly lived up to its name. Previously, Lin Ziluo had been concerned that having such a high drop rate might compel him to avoid killing zombies in front of others. After all, who wouldn't think twice upon witnessing a zombie yielding an item? Now, however, he could kill zombies, and the items would discreetly enter his inventory without a soul the wiser. The only thing that puzzled Lin Ziluo was the meaning of LV1. System, is this LVE1 the level of the ordinary Golden Finger? Lin Ziluo inquired. Ding. Correct. LVE1 represents the level of the automatic pickup ordinary golden finger. The host can draw again for a chance to obtain automatic pickup and thus elevate its level. What are the benefits of upgrading this level? Lin Ziluo asked. Ding. Elevating the level of automatic pickup will extend its range and may confer additional effects. The potential for an increased range was truly remarkable. Lin Ziluo felt a surge of excitement. Are there any tasks available? Please, provide me with more tasks. I wish to continue drawing. He negotiated eagerly. Ding. The Golden Finger System's tasks will randomly trigger based on the host's environment, status, and events. Please maintain a calm mindset, enjoy the Doomsday game, and do not overthink it. Very well. Lin Ziluo shrugged, realizing that such things were simply beyond his control. As for the first drawn, ordinary golden finger, he felt thoroughly satisfied. Simultaneously, he yearned to discover the effects of other golden fingers. What wonders could they hold? Moreover, upon reaching level 10, he would have another opportunity to draw a super golden finger. The last ability with a guaranteed drop rate was already astonishing. Perhaps he would acquire an even more formidable golden finger this time. With this new ability, he was itching to test it out. Lin Ziluo strode over to the zombies he had just slain. They have yet to retrieve the items that have just fallen. Chapter 33. Who killed you, Jinghan? Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have received a resource card, a packet of barbecue seasoning. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a resource card, a power bank with only 50 charge. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a bronze level item, Eye of Reconnaissance. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a resource card, delicious crab yolk burger. As Lin Ziluo approached the corpse of the zombie, a plethora of information resonated in his ears, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He couldn't quite grasp what he had just acquired. This automatic pickup is convenient, but the notification sound is utterly absurd, Lin Ziluo complained. Ding. Apologies, the system did not take the host's feelings into account. Automatic pickup has now been optimized for the host. Ding. Automatic pickup has been optimized. From now on, only the acquisition of equipment and items will be announced. Ding. Resource cards will be automatically categorized and stored in the host's storage space. That's quite considerate, Lin Ziluo remarked, pleasantly surprised. He checked his storage space and indeed found the resource cards neatly organized into several stacks. The leftmost stack contained food, followed by water, tools, and scrap materials. The categorization was meticulous and exceedingly thoughtful. Next time, Lin Ziluo wouldn't need to sift through a thick pile of cards to find what he needed. The recently acquired resources, apart from the Eye of Reconnaissance, were rather unremarkable. Not giving it much thought, Lin Ziluo exited the tennis hall. Glancing at the time, it was already noon. Oh dear, I miscalculated. I had planned to simply open a silver chest on the 3rd floor. But I didn't anticipate encountering the zombie cat, which delayed me significantly. Now, there's hardly enough time for a leisurely lunch. I must hasten towards the Li family estate. This time, he wouldn't have to provoke the hundreds of zombies on the 1st floor. Lin Ziluo directly opened the window in the corridor and leaped out. Logically, jumping from the 2nd floor of the sports hall was exceedingly perilous, as the 2nd level was considerably higher than standard floors. With a drop of at least several meters to the ground, it was akin to leaping from a great height, even with his current physical attributes. Such a feat was challenging, not to mention the cacophony upon landing would surely attract numerous zombies. However, one must not forget Lin Ziluo's temporary suspension in midair. Outside the window, Lin Ziluo plummeted rapidly towards the ground, his white-winged cloak billowing in the wind. Just as his handsome visage was about to meet the earth, he activated the temporary suspension. His rapid descent was instantly mitigated. He executed a 180-degree roll in midair and landed gracefully on his feet. Lin Ziluo donned his concealment mask once more. Although it did not activate the effect to hide his information, in this early apocalyptic phase, where not everyone would scrutinize attributes, it served as a splendid means to obscure his identity. At the Li family estate, in the lavishly decorated living room, Li Haobo reclined on a woman's lap while another woman administered a full-body massage. Why haven't they returned yet? Are they merely lazing about? Li Haobo, who had been flirtatiously engaging with one woman, suddenly slapped her face and bellowed furiously. The silver-haired butler stepped forward, speaking calmly, "Young master, the hunting team only departed from Magic City University at 7 this morning. Given the multitude of zombies within the university and the complex situation, their search would naturally be more arduous. Damn it, zombies again. I'm going to be driven mad by these creatures." Li Haobo seethed. What is this nonsense? I killed the zombies, so why can't I gain experience? He shouted angrily at the sky. Upon hearing that the apocalyptic game upgrade could enhance his attributes, Li Haobo was quite tempted. His health had always been somewhat fragile. Wouldn't it be splendid to augment his abilities through this method? He instructed his subordinates to maim the zombies, intending to reap the rewards himself. After slaying 10 zombies, he barely accrued any experience. Not only did he fail to level up, but he almost exacerbated his already frail condition. What Li Haobo did not realize was that this was a unique mechanism of the apocalyptic game, to prevent higher-level players from assisting lower-level ones in farming experience. The acquisition of experience points was entirely contingent upon one's contribution to the kill. Attempting to sneak in or claim the kill rewards proved quite challenging. Just as Li Haobo was erupting in fury, the front door of the villa swung open. A man clad in black attire entered, carrying a hefty black bag that bore a faint scent of blood. "Uncle Rome, you're back. Were you able to locate that little vixen and that orphan?" Li Haobo inquired eagerly of the man in black. "Young master, we found the woman, but the man is missing," the black-clad man replied, tossing the bag onto the floor with a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing that Yu-Jing-On had been found, Li Haobo's eyes sparkled. Yet, upon learning that Lin Ziluo was still unaccounted for, his expression darkened. "Where is she? Have her come to see me immediately. How dare she hide away?" Li Haobo's face clouded with anger. "Here," the man in black gestured towards the bag on the ground. "Here?" Li Haobo echoed, perplexed. "Based on the information you provided, we located a living roommate of hers in her dormitory. The roommate mentioned that she had remarked, 'How unlucky. I still need to go to the abandoned warehouse behind the playground.' So we scoured the entire abandoned warehouse and ultimately discovered her body within a large barrel, along with a bloodstained men's shirt," the man explained. Li Haobo remained silent, approaching the bag to uncover its contents. A pungent stench of blood assaulted his senses. Inside lay the grotesquely mutilated corpse, and Yao Jing'an's head, bloodied and marked with a series of grotesque carvings, her eyes wide open in horror. Li Haobo could no longer contain himself. Ugh! He reached directly into the bag. He had always prided himself on his prowess in tormenting others, believing that killing and torturing were trivial matters for him. However, the sight of such horrendous mutilation proved unbearable. The vile yellow vomit landed squarely on Yao Jing'an's head, serving as a grotesque cleansing ritual. The two women behind Li Haobo were so horrified they fainted on the spot. The man in black spoke calmly. "Based on the numerous wounds on her body, the gashes on her neck, and her dismembered form, it is evident she suffered excruciating torment before death. The injuries are concentrated on areas with heightened pain sensitivity, even including pressure points revered in our culture. Even a professionally trained assassin would struggle to achieve such precision. Each incision appears to have employed a uniquely brutal technique, shredding the surrounding muscle tissue. This method of torment is beyond even the world's foremost assassin, Death Spirit, with whom I have collaborated. The unimaginable methods of torture and the terrifying skill with the blade, accompanied by an intense hatred towards this woman, lead me to ask, so, young master, do you know who is responsible for her death?" Chapter 34, The Hunt for the God of War. Who committed the act? Li Haobo retorted. "How could I possibly know who did it?" His confusion was palpable. "Young master, I've investigated the deceased woman. She was an utterly ordinary individual, hailing from an unremarkable family. Logically, she should not have provoked someone with such formidable power. The only peculiar aspect about her is her connection to you, young master. Thus, I suspect that her demise is likely related to you," the man in black reasoned coolly. "Indeed, Yao Jing-On was merely an unremarkable campus belle. Were it not for her association with that good-for-nothing, I wouldn't even have paid her any mind," Li Haobo echoed, equally perplexed. Could it be that worthless wretch? Li Haobo's thoughts drifted to Lin Ziluo. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is merely an orphan, devoid of parents. How could he possess the power you speak of? Li Haobo swiftly dismissed the absurd notion. Moreover, the surprise I prepared for him has yet to be delivered. He cannot possibly know that Yao Jing'an betrayed him, Li Haobo reasserted. "Young master, who are you referring to?" The man in black furrowed his brow in inquiry. "The one named Lin Ziluo, the one who failed to die," Li Haobo clarified. "He is the son of Lin Jian?" The man in black seemed to recall someone. "Yes, that's him," Li Haobo confirmed. "Logically, it shouldn't be him. He possesses no capabilities. And such a method of killing could only be executed by someone who has slain thousands or spent decades honing their skills," the man in black concurred. "However, it is also possible that this boy, by sheer chance, managed to enlist the help of some extraordinary expert." He continued his analysis. "No, young master. Regardless of who it is, the mere act of killing Yao Jing'an seems unlikely. It is probable that they are also targeting you. Facing such a top-tier assassin, with just over 100 men, we might not be sufficient. We require additional security personnel, the man in black advised. What? Uncle Rome, you still aren't enough? You're one of the top 10 experts in the Dragon Nation, and besides, you lead a complete mercenary team. Li Haobo exclaimed in shock, finally realizing the terror posed by this potential enemy. Young master, as I said, what the world's foremost assassin cannot accomplish, he has achieved. This enemy is exceedingly formidable. The man in black stated gravely. All right, hurry and gather more bodyguards from the back mountain. Even those who haven't completed their final training will suffice. I cannot afford to die. I absolutely cannot die. I will not die. Li Haobo exclaimed in panic. Rest assured, young master. As long as I am here, I will protect you with my life, the man in black vowed. From the moment of his birth, he had undergone countless brainwashing sessions. In their minds, they were prepared to sacrifice their lives for the Li family. Congratulations, player Yizai successfully killed a level 3 zombie, earning 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations, player has leveled up to level 8, earning 1 attribute point. Lin Ziluo sheathed his broadsword. Before him lay 3 zombies, their heads recently severed. Finally, level 8. However, this progress has exceeded my expectations. I thought I would only reach this level by the 4th night of the apocalyptic game. But this is for the best, with my rapid level increase. I won't need to seek out a dungeon entrance to participate in side quests, Lin Ziluo sighed in relief. At that moment, he was hastily making his way to the Li family estate. Along the journey, apart from casually snacking on some bread and pancakes for lunch, he focused on traveling and scavenging for supplies. Thanks to his deliberately chosen remote route, he encountered very few zombies. Naturally, he did not let even the slightest number of zombies escape. After all, he was just a few experience points shy of leveling up. Finally, as Lin Ziluo approached the foot of the mountain where the Li family manor was located, he had slain enough zombies to reach level 8. Let us enhance my strength, Lin Ziluo decided. At that moment, his strength had risen to 24 points. After allocating his attributes, he lifted his gaze towards the imposing Gushan Mountain. It was hard to fathom that in this land of precious real estate, the Li family had transformed the entire mountain into their private estate. The entrance at the foot of the mountain had originally been established with several checkpoints. However, with the onset of the apocalyptic game, these had been abandoned. Furthermore, due to the discovery of Yao Jing'an's corpse, all of the Li family's security forces had been deployed outside the estate, resulting in heightened defenses. Lin Ziluo did not rush to ascend the mountain. A competent assassin must first familiarize themselves with the surroundings before devising a plan. He circled the main road of Gushan Mountain, observing for a while. From his observations, there appeared to be only one road directly leading to the estate. After some exploration, he discovered the exit of a secret passage concealed within a dense thicket. Lin Ziluo chose not to seal off the Li family's secret passage just yet. If he left no escape route, how could he ensnare them all? This is one of the renowned strategies of the Dragon Nation. Surrounding the enemy must allow for an escape. Only by providing them a glimmer of hope, a chance for survival, would they refrain from truly fighting back and concentrate their efforts on resistance. With persistent pursuit, Lin Ziluo could then devour them all. However, the layout of the Li family's estate indeed necessitated alterations to his plans. Initially, Lin Ziluo had intended to divert attention by using raw meat infected with the zombie virus to attract a horde of zombies, thereby depleting the Li family's security forces. Yet, the zombies within a kilometer radius were already exceedingly sparse, all cleared away by the Li family's personnel. This rendered Lin Ziluo's plan nearly impossible to execute. Every situation holds advantages and disadvantages. While he could not divert attention, it also prevented him from being disturbed by zombies during his evening operations. It was not that he was incapable of defeating zombies enhanced by the attributes of darkness. If he expended his energy clearing zombies, how could he ensure that Li Haobo felt pain? Finding a very concealed spot in a forest near the summit of the Li family's estate, Lin Ziluo began to observe the security situation through the binoculars he had acquired. He noticed that various pathways leading into the estate were heavily guarded by numerous personnel. Their vigilance was exceptionally high, indicating they were seasoned warriors with true skill. The hunting mercenary group. Lin Ziluo instantly recognized his old adversary. During his escape, he had often been besieged by members of this mercenary group, which constituted Li Haobo's most loyal subordinates. Each member had been brainwashed and trained from a young age to be unwaveringly loyal warriors, both powerful and steadfast. Lin Ziluo was well acquainted with their faces, movements, demeanor, tactics, and habits. This familiarity provided him with ample targets. To outsiders, the defensive layout appeared impregnable. However, Lin Ziluo could discern several vulnerabilities. Yet, he would not allow his knowledge of the enemy to inflate his confidence. His cautious nature led him to repeatedly observe the movements of the hunting mercenary group and the layout of the environment. Finally, at 6 p.m., as darkness began to descend, Lin Ziluo spotted a very familiar old acquaintance emerging from the estate, commanding the hunting mercenary group to alter their defensive strategy. Rongzhan, one of the 10 war gods of the Dragon Nation, the god of war in the hunt. Chapter 35, The Amusement of Li Haobo Rongzhan. One of the legendary war gods of Long Nation is the leader of a notorious mercenary group that has long been embroiled in the chaos of war-torn regions. Directly under the control of the Li family, he possesses exceptional skills in close-quarters combat and excels at commanding his mercenaries in pursuit of their targets. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, after the entire mercenary group failed to capture Lin Ziluo, Rongzhan chose to take matters into his own hands, repeatedly cornering Lin Ziluo into desperate situations. It can be said that Lin Ziluo is one of his greatest adversaries. Conversely, Lin Ziluo also represents Rongzhan's most significant humiliation, for he is the only individual to have successfully escaped from Rongzhan's clutches, shattering the myth of Rongzhan's invincibility. As fate would have it, upon seeing Rongzhan, Lin Ziluo's gaze instantly turned icy. However, he promptly retracted his binoculars, concealing himself once more in the shadows. At that moment, while Rongzhan was explaining the defensive positions to his mercenary team, an unsettling awareness washed over him. Goosebumps prickled his skin, and every hair stood on end as he sensed the imminent presence of death. Yet, this feeling dissipated almost as swiftly as it had come, leading Rongzhan to question whether he had merely imagined it. Lin Ziluo let out a sigh of relief, grateful for his quick reflexes. As a seasoned rival, he was acutely aware of Rongzhan's sensitivity to threats and murderous intent. Thus, upon spotting Rongzhan, Lin Ziluo decisively stowed away his binoculars and masked his presence. Nevertheless, he felt a long-buried fervor bubbling within him. The thrill of confronting an old rival ignited a fierce desire to showcase his utmost prowess. This time, Rongzhan was destined for demise. Should Rongzhan fall, it would sever a crucial limb of the Li family, an opportunity Lin Ziluo could not allow to slip away. With this thought, Lin Ziluo quietly settled into his hideout, meticulously organizing his cards, supplies, and all the resources he intended to employ. Clarity of his own situation was paramount to executing his strategy with precision. Once he had refined his plans and gathered his tools, Lin Ziluo patiently awaited the arrival of nightfall. It was only with sufficient patience that he could strike at the most opportune moment. Time trickled by, and the sky gradually dimmed. The Li family's stringent security measures were constantly being adjusted. As the clock struck midnight, the estate was ablaze with light. Brother Rong, may I retire for the night? It's already past midnight, and with the zombies outside so active, who would dare come kill me? Li Haobo lamented, his face a portrait of exasperation. Young master, it is prudent to remain cautious. My instincts tell me we are being watched, Rongzhan replied, unaffected by Li Haobo's protests. Years of combat experience had endowed him with a formidable intuition for danger, making him wary even in the absence of any overt signs from Lin Ziluo. I don't care. I'm utterly bored. Why must I endure the night for a coward who doesn't even dare show his face? Li Haobo retorted angrily. If you find it dull, you might seek some amusement, suggested the silver-haired butler standing behind Li Haobo. Indeed, I shall find some entertainment, Li Haobo exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Though Rongzhan was tempted to interject, he refrained upon glancing at the butler. By the way, Brother Rong, I heard you captured a zombie during the day. Is that correct? Li Haobo pondered before speaking. Indeed, young master, we did capture a zombie for research purposes, Rongzhan confirmed. There are plenty of zombies outside. Let me have some fun with this one, Li Haobo declared eagerly. Young master may play, but I worry this zombie might pose a threat to you, Rongzhan cautioned. Seeing the opportunity to placate Li Haobo, rest assured, my entertainment will be perfectly safe. Li Haobo laughed heartily. Shortly thereafter, a zombie, its limbs and mouth bound by metal restraints, was brought to the center of the hall. The creature was muscular and appeared to possess exceptional physical prowess, struggling futilely against its bonds while glaring at those around it with blood-red eyes. Bring over my large iron cage, Li Haobo exclaimed, visibly excited upon seeing the zombie. Moments later, a massive iron cage, measuring 20 square meters, was wheeled into the living room by a dozen bodyguards. Inside, a group of women, all strikingly beautiful, were trapped. Yet, they seemed devoid of spirit, their gazes vacant and expressions dazed, bound by heavy chains around their necks. As the cage was moved, they remained motionless, as if they had surrendered to despair. Li Haobo produced a bell and shook it gently. Instantly, the women within the cage reacted, rushing toward him, only to be thwarted by the bars. This eerie spectacle sent chills down one's spine, making one shudder to think of the inhumane torment these women must have endured to arrive at such a state. Yet, Li Haobo was far from satisfied. This is too boring. After a few months of playing with these women, I've grown weary. Were it not for the apocalypse, I would have sent my subordinates to capture fresh specimens from the countryside. Only new faces can provide the thrill I crave, he lamented, his expression one of petulant disappointment, akin to that of a child deprived of a cherished toy. However, in an instant, his demeanor shifted, transforming into one of exhilaration, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. But fear not, they can still serve a final purpose, Li Haobo exclaimed, rising to his feet, gesturing animatedly. Quickly, throw the zombie in. Remove all the shackles. I want to see the zombie devour these women. His excitement grew, and he even began to clap his hands. The onlookers, save for the silver-haired butler and members of Rongzhan's mercenary team, were visibly horrified at the prospect of unleashing a vicious zombie upon a group of defenseless women. Any semblance of humanity would recoil at such a monstrous act. Chapter 36. The Horrors of Hell. However, Rongzhan and the other members of the hunting mercenary corps wore smiles on their faces. This group of madmen, who had endured countless brushes with death, seemed to be filled with anticipation for the unfolding events. A diminutive mercenary stepped forward from the hunting mercenary corps, known by the codename Slim Monkey, who was exceptionally skilled at scouting the surrounding environment. Young master, allow me. I relish in this sort of task, Slim Monkey eagerly volunteered. The mercenaries erupted into hearty laughter. Li Haobo, feeling a connection with him, quickly chimed in, "You're the one." Upon receiving the command, Slim Monkey cheerfully seized the keys from the large table. He first unlocked the massive iron cage that held the women captive. Strangely, despite the cage being open, the women did not dare to escape. Slim Monkey then used a tether to pull a zombie into the cage. He unsealed the zombie's mouth, which immediately gaped wide, eager to bite the approaching Slim Monkey. However, Slim Monkey kept a safe distance, leaving the zombie with no opportunity to strike. Suddenly, a bodyguard behind Li Haobo could no longer bear to witness the brutality. He knelt before Li Haobo, pleading, "Young master, this is too cruel. Perhaps you could spare them?" He bowed his head 3 times in supplication, unable to endure the forthcoming brutality. Memories of his mother's teaching about kindness flooded his mind. Li Haobo's expression darkened, the excitement draining from his face. One of the bodyguards stepped forward, attempting to lift the kneeling man. "Apologies, young master. This is Wang Dahu, who was newly assigned after that fellow's demise last night. He possesses immense strength, but his intellect is somewhat lacking. Please don't hold it against him." The man struggled to pull Wang Dahu up, but he remained firmly knelt. "Oh, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Li Haobo's gaze turned icy, akin to that of a venomous serpent. "Young master, I would never dare. It was my mistake." The bodyguard quickly apologized, retreating back into the ranks, leaving Wang Dahu still kneeling, steadfast in his resolve, murmuring, "Please, young master, spare them." "Ha! It has been ages since anyone dared to challenge my authority." Li Haobo trembled, unleashing a terrifying laugh. "Wang Dahu, is it? You think you're strong? Bring him here." "Hold him down," he commanded. A member of the hunting mercenary corps swiftly approached, seething with anger at Wang Dahu's interference. Known as Black Ape, he was renowned for his strength, capable of bearing the heavy artillery of the mercenary group alone. With a fierce expression, Black Ape swung a punch at Wang Dahu's head. Unexpectedly, Wang Dahu, still on his knees, caught Black Ape's fist and shoved him away. Rongzhan, who had been observing, felt a flicker of surprise. Black Ape, humiliated, realized he had lost a contest of strength. Acknowledging Wang Dahu's might, he refrained from advancing further and called out to the mercenary group, "2 of you, come help me deal with him." "What's the matter, Black Ape? Have you been distracted by women lately? How could an untrained bodyguard overpower you?" 2 robust men emerged from the hunting mercenary corps. Violent Bear, known for his explosive temper and penchant for torturing enemies before killing them, and Crocodile, skilled in close combat and relished in devouring the flesh of his foes. Despite the jest, Violent Bear and Crocodile stepped forward. The onlookers recognized Wang Dahu's formidable strength. Rongzhan sighed, believing Wang Dahu had great potential. Yet it would ultimately lead to his demise. But what did potential matter? The Li family had never lacked individuals with promise. They merely required obedient dogs. The 3 men closed in on Wang Dahu, who continued to plead, "Please, young master, spare them." Suddenly, they attacked. employing battlefield techniques to restrain Wang Dahu's limbs and head. Despite his immense strength, he was unable to break free from the grip of 3 elite mercenaries. They pinned him to the ground, his struggles proving futile. Black Ape unleashed 3 powerful punches to Wang Dahu's face, fueled by resentment. The dull thuds echoed as Wang Dahu's face was bloodied and battered. "Don't kill him," Li Hao was suddenly interjected. Everyone present was astonished. This was not a sentiment typically expressed by Li Haobo, who had sought to protect the women. "Let him witness their demise," he continued, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. Black Ape couldn't help but admire Li Haobo's cunning, remarking, "The young master truly knows how to play the game." Then, Black Ape forcefully turned Wang Dahu's face towards the iron cage, using his fingers to keep his eyelids open. Wang Dahu emitted a mournful wail, desperate to close his eyes. Yet it was futile. "Slim Monkey, what are you standing there for? Close the door and release the zombies," Li Haobo urged. At the command, Slim Monkey quickly began to unshackle the zombies. As the restraints fell away, the zombies began to stir. Finally, once the shackles were removed, a zombie lunged at Slim Monkey. He nimbly dodged the attack, escaping the cage and locking it behind him. The zombies, enraged, slammed against the cage, their fury unleashed after being confined for so long. Despite their rage, the sturdy iron cage held firm against their onslaught. With no way to break free, their anger sought a new target, the remaining women inside the cage. Even in the face of such a ferocious creature, the women remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to the approaching horror. The nearest zombie lunged at one of the women, sinking its teeth into her neck. She offered no resistance, allowing the zombie to feast upon her flesh, as if numb to pain and devoid of awareness, completely detached from the value of life. In moments, this tragic woman was reduced to mere halves. Wang Dahu watched in horror as the zombie consumed her, unleashing a gut-wrenching cry as he attempted to shut his eyes, but it was in vain. Black Ape held his eyelids open, forcing him to witness the gruesome spectacle. The zombie swiftly targeted another woman, devouring her with a voracious appetite. 1, 2, 3. With every woman that fell to the beast. The surrounding mercenaries and Li Haobo erupted in shrill laughter. How exhilarating! Such a grotesque scene thrilled them. In fact, after the zombie devoured the last woman, Li Haobo trembled uncontrollably, losing control of his bladder. Having satiated its hunger, the zombie began to assault the iron cage, its newfound energy causing the structure to creak ominously. Initially startled, Li Haobo breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing the cage remained unbroken. However, inspired by the moment, he declared, "Shove this Wang Dahu into the cage. He possesses great strength, does he not? I wish to see who is stronger, him or the zombie." Chapter 37. The bell tolls at 1 o'clock. Li Haobo's brilliant idea instantaneously ignited the atmosphere within the living room. Thus, it is evident that young Master Li is indeed exceptional, possessing a flair for creativity that far surpasses our own crude minds. Who among us could have conceived such an ingenious notion? The thin monkey could not help but express a blend of admiration and flattery as he addressed Li Haobo. The mercenaries of the hunting mercenary corps echoed their agreement, and even Rongzhan, seated beside the sofa, gave a thumbs up to Li Haobo. Overwhelmed by the affirmation of his peers, Li Haobo's face flushed with excitement. It was the first time he had received such praise. Meanwhile, Wang Dahu remained firmly pressed to the ground by 3 mercenaries. The kind-hearted man had just witnessed the horrific demise of several women before his very eyes, an event that rendered him speechless and stripped him of any will to resist. Tears of despair streamed down his cheeks, mingled with traces of blood. As he struggled to maintain his composure, Black Ape and Crocodile hoisted Wang Dahu up, while the thin monkey cautiously approached the iron cage. The zombie continued to assault the cage, oblivious to the thin monkey's intentions to unlock the iron door from the opposite side. Rongzhan stood up to prevent the zombie from escaping. With a creak, the iron door swung open, and Wang Dahu was unceremoniously tossed into the cage. The thin monkey swiftly secured the door once more. Phew, what a thrill! The thin monkey sighed in relief. After consuming several women, the zombie had gained considerable strength, and even its mere presence elicited an overwhelming sense of pressure. The sheer terror that Wang Dahu faced, being in such close proximity to the zombie, was unimaginable. The zombie sensed the commotion behind it and turned to see a bloodied man struggling to rise. Was another meal being presented to it? Wang Dahu, in a frantic scramble, managed to get to his feet, only to behold the zombie, a mere 2 or 3 meters away, with its mouth dripping fresh blood and bits of flesh. He caught sight of the mangled remains of the women within the cage, and fear gripped him. Yet, it was not the hellish scene before him that terrified him, but rather the dread of not being able to return to care for his mother. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he refused to surrender. The thought of his mother waiting for him at home steeled his resolve. He must survive. He had to live. With determination, he charged at the zombie. To the onlookers outside the cage, his brave act appeared utterly ridiculous. Nevertheless, they erupted in cheers, eager to witness the exhilarating spectacle. The previous women had offered no resistance, leaving the audience unsatisfied. The zombie lunged at Wang Dehu, and thus began a fierce struggle for survival within the confines of the cage. Regrettably, Wang Dehu, a mere rookie bodyguard lacking any combat training, relied solely on his brute strength and not-so-sharp intellect. He chose to engage the zombie in a brutal exchange of blows. He struck the zombie's head with a powerful punch, deforming its visage. The zombie, impervious to pain, retaliated by sinking its claws deeply into Wang Dehu's abdomen. Blood flowed freely onto the ground, intensifying the already pungent aroma of carnage wafting through the hall. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, fueled by sheer determination and unwavering belief. Wang Dehu relentlessly pounded the zombie's skull with his fists. 1 claw, 2 claws, 3 claws. The zombie, disregarding its own injuries, continued to slash at Wang Dehu's body, leaving deep lacerations in its wake. At that moment, Wang Dehu's abdomen was a gruesome mess, with intestines and other organs spilling forth. He appeared as though he had emerged from a pool of blood, drenched in crimson. Against all odds, a zombie transformed through Li Haobuo's training, a creature that even Rongzhan found formidable, unexpectedly succumbed in this brutal melee. The lifeless body of the zombie collapsed amidst the remains of the deceased women. The cage was left with only the blood-soaked Wang Dehu still standing. Outside the cage, the audience could no longer contain their excitement, applauding the thrilling battle. Had Wang Dehu emerged victorious? Not quite. His injuries were so grievous that even the divine would lament his fate. He had lost consciousness, mechanically uttering, "I was wrong, I was wrong." He had not erred. His kindness was a virtue. Yet in this terrifying, dark apocalypse, goodness had led to his demise. Boom. Wang Dehu could endure no longer. His gaze dulled, and he collapsed within the cage. Thud. The clock struck 1 o'clock, seemingly bidding farewell to Wang Dehu and heralding the final countdown to death for Li Haobuo and his companions. Unbeknownst to anyone, the fallen Wang Dehu's skin began to take on a gray hue. He was not dead. He was on the brink of transforming into a zombie. The chime of the clock resonated through the forest outside the manor. Lin Ziluo stirred after lying in wait for 7 long hours. Between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning, when the weary feel their heaviest fatigue and their attention wanes, the human brain secretes a substance known as melatonin. This secretion peaks during the darkest hours, inducing drowsiness. Conversely, a competent assassin maintains sharp awareness throughout the night. Lin Ziluo rose, having extinguished the glow of his gear, which he had dyed to blend seamlessly with the night. The equipment, produced by the apocalyptic game, possessed a self-cleaning feature. Within the dark forest, Lin Ziluo resembled a mere shadow, undetectable to the naked eye. After surveying the manor's defensive layout once more, Lin Ziluo sprang into motion. His movements were as swift as a cheetah, the wind created by his passage rustling the fallen leaves around him. Remarkably, despite his feet treading upon the ground, he made no sound. Soon, Lin Ziluo emerged from the forest, stealthily approaching the manor. Along the perimeter of the manor's walls, mercenaries stood vigil, utilizing tactical flashlights to scrutinize the area for any signs of movement. The beams of light flickered as they meticulously scanned every corner. Lin Ziluo pressed on without a moment's pause, advancing toward the walls with the ease of a stroll in his own backyard. His steps were light and assured, his demeanor relaxed and confident. Strangely, however, his path remained untouched by any flashlight beams, as if the light itself actively avoided him. Chapter 38. Assassination. This illustrates Lin Ziluo's terrifying insight. In the preceding hours, he had meticulously observed every mercenary's movements around him. Each individual possessed certain inescapable habits, and mercenaries were no exception. While they used flashlights to survey the surroundings of the estate, the positions they took and the angles of the beam followed a discernible pattern. Lin Ziluo grasped these patterns completely and calculated the optimal route in his mind. This enabled him to traverse an astonishing path towards the wall. One mercenary stationed atop the wall remained oblivious to the approach of death, stifling a yawn due to fatigue. It was this very yawn that provided Lin Ziluo with his opportunity. Pressed against the wall, he began to scale it with nothing but his bare hands, moving with such grace that not a sound escaped him. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the top. The mercenary, just awakening from his yawn, was met with the sight of Lin Ziluo, clad in black and masked, standing before him. What the hell? The mercenary was about to cry out when a dagger swiftly sliced across his throat, silencing him forever. This dagger had been pilfered from a knife shop on his way over, and alongside it, he had acquired several others of various designs, including one particularly unique blade. Lin Ziluo retracted the dagger, swiftly choking the blood flow to contain the scent of death as he applied a prepared piece of cling film to the wound, effectively addressing the issue. At that moment, the mercenary's body remained propped up, preventing it from collapsing, and the flashlight continued to sway as if nothing had transpired. Using the corpse as a shield, Lin Ziluo began to scrutinize the interior of the estate. The lights in the smaller buildings had been extinguished, save for the grand villa at the center, where the first floor remained brilliantly lit. Additionally, from his vantage point, he could hear loud roars and howls emanating from within. As though numerous individuals were venting their emotions, Lin Ziluo paid them no mind, for today, his objective was to leave not a single soul behind. Their raucousness only facilitated his infiltration. He lowered the mercenary's body, secured the flashlight, and then leaped into the estate from the edge of the wall, stealthily approaching another mercenary nearby. Setting aside Lin Ziluo's unparalleled stealth skills, one must ask, which mercenary, engrossed in observing the estate's exterior, would anticipate the silent approach of a grim reaper from behind? Beneath the cover of darkness, Lin Ziluo continued to reap lives one by one. A swift strike to the throat, drop the body, adjust the flashlight, and move on to the next. He executed the essence of assassination with exquisite precision. Within a mere 2 minutes, he had erased nearly half of the mercenaries stationed along the wall. At that moment, one mercenary began to realize something was amiss. "What is going on? Old pig, why is your flashlight not moving?" he inquired, oblivious that his words would cost him dearly. As he prepared to investigate his companion's fate, a dagger cut across his throat, extinguishing his life. Although this mercenary was now deceased, the remaining mercenaries, previously drowsy, were jolted awake by the utterance of his name. "What is happening? Audie, what is wrong with old pig?" another mercenary queried. "It's nothing. That kid was about to doze off, so I gave him a nudge." Audie replied. "Well, that's all right. Damn it. Here we are, while the captain and the commander are enjoying themselves in the hall. We're stuck on guard duty." Upon hearing Audie's words, the mercenary felt no suspicion, instead beginning to voice his grievances. It was not that he lacked suspicion, rather. Lin Ziluo had perfectly mimicked Audie's voice. The words spoken by one mercenary became the catalyst for a chain reaction. The surrounding mercenaries began to join in the chorus of complaints. "What's the deal? Today I found a beautiful college girl from that university. But before I could make my move, that crocodile guy snatched her away and played her to death, not even leaving me a drop of soup. I killed a zombie that dropped a piece of bronze-level equipment, the first of its kind for our mercenary group, and they took it from me. Perhaps it was the pent-up grievances or the desire to dispel their drowsiness, but more and more mercenaries joined the discussion. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ziluo resumed his assassination spree. 1, 2, 3, he targeted those who had just spoken. Those who had recently uttered words found it difficult to raise suspicion if they fell silent shortly after. He continued to execute the mercenaries present. Finally, as only a few mercenaries remained, the facade could no longer hold. "Isn't your experience the same as mine, Xiaoji? Don't you think so?" one mercenary inquired of the last speaker. Regrettably, the answer he sought could only be found in the depths of hell. "Xiaoji? Xiaoji?" He called out twice before suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Drawing a rectangular object, Lin Ziluo instantly recognized it as a signal flare unique to the hunting mercenary group. In a post-apocalyptic world where communication was severely limited, signal flares served as an effective means of conveying messages. The mercenary acted decisively, launching the flare at the moment it was drawn. In the next second, a dagger sliced through his throat. The flare had already been fired. Lin Ziluo held his breath, focusing intently, and hurled his dagger with all his might. Was he attempting to sever the signal flare before it could be deployed? Unthinkable. Lin Ziluo proved that nothing was impossible in his hands. The dagger flew with a velocity that far surpassed that of the flare. When the flare was halfway through its ascent, the dagger embedded itself in the flare's casing, perfectly bisecting it. This unassuming little dagger rendered the flare a mere dud, which fell to the ground and bounced twice. How could this be possible? The last surviving mercenary on the entire wall witnessed the entire process in its entirety. No one answered his inquiries. A flash of steel cut through the air, severing the mercenary's head, which fell to the ground. Thus, all the guards outside the Li family manor were annihilated. Lin Ziluo approached the fallen signal flare. Extracting a dagger from its casing, he held a firm confidence in his ability to prevent the signal flare from detonating. Who knows how many times he had dealt with these flares in the past. certainly not fewer than 100. Subsequently, he even specifically familiarized himself with many of the finished signal flares produced by the Li family. His continuous study of the internal structure of these flares led to the development of his impeccable knife-throwing technique to halt their explosion. Ding. Detection of the complete downfall of external security forces at the Li family manor confirmed. Ding. The host's path of vengeance has commenced. Ding. A mission titled Revenge for Wrongs is hereby issued. Revenge for Wrongs. The grievances of the wronged must be avenged. No one can provoke the host and escape alive. Tonight, the host shall transform into the harbinger of death, harvesting every life within the Leaf family manor. Mission requirements: eliminate the remaining 269 individuals in the Leaf family manor. 269. Mission rewards: draw one random ordinary golden finger and obtain one piece of bronze-level equipment. Mission deadline: 12 hours. Ding. Does the host accept the mission? A glimmer of surprise flickered across Lin Ziluo's cold visage, but he quickly regained his composure. How splendid. Li Haobo, you now possess yet another reason to meet your demise. Accept the mission, Lin Ziluo declared. Ding. The mission, Revenge for Wrongs, has been accepted. The vengeance barrier has been activated. Should any of the 269 individuals within the Leaf family manor escape its confines, the host will be able to locate the escapee's position. Ding. May the host achieve a successful completion of the mission. Lin Ziluo was quite elated. The vengeance barrier was an exceedingly precious high-level item, one with which he had never previously interacted. He only knew its general effects, which, as described by the Golden Finger system, could prevent the enemy from fleeing the barrier's location. Once they escaped, he would have the right to track their whereabouts, with a duration of at least 1 month. What does this imply? For a month, regardless of how far one flees, evasion from pursuit would be impossible. The sheer psychological torment alone could drive one to madness. This item first appeared when the Dragon Kingdom employed it during their national conflict with the Japanese nation, after establishing a vengeance barrier over the Japanese capital. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom relentlessly pursued and eliminated those who fled, bringing the entire nation to tears. Now, Lin Ziluo would experience such a phenomenon himself. Lin Ziluo rifled through the bodies of the mercenaries, casually taking a few items before continuing his infiltration deeper into the manor. The central villa remained enveloped in a joyous atmosphere, completely unaware that their security personnel had been slaughtered by Lin Ziluo. However, as Lin Ziluo stealthily approached a small building adjacent to the main structure, he found himself momentarily perplexed. He noticed the numbers on the mission panel rising continuously. 7269. 8269. 9269. What the devil is happening? I haven't even made a move, and people are already dying? Crocodile, what are you doing? You've killed the last woman as well. The enraged Black Ape exclaimed. The hall of the villa was already strewn with the corpses of several women. After Wang Dahu and the zombies perished together, these individuals lost all amusement. One by one, they sat in their seats, sighing in boredom. The ever-hospitable Li Haobo would never let his guests down. With a grand wave of his hand, he gathered all the women within his manor, not sparing even the cleaning lady in her 40s. He intended to host a lavish multi-person revelry. However, he overlooked the ferocity of the mercenary hunting group. How could these women withstand the assault of men as robust as beasts? Before long, they succumbed to the torment and perished. My apologies. I must have applied too much force and fractured her spine, Crocodile sheepishly remarked. Of course, his embarrassment was solely directed towards damaging the brothers' playthings, not for killing the women. Now that the last one is gone, what shall we do? Black Ape muttered in frustration. Play with me. A voice suddenly resonated throughout the Villa's hall, emanating from at least 4 different locations. Who? Rongzhan, who had been feigning sleep on the sofa, abruptly stood up. At the moment the voice echoed, every hair on his body stood on end. An aura of murderous intent enveloped the space, unprecedented and overwhelming. Rongzhan was certain that to describe himself as a harbinger of death would not be an exaggeration. Over the years on the battlefield, he had slain no fewer than 10,000. Yet, this palpable killing intent dwarfed his own experiences, rendering them trivial by comparison. Not only Rongzhan, but the other members of the mercenary hunting group also became alert. They too were no strangers to slaughter and could not be oblivious to such a presence. Li Haobo had yet to grasp the situation, but his silver-haired butler quickly positioned himself in front of him, providing staunch protection. However, the voice fell silent after its utterance. It was only then that Li Haobo belatedly comprehended the gravity of the situation. It's happening. Someone truly intends to kill me, he exclaimed in terror. Young master, remain calm, the silver-haired butler advised. At this, Li Haobo promptly sealed his lips, though his eyes brimmed with fear and his body trembled uncontrollably. Unaware of which masterful entity had arrived, or what their intentions might be, he questioned whether a negotiation could be reached. Rongzhan shouted loudly, his own fear surfacing. The fact that this expert had approached the villa undetected indicated that all the guards outside had been dealt with. These were members of the mercenary hunting group, though not elite. They were capable of holding their own against 10 foes on the battlefield. Yet, without a single sound, they had all fallen. Who, or what, could that be outside? A human? Or a god? Chapter 40. A second bloom though I am but a mortal, at this moment, I embody the reaper of your very souls. The voice that resonated was none other than Lin Ziluo's. After eliminating all those within the surrounding villas, Lin Ziluo ascended to the second floor of the mansion, where he beheld the infernal scene unfolding in the grand hall. Yet, he merely observed with a cold gaze, for the chaos before him was but a trifling matter. A decade into the apocalypse, every soul bore some semblance of mental affliction, manifesting in increasingly grotesque and repugnant behaviors. As for pitying these women, as Lin Ziluo had previously articulated, dying in such a manner could indeed be a most fortuitous fate. The true horror lies in the inability to escape death itself. Seizing the moment of their reckless indulgence, Lin Ziluo swiftly installed 4 prepared speakers at the corners of the second floor, calibrating their settings before unleashing sound. This was not a mere ruse to startle. Rather, it was a calculated maneuver to heighten their vigilance. In such heightened awareness, any slightest disturbance would inevitably draw their attention. This was Lin Ziluo's intent. Arriving at the corner of the mansion's entrance, he produced a small obsidian sphere, an expendable bronze-grade item, super flash bomb. With decisive force, he hurled it inside the hall. Within moments, the atmosphere grew tense as every individual scanned their surroundings, desperately seeking Lin Ziluo's whereabouts. When the small orb soared into their midst, all eyes fixated upon it. It was no fault of theirs that they were caught off guard. After all, they had never encountered such a device. In an instant, the orb erupted with blinding white light, so rapid that no one could react in time. A chorus of screams filled the hall. Ah, my eyes. Am I blind? The once prepared assembly devolved into chaos. The disorder primarily instigated by Li Haobo's cadre of bodyguards and servants. The trained mercenaries maintained their composure, while Lin Ziluo brazenly entered through the mansion's entrance. Activating the speed-enhancing skill of his windstorm boots, he surged toward the center of the hall with terrifying swiftness. Aside from a few who managed to regain their senses, the majority remained in a state of blindness. Now was the moment. Upon reaching the predetermined position, the spike bracelet in Lin Ziluo's hand glowed with an earthy hue. Spike assault. The terrifying devastation wrought in the previous night's ping-pong arena resurfaced with renewed ferocity. Previously, the spike assault had successfully dispatched a dozen zombies. Now, facing individuals unaware of the impending danger and lacking the attributes of the undead, how many lives would it claim? The very ground of the mansion began to fracture, with luxurious marble tiles and rare carpets torn asunder by the emerging spikes. Those who had been preoccupied with shielding their eyes were utterly unprepared for the horror that ensued. They were pierced from below, their bodies rendered asunder. A vertical line of spikes claimed every life within its path, painting the hall with a gruesome tapestry of blood and dismembered flesh, transforming it into a veritable hellscape. Li Haobo, paralyzed by terror, screamed with his mouth agape, unwittingly swallowing an eye that had inexplicably landed in his mouth. Reflexively, he closed his lips and bit down, causing the ocular fluid to burst forth and cascade down his throat. Observing that many were on the verge of regaining their sight, Lin Ziluo retrieved a second, and his final, super flash bomb from his storage space, launching it high into the air. In his hand appeared a Tang Dao, spiral slash. Lin Ziluo shouted with deliberate volume, casting the blade toward the position of the mercenary team. Immediately thereafter, he dashed toward the mansion's entrance. The Tang Dao, akin to the scythe of death, swiftly severed the throats of the black bear and crocodile, claiming 2 more mercenaries on its return journey. Meanwhile, those who had just regained their sight instinctively glanced at the spot where Lin Ziluo had shouted the spiral slash. The recently launched super flash bomb plummeted, descending to a height of approximately 1.8 meters above the ground, aligning perfectly with the gaze of the crowd. Oh no, not again. Their minds screamed in unison. To their astonishment, the second wave of blinding light erupted once more. The relentless assault of luminosity caused many to weep in agony, their eyes swelling, leaving some unable to recover for hours. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ziluo caught the returning Tang Dao at the entrance of the mansion, vanishing into the night. The turmoil within the grand hall settled only after several minutes. Rongzhan's face was ashen. A seasoned warrior such as himself had lost a substantial number of subordinates without ever laying eyes on the enemy. The trembling figure of Shou Ho approached Rongzhan. His head bowed. "Boss, we have tallied our casualties." "How many?" Rongzhan inquired urgently. "How many have perished?" The earth spikes nearly annihilated young Master Li's security and servants. The spiraling blade claimed our own brothers, including Black Bear, Crocodile, and White Wolf. Shou Ho's voice faltered, cut short by Rongzhan's interruption. "Enough. Just tell me how many of us remain," Rongzhan demanded. "Aside from the young master, boss, and Uncle Zhao, there are 66 of us left." With 10 seriously injured and several others whose eyesight has yet to recover, Shou Ho hesitated before revealing the grim tally. Damn it all. When has our mercenary team suffered such catastrophic losses? We didn't even catch a glimpse of that wretched foe," Rongzhan roared, shattering his cup against the wall in a fit of rage. At that moment, Li Haobo, still reeling from his repulsive experience of swallowing an eyeball, regained consciousness. "Who did this? Who is responsible? This is utterly revolting. Uncle Rong, Uncle Zhao, you must avenge me. I demand his dismemberment." Fury clouded Li Haobo's judgment as he bellowed incessantly. "Rest assured, young master, whoever he may be, I shall ensure he pays dearly," Rongzhan seethed through gritted teeth. Chapter 41. The Hidden Master. Butler Zhao Mission Requirement. Eliminate the remaining 269 individuals at the Li family estate. 269. Surprisingly, this figure is rather precise. Lin Ziluo closed the mission panel. At this moment, he was concealed on the second floor of the villa. Indeed, after he dashed out of the villa's main entrance, he executed a swift counterattack, stealthily returning to the second floor. As the saying goes, the most perilous places are often the safest. How could the group below fathom that the harbinger of death, who had just claimed the lives of their brethren, was now right above them? Lin Ziluo had heard every word spoken by Shou Ho, Rongzhan, and Li Haobo with utmost clarity. "I'll dismember you," they had threatened, "and you'll pay the price." Such remarks were precisely what he had intended to convey. With a heart full of disdain, Lin Ziluo remained vigilant. This was precisely why he had chosen to withdraw earlier. Regardless, the individuals in the hall were seasoned combatants, and their numbers were formidable. They were not mindless zombies when fighting zombies. Lin Ziluo only needed to focus on the nuances of combat. However, humans are capricious and prone to cunning tactics. To avoid unforeseen pitfalls and the potential for error amidst their overwhelming numbers, Lin Ziluo wisely opted for a timely retreat. Moreover, Lin Ziluo made a sagacious decision not to hastily take revenge on Li Haobo. Undoubtedly, Li Haobo was the weakest link in the entire team. As long as Li Haobo remained, Rongzhan and the others would inevitably center their attention on him, likely even dispatching some members to ensure his safe escape. This was Lin Ziluo's intention. If facing over 60 individuals posed some risk, then confronting merely 30 would allow Lin Ziluo to handle the situation with ease. As anticipated, the events unfolding below aligned precisely with Lin Ziluo's predictions. Although their voices were muffled, he, shrouded in darkness, discerned their conversation through lip reading. "Uncle Zhao, take the young master and Shou Ho into the secret passage. The rest of us will remain outside to confront the assassin," Rongzhan was discussing with the silver-haired butler. This revelation prompted Lin Ziluo to take a closer look at the silver-haired butler. In his recollections of the Li family, there was no mention of this butler's existence. Thus, Lin Ziluo opted to examine the attributes of Rongzhan and the silver-haired butler. Upon acquiring the attribute panel, the silver-haired butler suddenly scanned his surroundings warily and remarked, "That person hasn't left. I sense he may be observing us." Upon hearing this, Lin Ziluo promptly withdrew his gaze. This was indeed unexpected. He had not anticipated that this silver-haired butler was a master in his own right, possessing greater prowess than Rongzhan. After all, Lin Ziluo had gone unnoticed while reading Rongzhan's lips, yet the butler immediately sensed his presence. Despite their heightened awareness, they would remain unaware of Lin Ziluo's exact location. Once again concealed, Lin Ziluo leisurely reviewed the profiles of the two individuals. Basic information, nickname, leader of the hunting mercenary group title, zombie hunter level, level 5, basic information, nickname, Zhao Qiguang title, none level, level 2. The above details pertain to Rongzhan, while the latter belongs to Butler Zhao. Rongzhan's level is quite high, of course, in comparison to an average individual. However, it pales in comparison to Lin Ziluo, who reached level 8 merely 3 days into the apocalypse. Zhao Qiguang, as it turns out, had been protecting Li Haobo within the Li estate. which explained his level 2 status. Nevertheless, to judge these two solely by their levels would be an immense oversight. Much like Lin Ziluo, who had a significant advantage in mental attributes from the start, both individuals possessed physical attributes that surpassed the average by a considerable margin, perhaps by 7 or 8 points, or even more. It was quite possible that some individuals at level 10 might not reach their caliber. Earlier, Lin Ziluo had also observed that Rongzhan was equipped with 3 pieces of bronze-level gear, presumably having consolidated the entire mercenary group's equipment for himself. In contrast, Zhao Qiguang bore no equipment whatsoever. After reviewing their attributes, Lin Ziluo sensed movement below. A plan had evidently been devised to counter him. Changing his position, Lin Ziluo peered out once more. In the center of the hall, Zhao Qiguang and Li Haobo had vanished, along with a substantial number of mercenaries. Only Rongzhan and a small contingent of mercenaries remained, which included those who were severely injured and whose vision had not yet returned. Alas, Rongzhan had overestimated himself. This arrangement was most convenient for Lin Ziluo. At that moment, Rongzhan plopped down onto the sofa. Although he was unaware of Lin Ziluo's whereabouts, he still called out, "Come out and face me. Hiding in the shadows is unworthy of your status." Lin Ziluo couldn't help but smirk at such a feeble provocation. Nevertheless, it was understandable. Rongzhan's true intention was to buy time for Li Haobo and the others to escape. "Sorry, but I shall not grant you your wish." Lin Ziluo retrieved a dagger and hurled it towards the chandelier hanging in the center of the hall. The swift dagger accurately struck the chandelier's suspension cord, severing the electrical wires. The illumination from the chandelier extinguished abruptly, plunging the formerly bright hall into darkness. In this dim atmosphere, a muffled horn sounded. A white zombie cat, the size of a leopard, appeared beside Lin Ziluo. He had activated the silver-level item, Zombie Cat's Horn. The zombie cat, with its vacant gaze, exhibited no independent consciousness. To command it, one could either designate a target or manipulate it with their own mind. The former would render the zombie cat too rigid. Thus, Lin Ziluo opted for the latter, intending to harness the creature's true agility. Moreover, he planned to multitask. As he directed the zombie cat to leap from the second floor, Lin Ziluo himself sprang into action. The chandelier, now severed from its cord, plummeted swiftly towards Rongzhan's sofa. Upon realizing the hall had darkened, Rongzhan reacted instantly, rising to evade the impending chandelier. However, the severely injured and sightless individuals were situated around the sofa and could not move in time. The falling chandelier crashed to the ground, trapping them beneath its weight. This extravagant chandelier had cost the Li family a staggering 10 million yuan. The massive bulb shattered, sending shards of glass scattering across the floor, inflicting grievous wounds upon numerous mercenaries. Some of the chandelier's sharp embellishments pierced through the bodies of those below. Countless mercenaries met their demise in this torturous fate. Chapter 42. The Death of the God of Hunting as the chandelier crashed to the ground. Carrying away the gravely injured mercenary, a series of anguished screams echoed through the hall. The zombie cat and Lin Ziluo split into 2 directions, one charging from the left and the other from the right towards the mercenaries. Lin Ziluo's Tang Dao sliced through the air, while the zombie cat's claws slashed with deadly precision. In an instant, 2 mercenaries lost their lives. At that moment, Rongzhan finally beheld the true visage of death. Clad in black, a mask adorned his face, an enigma that appeared both profound and ordinary. Beneath the mask, his eyes shone brightly yet revealed no emotion. As he harvested the lives of the mercenaries, he seemed to do so with an effortless nonchalance. Rongzhan attempted to probe the attributes of this harbinger of doom. Basic information: nickname, title, level. Why can't I uncover this person's information? Rongzhan was bewildered. Such an occurrence was unprecedented for him. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ziluo had already activated the concealed effect of his mask. In that fleeting moment, Rongzhan's subordinates fell like harvested wheat, one after another. The mercenaries slain by Lin Ziluo emitted no cries, while those attacked by the zombie cat cried out in agony. The zombie cat possessed only 60 of Lin Ziluo's base attributes, and while slightly superior to the mercenaries, it could not indiscriminately overpower them. Thus, it resorted to using its clawing talent to inflict deep, fatal wounds upon the mercenaries' necks, inducing a slow and agonizing death. Enough! Who on earth are you? Rongzhan was on the brink of madness, his subordinates continuously perishing, mocked at every turn, and still unaware of his adversary's identity. Desperately, he pursued Lin Ziluo's direction, but Lin Ziluo paid him no mind. After observing Rongzhan, Lin Ziluo had lost all hope in him. His clumsy skills, low attributes, and lack of the composure one would expect after years of experience rendered him more of a liability than a threat. It was far more advantageous to eliminate the mercenaries first. Lin Ziluo, in his current state, had ascended to a higher realm, 2 world announcements, 6 attribute points, and a 3-level increase in rank, all while cloaked in divine gear. No matter how formidable Rong Zhan had become in the late apocalypse, he could never hope to rival Lin Ziluo now. Despair enveloped Rong Zhan. He could not keep pace with Lin Ziluo's speed. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Ziluo struck again and again, leaving him in the dust, even when he wished to warn his subordinates of Lin Ziluo's position. His words were cut short as they fell victim to a swift strike. Finally, through the combined efforts of Lin Ziluo and the zombie cat, every mercenary in the hall succumbed to death. A few still gasped for breath, writhing in agony upon the ground, teetering on the edge of demise. Rong Zhan, utterly despondent, knelt on the floor, his spirit crushed. The futility of his attempts to halt Lin Ziluo's slaughter rendered him devoid of all thoughts of resistance. He recognized that with his strength, he could not prevent Lin Ziluo's bloody rampage. Lin Ziluo retracted his consciousness from the zombie cat and commanded it to pursue Li Haobo and his companions. It seemed they had not fled the Li estate, as the vengeance barrier had yet to activate. The zombie cat, obeying Lin Ziluo's order, darted forth. Though transformed into a zombie, it retained its feline agility, effortlessly tracking their retreat. Lin Ziluo approached Rong Zhan, who remained kneeling. "Move, O Hunters Guild leader," he said. Rong Zhan lifted his head to meet Lin Ziluo's gaze, suddenly erupting into maniacal laughter, his voice raspy. "Ha ha ha, the Hunters Guild has been nearly annihilated, and I still call myself its leader?" Lin Ziluo found great satisfaction in this moment. Even without directly confronting Rong Zhan, witnessing his despair brought him immense joy. Lin Ziluo systematically slaughtered all of Rong Zhan's subordinates, obliterating years of his toil and leaving him utterly devoid of the will to fight back, as if he had lost his very soul. This was the pinnacle of vengeance. The torment of the body paled in comparison to the anguish of the mind. Lin Ziluo was certain that even if he spared Rong Zhan, the latter would never rise again. Yet, despite this conviction, he still intended to kill. If slaying Rong Zhan would bring him further delight, why not proceed? Rong Zhan gazed at Lin Ziluo with a face full of despair, yet a glimmer of longing emerged. He urgently inquired, "Who are you? Who are you really? Tell me, or I shall die in unrest." Lin Ziluo's eyes sparkled at the phrase "die in unrest." Such a delightful prospect. With a swift stroke of his Tang Dao, Rong Zhan's head tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times. The eyes on the severed head widened in disbelief, as if shocked that Lin Ziluo had chosen to act without uttering a single word. In death, he remained oblivious to Lin Ziluo's identity, thus achieving the true meaning of dying in unrest. Lin Ziluo approached Rong Zhan's head, kicking it to face him. "I still vividly recall that day, your contemptuous expression. You trampled me underfoot, claiming I was an insignificant pest unworthy of your attention. You mocked me as an orphan, a waste. How dare I challenge the authority of the Li family? You said I was merely a filthy insect living in the sewers, that killing me would soil your hands. I must thank you for your arrogance back then. It provided me with the opportunity to escape and allowed me to sever 2 of your fingers. Your actions imparted a vital lesson. Before taking a life, spare the needless chatter, act decisively. You see, I severed your head and now converse with you. Is it not equally gratifying?" As he spoke, Lin Ziluo could not suppress a chuckle. "But I mustn't indulge too much. Li Haobo awaits my arrival." He lifted his foot and stomped down with force, instantly shattering Rong Zhan's head like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered, staining Lin Ziluo's shoes in a grotesque mix of red and white. Thus fell Rong Zhan, the illustrious god of hunting, one of the 3 guardians of the Li family. A revered figure among the 10 great gods of the Dragon Kingdom, an icon admired by thousands in the post-apocalyptic era. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply, feeling the invisible shackles upon him lighten significantly. He stripped Rong Zhan of his 3 bronze-tier equipment pieces. As Lin Ziluo prepared to inspect the attributes, a thought from the zombie cat interrupted him. "Meow?" The zombie cat informed Lin Ziluo that it had located Li Haobo and his companions. Lin Ziluo wasted no time, attuning himself to the zombie cat's position and meticulously checked the corpses of the recently slain. Once he confirmed that all were indeed dead, he set off in pursuit. Chapter 43. One is enough. Lin Ziluo merely needed to channel his consciousness into the zombie cat to accurately trace the path it had previously taken. At this moment, he comprehended the true location of the Li family's secret passage. One must admit, their cunning was impressive. Those who had fled earlier were merely a ruse to mislead Lin Ziluo. The zombie cat had initially chosen to pursue them, but soon realized that there was no trace of Li Haobo among them. Consequently, it redirected its attention to follow Li Haobo. Ultimately, the zombie cat discovered that Li Haobo and Butler Zhao were hiding in the basement of the villa. Unbeknownst to Li Haobo, the zombie cat had already completely grasped their whereabouts, while he hoped fervently not to be discovered by Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo did not seek out Li Haobo and Butler Zhao immediately, as the zombie cat was keeping watch over them. His priority was to deal with the remaining 20 or so individuals in the secret passage. In a safe room within the Li family's basement, Li Haobo frantically exclaimed, "Butler Zhao, what are we going to do? What shall we do?" A distinct odor of fear emanated from him, suggesting that the young master of the Li family had been so terrified that he had lost control of his bodily functions. "Young master, do not panic. Rong Zhan and his hunting mercenaries can certainly hold off that assassin, and we have arranged for others to assist us in the secret passage. He would never suspect we are here," Butler Zhao reassured him. Despite these words, a profound unease lingered in Butler Zhao's heart. Could the situation truly resolve itself so simply? Would this enigmatic individual, capable of infiltrating the Li family estate, be easily deceived by such tricks? It was undoubtedly Lin Ziluo's doing. He was the one who had orchestrated the assassination of Yao Jinghan and was now intent on eliminating me. Li Haobo was adamant that Lin Ziluo had hired the assassin, bewildered as to how he had acquired such formidable talent. Could it be that Lin Jian left a backup for Lin Ziluo? Butler Zhao questioned. Impossible. When we eliminated Lin Jian, the Li family uprooted every last remnant of the Lin family. There was no way Lin Jian could have left a contingency plan. If not for the commander's insistence on preserving one bloodline from the Lin family, Lin Ziluo would have perished long ago. Otherwise, I would have exploited that wretched Yu Jinghan to inflict deep sorrow upon Lin Ziluo and sent someone to kill him, Li Haobo retorted vehemently. This was indeed unexpected. Lin Ziluo had always believed that the Li family had targeted him due to the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan, causing escalating conflict that led to relentless pursuits by the Li family. Little did he know, all of this was part of Li Haobo's elaborate scheme, including orchestrating the romance between Yao Jinghan and Lin Ziluo, and subsequently inciting Yao Jinghan's infidelity, all aimed at psychologically tormenting Lin Ziluo to the point of complete breakdown. Thus it was. Suddenly, a voice resonated from outside the metal door of the safe room. Lin Ziluo. Indeed, it is the voice of Lin Ziluo. Li Haobo shrieked. So, you have been watching me all along. How intriguing that my life is entwined with so many stories. Lin Ziluo, let me tell you. You ought to perish by my hand. I should have arranged for your death long ago. Li Haobo, gripped by fear, resorted to threats to dispel his terror. The metal door of the safe room emitted a grating sound as it was being forcibly pried open, indicative of Lin Ziluo's attempts to breach it. I am quite curious. Who is Lin Jian? And what do you mean by the Li family uprooting the Lin family? Lin Ziluo inquired in a calm tone while prying at the iron door. Ha! You orphan, you do not even know your father's name. This is your just desserts. Lin Jian insisted on reporting my father just as he was about to be promoted, disrupting our Li family's long-term plans. For this alone, your entire family deserves annihilation. You should count yourself fortunate to be the only surviving wretch of the Lin family. I am merely curious, who would be foolish enough to assist you? Otherwise, with your capabilities, I could easily send a bodyguard to eliminate you. Li Haobo spat, his panic escalating as he heard the sounds of the door being pried open. He could only lash out with vitriol, attempting to vent his inner fear. The words you utter hold no weight, for whether you speak or remain silent. I shall ensure the complete obliteration of the Li family, Lin Ziluo stated calmly. His previous inquiries were merely casual. In truth, he no longer cared about the details of his past, whether he had become an orphan due to the Li family's actions. Such matters had become inconsequential. His personal vendetta against the Li family was of paramount importance. Who could have known? Just as Lin Ziluo finished speaking, Li Haobo erupted in laughter, and even Butler Zhao, who had remained by Li Haobo's side, displayed a look of disdain. How absurd it was for Lin Ziluo to think he could topple the Li family, a colossal entity that had dominated Long Country for over a millennium, simply because of some unknown ally he had acquired. Even as Li Haobo and Butler Zhao recognized their impending doom, they could not fathom that Lin Ziluo possessed even the slightest chance of dismantling the Li family. At that moment, the metal door of the safe room finally succumbed to the strain, creaking ominously as it was slowly pulled open by Lin Ziluo. Butler Zhao seized the opportunity he had been waiting for. As the metal door began to move, he lunged forward with the speed of an arrow, undetectable to the naked eye despite his 6 or 7 decades of age. Golden light emanated from his hands as he propelled himself towards the door. However, Lin Ziluo had anticipated this move. Unfazed by the advancing butler Zhao, a zombie cat the size of a cheetah suddenly sprang forth from behind Lin Ziluo, using its body to absorb butler Zhao's powerful punch. After taking the blow, the zombie cat dissipated into the air as its 30-minute summoning period expired. Caught off guard, butler Zhao was momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Lin Ziluo, adhering to his principle of not wasting resources, allowed the zombie cat to absorb one attack before it vanished at the precise moment. The metal door had been forced open just enough for Lin Ziluo to slip through. He decisively stepped inside to confront butler Zhao, who had regained his composure from the earlier confusion. Upon comparing the masked figure before him with Lin Ziluo, butler Zhao was taken aback, recognizing their identical physique and attributes. "You are Lin Ziluo. The assassin was you all along." From the shadows, Li Haobo ceased his trembling. Incredulous as he declared, "Impossible. It cannot be just him. How could Lin Ziluo have become so powerful? One is enough." Chapter 44. Obsolescence in the face of apocalypse. How could one possess the audacity to survive in a world undone, armed with the naivety of youth? The strength capable of vanquishing Rongzhan, the prowess to infiltrate the manor, is certainly beyond the reach of a mere child. Steward Zhao remained incredulous. His half-century of martial arts experience insisted that this was utterly impossible. Alas, the old-fashioned ways of thinking had sealed his fate. Lin Ziluo discerned the truth. Individuals like Steward Zhao, martial practitioners, stubbornly rejected the notion of an enhancing system that could augment attributes. Some even obstinately refused to allocate their attribute points, deeming it as heretical. Consequently, once the 7-day novice protection period of the apocalyptic game concluded, their decades of hard training rendered them weaker than the most trivial of zombies. This unfortunate reality led to their inevitable downfall. Logically, those with a foundation in martial arts should have fared better in the apocalypse. Regrettably, Lin Ziluo had yet to encounter a true master of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts even in the late stages of the apocalypse. Disinterested in further discourse with Steward Zhao, Lin Ziluo unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at him. Zhao, despite his years of training, quickly reacted to the forceful blow. He settled into a stance, crossing his arms to block. With a series of rapid retreats, he barely dissipated the impact of Lin Ziluo's strike. Impressive, Lin Ziluo thought, regarding Zhao with newfound respect. Had that punch landed on Rongzhan, it would have surely felled him. Yet, fear flickered in Zhao's eyes. He realized he was at a disadvantage. Resolute to fight for his life, he steeled himself, his body inexplicably swelling. Although Lin Ziluo could not discern the technique employed by Zhao, he understood that a rational person would not simply await an opponent's full-strength maneuver. With his Tang Dao drawn, Lin Ziluo charged forward, slashing at Zhao's chest. The steward, caught off guard, stumbled back, narrowly evading the blade. "You lack martial integrity," Zhao exclaimed in anger. "Integrity? What does that concern me?" Lin Ziluo retorted, exasperated. "The Qing dynasty has long fallen. Do you still believe in martial integrity? Why not discuss it with the zombies?" Seizing on Zhao's fury, Lin Ziluo swung again. Zhao, unwilling to confront the Tang Dao head-on, retreated once more, lamenting that he should have trained with weapons rather than merely honing his fists and feet. Lin Ziluo anticipated this retreat. With a sudden burst of speed, he aimed the blade at Zhao's outstretched arm, executing a devastating dual slash. The Tang Dao left a fleeting afterimage in its wake as it struck Zhao's right arm, severing the radius, before Zhao could fully comprehend the first blow. The second struck with precision at the same spot. The steward's radius shattered, and his forearm fell lifelessly to the ground. Staring blankly at his severed limb, Zhao was overcome with despair. Decades of martial discipline had yielded nothing against such overwhelming force. As he raised his remaining arm, blood gushed forth from the wound, a torrent of anguish without an outlet. In that moment, he noticed a peculiar mark at the site of the injury, a sign of the explosive dual slash. Before he could react, the explosion erupted, obliterating the remnants of his arm and leaving his face a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, obscuring his vision. Lin Ziluo, having awaited the aftermath, brandished his Tang Dao, striking with lethal intent. Zhao felt a chilling sensation in his throat, and consciousness slipped away. What a pitiful soul. Clinging to antiquated notions of combat in a world ravaged by chaos, he remained ensnared in his beliefs of martial integrity. It became evident that survival required not only strength, but also an acute awareness of the prevailing circumstances, adapting to the shifting tides of fate. Lin Ziluo paid no further heed to Zhao's lifeless body and turned his gaze to Li Haobo, who had fainted in the corner of the safe house. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ziluo approached with intent, plunging his blade into Li's thigh. The excruciating pain jolted Li awake, and he let out a harrowing scream. "Ah, awake now? No more feigning death?" Lin Ziluo removed his mask, yet his assault did not relent. The Tang Dao trembled in his grip as he repeatedly drove it into Li's thigh. This technique, of Lin Ziluo's own invention, was designed to amplify the agony of the wound through a unique vibrational method. Li Haobo, born with a silver spoon, had been coddled throughout his life, unable to withstand such torment. After a heart-wrenching scream, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Lin Ziluo withdrew the blade and drove it into Li's other thigh, eliciting a fresh wave of agony and another scream that echoed like a pig being slaughtered. "Please, just kill me, I beg you," Li implored, teetering on the brink of insanity. "Kill you? Oh, I certainly intend to. How could I forget?" Lin Ziluo feigned an expression of regret, as if apologizing for neglecting to extend proper hospitality to Li. He then retrieved a particularly unique dagger from his storage space, its blade marred by rust and nicks, a relic of neglect. "Ah, the fabled tetanus knife," Lin Ziluo mused. "The duller the blade, the more difficult it is to cut." With a flourish, he thrust the battered knife toward Li's recent wound. "Ah," Li convulsed violently. "My apologies, this blade is simply too dull to penetrate. My mistake," Lin Ziluo offered, feigning contrition. The knife had not pierced the flesh, but merely exacerbated the existing wound. To atone for his error, Lin Ziluo raised the dull blade once more, this time summoning all his strength to drive it into Li's palm. "This one is for me." Chapter 45. Torment to the brink of madness. "This blade is for myself," Lin Ziluo calmly declared. With a swift stroke, the knife descended. The path it carved was a reflection of my 10 years of evasion and perilous existence. Yet, regrettably, the anguish you have endured pales in comparison to a mere fraction of mine. A smile graced Lin Ziluo's lips, a smile that, in Li Haobo's eyes, resembled that of a demon. 10 years. What does he mean by 10 years? I only began to contemplate tormenting you after learning of that incident 3 years ago. Li Haobo, bewildered, struggled to comprehend Lin Ziluo's intent. He yearned to argue, but the next moment, his confusion and protest were rendered futile. The dagger commenced its unsettling movement. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Ziluo withdrew the blade. "This strike is still for myself," he uttered, before plunging the dagger deep once more. Li Haobo could no longer scream, for his throat had been rendered useless. "This strike is born of my joy," Lin Ziluo remarked, a trace of a smile lingering on his lips. This smile bore no warmth, leaving Li Haobo feeling an icy dread envelop him. "This strike is for the Lin family. Though I have never laid eyes on them, it is only right for a son to avenge his father." Lin Ziluo's exquisite knife skills finally found their purpose. "This strike, it matters not whom it serves." Withdrawing the dagger, Lin Ziluo produced a card and activated it. A useful tweezers. He cast a meaningful smile at Li Haobo. "What are you going to do?" Li Haobo stammered, fear overtaking him. Although he struggled to articulate his thoughts, a faint sound emerged from the ruins of his throat. His physical pain had dulled through relentless torment, but Lin Ziluo's smile pushed his sanity to the edge of collapse. "I must thank you. This is your invented method of torture, a technique that has surely led to the demise of countless souls. I must commend you. You possess a remarkable talent for inflicting suffering." With that, Lin Ziluo forcefully pried open Li Haobo's mouth. Li Haobo's mind raced as memories of his past thoughts resurfaced. Could it be? He began to thrash desperately, the intensity of his struggles surpassing even the moments of agony before. Yet, it was futile. No. Alas, it was too late. Li Haobo's spirit shattered completely. In that instant, his pride and dignity crumbled. He ceased to resist, becoming as still as a dead carcass. His eyes lost their luster, turning a dull gray. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, he would have appeared utterly lifeless. "Is this all you can endure? I have merely reflected a fraction of what you have done to others, and you falter so easily. The methods of torture you devised still have untapped potential." Lin Ziluo felt immense frustration. He had only begun to inflict torment, yet Li Haobo had already succumbed to despair. In such a state of mental disarray, ignoring pain and suffering rendered further torment meaningless. Could it be an act? Lin Ziluo resumed his assault with a series of swift stabs. However, Li Haobo exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Well, I underestimated him with his acting skills. He could not possibly feign such a state. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo acknowledged that breaking Li Haobo's spirit was sufficient proof that the process had reached its zenith. After all, it was a culmination of Lin Ziluo's decade-long mastery of technique. As he gazed upon the prostrate Li Haobo, Lin Ziluo rose, grasping the rusted and dull blade. He unleashed the skill of explosive dual slash, aiming 2 swift strikes at Li Haobu's head. The force was minimal, sparing any vital harm. Yet, the next instant, the mark detonated. Li Haobu's head was instantaneously engulfed in an explosion. Had Lin Ziluo not swiftly raised an umbrella for protection, he would have been drenched in the aftermath. Simultaneously, the antique clock of the Li Manor chimed thrice, heralding the arrival of 3 o'clock in the morning. It signified the demise of all who resided within the Li family estate that night. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief wash over him. His relentless pursuit of strength prior to the apocalypse was all for this moment of vengeance. The burden that had weighed heavily upon his heart was finally lifted. Detecting a change in the player's vengeful mindset, successfully activating the talent of the Heart of Revenge. Chapter 46, The Heart of Vengeance. The second ordinary golden finger, a notification from the system echoed. Player's Heart of Vengeance has undergone a transformation, successfully activating the talent. Heart of Vengeance. Lin Ziluo was taken aback. Had he activated a talent so swiftly? In the apocalyptic game, talents and skills were distinct concepts. Skills could be acquired through skill books, while talents could only be activated through a combination of personal attributes, emotions, mindset, experiences, and various other conditions. This activation could not be achieved through skill books. It relied solely on luck and strength. Lin Ziluo's talent, Universal Mastery, was a culmination of countless skills he mastered over a decade in his previous life during the apocalypse. Once acquired, he would never forget the abilities encompassed within this talent. Now, by a stroke of fate, Lin Ziluo had obtained a new talent, Heart of Vengeance. Heart of Vengeance, a grudge held deep. Vengeance is inevitable. Against foes, you shall possess greater strength. Attributes. Once you designate someone as an enemy, your attributes will increase based on the level of animosity. The greater the hatred, the higher the enhancement, with a maximum increase of 20 to your base attributes. Lin Ziluo's face lit up with joy. He had not anticipated the usefulness of this Heart of Vengeance. An increase of up to 20 in base attributes was no small matter. While it may seem trivial at present, as his base attributes rose, the potential enhancements of this talent would grow significantly, making it a talent capable of continuous development. Of course, in addition to the rewards within the game, the benefits of the Golden Finger system could not be overlooked. Ding! The host has successfully eliminated the remaining 269 individuals at the Li family manor. Completing the task. Revenge is a must. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a task reward. A random selection of 1 ordinary golden finger and 1 piece of bronze-level equipment. Ding! Would the host like to draw now? With a refreshed spirit and a heart full of exhilaration, Lin Ziluo did not hesitate. He waved his hand decisively and said, "Draw. Let us start with the equipment." Ding! A piece of bronze-level equipment is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the bronze-level equipment. Little Magic Wand. Little Magic Wand. Bronze-level equipment, exclusive to mage classes. This wand enhances magical power and increases casting speed. Attributes. Skill power increases by 5, casting speed improves by 5, and mental recovery speed rises by 20. Well, this time luck wasn't particularly favorable. He had drawn a piece of mage-type equipment, which he could not utilize. However, it would be unfair to dismiss its value entirely. Compared to other mage equipment, this was still a remarkable find, given its comprehensive attributes. Selling it later would also be a worthwhile option. With satisfaction, Lin Ziluo stored the little magic wand in his inventory. He then took out 3 pieces of bronze-level equipment he had stripped from Rongzhan. It is worth mentioning the killing mechanism in the apocalyptic game. Although killing in this game does not lead to issues like becoming a red name in online games. Once you kill someone, the storage space of the deceased permanently vanishes. You cannot acquire anything from their storage. You can only loot their corpse for any valuable items. Currently, there was an opportunity to loot, but as time passed and everyone became familiar with the death mechanism, most would choose to take their treasures with them, ensuring that even if they were killed, their belongings would not fall into the hands of their killer. At that point, unless one could execute a fatal strike, there were hardly any benefits to killing. This was a measure left by the apocalyptic game to discourage unnecessary violence. Lin Ziluo held the 3 pieces of equipment in his hands. After a cursory glance, he noted a wristband, a necklace, and a ring, leather wristband, mana regeneration ring, and purification necklace. It must be said that these individuals were quite fortunate to have acquired many pieces of jewelry. Among them, Lin Ziluo glanced at the attributes of the leather wristband and mana regeneration ring before consigning them to storage. His vampire ring and lion's wristband far surpassed these two inferior items. Only the purification necklace could be considered a gem. Purification necklace, bronze-level equipment, possessing the ability to purify. Attributes, 1 mental capacity. Additional skill, purification, instantly removes 1 negative status, such as petrification, dizziness, blindness, etc., with a cooldown of 12 hours. Although the attributes of this necklace did not surpass those of Lin Ziluo's current meditation necklace, its additional skill was exceptionally powerful. The ability to remove 1 control effect could indeed save his life in practical situations. Thus, Lin Ziluo promptly stored the meditation necklace and equipped the purification necklace. With the spoils organized, it was time for Lin Ziluo's most anticipated moment, drawing the ordinary golden finger. He never expected to draw twice within 24 hours. Having drawn an auto-pickup LV1 earlier, he was already thrilled. What delightful surprise would this ordinary golden finger bring him? System, please draw the ordinary golden finger. Lin Ziluo said with a hint of excitement. Ding. Drawing the ordinary golden finger. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the ordinary golden finger. Absolute subjugation LV1. Lin Ziluo was left utterly bewildered. What did this mean? Absolute subjugation? Who was to be enslaved? Realizing this, Lin Ziluo hurriedly checked the attributes of his new golden finger. Absolute subjugation LV1 allows the host to enslave 1 zombie, whose strength does not exceed the host's, as their servant. The enslaved zombie will absolutely obey any command from the host, prioritizing the host's safety above all, even in death. The zombie will possess a portion of the player's panel, can grow alongside the zombie, and may inherit some player privileges. The golden finger disappears upon the death of the bound zombie. Holy cow! This was utterly astonishing. Even Lin Ziluo, with his extensive experience, found himself dizzy and struggling to comprehend the ability to subjugate zombies, and they could possess a player panel. Throughout his 10 years of experience, Lin Ziluo had encountered items or abilities that allowed for the subjugation of animals, plants, and even humans, ahem. One could take that the wrong way. However, the notion of subjugating zombies was something no one had dared to imagine, let alone accomplish. But now, this was preposterous. A complete departure from the norms. I am truly in awe. The golden finger system is remarkable. Chapter 47. The zombie in the cage. Lin Ziluo gazed at this golden finger, feeling an immense satisfaction. Following the betrayal by Yao Jing'an, he had cultivated a deep-seated wariness towards others. It was only natural. Even those one holds closest can turn against you. How could one then trustfully engage in joyous interactions with others? Thus, Lin Ziluo initially resolved to tread the same solitary path as in his previous life. Now, however, the system had informed him that he could possess an absolutely loyal zombie servant, one that would dutifully assist him in his endeavors. This revelation meant he would no longer have to toil through the dirty and laborious tasks himself. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo inquired, what effects will the enhancement of this absolute servitude golden finger yield? Ding. Upon leveling up absolute servitude, the number of zombies you can enslave will increase by 1 for each level. The prospect of commanding legions of zombies to assault Leisure City momentarily danced in his mind before he quickly extinguished that notion. To reach such heights, how many levels of absolute servitude would he need to attain? It was a fanciful daydream at best. Nevertheless, which zombie would be the most advantageous to enslave? The few that could evolve into zombie kings were shrouded in mystery, their previous whereabouts unknown to him. Although he had a handful of zombies in mind, each brimming with potential, none felt entirely perfect. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether they could develop to the extent he had witnessed in his former life. After all, those who succeeded, be they humans or zombies, often encountered fortuitous events that propelled them to success. Perhaps it was futile to ponder such matters. The hour had grown late, over 3 in the morning, and he needed to rest. With that thought, Lin Ziluo cast one last glance at the mangled corpse of Li Haobo on the ground and unleashed his cool dual explosive strike once more. This time, the tang knife struck twice at the abdomen, the explosion transforming Li Haobo's remains into a grotesque heap of flesh. Lin Ziluo was confident that even Li Haobo's own parents would not recognize this massive gore. Afterward, whistling merrily, Lin Ziluo exited the safe house. Beyond lay the basement of the Li family manor, a treasure trove brimming with valuable artifacts. Ancient calligraphic works, paintings, gold and silver jewelry, precious gems, and various antiques cluttered the space. Lin Ziluo barely spared a glance at the gold and silver trinkets. In the apocalypse, such items were utterly worthless, not even fit for use as toilet paper. However, he diligently collected the scrolls of calligraphy and paintings. recognizing their potential utility in the future, though the specifics of that utility escaped him, perhaps for exchange purposes. Regardless, rolled up, they occupied minimal space. So he decided to keep them. Upon further inspection, he uncovered several exquisite daggers, but these were adorned with gemstones, rendering their blades less than sharp. Disappointed, he discarded them, deeming them inferior to his rusty, dull blade. Once he had thoroughly scavenged the basement, Lin Ziluo hummed a cheerful tune as he ascended to the first floor of the villa. Since he was there, why not spend the night? Truth be told, he had never actually slept in such a luxurious villa before. To reach the bedroom on the third floor, he had to traverse the grand hall on the first floor to access the elevator. Thus, he made his way directly towards the hall. However, as he walked, Lin Ziluo sensed something amiss. The hall, devoid of chandeliers, appeared shrouded in darkness. In that dim space stood a solitary figure. It was impossible. All members of the Li family were dead, a fact even the system acknowledged. Surely, it would not err. This shadowy figure loomed large, its muscular outline evoking the image of a human beast. The figure stood motionless, resembling a statue, seemingly devoid of the need to breathe. Wait, no breathing. Lin Ziluo observed the figure closely. From the moment he laid eyes on it, there had been no discernible rise and fall of its abdomen or chest. In Lin Ziluo's mind, only one being matched such characteristics, a zombie. He recalled the scene he had previously observed in the hall. The location of the figure was that of a large iron cage. He distinctly remembered a deceased zombie and several dismembered female bodies within, alongside a grotesquely bloodied and battered man. This man had displayed early signs of zombification. Thus, the figure now standing in the hall's cage was none other than that man, transformed into a zombie. Realizing it was a zombie only piqued Lin Ziluo's curiosity further. This creature appeared quite peculiar. Its body seemed to have healed. The hall was littered with blood and flesh, typically enticing a zombie to become agitated. Even if it couldn't breach the cage, one would expect it to thrash against the bars. Yet, this zombie remained eerily still. Lin Ziluo, emboldened by his artistic talents, strode confidently to the front of the cage and produced a flashlight to illuminate the zombie. At that moment, he finally discerned the true visage of the creature. Is this truly a zombie? Lin Ziluo suddenly found himself questioning his earlier assessment and opted to examine the zombie's attributes. Zombie. Level. For base attributes, strength, 25 mental, 3 constitution, 26 agility, 18, nighttime enhancement attributes, talent, innate might, an epic talent that enhances your strength as your level increases. Any items related to strength will yield superior effects in your hands. Skills you utilize will consume stamina rather than mental energy. Skill. Full power strike concentrates all your strength into your fist, dealing damage equal to 150 of your strength attribute. Chapter 48. The Fool Indeed. It is a zombie. Yet, why is its skin not the typical gray? Moreover, it exhibits very few characteristics commonly associated with zombies. Aside from its crimson eyes, its fangs and claws are not nearly as elongated as those of other undead. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that this zombie possesses extraordinary strength. Although its attributes are currently augmented by the night, they could easily be deemed worthy of a bronze-level boss. No. Even a bronze-level boss would find it difficult to possess such an epic talent. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo had an epiphany. No wonder I drew the skill Absolute Domination. This zombie was clearly intended for me. Just then, the zombie, which had been illuminated by the flashlight, stirred. It glanced at Lin Ziluo, yet remained stationary. Lin Ziluo was taken aback. What is happening? Goodness, I am human, and you are a zombie. Shouldn't you be trying to bite me? He tapped on the cage, attempting to draw the zombie's attention. The zombie looked at him again, scratched its head, and continued to stand still. What on earth? This zombie certainly has a personality. Or is it simply exceedingly foolish? Lin Ziluo then noticed that the zombie's mental capacity was a pitiful 3 points. 3 points. This seems to be the attribute of a 2- or 3-year-old infant in a post-apocalyptic world. No wonder. I thought you had a personality. But it turns out you were just plain stupid. System, given that this zombie has such high attributes, can I choose to enslave it? Lin Ziluo asked curiously. Ding. Yes. Due to the zombie's deficiency in mental faculties, its overall attributes do not surpass those of the host. Indeed, it is possible. Lin Ziluo found himself in a quandary. I must admit, this zombie is quite impressive. Its strength and constitution are remarkable, and its agility is commendable. As for its talent, Lin Ziluo felt a twinge of envy. However, the mental aspect is somewhat concerning. Oh well, being a bit foolish is advantageous. It will be obedient. Very well, system, I shall enslave this zombie. After much contemplation, Lin Ziluo ultimately decided to proceed with enslaving the zombie. After all, with such talent, its potential for growth and strength was sufficiently assured. Besides the zombie kings, this was about the best quality zombie he could find. Ding. Does the host confirm the use of absolute domination LV1 to enslave this zombie? Confirmed. Lin Ziluo responded decisively. He was not one to waver once he had made up his mind. Ding. Enslavement of the zombie has commenced. The process may involve some resistance from the zombie. Please do not be concerned. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo felt a faint red glow emanate from his forehead. The red light shot straight towards the zombie before him. As the light made contact with the zombie's body, it began to spread, gradually enveloping the creature entirely. The zombie lowered its head, gazing at the red light that covered it. Is it about to struggle? Lin Ziluo wondered, curious about how this zombie would resist. The zombie abruptly raised its head, and then remained completely still. What the hell? How could it be this foolish? Lin Ziluo felt a surge of regret. Could he truly manage a creature with such low intelligence? The enslavement process proceeded smoothly, as the zombie showed no sign of resistance. Once the red light gradually faded, Lin Ziluo sensed a connection established between himself and the zombie. He realized he could mentally control it, directing its every action, and could even perceive its general emotions. Ding. Successfully enslaved the zombie. Please name your newly acquired zombie. Name it. Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow, pondering. Given this creature's impressive stature and strength, coupled with its epic talent of innate giant strength, I shall call it Desha, the Fool. Lin Ziluo finally declared. Very well, after much deliberation. It seems I have arrived at a rather absurd conclusion. Ding. The zombie has been successfully named Desha. Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing Desha, who will now obey any command without question, prioritizing the host's safety above all, even at the cost of its own life. Ding. Absolute domination LV1 foot has been bound to Desha. Ding. Creating player panel for Desha. Soon, Desha's player panel appeared before Lin Ziluo. Player, Desha level, 4 experience, 3250 reputation, data lost. Unable to access gold, 0 storage, data lost. Unable to access basic attributes, strength, 25 mental, 3 constitution, 26 agility, 18 title, none talent. Innate giant strength skill, full power strike, equipment, none. Ding. A friendly reminder to the host, Desha's player panel, being forcibly implanted by the system, cannot inherit reputation or storage space functions, and is unable to receive experience rewards from tasks or gain experience from defeating zombies. Desha's leveling method and progress are identical to that of regular zombies. Ding. However, Desha can earn gold from killing zombies, enjoying a 1 chance for equipment and item drops. Lin Ziluo listened attentively to the system's explanations. As expected. With so many abilities, Lin Ziluo already found it quite remarkable. Desha. Lin Ziluo called out. Desha immediately turned its gaze towards Lin Ziluo. Now, prove yourself. I do not believe that this cage can contain you with your current attributes, Lin Ziluo commanded. Desha understood. It lifted its remarkably large arms, grasping the 2 metal bars of the cage. Then, it exerted force. The metal bars emitted a grating sound, visibly bending before Lin Ziluo's eyes. 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars. The cage was forcefully pried open enough for Desha to step out. Emerging from the cage, Desha looked at Lin Ziluo and scratched its head, breaking into a smile. Chapter 49. The unique quirks of the fool. Lin Ziluo felt quite satisfied. It did not matter if the fool was a bit dim-witted, or rather, if the undead were slightly dull-witted. As long as he was obedient and possessed some abilities, that was sufficient. Coincidentally, Lin Ziluo had an unused leather bracer that he could bestow upon the fool. The recovery necklace and small magic wand were unnecessary. The fool, endowed with innate strength, had no need for mental energy or its recovery speed. It is worth noting that any additional mental energy could not enhance the fool's intelligence. Leather bracer, a bronze-grade piece of equipment crafted from hide. Attributes, 1 constitution, 1 strength. Quite ordinary in nature. Lin Ziluo took a moment to check the fool's attributes after donning the leather bracer and discovered that the equipment's enhancements did not confer the unique night benefits typically enjoyed by the undead. Fortunately, if it had, that would have been utterly ridiculous. Yawning, Lin Ziluo realized he was far too tired and needed to sleep. He quickly led the fool to the elevator, ascending to the 3rd floor, and selected an unoccupied bedroom. This room clearly had not been inhabited. The life of the wealthy was truly plain and monotonous. The undead do not require sleep. Thus, Lin Ziluo instructed, Fool, Just stand guard at the door and ensure nothing disturbs my slumber." Although he knew the nearby undead had been cleared, it was prudent to be cautious. The fool nodded resolutely, indicating his commitment to the task. He then turned and positioned his formidable frame at the threshold of the bedroom. Lin Ziluo could not help but give a thumbs up, reliable indeed. Closing the bedroom door, he placed a surveillance eye at the entrance. Despite having the fool as a safeguard, it never hurt to be careful. Most importantly, he had accumulated over 10 surveillance eyes in his storage space. Lin Ziluo, feeling no inclination to ponder further, donned his gear and collapsed onto the soft bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. It was now 4 a.m. on the 4th day of the apocalypse. When Lin Ziluo awoke, it was already noon. He utilized his instant awakening technique, quickly freshened up, and opened the door. The fool remained dutifully stationed at the entrance. Upon hearing the door creak open, the fool turned to glance back. "Well done, young man," Lin Ziluo praised, to which the fool beamed with a goofy smile. The two descended to the ground floor, where a gruesome scene awaited them. The air in the grand hall was saturated with the stench of blood, and the floor was littered with corpses, leaving Lin Ziluo with little space to step. The abundant blood that flowed from the bodies had transformed the once pristine white carpet into a deep crimson. Step by step, Lin Ziluo navigated over the bodies, with the fool following closely behind. However, due to the fool's considerable weight, many corpses were crushed beneath his feet. Reaching the grand table in the living room, Lin Ziluo casually discarded a severed finger from the chair and plopped down. He retrieved food classification cards from his storage space and activated a few at random. A sumptuous lunch appeared before him, a feast for the senses. As he savored his meal while observing the horrific scene in the hall, he quipped, "Fool, why not indulge in their remains?" Gesturing toward the corpses below. Although the undead do not require sustenance to replenish energy, they often have a penchant for human flesh. To Lin Ziluo's surprise, the fool shook his head vigorously, as if in a fervent denial. Astonished, Lin Ziluo remarked, "You truly are a most unusual undead." Not only that, but the fool also glanced at Lin Ziluo's bountiful spread and discreetly swallowed. Lin Ziluo, with his keen observational skills, noticed this subtle action. With a spirit of experimentation, he pointed to the food and suggested, "Would you care for a taste?" No sooner had Lin Ziluo spoken than the fool's previously vacant expression transformed into one of keen interest, nodding enthusiastically. Lin Ziluo, astonished, thought, "What a peculiar undead indeed. Preferring cooked food over human flesh, this is a first for me in all my years." Generously, Lin Ziluo waved his hand, producing 5 or 6 more cards and activating them. Instantly, several additional dishes appeared on the table. "Help yourself," he encouraged, pointing to the array of food. The fool, grinning broadly, began to serve himself directly from the plates. "Sit down and eat," Lin Ziluo urged, exasperated, as he finished his own meal and watched the fool feast. The fool promptly complied, devouring his food with gusto. Lin Ziluo observed closely, confirming his suspicion. Indeed, the fool's intelligence seemed to elevate noticeably while eating. His eyes sparkled with life, and his movements became far more agile. Incredible, a gluttonous undead. Food seems to grant him strength. Lin Ziluo proceeded to test the fool with various actions, and true to his observations, the fool exhibited remarkable improvements in his responsiveness. However, once all the food was consumed, the fool reverted to his previous dim-witted demeanor. Well, Lin Ziluo mused. Having been previously troubled by the surplus of resource cards, he now had the fool to help alleviate that burden. After their meal, Lin Ziluo retrieved a map from his storage space. This map, discovered the previous day in a shop, detailed the layout of the city. Moreover, Lin Ziluo had meticulously marked it with various special locations. Studying the map intently, Lin Ziluo soon spotted an intriguing sight. His eyes gleamed as he pointed to a specific location and declared, "Let us venture there now." Chapter 50. The scroll within the Museum of the Demon City. As the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes. Lin Ziluo had initially intended to seek revenge on Li Haobo when he reached level 5 or 6. However, due to a series of unforeseen events, by the time he was ready to exact his vengeance, he had already attained level 8, possessing sufficient strength to annihilate everyone within the Li family estate. Following this act of retribution, Lin Ziluo had planned to venture into a familiar dungeon in the heart of Demon City for rapid leveling. Yet, with his current level 8 status, adorned in luxurious gear, and accompanied by the formidable Dasha, he could forego this step and directly pursue his preordained ambition, the hidden class of Phantom. To transition into this class, one must journey to the Museum of Demon City, where an ancient scroll is preserved. This scroll serves as the key to class change. Once activated, An individual will be transported to a transition space, where they must complete 3 trials to obtain the Phantom Class Scroll. Failure to complete the trials or meet the time constraints results in immediate obliteration of the player. Of course, Lin Ziluo only comprehended these details post-transition. In his previous life, he had been coerced and misled into the transition space. At that time, tales of treasures hidden within the Museum of Demon City spread like wildfire, drawing Lin Ziluo and his 3 seemingly friendly roommates to the museum. It was there that Lin Ziluo encountered Li Haobo, Yao Jinghan, and his bodyguards. They had arrived a day earlier and learned that anyone activating the scroll would meet an untimely demise. Upon his arrival, Lin Ziluo, having been wronged, engaged in a quarrel with Li Haobo, causing him considerable embarrassment in front of others. Given the throngs gathered at the museum, Li Haobo refrained from direct confrontation. Instead, he discreetly approached Lin Ziluo's 3 roommates, offering them incentives to betray him. Their betrayal was simple. They persuaded Lin Ziluo to activate the scroll, misrepresenting it as a means to enhance his strength. Blinded by rage, Lin Ziluo failed to discern the deception, coupled with threats from Li Haobo's associates. He ultimately chose to activate the scroll. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Ziluo successfully completed the transition and obtained the Phantom Class Scroll, despite suffering disfigurement from the 3rd trial S-boss. This sequence of events unfolded on the 8th day of the apocalyptic game. And as it was now only the 4th day, the Museum of Demon City was likely devoid of visitors. Lin Ziluo resolved to take the initiative. The target was clear, and he vividly remembered the trial process. There was no room for hesitation. Thus, he set forth. Lin Ziluo tidied up briefly before returning to the basement safe house to admire the remains of Li Haobo, now reduced to a gruesome pulp. He also provided Desha with a disguise. From the floor where the bodyguards resided, he procured a tailored bodyguard uniform suited to Desha's physique. Donning sunglasses concealed Desha's zombie-like red eyes and fangs, transforming him into an intimidating and reassuring bodyguard. Furthermore, Lin Ziluo retrieved some weaponry from the hunting mercenaries, arming himself with daggers while Desha wielded a hefty machete. Together, they strode confidently out of the Li family estate. Now, on the 4th day of the apocalypse, most players had begun to acclimate to their new reality. The supplies typically found in households had largely been depleted within these 3 days. Prompted by these 2 factors, a multitude of players emerged from their homes, actively hunting zombies. Among them were fortunate players who acquired 1 or 2 pieces of equipment or items, while many others obtained resource cards. The thrill of killing zombies, gaining experience, and leveling up spurred some players into a frenzy of zombie hunting. It was said that during the initial 7 days of the apocalypse, players were under a protective shield. Zombies' intelligence, attributes, abilities, and leveling speed were all suppressed. A typical adult could easily contend with a single zombie. Moreover, many of today's youth had previous experience with online games or had read apocalyptic novels. Faced with this tangible apocalyptic scenario, they utilized their acquired knowledge to showcase humanity's remarkable adaptability. Quickly, players began to form teams and collaborate. The question of whether there was true unity amidst the apocalypse remained debatable. Strategies for luring zombies, setting traps, and dividing their ranks emerged incessantly. With the increase in strength, more players began to take notice of a certain location in the heart of Demon City, the Museum of Demon City. Typically a bustling tourist attraction, it had transformed into a hellish domain following the onset of the apocalypse. A horde of zombies had trapped those unable to escape the museum, claiming a few victims while converting the rest into their undead brethren. This resulted in an overwhelming number of zombies both inside and outside the museum, making it an ideal locale for leveling up and gaining experience. Players began to devise plans surrounding the Museum of Demon City. Chapter 51. How to enter the Museum of the Demon City. Lin Ziluo shared the same vexation. At this moment, he and the simple-minded Desha had arrived at the heart of the Demon City. Though they had yet to approach the museum, they could already observe the horrific scene of corpses littering the entrance. Their journey had taken over 3 hours, during which they had barely managed to slay a few zombies. However, fortune smiled upon Lin Ziluo as he stumbled upon a useful item, the Fireball Spell Scroll. This bronze-tier, one-time use item, when activated, would unleash a fireball imbued with a fixed amount of energy, allowing the player to either direct the fireball to strike enemies or detonate it for explosive damage. While it may seem unimpressive at first glance, Lin Ziluo understood the terrifying power such disposable scrolls could wield. Along the way, Lin Ziluo conducted an intriguing test, whether Desha, now endowed with a player panel, could still be classified as a zombie. The answer filled him with elation. Indeed, Desha could approach zombies without drawing their attention, unless he chose to attack, in which case the targeted zombie and its nearby companions would retaliate. What did this signify? It meant that Desha could stealthily approach zombies and execute ambushes, potentially outmatching even those with superior attributes. Furthermore, Desha could access wild treasure chests. Imagine the treasure hidden among the hordes of zombies. Normally, players would need to slay numerous zombies or defeat a boss to reach these chests. But Desha could simply wiggle his way through the throngs. However, Lin Ziluo was reluctant to employ Desha in such a manner as he would gain no experience. Reputation or storage space rewards from opening the chests, a sheer waste of opportunity. He set down his binoculars. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, the zombies near the museum had been largely cleared by players, allowing them to congregate outside the museum to discuss scrolls. Now, with so many zombies swarming the entrance, it would indeed prove challenging for just the two of them to clear the area. Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. Regrettably, the scroll served as a fixed teleportation point and could not be relocated. Otherwise, he would have sent Desha into the museum to retrieve the scroll and then hide in a corner to activate it in comfort. Currently, Lin Ziluo found himself atop an unfinished building, surrounded by walls that limited zombie presence, thus facilitating an easy ascent to the rooftop. From this vantage point, he could clearly observe the external conditions of the Museum of the Demon City. Seated on a wooden plank, he began to contemplate his strategy. A direct assault was out of the question. The sheer number of zombies would render any attempt futile. Stealth was also implausible, as even the most agile of movements would not allow him to traverse the museum without encountering zombies at every turn. What if he utilized a throwing device to launch raw meat soaked in zombie virus? No, the throwing distance was limited. Getting too close would likely fail to divert their attention. Perhaps he could send Desha to lure the zombies away? If Desha, holding raw meat, could draw a significant portion of the zombies away, Lin Ziluo could then deal with the remaining few, thereby creating an opportunity to access the scroll. He glanced at Desha, who remained in a daze, suddenly shivering. Confused, Desha touched his own head, questioning why a zombie such as himself would be experiencing chills. Lin Ziluo quickly averted his gaze. Whether he could activate the zombies was one matter. However, it was undeniable that Desha's life would be in jeopardy if he attracted the attention of too many zombies. What to do then? Casting a few furtive glances toward the museum, Lin Ziluo's attention was suddenly drawn to a nearby shopping mall, located just 2 streets away. Through the glass on the top floor, he observed signs of considerable activity. Grabbing his binoculars, he scrutinized the scene. It appeared that many robust young individuals had gathered on the top floor, each radiating an aura that suggested they were seasoned zombie slayers. Notably, several of them were positioned by the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the museum, engaged in animated discussion while gesturing as if formulating a plan. Although the distance and angle made it difficult for Lin Ziluo to fully discern their conversation, certain phrases caught his attention. Encircle these zombies. Inside the museum, we lack manpower. After a lengthy discussion, they eventually vanished from view, presumably to confer with others gathered nearby. Lowering his binoculars, Lin Ziluo connected the dots. It was highly likely that the zombies at the museum entrance had been cleared by these individuals. But since those who had interacted with the scroll had perished without reaping any benefits, the information had been leaked. With this revelation, why not join forces with them? By collaborating with their group to eliminate the zombies, he could alleviate much of his burden without endangering Desha. As for the concern that others might reach the scroll first, such a notion was laughable. If anyone were capable of completing the trial, Lin Ziluo would not have had to wait until 2 days later to activate the scroll. Forming temporary alliances was a common occurrence in the apocalypse, however. Such makeshift teams rarely ended well. In the face of self-interest, adherence to any rules was unlikely, especially in a game set against the backdrop of an apocalypse where strength reigned supreme. Lin Ziluo sheathed his Tang Dao and stowed away his binoculars, beckoning to Desha. The duo, one human, one zombie, began their descent, eager to unite with the individuals atop the shopping mall and simultaneously encourage them to initiate their assault sooner. Chapter 52. The Grim Reaper Club. At the top floor of the Zayarunfa shopping mall, nearly 100 players congregated within a warehouse brimming with supplies. These provisions were originally intended to replenish the goods in the mall stores. But the advent of the apocalyptic game transformed this space into a hub for players to procure resources. Generally, locations with such a high footfall, like shopping malls, are teeming with zombies, dissuading most from venturing inside. However, the freight elevator at the back of the Zayarunfa provided direct access to the warehouse, allowing players to avoid the zombies lurking within the mall. Thus, those familiar with the mall's layout opted to take the freight elevator to the top floor to gather essential supplies, such as food. A visionary among them recognized the potential of this situation and decided to establish a gathering point here. Those who ventured out to collect supplies were exceptional individuals, brave enough to confront zombies. By uniting these talented individuals, a formidable organization could be formed. With this noble aspiration, the gathering point soon attracted many followers, and its leader aptly named it the Grim Reaper Club. In his eyes, the members were indeed the harbingers of death, capable of delivering fatality to the undead. Within a mere 3 days, the Grim Reaper Club amassed 100 members. Through their collective efforts, they successfully eradicated several minor zombie clusters, small supermarkets, shops, and residential buildings. The exhilaration of victory and the spoils of war inflated the egos of the club's members. They clamored for a grand heist. However, the founder of the club began to sense a shift in dynamics. With the growing membership, he found it increasingly challenging to maintain control. Reluctantly, he felt compelled to acquiesce to the desires of his members. Where should the Grim Reaper Club direct their focus? The zombies below were out of the question, numerous and perilously close. Provoking them could lead to the downfall of their club and the loss of all the resources in the warehouse. After conferring with several prominent figures within the club, they ultimately decided upon the Museum of Magic City as their target. Its location was conveniently situated, with an open area at the entrance suitable for combat. However, they did not harbor the arrogance to believe that 100 individuals could launch an assault there. Instead, they resolved to await the day when their numbers swelled to 200 before taking action. Agreed, let us settle on this plan. Everyone should prepare their own weapons, stated Gao Dong, the founder of the Grim Reaper Club. The members rose to their feet, erupting in cheers. I say we shouldn't wait for 200. It's an insult to our strength. We should charge in now. One member exclaimed. Yes, and maybe we'll uncover a card for a whole roast lamb. The one from yesterday was exquisite. Another added. I can hardly contain my excitement. I'm going to grab another bag of ham. Gao Dong opened his mouth, hesitating to intervene. He wished to counsel his members to conserve resources and to act discreetly, lest they attract the attention of the zombies below. Yet, he understood that his words would fall on deaf ears. Who wouldn't he relish the freedom to indulge in the apocalypse? Who wouldn't he enjoy the chaos of an unrestrained club? Gao Dong felt he had strayed from his original path, but was reluctant to abandon the club he had founded. Ultimately, he reveled in the semblance of power and the adoration of his members. Thus, under his indulgence, the members grew increasingly unruly. Hey, you big yellow hair. Keep your hands to yourself. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. A woman wielding an iron rod pointed accusingly at a man with yellow hair. Behind her stood a well-proportioned girl. Gao Dong didn't need to look. He knew that the man had been groping the girl. The yellow-haired man met the woman's glare with defiance. I say, Tian Ningjing, don't let that big bronze rod go to your head. You think you're intimidating me? He spat. What do you know? If this little beauty submits to me, it'll be good for everyone. Can you protect her forever? He taunted. Tian Ningjing trembled with fury, retorting, I know your intentions. Big yellow hair. You think I'd ever submit to you? Uft, you think you're worthy? Laughter erupted from the crowd. The yellow-haired man's expression darkened as he felt humiliated. What a filthy wench. Don't worry, I'm a gentleman for now, but wait until I get my chance. I'll make you regret it. Realizing he could not overpower the equipped Tian Ningjing, he resorted to threats. You think you can play me? Look at yourself in the mirror. You're a joke. She shot back, emboldened by the crowd's laughter. The yellow-haired man's face grew even more sullen. He stepped aside, retrieving a large wooden club. Gao Dong could no longer sit idly by. If this continued, a serious conflict would surely erupt. Enough, he declared, rising to his feet, but his voice was drowned out by the laughter surrounding him. As the ruckus escalated, more and more people gathered, urging the confrontation. Fight. Big yellow hair, don't back down to a girl. Tian, give it your all. I want to see how you move when you fight. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed that the freight elevator leading to the top floor slowly opened. A masked man stepped out, followed closely by a towering bodyguard clad in sunglasses. Chapter 53. The Grand Deceiver Lin Ziluo. The arrival was none other than our protagonist, the strikingly handsome Lin Ziluo, who, at this moment, had stored away all his gear and donned a casual outfit. Even in such simple attire, he exuded a remarkable charm and elegance. Lin Ziluo had always favored a low-profile lifestyle, having learned from his past life the necessity of evading attention. Any hint of flamboyance could easily attract the scrutiny of the Li family. Initially, Lin Ziluo contemplated disguising himself, but then he reconsidered. Why should he be so timid? Was he truly afraid that the remnants of Li Haobo would come seeking retribution? With a newfound confidence, He boldly took the freight elevator to the top floor of the Xironfa Mall. Typically, there would be a guard at the freight elevator, but upon noticing the commotion nearby, the guard had rushed off to investigate. Thus, Lin Ziluo and his companion, the towering figure known as Dasha, entered the Death God Club without any hindrance, immediately catching the attention of the crowd gathered around. Among the throng, the anxious Gao Dong captured Lin Ziluo's gaze. This individual appeared familiar. Lin Ziluo recalled having seen him when he activated the scroll that day. Though the memory was distant, there was a faint recognition. Gao Dong seemed to possess considerable charisma, likely a leader of some organization. It was evident that this was indeed the same group. As Lin Ziluo and Dasha entered, they too attracted the attention of others. With a mask obscuring his identity, Lin Ziluo was already a captivating sight, and the imposing presence of Dasha, a man towering over 2 meters and dressed as a bodyguard, only heightened the intrigue. Anyone who laid eyes upon them could not help but feel intimidated. One individual, upon spotting Lin Ziluo and Dasha, fell silent, fearful of making too much noise and incurring Lin Ziluo's displeasure. The quietude spread like wildfire. Soon, the entire top floor was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Even the previously heated argument between Tian Ningjing and the brash Huang Mao came to an abrupt halt as all eyes turned to Lin Ziluo, the atmosphere thick with tension. Gao Dong was the first to regain his composure. He approached with an air of authority, inquiring politely, "May I ask how I should address you, esteemed guest? What brings you to our Death God Club?" "Oh, I am simply here with my brother. We noticed quite a crowd and thought we might see if we could join you," Lin Ziluo replied earnestly. The revelation that Dasha was merely his brother rather than a bodyguard immediately relieved the tension among the onlookers. The initial sense of intimidation faded, and Gao Dong's spirits lifted. If he could recruit these two into his circle, it would undoubtedly bolster his influence. "Welcome to the Death God Club. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Gao Dong, the president of the club," he declared, eager to showcase his position. "Ah, so you are the president," Lin Ziluo acknowledged with newfound understanding. "Indeed. And may I inquire about your name, my friend?" Gao Dong asked, now curious to learn more about Lin Ziluo. At this moment, Gao Dong attempted to assess Lin Ziluo's attributes, only to be met with a screen full of question marks. "What is this?" he exclaimed. Then turned his attention to Dasha's panel, which read, "Basic information, nickname, Dasha title, none level." For who would choose such a name as Dasha? Gao Dong pondered, perplexed by the duo. "I am Lin Luo, and this is my brother Dasha. He may seem a bit simple-minded in his mute, but he serves as a bodyguard for the affluent," Lin Ziluo explained. Gao Dong's excitement grew as he perceived Dasha's simplicity as a potential advantage for manipulation. "Oh, I see. Lin Luo, my brother, on behalf of the Death God Club, I warmly welcome you both." Gao Dong extended his hand. Lin Ziluo reciprocated the handshake, and with his arrival, the previously charged atmosphere began to dissipate. After a few parting remarks, Tian Ningjing and Huang Mao concluded their quarrel, leaving the rooftop of Xironfa Mall to bask in a newfound camaraderie. Gao Dong ushered Lin Ziluo and Dasha into his office, exclaiming, "Lin Luo, Dasha, I feel an immediate connection with you both. What are your interests? As your brother, I would be delighted to accommodate you." Gao Dong's fondness for Dasha was apparent. Though he spoke to Lin Ziluo, his gaze fixated on Dasha. Lin Ziluo began to question Gao Dong's inclinations. "Well, you see, Gao, my brother and I are quite fond of combat. Our primary goal is to grow stronger, and we often venture out to slay zombies and level up. We came here mainly to make acquaintances," Lin Ziluo articulated, laying the groundwork for his future endeavors. Expressing a desire for strength seemed wise, as it would facilitate discussions about an offensive against the museum, leveraging his combative nature to hasten their decisions. However, Lin Ziluo was keenly aware that he could not remain among this group indefinitely. Caution was his guiding principle. Those who overestimated their abilities in the apocalyptic game often met their demise. Moreover, once the time limit on his mask expired, he would inevitably reveal his true identity, one that could instill fear in many. Yet, it was also a double-edged sword, as some might harbor ill intentions towards him. Lin Ziluo was not one to shy away from confrontation, but he understood the importance of maintaining these alliances for his ultimate goal of infiltrating the museum. "Ah, a desire for strength," Gao Dong remarked, clearly intrigued. He bore no skepticism, as many within the Death God Club shared similar aspirations. A pained expression crossed his face as he continued, "If you wish to grow stronger, I happen to possess an extra skill book that I could part with, albeit with great reluctance." Chapter 54. A slap from the full skill book? Lin Ziluo was momentarily taken aback. "Oh my, what an unexpected gain. If it weren't for Lin Ziluo's remarkable composure, he might have burst into laughter. Was Gao Dong truly unaware of the preciousness of skill books, or was there another reason? To please us, he was willing to make such a substantial sacrifice? With a suppressed chuckle, Lin Ziluo hesitantly remarked, skill books must be quite valuable, right? Such an attitude. This demeanor was most likely to entice someone. Sure enough, Gao Dong immediately proclaimed with bravado, "Ah, we are all brothers here. What is valuable or not? Here, Lin Ziluo. Take it." Upon speaking, Gao Dong produced a book from his storage space and thrust it into Lin Ziluo's hands. Wow, it truly is a skill book. Lin Ziluo was astonished. Was my approach incorrect? Are players in this apocalyptic game truly this generous? Opening the book, he read, Disoriented Fury, a warrior skill, upon activation. The user will enter a state of uncontrollable rage, losing all awareness and becoming a mindless entity that only attacks nearby living beings. Attributes will increase by 20 to 50, depending on the level of anger, lasting for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, the user will enter a state of chaos based on the level of enhancement. The higher the increase, the longer the duration of chaos. This skill has significant side effects. Use cautiously. Use cautiously. Lin Ziluo's expression turned peculiar. Although Gao Dong could not see Lin Ziluo's face, he could tell from Lin Ziluo's prolonged silence that his little ruse had been uncovered. Gao Dong awkwardly explained. Although this skill has considerable side effects, and you lose awareness after using it, it serves as a last resort in dire situations. You think I'm foolish enough not to use a skill book? In those 2 minutes, losing all awareness, who knows if it would lead to harming one's allies? It is well known that even with enhanced attributes, a mindless fighter is often less effective than one who is aware. Just consider the comparison between equally matched zombies and humans. Humans typically manage to defeat zombies precisely because the latter lack awareness. Players are not fools. After one player activated this skill book, he promptly exchanged it with Gao Dong for a piece of bronze-level equipment, to which Gao Dong, in a daze, agreed. Every time he recalled this event, Gao Dong was filled with regret. Oh well, it's fine. I can sense Gao's good intentions. I truly appreciate this skill book. Lin Ziluo said calmly as he stored the book away. If you truly liked it, wouldn't you have learned the skill yourself by now? Gao Dong assumed Lin Ziluo was providing him an out. Embarrassed, he quickly added, I owe you, brother Lin. How about this? I still have a voucher for a family bucket of fried chicken. Let us enjoy it together? Ah, this illustrates the charm of words and gestures. He received the skill book for free, yet made someone feel apologetic. No, I must go out with the fool to hunt zombies for experience, Lin Ziluo declined. Upon hearing this, Gao Dong replied, All right then, we are good brothers. Your strength increases, and I am happy too. Go ahead, if you need food or drink. Feel free to take from the warehouse. Don't be shy. Lin Ziluo nodded in understanding, not actually retrieving supplies, and exited the office. The fool had been watching the exchange between the two. Although he did not grasp their conversation, he immediately followed Lin Ziluo upon seeing him leave. Gao Dong, alone in the office, relished the moment. Brother Lin Ziluo is truly remarkable. I gifted him that meager skill book, and he did not disdain it. What a good brother. Gao Dong sighed. However, the moment Lin Ziluo stepped outside, he sensed something amiss. His keen intuition informed him that the instant he exited the office, 3 or 4 individuals had fixed their gaze upon him, as if waiting for his emergence. Ah, it seems trouble is brewing, Lin Ziluo lamented. Why must they target a kind-hearted and honest person like me? As anticipated, when Lin Ziluo was halfway to the freight elevator, he was surrounded and blocked by several individuals. A man, clad in fur and smoking a cigarette, emerged from the crowd. This man was a thorn in Gao Dong's side. Possessing considerable influence and constantly attempting to usurp Gao Dong as the leader of the Death God Club, often scheming against him both overtly and covertly. With an arrogant expression, the man addressed Lin Ziluo. Brother, I'm not threatening you. I merely wish to advise you not to get too close to Gao Dong. Otherwise, even if your brother is strong. Lin Ziluo, growing impatient, interrupted. Fool, what are you standing there for? Get to work. The man, infuriated at being interrupted, was on the verge of exploding. The fool stepped forward from behind Lin Ziluo. Oh, being big is impressive? You're only level 4. I'll inform you. I have several level 4s behind me. Slap. This time, the man's words were cut short, and he could no longer utter anything. The fool had delivered a forceful slap that spun the man's head 180 degrees clockwise. The burly men who had been standing behind the man were taken aback. Their leader's face now facing his back, causing panic. 2 of them were so frightened that they collapsed onto the ground. The raucous crowd in the hall turned their attention to the sound of the slap, curious about the commotion. Thud. The man's lifeless body fell to the ground. Lin Ziluo calmly clapped his hands and walked over the man's corpse, approaching the freight elevator, pressing the button as though nothing had occurred. Leaving the rooftop with the fool. Silence. An overwhelming silence enveloped the once lively hall, as all eyes were fixed on the lifeless body, rendered speechless by terror. Even Gao Dong in the office sensed something was amiss. He was reprimanding himself for forgetting to escort Lin Ziluo downstairs when he noticed the sudden absence of noise. Opening the office door, he exclaimed, "What is happening here?" But his words were cut short as he beheld the body sprawled on the floor. This is Jia Tai. How did he die?" Gao Dong gasped in astonishment. His words shattered the silence, and many in the vicinity finally reacted, erupting into screams and chatter. "Murder. Wow." A single slap turned his head halfway around. "Oh no. I'm going to vomit. This is revolting." The hall returned to its previous clamor. Even more chaotic than before. A loyal subordinate of Gao Dong approached, recounting the events that had just unfolded. Upon learning that it was Lin Ziluo who had commanded the fool to deliver the lethal slap to Jia Tai, Gao Dong nearly burst into laughter. His greatest adversary had met such a swift end. Lin Ziluo and the fool were indeed his good brothers. Next time, I must lavish them with generosity. Gao Dong surveyed the surroundings, instructing his men to dispose of the body. Then he returned to his office, excitedly exclaiming, "This Lin Luo brother has bestowed upon me a grand gift. I have indeed delivered a significant present to Gao Dong. However, this arrangement also serves to establish my authority, sparing me numerous troubles. When it comes to assaulting the museum, I will undoubtedly wield considerable influence." Lin Ziluo contemplated within the confines of the freight elevator. Yet, Gao Dong has also granted me a precious gift. The thought of Day's Frenzy brought him some joy. A pure, unearned acquisition of a practical skill book. Indeed, to others, it might appear as nothing more than a useless skill book, even one meant for self-destruction. Yet, in Lin Ziluo's hands, it transformed into a treasure. This treasure is not aimed at Lin Ziluo himself, but rather at Desha. Day's Frenzy indeed has the potential to render players irrational, even prompting them to attack their own allies. However, Desha is exempt from such concerns. Lin Ziluo had already inquired with the Golden Finger system. Regardless of whether Desha possesses reason or not, he would never harm Lin Ziluo. This instinct is rigorously ingrained by the Golden Finger system and is entirely unrelated to rationality. Moreover, Lin Ziluo could even exert control over Desha's actions. Thus, when Desha enters Day's Frenzy, it signifies an opportunity for a substantial enhancement in attributes, attacking all creatures except Lin Ziluo or being entirely controlled by him. Once again, it is a glitch in the game. The Apocalypse game never anticipated that such a seemingly useless skill as Day's Frenzy could be manipulated so creatively in Lin Ziluo's hands. He retrieved the skill book of Day's Frenzy and handed it to Desha. Desha, understanding, promptly learned Day's Frenzy, observing the newly added skill on Desha's panel. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but marvel at Desha's fortunate ignorance. By day, he might be able to overshadow Desha. However, come nightfall, with the cover of darkness and the dual enhancement of Day's Frenzy, Lin Ziluo would need to temporarily retreat from the limelight during those 2 minutes. No, he must strive to level up diligently. He needed to reach level 10 swiftly. His strength would at least double upon job advancement at that level. The elevator came to a halt, arriving at the back corridor of the shopping mall. The entire corridor had already been cleared by the Grim Reaper Club members. Lin Ziluo and Desha strode confidently out. It was now around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. With 2 hours remaining until nightfall, they could casually seek out a spot to gain experience, hoping to find the missing pants, gloves, or chest armor. But wait, what does the night matter to me? Both Desha and I can easily overpower the zombies enhanced by the night. Lin Ziluo realized he was still influenced by thoughts from his past life. If that is the case, then why not indulge? While others are relegated to hiding at home during the night, he could rampage among the hordes of zombies, rapidly increasing his experience. What a delightful prospect. With this in mind, Lin Ziluo wasted no time and promptly took out the map to search. He needed to locate a place where he could continuously slay zombies without being surrounded. Ideally, it should also be a location with wild treasure chests or other game items. Dungeons could be disregarded, as there were none nearby. However, there was a splendid location. Lin Ziluo focused on the Magic City Library marked on the map. The Magic City Library is merely 4 kilometers from the Shao Ruinfa shopping mall. Although the library is vast, its corridors are relatively narrow. Each type of book is housed in a separate closed room. Most importantly, the library's rooftop contains a game shop. Lin Ziluo currently had nearly 6,000 gold coins in his account. Considering that a quality bronze-level equipment piece costs 2,000 gold coins, he could easily acquire pants, gloves, and chest armor. The Magic City Library it is. Lin Ziluo set off with the Shah. The 3-kilometer journey was not far. Along the way, numerous zombies gathered. However, in the combined efforts of Lin Ziluo and Shah, these zombies were utterly crushed. Lin Ziluo specifically instructed Shah to merely incapacitate the zombies, leaving the finishing blows for him. Although this meant he would not gain experience, his drop rate was undeniably exceptional. Coupled with the continuous activation of auto pickup, Lin Ziluo only needed to strike down the zombies Shah had weakened, allowing a plethora of cards, items, and even equipment to fill his storage space. It was astonishing. Under the absolute drop rate, absolute domination, and the synergistic effect of auto pickup, Lin Ziluo transformed into a ruthless monster-slaying machine. He continued this relentless pursuit until he neared the Magic City Library. Chapter 56. The decapitating demon blade. Lin Ziluo sheathed his tank sword. At this moment, he and the simple-minded companion had ventured into a small convenience store outside the Magic City Library. After dispatching the zombie matron within, Lin Ziluo settled into a chair, casually snatching a packet of spicy strips from the shelf and savoring it. He pondered the treasures he had uncovered thus far. Over the course of his journey, he had eliminated more than 100 zombies, accumulating 800 experience points necessary to ascend to level 9, thus filling half of the required quota. As for the cards, he chose to overlook them, as there were far too many, thick stacks piled up in a corner. Apart from a few tool-related cards that might prove useful in the future, he couldn't muster the interest to even glance at the others. It was the items and equipment that truly mattered. In total, he had discovered 5 items and 2 pieces of equipment. In addition to the items he already possessed, he had acquired a new one, Worn Scarecrow, a one-time use bronze-level item that, when placed on the ground, could redirect the hostility of creatures that held enmity towards the player to the Scarecrow. Only when the Scarecrow was completely destroyed would the creatures resume their assault on the player. This Scarecrow was indeed a valuable asset, a genuine lifesaver. The term creatures even encompassed players. Even if a player was intent on attacking, their body would involuntarily target the Scarecrow instead. Such a marvel. After securing this remarkable item, Lin Ziluo examined the 2 pieces of equipment he had acquired. Combo gloves, bronze-level equipment that granted a chance to perform combo attacks. Attributes, 1 strength, 1 constitution, with a 5 chance to add an additional attack after a successful strike. Ring blade, a bronze-level weapon crafted from steel through repeated folding, forging, and tempering. Attributes, 3 strength. What a stroke of luck. Lin Ziluo donned the combo gloves with great satisfaction. The attributes were already quite impressive, and the added chance for a combo attack was a delightful bonus. Should the combo trigger, it would be akin to his explosive double slash, swiftly unleashing 2 strikes, albeit with somewhat less power and lacking the explosive effect. Nevertheless, with such an added attribute, who could ask for more? As for the ring blade, Lin Ziluo could only commend its sheer potency and amplifying strength to its utmost. It sacrificed all supplementary effects in favor of raw power, making it one of the finest bronze weapons available. With a thought, Lin Ziluo realized that his tang sword was equally exceptional. This meant that the fusion stone he had been hoarding could finally be utilized. The fusion stone appeared in his hand in an instant, a drop from the conjoined zombies he had slain in the gymnasium. Its purpose was to combine 2 bronze-level weapons of the same type into a single entity, with the potential of creating a silver-level weapon if the quality of both items was sufficiently high. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo placed Tang Sword 1 and Ring Blade on the table and selected the option to use the Fusion Stone. Player Yazzie activates the Fusion Stone, preparing to merge the Ring Blade with Tang Sword 1. Please confirm fusion. The 2 items will be permanently lost upon fusion. Fusion, Lin Ziluo declared. Fusion commencing. Estimated time, 30 minutes. The Fusion Stone in Lin Ziluo's hand emitted a radiant white light, enveloping both swords completely as they entered the fusion state. Seizing this opportunity, he and his companion resolved their dinner arrangements. Just as Lin Ziluo set down his bowl and chopsticks, a delightful system notification chimed in his ear. Fusion successful. Congratulations, player, on obtaining the silver-level weapon, Decapitating Demon Blade. A silver-level weapon. Splendid. His offensive capabilities would see a significant enhancement. Lin Ziluo eagerly examined his new equipment. The Decapitating Demon Blade. The previously gleaming white blade had transformed into a profound shade of black, with only a glimmer of light visible at its sharpest edge. The shape of the Decapitating Demon Blade bore no distinction from the Tang sword, save for the intricate and enigmatic patterns adorning both sides of the blade. As Lin Ziluo grasped the Decapitating Demon Blade, He distinctly felt its weight had increased by approximately 30. However, he quickly adapted to its heft after a few moments of adjustment. Decapitating Demon Blade 1, silver-level equipment, forged from the Tang Sword in the Ring Blade. Enhanced by frequent decapitation use, resulting in this formidable blade with decapitation bonuses. Attributes: for strength, 1 constitution. It can gradually repair the scars on the blade after combat. Passive skill, decapitation, increases decapitation speed by 20, and upon a successful decapitation, grants the player 1 strength for 3 minutes, stacking up to 2 layers. What a delightful surprise. Lin Ziluo had not anticipated that merging 2 top-tier bronze-level items would yield such an extraordinary silver-level weapon. The decapitating demon blade could genuinely be described as exceptional. With its innate bonus of 4 strength, coupled with the stacking effect of its passive skill, the maximum enhancement could reach a staggering 6 strength. Eagerly, Lin Ziluo examined the attributes of his newly acquired decapitating demon blade. Base attributes: strength, 27 spirit, 19 constitution, 18 agility, 23. This was akin to witnessing a cow performing a handstand. Truly remarkable. With his new weapon in hand, Lin Ziluo felt invigorated. However, upon noticing that his companion was still engrossed in his meal, he felt a pang of frustration. What are you doing, Dasha? We must set off. Our target is the Magic City Library. Chapter 57. Breaking into the library, Dasha reluctantly set down the roasted chicken he had been holding. He then stood up and picked up the hefty iron rod he had just discovered, yet a sullen expression lingered on his face. Lin Ziluo chuckled and, with a hint of exasperation, said, "Put in your best effort tonight, and I shall procure 2 roasted chickens for you tomorrow." Instantly, Dasha perked up, lifting the iron rod high above his head, his eyes sparkling with newfound enthusiasm. Ah, the world of food enthusiasts is indeed simple and unadorned. The library in the Devil City is a circular structure, featuring 2 arched doors at the front and back. As the apocalyptic game commenced at 7 in the evening, the number of individuals reading within the library was scarce. Consequently, the gathering of zombies at the entrance was far less than that at the gymnasium previously. Now, on the 4th day of the apocalypse, some zombies had reached level 3, while a few had even ascended to level 4, exhibiting a 5-point increase in their fundamental attributes. This posed a greater challenge for ordinary individuals below level 4. However, did it make a difference to Lin Ziluo and Dasha? As per the usual protocol, Lin Ziluo first located a detailed layout of the library's interior in front of the main entrance. He meticulously charted his route and, with Dasha in tow, charged fiercely toward the horde of zombies congregating at the entrance. With approximately half an hour remaining before nightfall, they needed to breach the library within that time to avoid being surrounded by the undead. With an itch for action, Lin Ziluo took the lead. Swinging his enchanted blade to create a dark afterimage, he delivered a decisive blow to the neck of the nearest zombie. The executioner's blade. How could it not sever heads? The blade glided smoothly through the zombie's neck, making the task feel remarkably effortless. Thus, the speed of decapitation increased by 20%, rendering it even more efficient. The head of the zombie fell to the ground, and Lin Ziluo felt a warm sensation emanating from the blade in his hand. Strength increased by 1. Impressive. Lin Ziluo marveled, recognizing that this executioner's blade far surpassed ordinary silver-grade equipment. The surrounding zombies, having noticed the uninvited guests, began to converge upon Lin Ziluo and Dasha. Dasha, this time don't hold back on the finishing blows. Charge forward and breach the library first. Lin Ziluo instructed, before plunging directly into the throng of zombies. Dasha, receiving his master's command, raised the iron rod overhead and smashed it down onto the head of the nearest zombie. The sheer force behind Dasha's swing shattered the zombie's skull, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. Dasha remained unfazed, allowing the gore to coat him. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo had to be cautious of the zombie's claws and bites, a necessity that did not apply to Dasha. After all, how could these zombies possibly mutate him? With his formidable physique and fierce strength, Dasha resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus, rampaging through the horde. In contrast, Lin Ziluo exhibited a more graceful demeanor. Each swing of his enchanted blade struck true, efficiently claiming the lives of the zombies and transforming them into experience and coins to accompany him. He deftly twisted his body, elegantly evading 2 clawed attacks from behind and dispatching another zombie. As they approached a blockade of zombies, Lin Ziluo raised his executioner's blade, calculating the angle before hurling it forward. The spinning strike, for the first time, synergized with the silver-grade executioner's dagger. The blade spun rapidly, blurring the distinction between its edge and hilt, forming a dark ring that relentlessly harvested the lives of the undead. 1, 2, 3. The returning executioner's blade was successfully caught by Lin Ziluo. This single maneuver had slain 7 zombies. Seizing the opportunity from the cleared path, Lin Ziluo surged forward, the library's entrance drawing nearer. Glancing back, he noticed Desha lagging behind. Lin Ziluo swung his blade once more, fortuitously triggering the combo effect of his gauntlets. The zombie he dispatched met an unfortunate fate, only to be struck a second time by a subsequent blow. In truth, the intimidation effect of Lin Ziluo's lion's wristband frequently activated. However, the outcome was indisputable. A single blow was sufficient to fell these zombies, rendering the effect imperceptible. After dispatching the final zombie in front of him with a devastating double strike, Lin Ziluo successfully reached the entrance of the library. Fortunately, the doors remained ajar. He dashed inside, encountering only a few zombies at the threshold, which he effortlessly dispatched before entering the long corridor leading to his favorite location, the public restroom. Ahem. His fondness stemmed primarily from its defensible nature. Positioning himself firmly in the corridor, Lin Ziluo continued to battle the zombies that followed him into the library. Amidst the aching fatigue coursing through his body, he gallantly consumed a stamina potion to replenish his energy. At that moment, Desha finally burst into the library, immediately charging toward Lin Ziluo's position. Before long, the two were reunited. "What in the world happened to you?" Lin Ziluo exclaimed in astonishment. Desha's once immaculate suit had been shredded to tatters by the zombies, making him look akin to a beggar. Lin Ziluo glanced downward at Desha's feet. Indeed, he was a true beast of a man. Chapter 58. The fool, your roast chicken is gone, fool. Hold on here for a moment. I shall sweep the restroom. Lin Ziluo advised. The fool nodded, his hefty iron rod mysteriously lost. Thus, he resorted to wielding 2 zombie corpses as makeshift weapons, smashing them against the undead. The passage was rather narrow, and the 2 corpses toppled a horde of zombies. Observing the effectiveness of his improvised tactics, the fool picked up 2 more zombie heads to hurl at the approaching foes. Seeing that the fool could stabilize the situation, Lin Ziluo wasted no time and dashed into the restroom to inspect for any lurking zombies. It was imperative to eliminate any threats within the restroom before he could confidently engage in battle within the corridor. This time, Lin Ziluo adopted a rather violent approach. Upon entering the restroom, he did not bother checking each stall for zombies. Instead, he thrust his enchanted blade through the door panels indiscriminately. Should there be any unfortunate living souls inside, it would merely be collateral damage. After thoroughly assaulting the men's restroom, he found it devoid of zombies. Unwilling to accept defeat, he charged into the women's restroom, methodically piercing through every stall. Yet, to his utter dismay, he encountered no zombies there either. "Look at this," he lamented. "Both are restrooms. Yet the one in the sports arena provided me with a bronze treasure chest and fusion stones from a zombie couple, while this library's restroom is utterly barren." With no time for complaints, Lin Ziluo hastily returned to the corridor. The fool was on the verge of collapsing under the relentless pressure of the advancing zombies. Retreating while fending them off, Lin Ziluo quickly took up the fight alongside him. With their combined efforts, they deftly managed to control the situation, exchanging blows and maintaining the undead at bay. As the pile of zombie corpses in the corridor grew, Lin Ziluo strategically began to stack them together, successfully blocking part of the passage. The pressure from the zombie tide diminished significantly. Breathing heavily, Lin Ziluo reflected on the relentless battles they had fought since charging into the library. The continuous, fierce skirmishes had drained him of stamina. Were it not for that potion he had consumed, he would have surely collapsed by now. Even the fool, robust as he was, began to show signs of fatigue. Although zombies were impervious to exhaustion, their physical attributes had limits. Lin Ziluo could clearly see the fool's movements becoming sluggish. The silver lining was that only about 20 zombies remained. Noticing that his stamina potion was still on cooldown, he decided to let the fool take the lead. A zombie before them began to howl, its attributes visibly enhancing with the onset of night. Lin Ziluo recognized the urgency of the situation. Summoning all his strength, he hurled the enchanted blade forward. Then, he produced a cushion and sat down on the ground. The remaining zombies were no longer as densely packed. And despite finding an optimal angle, he managed to take down merely 5 of them. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully slaying a zombie and earning 3 experience points and 5 coins. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully slaying a zombie and earning 3 experience points and 4 coins. Congratulations, player has leveled up to level 9, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yazzie requires 1,000 experience points for the next level up. Finally, he leveled up. Sitting on the ground, Lin Ziluo caught his enchanted blade and exhaled a sigh of relief. The accrued experience revealed that he had slain nearly 150 zombies during this time. What does this signify? It equated to the total number of zombies the entire Reaper Club could manage to take down in almost 6 hours. As he observed the remaining dozen or so zombies, now fully empowered by the darkness, charging towards him, Lin Ziluo remained calm, speaking nonchalantly. Fool, activate Frenzied Rage. Without hesitation, the fool activated the skill. Instantly, a wave of fury surged through his mind, overwhelming his limited consciousness. With a mighty roar, the fool tore apart the last few rags adorning his body. His fangs and claws emerged, glistening dangerously. Fool, those zombies before you have devoured your roast chicken. Tomorrow, you shall have none, Lin Ziluo declared, administering a potent motivator. As anticipated, his words incited even greater rage in the fool. His skin, tinged with a gray hue, flushed a fierce red with anger, muscles bulging with intensity. Without a moment's thought, he charged forth, obliterating the makeshift barricade of zombie corpses. Grasping the nearest zombie, he seized its arms with both hands. With another furious roar, the fool wrenched the zombie's arms clean off. Blood splattered against the walls, painting a scene of sheer brutality and carnage. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo, seated on the ground, sipped from his freshly brewed Longjing tea, unable to stifle a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Excellent." Before taking another sip, encouraged by his master's praise, the fool became even more exhilarated, twisting the head of the zombie in his grip a full 360 degrees before yanking it off, leaving several blood vessels still attached at the neck. Chapter 59. Energy Restoration. The duration of the berserk state was fleeting, lasting a mere 2 minutes. It took Big Silly 10 seconds to dispatch a single zombie. This pace was unacceptable. At this rate, he might not be able to eliminate the remaining zombies. Big Silly, your movements were too slow just now, allowing them to snatch away a prized pig trotter. Lin Ziluo stoked the flames of Big Silly's fury. Upon hearing this, Big Silly exclaimed, "What? They dared to take my beloved pig trotter." Rage surged through him, filling his mind completely. The enhancement attribute of his berserk state had reached a staggering maximum of 50. This was an almost inconceivable figure. Surely, even the Apocalypse game designers would never anticipate that a player could achieve such a feat through sheer anger. It seemed that only someone as blissfully naive as Big Silly could attain this. With both the berserk state and the night enhancement at an unprecedented 50, Big Silly's attributes doubled under their combined influence. Doubling one's attributes did not merely equate to doubling combat power. It transcended that simplicity. Big Silly no longer considered using his fists to resolve conflicts. With bloodshot eyes and heavy breaths, he charged directly at the zombies in the passageway. The 3 zombies at the forefront were sent flying upon impact, their bones snapping audibly. Blood sprayed forth as their innards spilled out, and they crashed heavily to the ground. Thankfully, the zombies' resilient vitality kept them from succumbing immediately. They struggled to rise, but were swiftly trampled underfoot by Big Silly, as if crushed by a steamroller. Their bodies became deeply embedded in the ground, rendering them immovable. The remaining zombies met a similarly grim fate. Under Big Silly's savage onslaught, the last dozen zombies were near dismemberment, collapsing within a minute. Faced with the final zombie standing at the end of the passage, Big Silly raised his fist, a red glow coalescing around it. This was his skill, a full power strike. As the crimson light reached its zenith, he unleashed his fist with a resounding boom. The sound of air being ruptured echoed as his fist struck the zombie's chest, the cracking of ribs resounding. At that moment, the zombie's back bulged outwards, only to burst open, revealing a massive fist that emerged, accompanied by a deluge of blood. Big Silly's punch had penetrated the zombie's torso. Lin Ziluo, seated calmly with tea in hand, couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, a natural powerhouse." He understood the immense difficulty of penetrating the chest of an adult male with a single blow. The zombie's lifeless body collapsed, and the berserk state was nearing its limit. Exhausted, Big Silly plopped down onto the fallen zombie's carcass. What is this? Aren't zombies supposed to be tireless? Lin Ziluo pondered, only to realize the confusion was a side effect of the berserk state. Big Silly, Lin Ziluo called. Upon hearing his name, Big Silly immediately turned. But he faced the opposite direction of the passage. Disoriented and completely lost, Lin Ziluo chose not to disturb him. The two, one man and one zombie, sat quietly in the passage, surrounded by pools of blood, severed limbs, and rolling heads beneath them. Thus, at the entrance of the library, Not a single zombie remained. Well, not quite. There was still Big Silly. After a brief respite, Lin Ziluo finally had the opportunity to assess the spoils of battle. The automatic pickup range was still somewhat limited, as the zombies he'd dispatched with his spinning slash had fallen too far away for their belongings to be collected. A minor inconvenience, really. Lin Ziluo gleefully examined the rewards, quickly spotting the roasted chicken and pig trotter that Big Silly adored. He activated the items and presented them to Big Silly, who remained oblivious in his confused state. Yet, even without a sense of direction, Big Silly flawlessly accepted the roasted chicken and pig trotter from Lin Ziluo. Remarkable! Lin Ziluo marveled at this extraordinary talent for food that Big Silly possessed, rivaling even his innate strength. Big Silly soon demonstrated, "Master, your judgment is correct," as he gobbled down the food. Lin Ziluo was astonished to witness the claw and bite marks on Big Silly's body healing at a visibly rapid pace. This was astonishing. Lin Ziluo opened Big Silly's status panel and indeed, a new talent appeared in the attributes section. Energy restoration. Your rate of consumption has increased by 30. While in a state of eating, the food consumed will rapidly convert into energy to heal your wounds and replenish your stamina. Goodness gracious! Lin Ziluo exclaimed. Despite his simplicity, Big Silly was, in many ways, a genius. With his natural strength talent, and now this energy restoration ability, Big Silly was forging a path as a tank in combat. Joy filled Lin Ziluo's heart. Big Silly was his subordinate, and as Big Silly grew stronger, so too did Lin Ziluo's own power. With this enhancement in strength, what could be amiss? Nothing at all. Moreover, Lin Ziluo looked forward to enhancing his own power next, excitement coursing through him as he gazed at his storage space. Chapter 60. The Aegis Breastplate. There are few things that ignite Lin Ziluo's excitement, and equipment enhancement scrolls are undoubtedly among them. Now, he finds himself in possession of not one, but two enhancement scrolls, resting quietly within his storage space. As if this were not enough, the breastplate he has longed for has finally emerged. It is a bountiful harvest indeed. Observing the large fool still indulging in his meal, Lin Ziluo begins to tally the spoils of his conquest. He counts 3 bottles of stamina potions and 2 bottles of mental potions. Mental potion, a disposable bronze-grade item that instantly restores 10 of mental power upon consumption, subsequently recovering 5 every minute for a duration of 4 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes post-use. In addition, he finds a short-range launcher and a super flash grenade, as well as a hidden mask, allowing him the luxury of switching between 2 masks. Lin Ziluo extracts the breastplate, scrutinizing it closely. Crafted from metal, it appears heavy at first glance, yet feels remarkably light in his hands. The chest area features a prominent bulge designed to protect the heart. Aegis Breastplate, a bronze-grade equipment imbued with protective power, this lightweight metal breastplate enhances constitution and agility. Attributes: Constitution 1, Agility 1. Skill: Aegis. Allows the user to conjure a transparent shield around their body for 3 seconds, should the user endure an attack exceeding a certain threshold. The shield will shatter prematurely. Skill cooldown of 1 hour, with the cooldown extending to 12 hours once the shield is broken. This breastplate is quite extraordinary, capable of boosting agility, and its weight is perfectly suited to Lin Ziluo's needs. Initially, he had intended for the large fool to don it, assuming it to be heavy armor. However, now, with great delight, Lin Ziluo equips the Aegis breastplate, witnessing an instant boost in both constitution and agility. He then allocates the attribute point earned from leveling up to agility as well. Yet, this is not the end. The enhancement scrolls remain unused. Lin Ziluo retrieves both scrolls. As they are currently limited to bronze-level equipment, he discards the notion of enhancing his silver-grade cloak or magic dagger. What, then, should he enhance? He quickly scans through his equipment, excluding those that are overused, ultimately deciding on the vampiric ring. The ring's current lifesteal is insufficient, failing to match his consumption during the recent battle. Moreover, being in the novice stage, he frequently faces low-level zombie hordes, making sustained endurance vital. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo acts decisively, slapping one enhancement scroll onto the vampiric ring. A flash of green light ensues. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, player Yazzie, on acquiring vampiric ring 1. But this is not the conclusion. He applies the second scroll to the vampiric ring as well. The higher the enhancement level, the greater the risk of failure. Yet a success rate of 2 is still quite promising. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, player Yazzie, on acquiring vampiric ring 2. With the luck of a fortunate sovereign, a title Lin Ziluo humorously bestows upon himself, how could failure befall him? He lifts the vampiric ring, observing that its intricate design has become even more elaborate, with a more vibrant red hue. Vampiric Ring 2, a bronze-grade item capable of siphoning the vitality of enemies during combat. Attributes: Strength 2, Constitution 2. 12 of the damage inflicted upon enemies is converted into vitality and transmitted through his weapon back to himself. Splendid. The attributes have multiplied significantly after enhancing the Vampiric Ring. Lin Ziluo's attributes reach new heights. Base attributes: Strength 28, Spirit 19, Constitution 20, Agility 24. The surge of newfound strength rejuvenates Lin Ziluo, prompting him to rise and retrace the path he and the large fool had taken in search of any uncollected items. Perhaps his luck had run dry, for after a thorough search, he only uncovers a few cards, including one dropped by the large fool. When the card did not automatically collect, Lin Ziluo pondered the reason, only to realize that it was a reward from the large fool's one-drop rate, thus not subject to automatic collection. Upon returning from his exploration, the large fool has finally regained his composure from the chaos. Rested enough? Let us head upstairs, Lin Ziluo beckons. The library in Magic City is quite convenient, with a direct elevator to the 5th floor, the location of the shop, sparing them the arduous ascent through the sports hall. The large fool rises, closely following Lin Ziluo as they traverse the corridor littered with corpses, arriving at the observation elevator. True to its name, this elevator features a transparent exterior, allowing visibility of the surroundings, including the lobby at the rear. Ding! The elevator doors slide open. Inside, there are numerous bloodstains, yet no sign of people or zombies. Lin Ziluo and the large fool step inside and press the button for the 5th floor. As the elevator ascends slowly, Lin Ziluo casts a glance at the situation in the rear lobby, noting that the number of zombies there rivals that of the front entrance, approximately 200 or so. They congregate at the large iron door leading into the front lobby, drawn by the sounds of battle that had previously lured them in, only to be thwarted by the iron door. Moreover, during the elevator's gradual ascent, Lin Ziluo successfully observes several suspicious areas. Chapter 61. Oh. It turns out I am too wealthy. There are indeed suspicious areas, but in reality, they are places that have suffered severe destruction. For instance, the shattered tables and chairs within the library, the bookcases that have been smashed open, and the iron doors that have been forcibly torn apart. These locations have all endured considerable devastation. Such destruction could not have been inflicted by mere zombies or humans. The perpetrator must possess extraordinary power. The answer is simple. A boss. Another boss. Although Lin Ziluo had visited this place in his previous life, his knowledge regarding the boss within the Magic City Library is rather limited. In his former existence, by the time he truly possessed strength, most of the bosses in the Magic City had already been wiped out. As for now, this boss, I shall claim without reservation. Lin Ziluo did not immediately seek the boss. What needed to be done now was to visit the store on the top floor to acquire some useful items and equipment. Lin Ziluo glanced at the big fool. Just before entering the elevator, he had retrieved a set of clothing from his storage space and handed it to the big fool. Now, he had already changed into his new attire. Ding! The sightseeing elevator had arrived at the 5th floor. The elevator doors slowly opened. This sound attracted the attention of the zombies on the 5th floor, who began to converge towards the elevator. To Lin Ziluo's surprise, there were not many zombies on the 5th floor, only about 30. Well, Lin Ziluo certainly had the right to say that 30 zombies were insufficient. After all, in front of the rejuvenated Lin Ziluo and the big fool, 30 zombies were hardly a challenge. They swiftly dispatched the 30 or so zombies with ease. During the process, an item, strength gloves, dropped. However, its attributes were rather mediocre and paled in comparison to Lin Ziluo's combo gloves, so it was equipped by the big fool. After clearing all the zombies on the 5th floor, Lin Ziluo made his way directly to an office located in the corner. The office door was closed, and a sign indicating manager's office had been altered by the omnipotent apocalyptic game to read Magic City Store. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo gently turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Congratulations, player, for successfully discovering the Magic City Store. You have gained 10 points of reputation. The game's notification chimed. The familiar layout of the store appeared before Lin Ziluo. The once ordinary office was now entirely covered in a peculiar metal. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all enveloped in shimmering silver metal. Do not underestimate this unknown metal. Its hardness is unimaginable. Even a god of war could only leave scratches upon its surface. Inside the room, aside from the metal, there were 3 chairs provided for customers waiting to make their purchases. At the center of the room stood a small metallic cabin. Anyone standing inside could conduct transactions. This design was to prevent customers from being ambushed while focused on their purchases. It is essential to note that the use of force is not prohibited within the store. However, if during a fight, a punch or spell strikes the metal walls, even if the metal remains unscathed, one must pay hefty repair fees. Should you cause another to bleed or splatter blood on the floor, you will incur significant cleaning costs. Do not inquire about how the responsible party is determined. The apocalyptic game does not engage in reasoned discussion. If fortune is not on your side, both parties may end up with fines. The amount of a single fine could easily bankrupt a wealthy player. Thus, the store is universally recognized as a peaceful haven for all players. However, one may not remain in the store for more than 30 minutes each day. Exceeding this limit will also result in substantial fines. This rule prevents those being hunted from hiding indefinitely within the store. What if you claim to be broke and unable to pay the fine? If you intend to be a deadbeat, then you shall be eradicated. Lin Ziluo was well versed in the store's rules and wasted no time in stepping into the metallic cabin. As the door closed, a panel appeared before him, displaying a welcoming message from the Magic City store. Simultaneously, an emotionless mechanical voice resonated in his ears. Dear Player Yoshi, welcome to the Magic City store. As you are the first customer welcomed by the Magic City store, you have earned a 50% discount on your next purchase. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. This was an experience he had not encountered before. Originally, Lin Ziluo had over 6,000 gold coins. After defeating so many zombies downstairs, his current gold coin count had risen to 6,545. Skillfully skipping the welcome message, Lin Ziluo began to navigate the store. Initially, he intended to purchase a piece of pants-type equipment. However, with the opportunity for a half-price discount on the first item, he decided to broaden his horizons. What would be the point of purchasing something inexpensive with such a bargain at hand? Equipment, items, and resource cards, 3 options. Lin Ziluo opened the items section. A dazzling array of items immediately unfolded before him. Super Flash Grenade, price, 1,000 gold coins. Stock, 100 short-range launcher, price, 500 gold coins. Stock, 100 Ice Spike Scroll, price, 3,000 gold coins. Stock, 3 Power Pill, price, 1,000 gold coins. Stock, 20. As he perused the merchandise, Lin Ziluo felt a pang of disappointment. What was happening? Although the items in the store had not changed, the thrill and excitement he had once felt during his previous shopping excursions had vanished. Oh, it turns out I am simply too wealthy. No wonder these items no longer captured my interest. Ding. Detection has confirmed that the host is dissatisfied with the items available in the Magic City store. Access to hidden item purchasing privileges has now been granted. Chapter 62. Exclusive equipment of the Magic City Ding. The system has detected that the host is unsatisfied with the items in the Magic City shop. The hidden item purchasing privilege has now been activated. As Lin Ziluo pondered what to buy, the melodious chime of the system echoed like a celestial melody. What does this mean? Lin Ziluo was aware of the existence of hidden merchants within the city, yet he had never heard of hidden items within the shop. Ding. Each shop in every city possesses exclusive hidden goods. Ding. These hidden items can only be purchased by players who have made significant contributions to the city. The purchasing privilege has now been granted to the host. Lin Ziluo had never encountered such a concept before. After all, he had not previously made noteworthy contributions to any city. Let me see what hidden treasures the Magic City shop holds. Lin Ziluo navigated the panel and successfully found the newly appeared button for hidden items in the Magic City shop. Upon clicking it, he discovered only 3 solitary items within. Magic City Honor Badge. Price, 200,000 gold coins. Stock, 1. Magic City Orderer's Uniform. Price, 12,000 gold coins. Stock, 10. Magic City Guardian's Mark. Price, 10,000 gold coins. Stock, 20. The shop's interface allowed him to view images of the items. Upon seeing the picture of the Magic City Orderer's uniform, Lin Ziluo finally recalled having seen it before, and it left a lasting impression on him. He had previously witnessed a warrior from the Dragon Nation donning a similar outfit. However, that version was pure gold, with more intricate details and a greater number of inscribed spells. An item worn by a warrior of such caliber must surely be a treasure. Regrettably, the attributes of items in the shop could not be viewed until they were purchased, as even identical items could have varying attributes. However, the differences would not be drastic, merely fluctuating within certain bounds. As for the Magic City Honor Badge, Lin Ziluo did not even contemplate it. In the apocalyptic game, items with such stringent purchasing conditions had already undergone substantial markdowns. With such a steep discount, the exorbitant price was far beyond what he could consider at the moment. Lin Ziluo deliberated between the Magic City Orderer's uniform and the Magic City Guardian's mark. He decisively chose the Magic City Orderer's uniform. With a discount available, it was only prudent to acquire the more expensive item. After all, the shop was not going anywhere. He would still be able to gather the necessary 10,000 gold coins for the Magic City Guardian's mark later. Player Yazzie, do you confirm the purchase of the Magic City Orderer's uniform? As the player enjoys a 50 discount on the item, it will cost 6,000 gold coins. The mechanical voice sounded. Purchase, Lin Ziluo declared. Magic City Orderer's uniform purchased successfully. Payment of 6,000 gold coins has been processed. The player now has 545 gold coins remaining. The Magic City Orderer's uniform has been packaged into a card. Activating the card will grant access to the item. A card materialized in Lin Ziluo's hand. This was the shop's mechanism, regardless of the item purchased. It would ultimately transform into a card to prevent storage issues due to oversized items. Would the player Yazzie like to purchase any additional items? No need, Lin Ziluo replied. With 545 gold coins remaining, he would save for the Magic City Guardian's mark. Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you to visit again. After this polite farewell, the metallic chamber's door slowly opened. Lin Ziluo stepped out, stretching his limbs. Desha sat quietly in a chair. Oh, Desha must also possess some gold coins. Although he couldn't gain experience from killing zombies, he could still collect gold coins. Lin Ziluo glanced at Desha's panel. Just over 700 gold coins. That made sense. As Desha had only killed a few zombies, the rest had been finished off by Lin Ziluo. Noticing that he and Desha had only 10 minutes left in the shop, Lin Ziluo took out the card for the Magic City Orderer's uniform and chose to activate it. A sleek black uniform appeared in his hands, its fabric feeling exquisite, akin to silk. Lin Ziluo began to examine its attributes. Magic City Orderer's uniform. Diamond-level special equipment. Description: an incredibly rare uniform, exquisitely crafted, with exceptional effects. Reserved for those who have made outstanding contributions to the Magic City. Abilities: 1. Illusion. Upon equipping the Magic City Orderer's uniform, all clothing type gear will be concealed by the uniform, effects still trigger. 2. Comfort. The uniform possesses self-cleaning capabilities, can regulate temperature, automatically repair itself, and isolate blood, among other functions. 3. Authority. While in the Magic City, any player with lower reputation than you who attempts to attack will suffer a 10 reduction in their attributes for 5 minutes. 4. Order. You can establish the order of the Magic City. Each day, you may issue a task to one player within the Magic City, excluding yourself, which will be subject to system verification. The rewards and penalties of the task will be determined by your reputation and its difficulty, without requiring you to pay any rewards. It must be said, the attributes of this city-specific equipment were indeed unique and rare, just as Lin Ziluo had never experienced before. Yet, what captivated him most were the words special equipment. This indicated that this item would not occupy any of his equipment slots. The illusion ability, though Lin Ziluo had yet to witness its specific effects, was something he could infer the function of from the description. It was undoubtedly a coveted effect. Chapter 63. The Enforcer's attire of the Demon City. Lin Ziluo unfurled the uniform, a black robe adorned with a hood. Complementing it were pure black trousers and shoes. The garment featured silver stripes that added a touch of elegance, and on the chest, there lay a distinctive emblem recognizable to anyone who had spent time in the Demon City, the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower. Apart from this, there was nothing particularly remarkable about the outfit. Lin Ziluo shed his entire gear and donned the uniform. The fabric was remarkably soft, enveloping him in comfort. Furthermore, sensing a hint of warmth emanating from Lin Ziluo, the attire instinctively exuded a refreshing coolness. Impressive, truly a testament to its independent comfort attribute. Next, Lin Ziluo produced a full-length mirror. Gazing into it, he was taken aback. The reflection bore a striking resemblance to the Reaper, cloaked in black, complete with a hood trailing behind. He mused that he could easily cosplay as the Grim Reaper now. Satisfied, he tossed the mirror outside the shop. Lin Ziluo was eager to validate his conjecture regarding the transformation attribute. He picked up the Guardian chestplate. Detecting the imminent equipping of the Guardian chestplate. Activate the transformation effect of the Enforcer's uniform, he announced. Suddenly, the chestplate vanished from his hands, yet he felt a distinct enhancement in his attributes. Indeed, this transformation function was precisely as he had imagined. Simply by wearing this uniform, all other equipment would be absorbed, with their effects transferring to the uniform. This meant he only needed to don one piece of clothing, maximizing his agility, lightness, and stealth. After several attempts, he discovered that once the gear was removed, it would reappear in his possession. Moreover, equipping the chest plate would fortify the uniform's chest area with the chest plate's durability and defensive properties, alleviating concerns about the uniform's ability to withstand attacks. Such a feature could only be described as extraordinary. If one were to elaborate, it would be akin to saying that a young cow weeping over its mother was simply magnificent. As the time in the shop drew to a close, Lin Ziluo exited with the Shah. He intended to employ the uniform's order function on the Shah. Once a day, it was a resource not to be wasted. Lin Ziluo was keen to experiment with this capability. Annihilate the world. Task did not pass system review. Defeat a legendary boss. Task did not pass system review. Single-handedly defeat the Demon City Library. After some experimentation, he discerned the system's criteria. Absurd, unrealistic, and illogical tasks failed to pass the review. Spy on a girl changing clothes. Task passed system review. Would you like to publish? Cough. Merely jesting, not to be taken seriously. Lin Ziluo promptly cancelled this task. A gentleman should not engage in such misconduct. After much contemplation, Lin Ziluo published a more reasonable task. Eliminate the boss within the Demon City Library. Task passed system review. Would you like to publish? Yes. Lin Ziluo affirmed and proceeded to publish it. He also gleaned a hidden functionality of this feature, which allowed the system to ascertain the existence of a boss. Naturally, one could not place complete faith in it. For instance, if a location's boss was overwhelmingly powerful, the task would not succeed, though it could not be claimed that there was no boss at all. Desha successfully accepted the task as well. Lin Ziluo briefly reviewed the mission details. The rewards consisted of 200 gold coins, 50 experience points, and 2 resource cards. The rewards were modest, likely due to Lin Ziluo's insufficient reputation. He did not dwell on it, as any reward was better than none. This also meant he could continually rely on Desha to earn task rewards. Having concluded his shopping, Lin Ziluo's next objective was to level up and vanquish the boss within the library. He was acutely aware that upon reaching level 10, he could draw a super cheat card. With determination, he aimed to slay 200 or 300 zombies within the library, hoping to defeat a boss and level up sooner. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo wasted no time. He beckoned to Shah and made his way to the elevator, pressing the button for the 4th floor. They would scour each floor, determined to uncover the elusive boss hiding in the shadows. In a secluded corner of the Demon City Library, a girl trembled as she whispered to her boyfriend, "Away, I'm scared." Away swiftly covered her mouth, speaking in hushed tones, "Xiaomei, keep your voice down. We mustn't let that creature hear us." Xiaomei nodded, tears flowing uncontrollably from her eyes due to fear. Away, equally terrified, felt his body quiver. He cautiously reached for the wall and pressed the light switch. Suddenly, the previously illuminated space plunged into darkness. Without light, the creature should be unable to locate them. "Let us remain quiet for a moment," Away urged. "Yes, we will be all right," the girl replied softly, inching closer to Away. The two huddled in the corner of the compartment, offering each other comfort. Away understood that claiming they would be fine was merely a means of consolation. Even if they managed to evade the monster's detection, their prolonged deprivation of food and water would inevitably lead them toward death. "Away!" Xiaomei trembled again, stuttering. "Do you see, beneath the doorframe? Are their eyes watching us?" Chapter 64. Crawler Zombie Boss Look, beneath the doorframe of the compartment. "Is that a pair of eyes?" When Away heard Xiaomei's words, his body froze in an instant. An overwhelming wave of terror engulfed his heart. Trembling, he turned his head to peer beneath the doorframe. The darkness within the room allowed the light from outside to spill in through the gap. In that beam of light, a pair of blood-red eyes was fixated intently on Away. His mind went blank, and breathing became a struggle. The crimson eyes narrowed, seemingly mocking Away and Xiaomei for their foolishness. Then, the iron door of the compartment emitted a grating sound. It was evident that the owner of those blood-red eyes was attempting to force the door open. Realizing they were at the end of their rope, the previously panicked Away suddenly found his composure. "Xiaomei, when it opens, you must run for your life," Away urged. "No, I can't. What about you?" Xiaomei responded, panic rising in her voice. "Don't worry, be brave. Just run, I'll hold it off." Away stood up, fumbling in the darkness until his hand gripped the broom. He raised it in front of his chest for courage. The disdain in the blood-red eyes was unmistakable. In the next moment, the iron door swung open with a clang. "Run!" Away shouted, charging forward. The creature that had been clawing at the door finally revealed itself. It was a zombie, a grotesque one. Its emaciated form made the contours of its bones painfully apparent. Its head was shaped like an inverted triangle, with a long, crimson tongue flicking about. Clinging to the door like a gecko, it turned to face Away, not immediately attacking but instead taunting him by crawling up to the ceiling of the compartment. Away's broom swung through empty air. He looked up at the zombie clinging to the ceiling, despair flooding his eyes. The courage he had just mustered extinguished in an instant. Was this creature truly something humanity could contend with? As the zombie observed Away's lost spirit, the mockery in its gaze vanished. Another toy had been broken. The disappointed zombie then turned its attention to Xiaomei, still huddled in the corner. Xiaomei struggled desperately, but fear rendered her unable to even stand. "Xiaomei, run!" Away shouted upon seeing the zombie fixate on her, but alas, it was too late. The zombie's claws lunged toward Xiaomei's head, crushing it instantly. Blood and brain matter flowed freely. The zombie eagerly extended its foul tongue to savor the feast. With a thud, Away fell to his knees. The brutal death of his girlfriend extinguished all hope within him. "You disgusting creature, I'll fight you," Away cried, struggling to rise and grasping the broom once more. Charging valiantly toward the zombie. Unhappy with the interruption to its meal, the zombie swiped its claws, and Away departed this world alongside Xiaomei. The zombie, satisfied, picked up Away's head to indulge in its gruesome feast. The compartment remained shrouded in darkness. The light from outside illuminated only the entrance. Failing to reach the corner where the zombie feasted. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. The zombie's expression soured. "More toys to disturb my meal." This time, the zombie took the initiative, releasing Away's head and crawling toward the wall to exit the compartment. At the moment the zombie's head emerged, a surprised voice exclaimed, "Finally found you." Lin Ziluo, panting, pointed at the zombie's head. He had been tirelessly slaying zombies alongside Dashin, having wiped out an entire floor. Just as he was about to level up to level 10, he heard Away's earlier cries. "The boss has appeared." Without taking a moment to rest, Lin Ziluo hastened toward the sound. Upon reaching the compartment, he spotted the zombie's head. Wow, a stealth-type zombie. Lin Ziluo recognized its classification immediately. Just as humans can specialize in different classes, zombies evolve with distinct paths of development. The stealth type, akin to human assassins, boasts exceptional speed and formidable attack power. Particularly adept at consuming human brains to enhance their own intelligence. This zombie clearly possessed a high level of intellect. As Lin Ziluo met the gaze of the zombie's blood-red eyes, he cautiously examined its attributes. Crawler zombie, bronze level boss, level 10 base attributes, strength 23, spirit 15, constitution 8, agility 23, talent, crawling. You can freely crawl on surfaces of non-smooth objects like walls. Skills, backstab. You can unleash a claw strike, dealing 110 of your strength damage. If it strikes the enemy's back, the damage is doubled. Phantom strike. You can briefly meld into the ground or wall to evade attacks or move toward the enemy. Upon re-emerging, you will perform a thrust attack, dealing 80 of your strength damage. Lin Ziluo glanced at the attributes and quickly averted his gaze. Though each stealth-type zombie possesses unique talents and strengths, their skills generally follow a similar pattern. With just a glance at the skill names, Lin Ziluo understood their effects. It was undeniable that this zombie boss was formidable, with a perfect synergy between its talents and skills. Today's revelation clarifies the difference in communication styles between the Apocalypse game and the cheat system. All information within brackets pertains to the Apocalypse game, while notifications like ding belong to the cheat system. The two must not be conflated. Chapter 65. The Ascension Technique of treading the left wall and stepping on the right wall. The foolish Shanshan arrived late. Just moments ago, Lin Ziluo had set off first, leaving behind to deal with the last few zombies. The crawling zombie gazed at Lin Ziluo and the foolish one, its blood-red eyes revealing a flicker of confusion. It could not comprehend why these two toys did not flee. In the past, whenever it appeared, the toys would scream and run away. The fear etched on their faces and the sounds of their shrieks were the sources of joy for the crawling zombie. Detected that player Yazzie has encountered the bronze-level boss. Crawling zombie. Quest the grievance of the crawling zombie activated. Ding. The golden finger system has detected that the host has activated the quest the grievance of the crawling zombie, optimizing related quest details. The grievance of the crawling zombie, quest description, the librarian, wrongfully accused of stealing books, was berated by his superior. As the apocalypse descended, he transformed into a zombie, seeking revenge on all who love reading. He aims to eradicate all book lovers from the world. Quest requirements: eliminate the crawling zombie. Quest rewards: 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points. 1 piece of bronze level equipment. Quest rewards have been optimized. Quest duration: 12 hours. Quest penalty: none. No penalties for abandoning the quest or failing. Here it comes. Lin Ziluo had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of this quest. Why not seize the opportunity for a free reward? Dasha, just block it, Lin Ziluo instructed. In truth, both Lin Ziluo and Dasha were capable of defeating this crawling zombie in a one-on-one encounter. However, given the presence of numerous other zombies on this level, a swift resolution was imperative. If 100 ordinary zombies and the zombie boss congregated, it would surely spell trouble. Upon hearing this, Dasha charged forward. The corridor where the small compartment was located was even narrower than that of the restroom. As Dasha entered, he nearly blocked off a significant portion of the passageway. The crawling zombie perceived Dasha's approach as a challenge. In the next instant, it swiftly began to crawl along the corridor's wall. Dasha raised the heavy iron rod in his hand and swung it at the crawling zombie. The zombie, unfazed by the incoming blow, did not attempt to evade. Just as the iron rod was about to strike, the zombie seemed to melt away, seamlessly merging with the wall. Phantom infiltration. A shadow materialized on the wall, rapidly shifting. Dasha's iron hammer smashed against the wall, creating a deep dent. It had no effect on the shadow. The shadow darted away, swiftly reappearing on the wall behind Dasha. Before he could turn around, the shadow lunged from the wall, rapidly coalescing into the form of the crawling zombie. With a mocking glint in its eyes, the crawling zombie regarded the clumsy Dasha. Foolish, inept toy. Its claws glimmered with a dark radiance, spotting Dasha's unguarded back, the perfect moment for a backstab. In a flash, a cry of pain erupted as the crawling zombie beheld its shattered claws, fear flooding its gaze. Just as it was about to strike the foolish toy, a black long knife slashed from behind. It hastily spun around, barely managing to deflect the blade with its claws, but at the cost of several claw tips. The crawling zombie rapidly ascended to the ceiling, turning to confront the wielder of the black knife. Lin Ziluo wore an innocent expression. Everything that had just transpired was all part of his calculation. On the surface, phantom infiltration appeared to be a divine skill, allowing one to merge into walls and become immune to damage. However, this ability came with a drawback. It created an overwhelming urge to flank opponents, a form of compulsive behavior. Thus, Lin Ziluo had sent Dasha forward to compel the crawling zombie to utilize phantom infiltration. When the zombie eagerly attempted to ambush Dasha from behind, Lin Ziluo would be poised to strike. As anticipated, the results were remarkable. That single strike nearly incapacitated half of the crawling zombie's attack capabilities, leaving its two skills on cooldown, eliminating any chance of escape. The crawling zombie on the ceiling, though filled with rage, ultimately succumbed to fear. It twisted its body away, preparing to flee. Would Lin Ziluo allow the crawling zombie to escape? He firmly planted his foot against the wall, pushing off with force, leaving a dent before leaping to the opposite wall. The corridor was sufficiently narrow for such a maneuver. With another push, he soared upward. This was the famed technique of ascending by treading the left wall and stepping on the right, a refined version of the left wall treading and right wall ascending method. After two powerful pushes, Lin Ziluo reached a considerable height. He decisively activated the brief hovering skill of the white wing cloak. With this ability, he could momentarily disregard the risk of falling and charge forward. As he dashed, the Windwalker boots activated, amplifying his speed. The retreating crawling zombie had no opportunity to witness Lin Ziluo's extraordinary maneuver. It continued to crawl ahead, oblivious to the impending danger. Yet, its speed paled in comparison to Lin Ziluo's full-powered skills. Gradually, he closed the gap. Sensing something amiss, the crawling zombie slightly slowed its pace and glanced back. That fleeting glance revealed a black blade glinting in its line of sight. Explosive dual slash. The blade struck the crawling zombie's hind leg. The menacing lion bracer's intimidation effect was triggered. The crawling zombie's body abruptly halted, plummeting toward the ground. In that moment, the second strike of explosive dual slash was unleashed, striking true at the crawling zombie's triangular head. Chapter 66. Astonishing. The second super skill, the head of the crawling zombie, soared into the air, its body marked with the sign of a devastating double strike. As the mark activated, the crawling zombie was obliterated into countless pieces. In an instant, a deluge of blood and flesh surged towards Lin Ziluo. With a graceful flourish of his robe, he deflected all the blood onto the fabric. Strangely, although the robe was made of cloth, upon contact with the blood and flesh, they slid off without leaving a single drop on the garment. Lin Ziluo elegantly adjusted his robe before slowly descending from the ceiling. The system's notifications rang out incessantly. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully defeating the level 10 bronze tier boss. Crawling zombie, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for completing the quest, The Wrath of the Crawling Zombie. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for receiving quest rewards, 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, and 1 piece of bronze tier equipment. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for leveling up to level 10, earning 1 free attribute point. Player Yazzie has now reached level 10. Due to the lack of a job change, further leveling up is not possible. All experience points will accumulate. Please wait patiently for the job change channel to open. The acquisition of 350 experience points propelled Lin Ziluo to level 10, leaving him with a surplus of experience. As noted, without a job change, he could not level up, but the experience would continue to accumulate. The opening of the job change channel would only occur after the 7-day novice protection period within the city. Hidden class job changes were not included in this. Lin Ziluo planned to complete the job change trial during the novice protection period, striving to be the first player to successfully change jobs and receive a global announcement. There was no need for haste. The first player to successfully change jobs had done so on the morning of the 9th day of the apocalypse. As it was still the early hours of the 5th day, he had just over 3 days remaining. With keen eyes, Lin Ziluo noticed a white treasure chest had dropped beneath the crawling zombie's body, indicating a silver treasure chest had been looted. However, he did not approach to open it, for more pressing matters awaited him. System, where is my super skill? Lin Ziluo inquired cheerfully, standing still. The golden finger system promptly materialized. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching level 10. You have earned an opportunity to draw a super skill. Would you like to draw now? Lin Ziluo felt a surge of excitement. The last super skill he had drawn was an astonishingly high drop rate, propelling him far ahead of all other players. What marvel would he draw this time? Ding. The second super skill is currently being drawn. Ding. Congratulations, player, for drawing the super skill, Yin-Yang Duality. Ding. Yin-Yang Duality. The host can possess 2 professions. Lin Ziluo swallowed hard, feeling a rush of disbelief. Can you repeat that? He stammered, his voice trembling slightly. Ding. Congratulations, player, for drawing the super skill, Yin-Yang Duality. You can simultaneously possess 2 professions, the golden finger system obediently reported. Really? This is real. I can change into 2 professions. Lin Ziluo could hardly fathom the implications. What a concept. He could wield the skills of 2 professions. Each level up would grant him double the attribute points. If he became a warrior and a mage, he would achieve true mastery over both physical and magical prowess. This was utterly outrageous. No wonder it was a super skill. Each one was powerful enough to take one's breath away. In an instant, countless possibilities flooded Lin Ziluo's mind. However, just as excitement surged, the zombies on this floor were drawn to the noise he had made. In his fervor, Lin Ziluo showed no mercy. After instructing the large fool to retreat, he unleashed the recently cooled earth spike assault down the narrow corridor. Dozens of spikes erupted from the ground, impaling a multitude of zombies. The notifications of zombie kills flooded the screen once more. Lin Ziluo hurried to collect the silver treasure chest dropped by the crawling zombie. Such treasure chests can be moved, unlike wild chests. Big fool, let's go upstairs, he called out, dashing up the safety passage, with the large fool following closely behind. After a brief sprint, the duo successfully evaded the zombies and reached the already cleared 5th floor. Lin Ziluo set down the silver chest and eagerly examined the details of Yin-Yang Duality. Yin-Yang Duality, the host can possess 2 professions. Notes: 1. Among the host's 2 professions, the first obtained will be displayed as the external profession. 2. There are no restrictions on the content of the 2 professions. However, if fixed attributes are the same, the higher value will be taken. 3. The free attribute points gained from the second profession will only enjoy 50, rounded up. After reviewing the notes, Lin Ziluo finally grasped the specific utility of this skill. Although it was not as absurdly overpowered as he initially imagined, with proper management, it could still be formidable. He contemplated the implications of the second note. If the fixed attributes were the same, the highest value would be chosen. This meant that selecting professions of the same type would be suboptimal. Instead, if he chose 2 professions that offered different fixed attributes, say, a warrior class for strength and constitution, and a mage class for spirit and agility, he could bypass the limitation entirely and achieve a diverse skill set. The third note was also favorable. If both professions provided 3 free attribute points, rounding up would allow him to effectively obtain 5 points. Chapter 67. Post-war rewards in Lin Ziluo's mind. Various combinations of professions began to emerge. Wait a moment. The Phantom class enhances both strength and agility. This implies that he must seek a profession that boosts constitution and spirit as well. There are indeed options. Yet the only truly elite choice seems to be the hidden class of Holy Sword Knight across the ocean. It appears that within the Dragon Kingdom, There are no particularly outstanding professions of this type. Should he abandon the Phantom and choose another profession? Lin Ziluo felt a headache coming on. His meticulously planned development strategy had been disrupted. The reason? He could simultaneously transition into two professions. What a delightful dilemma. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo was still determined to pursue the Phantom class. It was an invaluable hidden profession. Even if he chose not to transition, he could retain it for future use or trade. With this thought, Lin Ziluo set aside his contemplation of other matters. First, he would secure the Phantom transition scroll before considering anything else. Lin Ziluo began to organize the rewards from his previous sweep of the zombies, slaying the crawling undead, and completing tasks. First, he claimed the task reward of bronze-level equipment. Player Yazi has obtained a bronze-level equipment. Bronze Great Hammer. Bronze Great Hammer. A bronze-level equipment forged from bronze. Its weight is quite formidable. Ensure you can lift it before use. Attributes. Strength 2. Attack possesses a shattering effect, providing a boost to destructive capabilities. Oh. Lin Ziluo hefted the bronze Great Hammer that had materialized in his hands. Indeed, it was heavy. No need to say more. Big Fool, you are in for a treat. Oh right, Big Fool still has a double-layered task reward. However, the game tasks accepted by Big Fool cannot be optimized by the Golden Finger system. Glancing at the task rewards, aside from the standard prestige, gold, and experience, there remained one reward, a bronze-level item. Lin Ziluo observed that Big Fool's task reward item was Eye of Reconnaissance. Look at that. It seems my luck has run dry. The task reward he had issued to Big Fool was rather ordinary, merely granting him some additional gold. Excellent. He was one step closer to acquiring the Guardian Mark of the Demon City. Lin Ziluo handed the bronze Great Hammer to Big Fool, who accepted it with a smile, seemingly expressing satisfaction with the equipment. This was quite rare. Big Fool's smile usually only appeared when he was indulging in roast chicken. Subsequently, Big Fool began to swing the Great Hammer around. Lin Ziluo chose to open the silver treasure chest. In the Apocalypse game, there is a stipulation that a monster drops only a single item. Upon defeating a boss, one may either receive an item or a treasure chest. This treasure chest is not a wild chest, it is movable. However, in terms of the items obtained, it is slightly inferior to wild chests. Player Yazi successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Player Yazi, upon opening the silver treasure chest, received an enhancement from the chest, successfully expanding his storage space by 0.3 cubic meters. Player Yazi, after opening the silver treasure chest, received an experience enhancement. Gaining 50 experience points, Player Yazi fumbled around in the silver treasure chest and successfully retrieved 270 gold coins as the white light dissipated. Two items appeared before Lin Ziluo, a pair of gleaming silver trousers and a resource card. Not a loss at all. This treasure chest yielding a silver-level pair of trousers was more than sufficient. Lin Ziluo picked up the trousers. Resilient battle pants, a silver-level equipment. These trousers possess remarkable durability and can greatly assist the player in combat. Attributes: Constitution 3, Agility 1. Reduces the duration of negative effects on the player by 20. The attributes of the trousers were quite impressive. Negative effects, such as blindness, dizziness, and defense penetration, would have their durations diminished, potentially turning the tide in battle. Lin Ziluo joyfully donned the trousers. With his level reaching 10, he had a point of free attribute to allocate. Without hesitation, he invested it in spirit. Now, he was capable of wielding dual professions, necessitating comprehensive development across all attributes. At this moment, Lin Ziluo's basic attributes underwent a notable transformation. Basic attributes: Strength, 28, Spirit, 20. Constitution, 23, Agility, 25. Perfect. Moreover, there were items dropped from the previous zombie sweep, 2 pieces of equipment and several items. The 2 pieces of equipment paled in comparison to what Lin Ziluo already possessed, perfectly filling the gaps in Big Fool's equipment. Lin Ziluo generously bestowed all these upon Big Fool, ensuring that Big Fool's strength would not lag too far behind his own. Having resolved these matters, Lin Ziluo no longer wished to grind zombies. He instructed Big Fool to retrieve the items dropped by the zombies he had just dispatched with his spike assault. Meanwhile, he sought a room on the 5th floor with a table. After placing the Eye of Reconnaissance on the ground, Lin Ziluo lay atop the table. After inquiring a few questions to the Golden Finger system, he solidified his thoughts. Before the 9th day of the apocalypse, if he did not find a suitable profession, he would first transition to Phantom and secure the world announcement. As for the second profession, there was no rush. The Golden Finger system had clarified that the second profession, upon successful transition, would restore any previously unallocated attribute points. Just then, Big Fool returned, hands filled with items he had scavenged from downstairs. Lin Ziluo examined the haul and found nothing of particular value. Well then, let us rest for now. Later, he would return to the Reaper Club, hoping that more people would gather, allowing for an earlier cleanup of the museum. With all considerations made, Lin Ziluo blissfully drifted into slumber. The current time was the early morning of the 5th day of the apocalypse. Chapter 68, ready for action on the 6th day of the apocalypse. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Ziluo awoke from his slumber. It had been a full day since his return from the library in the Demon City. After oversleeping on the 5th day, he contemplated his next move. Ultimately, he resolved to dedicate the day to cleansing the library of all remaining zombies. After all, even if he returned to the Reaper Club now, they might struggle to gather enough members. It made sense to eliminate a few more zombies in the meantime. Although he could not level up, collecting some coins and acquiring items would certainly be rewarding. Thus, Lin Ziluo and the simple-minded Dasha devoted an entire day to eradicating the approximately 600 zombies still lurking in the Demon City Library. By the end of their endeavor, Lin Ziluo had accumulated enough experience to reach the next level. However, in terms of valuable items, the spoils were meager, as his own equipment was already quite lavish. Nevertheless, he managed to provide Dasha with a substantial portion of the gear he needed, leaving only pants and shoes to be acquired. Among the items collected, a new piece caught his eye, the Healing Spell Scroll. This bronze level, one-time use item allowed the wielder to cast a healing spell on a designated target, with the extent of the healing determined by the user's mental strength. It was a rather useful healing tool for Lin Ziluo. As night fell after their sweeping expedition of the library, Lin Ziluo chose to spend another night in its confines. He retired early, and by 6 o'clock the following morning, he and Dasha set off towards the Ruinfa shopping mall. Upon reaching the top floor, Lin Ziluo attracted a wave of attention due to his striking appearance. Dressed in a flamboyant black robe, complemented by an enigmatic mask and flanked by the imposing Dasha, he was a sight to behold, exuding an aura of undeniable charisma. Had it not been for the traumatic incident just days prior, when Dasha had dispatched a member with a single blow, many would have rushed forward to surround Lin Ziluo. However, some of the newcomers, emboldened by their newfound strength, were undeterred and attempted to approach Lin Ziluo to inquire about his attire. Fortunately, they were intercepted by more seasoned members, as Lin Ziluo had no intention of establishing his authority over the new recruits just yet. With a confident stride, Lin Ziluo entered Gao Dong's office. Since Lin Ziluo had effortlessly dealt with their largest rival, Gao Dong's situation had improved considerably. Upon opening the office door, Lin Ziluo was surprised to find Gao Dong engaged in flirtatious banter with a young girl. Gao Dong initially intended to express his annoyance at the interruption, but upon seeing Lin Ziluo and Dasha, his expression transformed into one of radiant joy, leaving the girl beside him utterly astonished. When Lin Ziluo inquired about the timing of their assault on the Demon City Museum, Gao Dong proudly patted his chest and announced that he had dispatched individuals to recruit members over the past couple of days. The Reaper Club was thriving, boasting over 200 members, and they planned to launch their attack on the museum that afternoon. Lin Ziluo readily agreed, realizing that if they attacked in the afternoon, they could potentially clear the zombies by nightfall, allowing him to proceed directly to his professional trial. Having fully awakened, Lin Ziluo rose from his bed, adjusted his attire, and stepped out of the room. He had chosen to stay at a nearby residence close to Ruinfa for a brief rest. In the living room, he spotted Dasha, who was energetically swinging his bronze giant hammer. Since Lin Ziluo had gifted him the hammer, Dasha had developed an affinity for it, practicing tirelessly whenever he had a moment to spare. Lin Ziluo noted that Dasha displayed a certain talent for wielding the weapon. Within just 2 days, he had become quite adept. As Lin Ziluo emerged, Dasha dutifully paused his hammering. "Let us set forth," Lin Ziluo declared, donning his mask. The thought of avenging the one who had marred his face filled him with anticipation. The residence was conveniently located near the shopping mall, and the surrounding zombies had been efficiently cleared by the Reaper Club members. Lin Ziluo made his way to the top of the Ruinfa shopping mall without any hindrances. Upon the elevator doors opening, Lin Ziluo beheld Gao Dong fervently addressing the gathered members. "Dear members, today marks a significant day for our Reaper Club. As we prepare for a grand battle, we shall mobilize our forces to exterminate the zombies within the Demon City Museum and reclaim the cultural legacy that has endured for generations." Gao Dong faltered mid-sentence, noticing the lifeless gaze from Lin Ziluo's masked face, which seemed to pierce through him. The imposing sight of Dasha, brandishing his terrifying bronze hammer, further accentuated the tension. It appeared that continuing his speech would result in a swift blow to his head. Ahem, to keep it brief. Everyone gather and prepare for the assault on the Demon City Museum, Gao Dong hastily concluded. The members, previously lulled into a stupor by his speech, instantly regained their enthusiasm upon witnessing Gao Dong's abrupt change in demeanor. Charge. I shall eradicate every last zombie in the museum. I aim to uncover a bronze piece of equipment. At last, the day has come for my rise. I shall slay 10 zombies this time. Please do not misunderstand. This is merely my excitement spilling over. Chapter 69. Drawing the tiger away from its mountain. Lin Ziluo cast a glance at the chaotic scene before him. It was truly a gathering of players spoiled by the novice protection mechanism. After enduring the turmoil that accompanied the onset of the apocalyptic game, those who possessed even a modicum of strength had begun to swell with arrogance. They had mistakenly regarded the apocalypse as a leisurely game where slaying monsters would effortlessly enhance their abilities. Come 7 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, once the novice protection period expired, it was uncertain how many unfortunate souls would meet a grim fate. Under Gao Dong's repeated efforts to maintain order, the members of the Reaper Club ultimately convened. Although their discipline was lacking, they were at least willing to launch an assault on the Museum of Magic City, temporarily accepting a semblance of management. The cargo elevator on the top floor of the shopping mall began to operate swiftly, ferrying members down for assembly. Brother Lin, how should we proceed with the attack? Gao Dong inquired, observing the densely packed zombies outside the museum through his binoculars. By enticing them, Lin Ziluo replied. At that moment, they were seated in a CAF opposite the Museum of Magic City. The first floor served as a resting area for the members, while the second floor was occupied by Gao Dong, 2 other leaders, Lin Ziluo and Desha, who were formulating their pre-battle strategy. Upon hearing Lin Ziluo's suggestion, Gao Dong's eyes brightened. He felt that this tactic seemed promising. The primary issue lay in the overwhelming number of zombies at the museum's entrance. If they rushed in uncoordinated, their numbers would be insufficient, making them easy prey for encirclement. They decided to assign a few agile individuals to wield raw meat contaminated by the zombie virus to lure the zombies. Once successfully enticed, they would lead them into a prearranged ambush. Even if they managed to draw all the zombies away from the museum, they would not suffer losses, as they would have extended the battlefield, facilitating their assault. Lin Ziluo elaborated on the lure strategy in detail. Gao Dong and the other 2 leaders regarded him with admiration. Brother Lin, this is truly remarkable. This plan is flawless, Gao Dong exclaimed. Indeed, Brother Lin's wisdom leaves me in awe, the other 2 leaders chimed in, showering him with compliments. Whether their praise was sincere or not mattered little to Lin Ziluo. He was preoccupied with another scheme. It was crucial to understand that once all the zombies were drawn away from the museum, it would be devoid of any threats. At that moment, Lin Ziluo could boldly enter the museum without facing the zombie obstacle and access the coveted scroll. Ahem. This tactic is aptly named drawing the tiger away from its mountain. Gao Dong and the 2 leaders unanimously endorsed the plan, which was swiftly approved. Gao Dong descended to the CAF's first floor to relay the battle strategy to the members, who readily accepted it, recognizing that it mitigated their risks while still offering the same rewards. Such a sensible proposal would garner agreement from anyone with a modicum of intelligence. Before long, several of the more agile members were selected. The Reaper Club possessed a couple of pieces of raw meat for this endeavor. They ultimately decided on 2 of the fastest individuals to wield the raw meat and lure the zombies, while the remaining members would handle the relay along the way. Once the individuals carrying the raw meat lost it, their allure would diminish significantly, but there was no need for concern regarding potential mishaps. The final destination for the lure was chosen, a relatively secluded park that had been cleared of zombies by the Reaper Club members the previous day, rendering it an ideal environment for an ambush. With everything in place, Lin Ziluo stepped forward. In truth, my agility is the highest. Allow me to take the first turn in enticing the zombies, he declared with a sense of righteousness. The veterans, and even some new members regarded him with admiration. Wow. Who doesn't he know that the first turn in luring zombies is the most perilous? Brother Lin actually dares to embrace this danger to fulfill the mission. Truly, a warrior. No one doubted Lin Ziluo's agility. If they were aware that he merely sought to be closer to the museum to better blend in and infiltrate it during the first leg of the relay, they might very well have been left aghast. Lin Ziluo accepted the card Gao Dong handed him, labeled raw meat contaminated by the zombie virus. The primary reason for selecting 2 individuals for this task was that the Reaper Club possessed only 2 pieces of raw meat. Lin Ziluo glanced at his storage space. where a thick stack of raw meat stood out conspicuously. Ahem, it appears the disparity is rather significant. He decided against bringing Desha along. In the end, it would be more beneficial to let him remain outside to farm gold coins and contribute to the Guardian's mark of Magic City. Just slay zombies. He'd know one but me. If anyone provokes you, dispatch them without hesitation, understood? Lin Ziluo instructed Desha. Desha nodded in understanding. Lin Ziluo was not entirely indifferent to Desha, as he could sense his emotions. Should any real trouble arise, he could even exert control over Desha, allowing him to feel at ease. Desha joined Gao Dong and the others, heading to their ambush location. While Lin Ziluo and several individuals responsible for the luring remained in the CAF, awaiting the signal to commence their operation. Understanding that the trial would demand abundant energy, Lin Ziluo promptly closed his eyes to rest. Approximately 10 minutes later, he heard a voice call out, "Brother Lin, we may proceed." Chapter 70. The familiar scroll. Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. The one who had called him was someone who, like him, needed to act first. His name was Yin-Yang. "All right, let us set forth," Lin Ziluo declared, stepping out ahead of the others who closely followed in his wake. Soon, they reached their designated positions. Lin Ziluo and Yin-Yang each held a piece of raw meat card as they continued onward. "Boss Lin, do you think we might be besieged?" Yin-Yang gulped, a hint of worry in his voice. Lin Ziluo was determined not to let this man's fears derail his plans. "You run ahead. I will pause for a moment behind," Lin Ziluo instructed. Yin-Yang remained apprehensive. "But wouldn't that put you in danger?" "Danger? It's easier to vanish from the back. My goal is to eliminate a few zombies. Once I draw them away, I will switch paths to lure a portion of them. Just follow along, understood?" Lin Ziluo replied coldly. "Understood." Yin-Yang nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. "All right. Even if I vanish, it poses no problem." With that, the two arrived at the small square in front of the Magic City Museum, where a throng of zombies had congregated. "Activate in 30 seconds, Lin Ziluo announced. Following this, he and Yin-Yang took their positions on opposite sides of the square. Yin-Yang's location was further from their escape route, so he would need to lead the zombies around a longer distance. As the countdown reached 0, Yin-Yang trembled as he activated the card, and a piece of raw meat appeared in his hand. Instantly, the zombies nearest to him reacted, turning their heads toward him. Moreover, even those zombies beyond the immediate vicinity began to stir due to the commotion. A zombie let out a growl and began to approach Yin-Yang, gradually quickening its pace. "Run," Lin Ziluo commanded. Yin-Yang, clutching the raw meat, began to circle around. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo, bold and audacious, advanced a considerable distance ahead. His action successfully attracted a portion of the zombies. Subsequently, he activated the raw meat, amplifying its allure. His positioning conveniently drew the remaining zombies in the square and some from the museum's outer areas toward him. This was precisely why he chose to activate the raw meat later. He alone could accurately gauge how to attract the zombies over a wider area. As the zombies drew within 2 meters, Lin Ziluo began to retreat. A massive horde of zombies surged after him. At that moment, Yin-Yang had also rounded up the zombies and they converged once more. With Yin-Yang in the lead and Lin Ziluo following closely, they sprinted toward their predetermined location. With a dense mass of zombies in hot pursuit, the noise escalating as more zombies emerged from the museum. Success. Lin Ziluo's agility was undeniable. Yin-Yang, having allocated all his points to agility, found it effortless to lure the zombies. Lin Ziluo often needed to pause to allow the zombies to catch up. Soon, he spotted the awaiting group ahead. It was time to extricate themselves. Slowing down, Lin Ziluo joined Yin-Yang, thrusting the raw meat into his arms. "Keep running. I'll handle the zombies," he said. "No problem, Boss Lin." Before Yin-Yang could finish, Lin Ziluo abruptly accelerated, vanishing from sight. "Wow. No wonder he asked the boss. He was just holding back," Yin-Yang exclaimed, astonished as he rejoined the remaining members. Their next task was to take turns carrying the raw meat and make their escape. At this moment, Lin Ziluo was racing forward with fervor. He did not head directly toward the museum. That route was utterly blocked by zombies. There must have been at least 1,000. Finding his way through would be impossible. Instead, Lin Ziluo opted for a small path, employing a strategy of circumvention. In a sprint, Lin Ziluo swiftly returned to the small square in front of the Magic City Museum, where a few scattered zombies remained. With a swift strike, he dispatched a blocking zombie and then entered the museum. He had memorized the layout of the museum long ago, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the familiar exhibition hall. After dispatching 2 more zombies effortlessly, Lin Ziluo finally beheld the scroll he had longed for. This ancient scroll was crafted from the hide of an unknown creature, its origin indistinguishable, which was why it had been displayed in the Magic City Museum. The scroll bore numerous enigmatic symbols and two figures, one resembling a bull and the other a bird. With the onset of the Apocalypse game, a glowing six-pointed star mark, akin to those beneath wild treasure chests, appeared below the scroll, spinning continuously, indicating its extraordinary nature. It was no wonder that it had deceived many into their demise in the past. Lin Ziluo approached the scroll swiftly. The protective casing that had shielded it crumbled under his repeated strikes, shattering effortlessly. An ear-piercing alarm blared, but Lin Ziluo calmly placed his hand upon the scroll. Chapter 71. The First Trial. The Blood Sea. The player, Yazi, discovered a peculiar scroll that seemingly harbors profound secrets, granting him a reputation increase of 500. The scroll beckoned to the player, prompting the question, would Yazi heed its call? I accept, Lin Ziluo declared, as Yazi acquiesced to the scroll's summons. He found himself enveloped in a blinding radiance. The brilliance engulfed the entire exhibition hall, gradually obscuring Lin Ziluo's vision, compelling him to shut his eyes. His body began to feel weightless, and suddenly, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. The disorientation faded, and Lin Ziluo regained his sight. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was now situated within a completely sealed stone chamber. The walls of this chamber were adorned with clusters of floating flames, providing illumination, precisely as he remembered. Lin Ziluo had long suspected that the entire trial took place within a cavern, and he pondered the source of the air circulating within. Approaching one of the stone walls, he extended a hand, and a miraculous scene unfolded. His arm effortlessly passed through the wall. Indeed, he was in the same location he had painstakingly explored before. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo advanced toward the stone wall and vanished within it. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully activating the trial. Mysterious trial. Trial description. The scroll appears to conceal certain secrets, awaiting an individual capable of inheriting its power. Trial requirements. Complete 3 trials. Trial restrictions. All equipment and abilities will be disabled during this period. Trial rewards. Level increased by 1. Special class. Phantom. Trial time limit. The flow of time here differs from that in the outside world. Please do not be concerned. Trial penalty. Failure will result in the player's immediate annihilation. Beep. The Golden Finger system detected that the host is undergoing a trial and is initiating a modification program. Beep. The host will not incur any penalties for failing the task. The system will ensure the host's safe exit from the trial space. Beep. The host is confirmed to be engaged in a trial, successfully triggering the task Ancient Trial. Ancient Trial. This is a legacy that has persisted for millennia, awaiting a sufficiently powerful individual to inherit it. Task requirements. Surmount the trials presented by the scroll and inherit its true power. Task rewards. Randomly draw 1 ordinary golden finger and receive a piece of silver-grade equipment. Task time limit. The flow of time here differs from that in the outside world. Please do not be concerned. The Doomsday Game and the Golden Finger system simultaneously issued notifications. Lin Ziluo felt somewhat bewildered. Although the information from the Doomsday Game mirrored his previous experiences, the statements from the Golden Finger system seemed somewhat askew. Millennia? Sufficiently powerful. While the Phantom class could be considered elite, it hardly warranted such a description. Filled with confusion, Lin Ziluo reflected on the origins of the Phantom class, which he understood better than anyone. It was derived from a legendary assassin of the Dragon Kingdom, with merely a millennium of history. Furthermore, the Phantom's transitions at levels 50 and 80 did not align with the claims of the Golden Finger system. Attempting to inquire further, Lin Ziluo received no response from the Golden Finger system. Something felt amiss. He heightened his vigilance, despite the trial thus far being familiar territory. After accepting both tasks, he ventured forth. Before him lay a hollowed-out cave, at the center of which stood a stone platform. Upon this platform rested an earth-toned orb. The task of the trial was straightforward. Simply place his hand upon the orb. The first trial commences. Please place your hand on the Orb of Dawn. Lin Ziluo approached the yellow orb and rested his hand upon it. As he did so, the orb began to transform. The surface, once earthy in hue, gradually erupted with crimson lines. These lines, varying in length and increasing in number, began to intertwine. Soon, the orb was completely cloaked in a vibrant scarlet. It's happening. Lin Ziluo tensed, bracing himself. A flash of red light forced him to shut his eyes. As his consciousness wavered, the overwhelming scent of blood jolted him awake. He found himself no longer in the cave, but rather in an endless expanse. The atmosphere was saturated with a dark red hue. imparting a stifling sensation. Prolonged gazes upwards resulted in a stinging discomfort. Lin Ziluo stood upon a solitary rock, surrounded by an infinite crimson sea. This solitary stone, a mere refuge amidst the blood-colored ocean, offered just enough space for him to stand, akin to a solitary vessel adrift on a boundless sea. He reached down to touch the sanguine waters, and the acrid smell of blood assaulted his senses. Indeed, this so-called seawater was pure blood. The sheer scale of this blood-soaked ocean was unfathomable. If this blood were to originate from humans, how many lives would it take to amass such a quantity? Kill. A thunderous shout resonated from above, its power igniting Yazi's blood with fervor. Kill. The voice echoed again, and the fervor intensified, quickening his heartbeat. Kill. Lin Ziluo's complexion flushed, veins bulging beneath his skin. Yet, despite the physical changes, his expression remained steadfast, his eyes clear and resolute. Chapter 72. The Second Trial. Endless Darkness. Kill. 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 The echoes resounded incessantly. The ocean of blood began to ripple in response to the call of violence. With each cry, crimson waves surged forth towards Lin Ziluo. He stood resolute, unflinching, allowing the monstrous waves of blood to crash against his body. As the cries of slaughter continued, his form began to transform. His skin awash in red, as though he had emerged from the very essence of blood itself. The thunderous beating of his heart and the labored gasps of breath bore witness to the unimaginable torment he endured. In his previous life, Lin Ziluo had relied on his hatred for Yao Jinghan to endure this trial. Countless times he had wished to succumb, resorting to desperate measures such as cowering on the rocks and covering his ears to block out the cacophony. Yet this time, regardless of the changes overtaking his body or the waves of blood crashing upon him, Lin Ziluo maintained his steadfast demeanor. He stood firm upon the rocks, akin to a resilient pine tree braving the storm. Time and again, dozens, hundreds, thousands, the cries thundered like a storm. The ceaseless waves of blood battered him. Yet Lin Ziluo showed not a hint of retreat. Eventually, the screams abruptly ceased, and the waves fell silent. A faint smile graced Lin Ziluo's face. He knew he had triumphed in this trial. Moreover, the nightmares of his past life dissipated with the conclusion of this ordeal. Good, good, good. After 3 resounding affirmations, Lin Ziluo's consciousness once again wavered. When he regained his composure, his hand still rested upon the bead, which had reverted from blood red to earthy yellow. The cavern remained as tranquil as before, and the blood that had stained him vanished without a trace, as if nothing had transpired. Congratulations, player, on successfully passing the first trial. Please proceed to the next trial. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply, ready to adjust his state of mind. There was no rush. The passage of time here differed from the outside world. The duration he had spent might have equated to merely an hour beyond these confines. After a prolonged period of recalibration, he regained his previous composure. He cast a glance at the earthy yellow bead, pondering how such a diminutive object could ensnare one in such a terrifying illusion. Withdrawing his hand, Lin Ziluo straightened his attire and approached a newly revealed opening. This entrance was unfathomably deep, devoid of the floating flames that had previously illuminated his path. He took one last look at the light within the cavern before resolutely stepping forward. Upon entering the cave, the announcement resounded. The second trial commences. Player, proceed straight ahead without hesitation. Once the apocalyptic game's prompt concluded, Lin Ziluo glanced back at the infinite abyss behind him. Turning his gaze forward, he was met with a shroud of darkness. He found himself enveloped in an impenetrable void, devoid of light or obstacles. This was the essence of the second trial. All one had to do was walk forward, unceasingly, never to falter. Physical fatigue, hunger, and thirst were of no concern. The only imperative was to keep moving onward. In his previous life, Lin Ziluo had lost track of the duration of his endurance. Initially propelled by vengeance, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. Upon awakening, he had found himself at the third trial. In essence, this trial was a testament to one's willpower. Surpassing the threshold of endurance was the key to success. Thus, Lin Ziluo commenced his march into the abyss. The profound darkness seemed endless, an expanse of black stretching before him. His steps were resolute, striding forward with determination. He remained unaware of how long he had traversed this darkness, perhaps a month, 3 months, a year, or even many years. The darkness loomed terrifyingly, evoking fear and despair. Within this void, there was no direction, no goal, no life, no scenery, nothing but an interminable solitude. Lin Ziluo found himself mechanically continuing his march. Give up. A voice echoed within him. After all, if you faint, you can reach the next trial. This thought replayed countless times in his mind. Yet, each time it surfaced, Lin Ziluo resolutely rejected it. Why surrender? He had endured it once before. With the chance to start anew, why not persist? Gradually, Lin Ziluo's steps grew heavier. Yet his gaze solidified further. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps, 100 steps, 1,000,000 steps. In this abyss, time lost all meaning. Slowly, Lin Ziluo became alarmed to discover his consciousness blurring, thoughts growing sluggish. This was the terrifying nature of time. It threatened to engulf him in this darkness. No, I declare, this time I will endure until the very last moment. Lin Ziluo began to struggle, delving into his memories. A decade of experiences surged forth in his mind, his acquired equipment, completed tasks, the faces of those he had met, the zombies he had vanquished, the perilous situations he had faced, and more. Years upon years, everything replayed in his consciousness. Yet he continued to advance, unyieldingly pressing forward. Was this an illusion? Lin Ziluo rubbed his eyes. How absurd it seemed that he could conjure an illusion in this space, only to find a glimmer of white light ahead. After rubbing his eyes, he observed that the radiant white glow remained as dazzling as ever. This was not an illusion. Lin Ziluo felt disbelief wash over him. Was this the end? Yes, it was the end. He had truly persevered to reach the finish line. In that instant, Lin Ziluo nearly wept with joy. Trembling, he moved toward the white light, which blazed before him. The long immersion in darkness rendered his eyes untroubled by its intensity. Instead, he felt a profound warmth. Cautiously, he took a step forward, entering the embrace of the white light. Chapter 73. The Third Trial. The human-faced cat demon in a stone chamber, surrounded by stone walls and floating flames. A wooden rack laden with an array of weapons stood prominently. I have truly emerged. Lin Ziluo took a moment to assess his body. Finding no discernible change from the time before he entered that passage, it was as if the long journey had never transpired. He plopped down onto the ground, allowing himself a well-deserved rest. The stone chamber he now occupied bore no difference to that of the trial's onset. To enter the next level, one merely needed to pass through the stone wall. Congratulations, player, for successfully completing the second trial. Please proceed to the next trial. The long-awaited game notification chimed in, and Lin Ziluo finally exhaled a breath of relief. There indeed was an end to this path, and he had persevered until the very end. The first 2 trials were, as Lin Ziluo had previously remarked, not requiring him to exert excessive effort. A mere demonstration of capability would suffice. Yet, Lin Ziluo was unwilling to settle for mediocrity. In his previous life, his unsatisfactory performance in those trials had left him with profound regrets. This time, in his rebirth, he sought a true rebirth to rectify all past shortcomings, including the confrontation with that cat, the one that had left an indelible scar upon his face. The mere thought of facing that cat once more ignited Lin Ziluo's innate thirst for vengeance, a surge of newfound strength coursing through him. The trial's restrictions barred the use of equipment and skills, yet they did not hinder one's innate talents. Thus, Lin Ziluo sat there, resting for an extended period until he had completely shaken off the lingering effects of the previous darkness. Rising to his feet, he approached the weapon rack. These weapons were prepared specifically for the next trial, and that cat, his own weapon, was inaccessible. So he selected one from the rack, a hefty iron blade that felt most comfortable in his hands. With that, he strode towards the stone wall. Just like in the first trial, upon passing through the wall, Lin Ziluo found himself in a vast cavern. The third trial commences. Please eliminate the guardian beast. The announcement echoed, and Lin Ziluo raised his long knife. The cavern appeared desolate, devoid of anything unusual. The next moment, a cat's cry pierced the silence. Meow? This cry was not the soft, endearing meow of a household pet, but rather a chilling, sharp, and ear-splitting sound that sent shivers down one's spine. From the previously empty cavern, ripples formed upon a stone wall, and a cat emerged. This feline was larger than the average cat, though not as colossal as the zombie cat Lin Ziluo had encountered before. Its most terrifying feature was its face. At first glance, one might mistake it for the visage of an elderly person, marred with wrinkles. Lin Ziluo had dubbed it the human-faced cat. The creature possessed hauntingly blue eyes, reminiscent of the spirits described in ancient Dragon Kingdom myths. Its body, however, bore no distinction from that of ordinary cats. Cloaked in pure black fur, in the dimly lit cavern, illuminated solely by the floating flames, it appeared particularly eerie. As the adage goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. Upon spotting the human-faced cat, Lin Ziluo became acutely vigilant. Its attributes were inscrutable, yet Lin Ziluo, having previously battled it, grasped its general strength. It was not overwhelmingly powerful, just slightly superior to himself without equipment bonuses. However, its agility was remarkable, capable of leaving afterimages while sprinting. Since its emergence, the human-faced cat had fixed its eerie blue eyes upon Lin Ziluo, seemingly pondering the most effective method to dispatch him. Under its unsettling gaze, Lin Ziluo's expression remained unchanged. He took a deep breath and, unexpectedly, closed his eyes. What is this madness? The human-faced cat was perplexed. After waiting so long, it had encountered a lunatic? Yet, Lin Ziluo was not insane. He was merely tapping into the wealth of experience he had amassed during the arduous journey through the endless passage. To stave off the dulling of his awareness, he began to reflect on his 10 years of experiences. Memory surged, replaying each battle, scrutinizing every detail of his actions. In these recollections, Lin Ziluo recognized the brilliance of his decisions. His combat prowess had reached an extraordinary level. Through the continuous recall of memories and simulations of combat scenarios, Lin Ziluo's capabilities underwent a remarkable enhancement. Detected player S ability breakthrough to a new realm. Epic talent omnipotence has evolved into legendary talent all-knowing and all-powerful combat. All-knowing and all-powerful combat. A legendary talent that grants you an unimaginable acumen regarding battle-related matters. You can wield various combat styles and weapon types with effortless ease. Lin Ziluo paid no heed to the Doomsday Game's notification, for he sensed the human-faced cat had made its move. Even with his eyes closed, he could detect the cat's position through the shifts in air currents. Lin Ziluo raised his iron blade, an indescribable aura emanating from him. In ancient Dragon Kingdom history, there existed a remarkable martial discipline known as the sword nurturing technique. This technique involved concealing a sword within its sheath, carrying it throughout one's life, and channeling one's essence into the blade, nurturing it with unwavering focus. After decades of such dedicated cultivation, the sword would harbor unfathomable power. Practitioners of this technique would only draw their sword once in a lifetime, at a crucial moment, when their lives hung in the balance. In that instant, the nurtured sword would unleash cataclysmic might. The sword drawn, life extinguished, leaving behind a singular, breathtaking strike that would resonate through eternity. This story is purely a work of fiction. Readers should not attempt to emulate it. If the sword nurturing technique could yield such terrifying power from decades of cultivation, what of Lin Ziluo? Surrounded by a sea of blood, steeped in an atmosphere of murderous intent countless times, he remained unyielding. In darkness, his spirit and will forged through centuries of trials. He pressed forward. His focus and perseverance far surpassed that of someone who merely practiced the sword nurturing technique for decades. Now was the moment for Lin Ziluo to draw his blade. As he heard the human-faced cat's movements, mere inches away, Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. In an instant, he swung his blade. This strike appeared unremarkable, as if Lin Ziluo had swung it aimlessly. Yet, it was this very blow that unveiled fear, panic, astonishment, shock, and despair upon the human-faced cat's countenance. It realized it had been completely ensnared by the strike. This sensation was akin to being bound by invisible shackles, utterly immobile, helplessly watching as it offered itself to the blade. Furthermore, as its body drew closer to the blade, an overwhelming dread surged within it, tormenting its very spirit. It was as if the personified cat had been made to relive the torment endured by Lin Ziluo during the 2 trials. The blade glided smoothly across the cat's abdomen, neck, and finally its forehead. Strangely, there were no visible wounds where the blade had passed. Only when the personified cat fell heavily to the ground did tiny droplets of blood begin to seep from the injury. A creature that had caused Lin Ziluo immense headaches in his past life was swiftly slain in a mere moment of confrontation. Its face remained etched with unending terror, a fear so profound that it distorted its human-like visage. It was simply astonishing. Lin Ziluo retracted the iron blade, and at that moment, his emotions could only be described as exhilarating. The long-anticipated strike had severed the negative emotions he had accumulated during those 2 harrowing experiences, allowing the personified cat to feel the despair that could drive an ordinary person to the brink of collapse, ultimately leading to its demise. Player Yaji successfully slays the guardian beast. Congratulations to player Yaji for successfully passing the 3rd trial. Congratulations to player Yaji for completing the mysterious trial. Congratulations to player Yaji for receiving trial rewards. Level increase. Phantom class transfer scroll. As the player has not completed the class transfer, the level increase reward will be applied upon completion of the transfer. Notifications from the apocalyptic game system appeared in succession. A scroll materialized in Lin Ziluo's hand. By simply opening this scroll, he would successfully transition to the hidden class of Phantom. However, Lin Ziluo did not rush to unveil it. To his astonishment, he realized he had not exited the cave. What was happening? The last time, he had been teleported out after arduous efforts to slay the personified cat. Yet this time, there was no sign of movement whatsoever. Could it be that he was trapped within the trial? No, the apocalyptic game system indicated that he had completed the task. Why then had the ancient trial reward not been dispensed by the Golden Finger system? Lin Ziluo discerned something amiss. He hastily summoned the Golden Finger Systems panel. Clearly marked under the task requirements was the note stating that he had not completed the trial deriving from the scroll, nor had he inherited its true power. This indicated that he had not truly acquired the power of the scroll. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Lin Ziluo. The Phantom Class Transfer Scroll was, in fact, issued as a reward for completing the apocalyptic game task, and had no intrinsic connection to the scroll itself. This meant that he had never inherited the true power of the scroll from the very beginning. Unbelievable. Lin Ziluo felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation. Ding. Host has successfully passed the trial. Please proceed forward to receive the true power from the scroll. The familiar voice of the Golden Finger system reassured Lin Ziluo, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not a glitch trapping him in the cave. How should he proceed? Lin Ziluo inquired of the Golden Finger system, but it remained unresponsive, resuming its silence just as it had when he first entered. Curiosity flickered in Lin Ziluo's mind. What sort of scroll could render the Golden Finger system mute? Or perhaps this system had a long-standing acquaintance with the scroll. Lin Ziluo stowed the Phantom Class Transfer Scroll into his storage space and began to advance as per the instructions of the Golden Finger system. Soon, he reached the end of the cave. Upon approaching closely, Lin Ziluo noticed tiny cracks on the stone wall. These fissures were so minuscule that, without his keen observation, one would hardly notice even upon close inspection. By my word, had it not been for the Golden Finger system's reminder, I would never have imagined this twist. What purpose could these tiny cracks serve? They seemed to form a pattern collectively. Lin Ziluo attempted to touch the cracks, and the moment his hand made contact, a transformation occurred. A yellow light began to emanate from the fissures, which started to shift, as if constructing something. Lin Ziluo patiently awaited the outcome. After some time, the cracks finally completed their alignment. To his astonishment, these fissures, illuminated by the yellow glow, ultimately outlined two figures. One was a bull, and the other a bird. Were these not the very images inscribed upon the scroll he had previously encountered? Lin Ziluo understood that the truth of this ancient scroll was about to be unveiled before him. As the images crystallized, the wall began to tremble. With the quaking of the wall, an ancient stone door emerged. Chapter 75. The hidden class from antiquity. As the stone door materialized, the trembling of the stone walls ceased, restoring a serene stillness. Lin Ziluo stepped forward, attempting to push the stone door, which yielded effortlessly. The scene beyond the door unfolded before his eyes, a stone chamber, reminiscent of the one encountered upon entering the trial space. However, this chamber contained a stone pedestal adorned with various items. First among them was an object that Lin Ziluo recognized all too well, the earthy yellow orb, referred to as the Dawn Pearl in the apocalyptic game. Another familiar item was a scroll displayed in the museum. The walls of the room were intricately carved with familiar patterns of a bull and a bird. Aside from these, there were no other objects present. Lin Ziluo entered the stone chamber and approached the pedestal. He hesitated to touch the Dawn Pearl, opting instead to seize the scroll. The patterns and inscriptions on the scroll mirrored those in the museum, leaving Lin Ziluo utterly bewildered. Just as he pondered its meanings, a warm current surged through the scroll into his hands. To his astonishment, he found himself able to comprehend the text upon the scroll. The first two characters struck him with profound shock. Chiyu. Could it be that this scroll was connected to Chiyu? Lin Ziluo was astounded, as this was a revelation he had never anticipated. Chiyu, the legendary tribal leader from the ancient era of the Dragon Kingdom, was revered as the god of war by his followers and condemned as the harbinger of calamity by his detractors. Chiyu led the Jiuli tribe in agriculture, metallurgy, weapon crafting, and the arts, while also engaging in monumental battles against the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom, Emperor Xianyuan and Emperor Shinnong. Although the Jiuli tribe was ultimately defeated by the combined forces of the two factions, even Emperor Xianyuan had to acknowledge Chiyu's formidable combat prowess, bestowing upon him the title of the War Master. Thus, Chiyu's legacy as the god of war was etched into the annals of Dragon Kingdom history. Lin Ziluo swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. He finally understood the significance of the recurring patterns of the bull and bird. They were indeed the totems of the Jiuli tribe. With clarity dawning upon him, he eagerly continued to read the scroll. The subsequent revelations were even more astonishing. Historical records indicated that Chiyu was slain by the Yellow Emperor, who buried his severed head, which transformed into the blood maple forest. However, Chi Yu's spirit persisted, having encountered the legendary cat ghost, known to preserve souls. The feline Lin Ziluo had defeated in the third trial was a descendant of this cat ghost lineage. Ultimately, Chi Yu's spirit would dissipate, yet before its departure. It crafted this trial scroll. The scroll tested the unyielding will, enduring perseverance, and perfect combat skills. Only by fulfilling all 3 trials to the highest standards could one inherit the ultimate power of the Jiuli tribe. It was evident that Lin Ziluo had achieved this. He could inherit Chi Yu's power. His breath quickened with exhilaration. The scroll's content culminated in instructions for Lin Ziluo to place both hands upon the totemic designs of the bull and bird on the scroll, thereby fully activating it to inherit the Jiuli tribe's might. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo placed the scroll on the pedestal and pressed his hands upon the respective totems. In an instant, a radiant light erupted. Endless energy began to flow through Lin Ziluo's hands, inundating his body and initiating a profound transformation within. The pain of this transformation caused Lin Ziluo to tremble involuntarily, yet he stood resolute, unwavering in his conviction. Detecting that player Yazi is undergoing an unknown energy inheritance. System is analyzing the unknown energy. System successfully identifies the unknown power as originating from Blue Star. Matching the unknown power with Blue Star culture and the apocalyptic game system. Match successful. Gamification complete. Player Yazi is undergoing class transition. Congratulations. Player Yazi. Class transition successful. Based on Blue Star culture, the game designates this class as War Master. Player Yazi is advised to conclude the trial promptly. The War Master requires further data integration. As the final notification from the apocalyptic game faded, the transfer of power concluded. Exhausted, Lin Ziluo collapsed onto the ground. Drenched in sweat. Despite his fatigue, he felt an exhilarating thrill. He had successfully transitioned classes. It was indeed a case of serendipity. He initially sought only the Phantom's class scroll, yet unexpectedly emerged from Chi Yu's trial with the might of the Jiuli tribe. Now recognized by the apocalyptic game as the War Master. Throughout the millennia of Dragon Kingdom history, no one but Chi Yu had ever been granted such an esteemed title. But now, it belonged to him. Player Lin Ziluo, War Master. Simultaneously, Lin Ziluo comprehended the significance of the orb resting on the pedestal. It was known as the Jiuli Pearl, the most vital artifact for the War Master. The Jiuli Pearl functioned akin to the fabled innate magical tools in cultivation novels, serving as the War Master's weapon. The War Master must continually allow the Jiuli Pearl to absorb energy to enhance its capabilities, thereby unleashing formidable power in conjunction with the War Master. Lin Ziluo rose. Seizing the Jiuli Pearl, the moment he inherited the power of the War Master, the Pearl recognized him as its master. With a mere thought, the Jiuli Pearl vanished from his hand, manifesting within his consciousness. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task Ancient Inheritance. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving task rewards, a random selection of an ordinary golden finger and a piece of silver-grade equipment. The notification from the golden finger system chimed. The task was complete. Yet, Lin Ziluo found himself preoccupied with understanding the intricacies of the War Master class. Previously, when the apocalyptic game urged him to return, a button to conclude the trial had appeared on his panel. Lin Ziluo pressed the button, and in the next moment, he found himself back in the exhibition hall of the museum. Surrounded by darkness, the moonlight filtering through the windows signaled that it was now night in the real world. He stood in the same spot where he had initially entered the trial. However, the exhibition hall was now strewn with the corpses of zombies, drawn in by the earlier alarm. Subsequently, members of the Death God Club had entered and eradicated the zombies, retreating just before nightfall. The scroll remained on the display, but now it was merely an ordinary scroll for admiration. Player Yazi has completed the trial. The player's class data is being further processed. Player Yazi's base attributes without any equipment or title enhancements: Strength, 18, Spirit, 16, Constitution, 12, Agility, 19. The player's base attributes are being enhanced according to the class specifications. Player Yazi's current base attributes: Strength, 30, Spirit, 20, Constitution, 25, Agility, 30. Class data processing completed. For each level gained, the player will receive 3 points in Strength, 3 points in Constitution, and 3 points in free attributes. Based on the experience previously acquired and the level up task rewards, the player has successfully advanced to level 13. The information was overwhelming. Lin Ziluo could only focus on the essential details. He opened his character panel. His final attributes, after accounting for the level up, equipment, and titles, were astonishingly high. Base attributes: Strength, 49, Spirit, 24, Constitution, 46, Agility, 36. Terrifying. This was without utilizing his 9 free attribute points. The increase in attributes was monumental. This stark contrast post-class change in the apocalyptic game could only be described as worlds apart. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first successful class changer in the Apocalypse game. Earning the unique global achievement, Pioneer. A server-wide announcement will follow. Whether there would be an announcement or not was of no concern to Lin Ziluo. He was eagerly opening his class panel. Class, Class Master. Description, Class Master, the Supreme Commander of all troops, the God of War. This terrifying class, born from the unimaginable abilities of Qiyu and the ancient treasures of the Jiuli tribe, can only be wielded by those who have endured brutal trials. Attributes. For each level gained, the player will receive 3 points in Strength, 3 points in Constitution, and 3 points in free attributes. Abilities. 1. Supreme Commander. You can manipulate the Jiuli Pearl to transform into any warrior class weapon, thereby gaining the abilities and skills of that warrior class. 2. Jiuli Pearl. You can infuse energy into the Jiuli Pearl to enhance its attributes and rank. 3. Specific abilities not yet activated. Lin Ziluo could not help but gasp in astonishment. Shocked? No, it was more than shock. It was sheer awe. This level of astonishment could not merely be likened to a calf, but should be compared to a full-grown cow. Throughout his 10-year journey in the Apocalypse, Lin Ziluo had never encountered any descriptions from the Apocalypse game that included the term terrifying. However, describing the class master with that term was entirely justified. Lin Ziluo summoned the Jiuli Pearl. Jiuli Pearl, a bronze-level artifact, the treasure of the Jiuli tribe. 1. It can freely change forms according to the player's thoughts, bestowing the player with the abilities of that form's class. 2. It can absorb energy to enhance the attributes and abilities of equipment. Lin Ziluo took out the decapitating demon blade and unhesitatingly chose to absorb it. The decapitating demon blade swiftly transformed into a mass of black energy and ultimately merged into the Jiuli Pearl. The Jiuli Pearl has absorbed sufficient energy and successfully evolved into a silver-level artifact. An infinitely evolving artifact, truly terrifying. Lin Ziluo took a deep breath. Now was the moment to unveil the true capabilities of the Jiuli Pearl. The Jiuli Pearl began to change its form under Lin Ziluo's will, eventually taking on the appearance of the decapitating demon blade. Jiuli Blade, silver-level equipment. Attributes: for Strength, 2 Constitution, with a 10 armor-piercing attack. Attached skills: Jiuli Slash, releases a blade aura forward, inflicting 130 of strength attribute damage upon hit, with a pain sensation reaching up to 200. Jiuli Heavy Slash, a single strike towards the enemy, dealing 200 of strength attribute damage, but inflicting a 2-second stun on the user. Indeed, the reason Lin Ziluo could not acquire skills through the class master was that these skills would change alongside the form of the Jiuli Pearl. Lin Ziluo began to focus his thoughts again on the Jiuli Blade. The appearance of the Jiuli Blade began to alter once more, ultimately transforming into the shape of a bow. Jiuli Bow, silver-level equipment. Attributes: for Strength, 2 Agility, can concentrate spiritual energy to form arrows. Attached skills: Flame Arrow, shoots a flaming arrow forward, dealing 120 of strength attribute damage upon hitting the enemy, causing a burning effect. Ice Arrow, shoots an ice arrow forward, dealing 120 of strength attribute damage upon hitting the enemy, causing a brief slowing effect. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Lin Ziluo was nearly overwhelmed. This essentially meant that he possessed the capabilities of every warrior class. Jiuli Stab corresponds to the assassin class. Jiuli Shield corresponds to the tank class. Jiuli Sword corresponds to the swordsman class. No, he could not think further. Merely contemplating this made him feel dizzy with happiness. Lin Ziluo regained his composure and eagerly attempted to concentrate and form an arrow. However, nothing materialized. It was then that he astonishingly realized that his spiritual energy was completely depleted. This transformation consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy. Just one transformation nearly drained all his spiritual energy. No wonder he felt dizzy. Chapter 77, A New Golden Finger. Limit Breakthrough World Announcement. Congratulations to player Yeji for becoming the first player in the apocalyptic game to reach level 10 and successfully change their class. The speed is astonishing. They have earned a unique global achievement, Pioneer, along with numerous rewards. Other players are encouraged to strive diligently. While Lin Ziluo was studying the Master of Arms profession alone in the museum exhibition hall, the tranquility of Blue Star's night was abruptly shattered. It was the dead of night, and most players were already in slumber. Yet, the clear voice of the world announcement resonated in their ears. Aside from a few players who remained unfazed in their sleep, the majority were jolted awake. What the hell is this world announcement? Is it never-ending? A sleepless player lamented. Finally drifting off to sleep only to be awakened again, his frustration palpable. Damn it, I was just dreaming about finding dozens of resource cards. And now you've woken me up. Give me back my dream. Another famished player cried in despair. Yaji, that name sounds familiar. Not him again. A groggy player suddenly came to his senses. What? What does class change mean? I thought they were speaking the Dragon Kingdom language. Why can't I understand? One player felt as though he was playing a completely different Doomsday game from everyone else. The languages heard varied by region. Level 10. The player glanced at his panel displaying level 6, recalling how he had boasted to others earlier in the day, instantly feeling a wave of shame wash over him. So that's it. After level 10, one can change classes. No wonder Yaji is so impressive. I must catch up to you. A burly man from the beautiful nation declared. Oh, I almost forgot. That little dog is still alive. It's just sleeping too soundly to be disturbed. Congratulations to the player for receiving the global announcement for the Pioneer Achievement. Congratulations to the player for receiving the following rewards: 1,000 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and an additional 2 cubic meters of storage space. At that moment, Lin Ziluo was seated on the ground, wearing a meditation necklace and holding a small magic wand. He had just consumed a small blue potion to quickly recover his mental power. Sigh. Without mental power, the dizziness is truly unbearable. Fortunately, after a while, Lin Ziluo managed to regain his composure. The 9 Li Bao had already been reverted into 9 Li orbs, stored back in his consciousness. Reverting does not consume mental power. Otherwise, Lin Ziluo wouldn't have been able to endure it. As for those 9 Li stabs and 9 Li spears, well, perhaps I'll study them later. Let us claim the rewards first. The rewards from world announcements have become quite mundane. Alas, such is the plight of excellence. So far, all 3 world announcements have been for Lin Ziluo. He has grown accustomed to receiving these rewards. Aside from him and the dashing readers, perhaps no one else knows what the rewards truly entail. The only aspect he looked forward to was the title Pioneer. Pioneer, a unique title, granted only to the first player to change classes in the apocalyptic game. Attributes, 2 to all attributes. For players with a class, there will be a 5 attribute suppression. Lin Ziluo felt somewhat disappointed. What is this? The Pioneer title isn't even as good as the Bronze Grief attributes. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo realized. Oh, it seems the normal order is to change classes first. And then one can defeat a bronze level boss. I see now. I had mixed up the order. Next, it was time for the task rewards from the Golden Finger system. These had been issued during the trials, so Lin Ziluo promptly declared, "Give me that silver level equipment." Ding. A piece of silver level equipment is being drawn. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a silver level equipment. Mask of Evil. A black mask appeared in Lin Ziluo's hands. From the front, it resembled the face of a demon. It appeared noble yet was filled with malevolence. The exaggerated curve of its mouth was oddly harmonious with the overall design of the mask. Lin Ziluo was quite satisfied. He had been wearing a hidden mask, which was merely an item and could not be considered equipment. Now, this Mask of Evil would serve as a perfect replacement. Mask of Evil, silver level equipment. A mask imbued with demonic power. Please do not fall into the servitude of evil. Attributes, 3 to spirit. Skill, illusionary mask. When equipped, it conceals the player's basic information. Unless the observer is 5 levels higher, they cannot view this information. Demonic gaze, within 3 seconds of use. Anyone who gazes at the mask will enter a state of fear. Those in fear will have their attributes reduced when attacking the player, along with a decline in physical coordination. This is splendid. Lin Ziluo was very fond of this mask. Not only was its appearance to his liking, but its attributes were also exactly what he needed. Lin Ziluo removed the hidden mask and donned the Mask of Evil, opting not to activate its transformation effect. An image of a figure clad in a black robe with a demon mask emerged, perfectly complementing the dark ambience of the museum. Anyone who chanced upon this sight at night would undoubtedly scream in fright. The equipment draw left Lin Ziluo thoroughly satisfied. The subsequent ordinary golden finger would be the main event. Now, let us draw the golden finger. Lin Ziluo said eagerly. Ding. An ordinary golden finger is being drawn. Ding. Congratulations to the player for drawing an ordinary golden finger. Limit breakthrough LV1. Limit breakthrough? What limitation is being broken? Hearing that he had drawn a new type of ordinary golden finger, Lin Ziluo eagerly examined its attributes. Limit breakthrough LV1. Breaks the limitation of wearing only one ring. Effect. Increases the number of equipable rings by 1. Lin Ziluo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't have read that wrong. This means he could wear 2 rings simultaneously, and both would be effective? Well, this directly gives him an extra equipment slot compared to others. How outrageous. Lin Ziluo suddenly envisioned himself battling with 10 gleaming gold rings adorning both hands. The thought was so beautiful, he dared not imagine it. Chapter 78. The astonishing entrance of Lin Ziluo. Currently, Lin Ziluo possesses the blood-sucking ring too, while the Nightfall ring has been bestowed upon the clumsy giant. He bears no additional rings, so he awaits the emergence of another. Having claimed all rewards, Lin Ziluo delightfully contemplates the allocation of his 12 free attribute points. Undoubtedly, he must invest in spirit, though not excessively. The fixed attributes granted by the warrior class are strength and constitution, which he can achieve through the 9-leaf pearl. Therefore, his other profession must be that of a mage, one that enhances spirit and agility. In time, he shall not lack in spirit and agility attributes. After deliberation, Lin Ziluo allocates his points as follows: 3 in strength, 3 in constitution, and 6 in spirit. Coupled with the 3 spirit attributes conferred by the Mask of Evil, Lin Ziluo experiences another surge in his stats. His base attributes are now strength, 52, spirit, 33, constitution, 49, agility, 36. As the Doomsday game reaches its 7th day, the clock strikes 1 in the morning. Due to prolonged neglect, the power system in the metropolis has collapsed entirely 3 hours prior, plunging the once thriving city into darkness, save for a few self-sustaining areas. Fortunately, the Zyrunfa Mall boasts a diesel generator, illuminating its upper floors and ensuring the normal operation of its freight elevators. A multitude of supplies has been retrieved from the warehouses, and the crowd indulges in copious food and drink to celebrate their victory, which, as Gao Dong puts it, will be etched into the annals of history as the Reaper Club siege of the Museum of Magic City. In the center of the hall, revelers dance passionately, accompanied by the melodious strains of a violin performed by the renowned 19th century composer Makabaka, pilfered from the museum. Amidst this jubilant chaos, the chief architect of the day's success, the clumsy giant, is found in a corner, devouring food with fervor. Brother Desha, pause for a moment. Come, step onto the stage so I can introduce you. Our great benefactor. Gao Dong cheerfully approaches, eager to curry favor. His admiration is palpable. The valor displayed by Desha during the day's battle nearly left Gao Dong in awe. Not only Gao Dong, but all present regard Desha with admiration. Some bold young women even attempting to win his favor. Alas, Desha's gaze is solely fixed upon his feast, dismissing them entirely. Gao Dong's attempts to engage Desha prove fruitless as he continues to shove chicken legs into his mouth. Brother Desha, set aside that vacuum-sealed chicken leg and showcase your heroism to the brothers. Gao Dong persists, reaching for the chicken leg, but at that moment, a chill runs down his spine. He turns rigidly to glance at Desha, sensing that touching the chicken leg may jeopardize his very existence. Recalling how effortlessly Desha dispatched zombies earlier, Gao Dong swiftly retracts his hand. Just a jest, he stammers awkwardly. Suddenly, Desha places the chicken leg down and rises. Confused, Gao Dong assumes Desha is willing to make an appearance. A ding from the nearby freight elevator captures everyone's attention. It is 2 in the morning. The zombies outside are in a frenzy. Who could be arriving via the elevator? The doors slide open, revealing Lin Ziluo clad in a black robe. Truly, he is a man whose entrance always incites a stir. While the iconic black robe is familiar to all, the blood-red demonic mask he adorns sends a shiver through the crowd. Wow, he is stunning, exclaimed a nearby player, unable to contain his admiration. Absolutely dashing. I refuse to believe anyone could outshine Lin the Great, Chao Yang chimed in. Lin Ziluo strides directly to Gao Dong, with Desha hastily positioning himself behind Lin Ziluo. Brother Lin, at long last, I've found you. You have no idea how long we searched for you. Those rascals thought you were in trouble, Gao Dong beams, his smile nearly reaching his ears. This is no exaggeration. After the Reaper Club dealt with the zombies in the museum, many sought out Lin Ziluo, though they found him not. Yet, they never doubted his safety, for he left a powerful impression. Lin Ziluo surveys the chaotic hall and states, "Let us converse in your office." Although surprised, Gao Dong leads Lin Ziluo into his office. I wonder what Brother Lin wishes to discuss. Gao Dong inquires curiously. How did the battle fare today? Lin Ziluo begins. The outcome. It was exceptionally favorable. Gao Dong exclaimed excitedly. If I may boast, we eradicated over 500 zombies today, traps included. Such a number? Lin Ziluo expresses his astonishment. Indeed. There was a small group near the park who, upon witnessing our Reaper Club's valiant efforts, nearly 100 individuals joined our ranks. Gao Dong elucidates. Of course. The lioness share of the credit goes to Brother Desha, who single-handedly vanquished over 100 zombies. Gao Dong adds, eager to flatter. Lin Ziluo's understanding deepens, and he begins to calculate. One might wonder why he posed such a question. Clearly, he sees an opportunity. Chapter 79. A business transaction. Previously, Lin Ziluo had been rather muddled, primarily influenced by the hands-on mentality of someone from his past life. He had been contemplating the notion of accumulating gold coins alongside Big Fool. However, upon reflection, he realized he might be the true fool in this scenario. What resources did he possess? He held hundreds of resource cards. They were so abundant that he found them cumbersome to store. Yet, other players lacked such wealth. Although their drop rates were low, every player still possessed gold coins. He could easily exchange these resource cards for their gold. Moreover, he could trade them for equipment and items. Currently, he had the presence of the Ninely Pearl, which required energy supplied by equipment and items for its cultivation. To expedite the nurturing of the Ninely Pearl, Lin Ziluo needed to amass a substantial quantity of equipment and items. As for why the Reaper Club, despite having ample resources, would still exchange for resource cards, the answer would be revealed later that afternoon at 7 o'clock p.m., when the novice protection period would officially conclude. Lin Ziluo subtly inquired about the club's inventory, gaining a rough understanding of the quantity of equipment, items, and gold coins at their disposal. After his inquiries, he spoke up. Let us engage in a transaction. A transaction? What do you mean? Gao Dong responded, clearly taken aback. Lin, you and Big Fool have made significant contributions during this operation. If you need anything, just let me know. He patted his chest earnestly. I require a substantial amount of equipment, and gold coins would also suffice. Lin Ziluo replied, clasping his fists and gazing at Gao Dong. Oh, still trying to play the wealthy one with me, huh? Gao Dong coughed awkwardly. Well, I can part with one piece of equipment. But I'm curious as to what you mean by substantial. Essentially, I want as much as you can provide, Lin Ziluo clarified. All right then. By the way, Lin, to express the Reaper Club's gratitude, please accept this gift, Gao Dong suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead. He opened a drawer of his desk and retrieved a ring. Lin Ziluo's eyes widened. Goodness, Gao Dong is quite shrewd. He realized that while Gao Dong claimed it was a token of gratitude, it was actually a spur-of-the-moment decision made when Lin Ziluo expressed his need for equipment. If he had truly prepared a gift, would he have kept it in his private office drawer? Thus, the ring was indeed Gao Dong's personal possession. However, Lin Ziluo chose not to expose this and graciously accepted the ring. This time, he had significantly assisted them, luring zombies and successfully passing the trial, thereby saving at least a dozen members of the Reaper Club from death. Although his intentions might have been ulterior, the outcome was undeniable. Lin Ziluo refrained from immediately inspecting the ring's attributes. Instead, he stood up and said, I will accept the ring, and I will return at 8 o'clock p.m. this evening. 8 o'clock p.m.? Gao Dong questioned, puzzled. But ISNT 7 o'clock p.m. when the novice protection period ends? I want to see what new rules are in place first. After familiarizing myself with the new regulations, I will return around 8 o'clock p.m. to conduct the transaction with the members of the Reaper Club. At that time, I would appreciate it if you could gather a few more people, Lin Ziluo instructed. On the surface, these words merely informed Gao Dong of the transaction. In reality, Lin Ziluo was providing him an opportunity. Once the novice protection period concluded at 7 o'clock p.m., the zombies' abilities would significantly increase. Players accustomed to battling only the weaker zombies would likely struggle to adapt, leading to numerous casualties among those venturing outside. By scheduling the transaction on the rooftop, Gao Dong would likely remain there until 8 o'clock p.m., potentially saving his life. The novice protection period ends? Gao Dong echoed. Oh, I nearly forgot. But it shouldn't matter. Our strength has far surpassed the novice stage, he said with a confident smile. Lin Ziluo shook his head, smiling in response. It is often difficult for someone who has never experienced a situation to fully grasp its reality, no matter how earnestly one tries to persuade them. Only through experiencing hardship and pain can they truly understand the truth of the matter. He viewed Gao Dong as somewhat perceptive and offered him a subtle reminder. Whether he took heed was entirely up to him. Rest assured, Lin, if you wish to engage in trade. I will certainly ensure that my brothers prepare any surplus equipment and items, Gao Dong added. But I must ask, what do you intend to use for the transaction? Resource cards. You may inform them in advance, Lin Ziluo replied. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Gao Dong's eyes. The Reaper Club does not lack resources, to be honest. Very well, I will notify the brothers. He quickly masked his disappointment, continuing to smile. Lin Ziluo nodded, leading Big Fool out of the office. Resource cards. The situation would not be as straightforward as he anticipated. The revelry outside continued unabated, with members of the Reaper Club in high spirits, reveling in what they perceived as a blissful existence. Their stockpiles of resources seemed sufficient for an extended period, and the hordes of zombies outside were consistently subdued. Their strength was steadily on the rise, which they deemed one of the happiest outcomes in this apocalyptic world. Yet, was the Doomsday game truly as simple as it appeared? Without a moment's pause, Lin Ziluo and Big Fool took the freight elevator down from the rooftop. Chapter 80. Golden-ranked item. Lin Ziluo returned to the apartment where he had previously taken a midday nap. After placing the surveillance eye and assigning to Sha to stand guard, he entered the bedroom. He retrieved the ring given to him by Gao Dong. Gold coin ring. A bronze-ranked piece of equipment symbolizing strength. Attributes. Increases strength by 1. Each time a zombie is killed, an additional 10 of gold coins can be obtained, minimum of 1 coin. This is quite impressive, Lin Ziluo thought, his eyes lighting up. It exceeded his expectations. After all, truly exceptional items are seldom given away. Although the gold coin bonus may seem modest, as the saying goes, every little bit counts. Lin Ziluo slipped the gold coin ring onto his finger. At that moment, both rings activated simultaneously, thanks to the breakthrough effect of this golden finger. And Lin Ziluo felt his strength increase slightly. Next, he began to sort through his surplus items. Lin Ziluo rummaged through his storage space. The concealment mask, now rendered obsolete due to the existence of the evil illusion mask, could be retired. The short-range launcher, only one was necessary. The others could be discarded. Super flashbangs. One by one, Lin Ziluo pulled out the coveted items that other players envied. In his hands, these treasures felt as ordinary as cabbage. He continued to lay out the items until he realized he had nothing left to organize. Gazing at the small mountain of dozens of items before him, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim, "This is all the territory I have conquered." Since the apocalypse began, Lin Ziluo had amassed such a plethora of items only due to the 100 drop rate. Without further ado, Lin Ziluo took out the 9-Li Pearl and activated its devouring ability. One item after another was fed into the 9-Li Pearl. Red threads began to manifest across its surface. Once the red threads completely enveloped the 9-Li Pearl, it would evolve into a golden-ranked item. The items he discarded were quite common and contained little energy. He spared the more precious items, such as the Fireball spell scroll and the zombie cat's horn. Soon, the red threads gradually covered the surface of the 9-Li Pearl. However, at this point, dozens of items were on the verge of being consumed completely. Lin Ziluo felt overwhelmed. Was this thing so energy-hungry? Only a wealthy person like him could afford to part with so many items. Yet, it still did not satisfy the 9-Li Pearl's appetite. Lin Ziluo watched as the 9-Li Pearl was almost entirely covered by the red threads. Gritting his teeth, he tossed in the eliminated equipment, the meditation necklace. Finally, the red threads fully enveloped the 9-Li Pearl, which emitted a crimson glow. The 9-Li Pearl has absorbed sufficient energy and successfully evolved into a golden-ranked item. Lin Ziluo exhaled in relief. He never expected to access a golden-ranked item so swiftly. Typically, such items would only be obtainable around level 30 by defeating silver-ranked bosses, with a minuscule chance of acquisition. Transforming the 9-Li Pearl into the 9-Li Blade, its original attributes of 4 strength and 2 constitution, with a 10 armor-piercing attack, had now become 7 strength and 3 constitution, with a 20 armor-piercing attack and a chance to inflict rapid bleeding damage. This represented nearly a doubling of its attributes. The skills remained unchanged. It seemed that only a class change could offer new skills. With everything sorted, Lin Ziluo stored the 9-Li Blade away and, feeling satisfied, lay down on the bed and drifted into a deep slumber. 9-Li Slash. Lin Ziluo brandished the golden 9-Li Blade, striking forward with great force. A golden blade aura materialized along the edge of the blade. As Lin Ziluo swung, the blade aura detached from the blade, rapidly expanding, and sliced horizontally through the air. 5 zombies lunging at Lin Ziluo were severed in half by the blade aura, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and entrails scattered across the ground. However, the zombies behind quickly surged forward to fill the void. The 2 halves of the slain zombies, along with the spilled entrails, were trampled into a mushy mass by the advancing horde. Lin Ziluo wiped the sweat from his brow. At that moment, he found himself on the third floor of a large office building. Since arriving at 9 o'clock that morning, Lin Ziluo and Desha had fought their way from the first to the third floor, taking only an hour-long break for a meal, with no time wasted in between. Were it not for the stamina replenishment from the blood-sucking ring, he would have collapsed long ago. Lin Ziluo's fervent efforts were not without reason. This was the last revelry. Soon, such low-level, weak, and foolish zombies would be hard to find. It was best to take advantage of his current overpowering attributes to amass experience and gold. With Lin Ziluo's relentless efforts, the rewards were substantial. Together with Desha, they had slain over 500 zombies, with nearly 400 of those falling to Lin Ziluo alone. Such achievements brought forth significant rewards. He collected 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins, and his level successfully surged to 14. The items and equipment dropped were countless, unless they were particularly precious or of exceptional quality. All other equipment and items that found their way into Lin Ziluo's hands had one outcome. They became nourishment for the 9 Li Pearl. However, advancing the golden-ranked 9 Li Pearl to diamond rank proved exceedingly challenging. Despite Lin Ziluo's efforts, he had only managed to add a few more threads to its surface. Sighing, Lin Ziluo glanced at his watch. It was nearly 7 o'clock. He needed to retreat. As he casually dispatched another zombie, he noted the time, 6:50. And 7 o'clock was fast approaching. Desha, retreat, Lin Ziluo called out. Desha, amidst the horde of zombies, quickly emerged. The two employed a strategy of fighting and retreating as they dashed downstairs. Just before 7 o'clock, they slipped into a safe room. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm Lin Ziluo had set earlier rang out. The doomsday game was finally shedding its disguise, revealing the true despair of the apocalypse to the world. Chapter 81. The true apocalypse has arrived on the 7th day of the apocalypse game, at 7 o'clock in the evening. Many players had already forgotten about the so-called beginner's protection period, since nightfall was yet to arrive at 8. They thought it harmless to continue battling zombies for a while longer. The sky was a dusky yellow, the sun gradually descending, heralding the impending arrival of night. However, even before darkness fell, a blood-red hue enveloped the sky entirely. Many players looked up in astonishment, then recalled that this crimson sky mirrored the very day the apocalypse game commenced. Had the beginner's protection period truly ended? It dawned upon them, albeit too late, that they had long forgotten about it. Unfortunately, this blood-red sky was not as benign as before. Its scarlet shade was more intense, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. A mere glance would send a wave of anxiety coursing through one's heart. A sense of unease began to ripple among the players, prompting them to prepare for retreat. At that moment, the familiar announcement panel appeared. Yet, it had transformed from its original blue to a haunting crimson. Welcome to the Apocalypse game. This game operates on the principle of absolute fairness. Once initiated, it will evolve autonomously, impervious to interference. Time has swiftly reached its conclusion. I trust you have all grown accustomed to this joyous and warm environment, dear novices. Now, the true apocalypse has arrived. The beginner's protection period has ended. Here are the newly added updates. 1. All zombie attributes have been significantly enhanced. Growth rates have been dramatically increased. Senses of smell and hearing have been optimized. 2. Some zombies will be endowed with various forms, such as hunting forms, berserk forms, poisonous forms, overweight forms, and cursed forms. 3. Zombies will organize sporadically for large-scale assaults, referred to as zombie tides. The infection attributes of zombies will only affect players whose total attributes are lower than those of the zombies themselves. 4. Nightfall will become synonymous with death. The enhancement of zombie attributes during the night will be amplified, as they will actively seek out players, while player attributes will decline during this period. 5. The geological structure, buildings, materials, and natural environment of Blue Star will receive enhancements in hardness and other aspects. 6. To ensure a pleasant gaming experience, all non-game produced food will deteriorate, rot, or mold at an accelerated rate. Prolonged consumption of such food or water will gradually diminish players' base attributes, which cannot be restored permanently. 7. Resource cards will undergo a comprehensive upgrade. The higher the zombie's level, the greater the satiation provided by the food obtained from the resource cards. 8. The environment and climate will face severe degradation. Higher tier equipment will offer better resistance to climatic extremes. 9. The job transfer channels are now fully operational. Organized by city, each city will feature transfer stations for warriors and mages, and players designated to a city must visit these stations to change classes. 10. A national leaderboard feature has been launched, currently unveiling national-level rankings, prestige rankings, and equipment rankings. All listed players will be entitled to generous rewards and may participate in upcoming regional competitions. 11. The instance system has been comprehensively adjusted to allow nationwide player matching, with upgraded instance content. 12. All cities will undergo territorial division, becoming entirely sealed off from one another. 13. Subsequent updates will be unlocked upon meeting specified conditions. The true apocalypse has descended. Please strive to survive. The blood red panel, accompanied by a series of chilling texts, stripped away the comforting aura of the previous blue interface and the light-hearted tone. It coldly presented these harsh realities. The moment the announcement materialized, the entire world began to undergo monumental transformations. A multitude of zombies manifested drastic changes in size and capability. Many previously diminutive zombies swiftly shrank, morphing into hunting forms, while the taller ones transitioned into berserk states, some adorned with festering sores indicative of their poisonous forms, others expanding into overweight forms, and some cloaked in dark mists of cursed forms. At that instant, across cities, villages, mountains, and within buildings, wherever zombies existed, their anguished cries echoed. They seemed liberated from all constraints, truly embodying terrifying entities. Concurrently, a notable disparity in levels began to manifest among the zombies. Simultaneously, the ground, rocks, mountains, and structures underwent their own upgrades. Walls and floors that could once be pierced by a blade now only bore shallow scratches when subjected to the same force. Buildings that would collapse from a violent tremor stood resilient, even in the face of an 8-point earthquake. Moreover, these structures would only become more robust over time. The changes that directly impacted players were stark. Previously, players who had stockpiled food reveled in their ability to sustain themselves for an extended period. Yet now, they despaired as their provisions rapidly deteriorated before their eyes. Bread was molding, meat rotting, vegetables wilting, and fruits shriveling. Even vacuum-sealed foods were succumbing to decay, releasing foul odors indicative of spoilage. It appeared that within mere days, all local food resources across Blue Star would be rendered inedible. Natural water sources, while not experiencing such drastic alterations, nonetheless emitted a nauseating odor from rivers, lakes, tap water, bottled mineral water, beverages, and alcoholic drinks deemed potable. Unless one pinched their nose and swallowed, the urge to vomit would be overwhelming. Even if swallowed, players would suffer a permanent decline in their attributes, diminishing by a point every 2 days. For those below level 10, this would amount to a significant setback, akin to losing a level. Fortunately, the food obtained from resource cards had been enhanced. Previously, Lin Ziluo required 4 food cards to satiate his hunger. Now, 2 sufficed. This was still a reflection of Lin Ziluo's elevated attributes, as ordinary players of levels 5 or 6 would find 1 card sufficient. With the zombie's newfound strength, the satiation from food would continue to increase. A level 50 zombie could yield a bun adequate to nourish 10 typical level 20 players, sufficient for a single day's energy with just a small piece. The climate also began to turn harsh. At the stroke of 7, players in the Magic City could distinctly feel the temperature plummet several degrees. Were it not for the summer season, many would be shivering from the cold. As time progressed, the climate would worsen. Without adequately fortified gear, players might indeed perish from the extreme cold or heat. All these various changes conveyed a singular message: act swiftly and slay the zombies. To survive, one must engage in combat. The once blissful solitude of hiding indoors was now a distant memory. If one failed to proactively hunt zombies, mere days could suffice for their demise. Nonetheless, the Apocalypse game did not extinguish all hope. The forthcoming updates of job transfer stations, leaderboards, and instance features were designed to empower players, enabling them to confront the impending challenges. The adjustment that the zombie virus can only infect players whose attributes are lower than that of the zombies is indeed acceptable. This implies that one must continuously enhance their attributes to evade the fate of becoming a zombie. It also signifies that players with high attributes can confront zombies fearlessly, engaging in combat with abandon. Chapter 82. Ascending the 3 rankings inside the room, Lin Ziluo closed the announcement panel, deeming the content unnecessary to peruse. For an entire decade, he had existed within such an environment. Outside, the chilling howls of zombies echoed, interspersed with the anguished screams of players, those who underestimated the significance of the novice protection period. Upon the completion of their evolution, these players would despair, realizing that the zombies they once could easily vanquish now possessed the capability to rend their bodies asunder. Moreover, different varieties of zombies began to wield distinct powers. The toxic variant might suddenly spit a mouthful of venomous phlegm. Players unprepared for such an encounter would undoubtedly find their bodies or faces corroded by the poison. What concerned Lin Ziluo now was that Dasha's mutation had yet to conclude. There was no rationale for this delay. Zombies outside transformed within mere seconds, yet Dasha remained in turmoil. Not only that, but Dasha was now kneeling, frantically pounding the ground, his entire body trembling, while primal roars erupted from his mouth. Fortunately, the connection between Dasha and Lin Ziluo had not faltered. Lin Ziluo could still sense Dasha's near-maddened emotions, akin to a state of frenzied rage. "What is happening, system?" Lin Ziluo inquired. Due to a conflict between Dasha's player panel and the zombie evolution, "The system is modifying permissions," came the response. "Very well, it seems I can offer no assistance but to observe how the system adjusts these permissions." Fortunately, the system proved to be quite formidable. After a brief interval, Dasha finally calmed down. After system modification, Dasha will not acquire a new form, and the enhancement from zombie attributes will be limited to 50. As compensation, Dasha will no longer be compelled by the instincts induced by the Apocalypse game to participate in zombie waves. Simultaneously, Dasha's innate talent will merge with the intended transformation into a berserk state, resulting in a new talent, with the option for class change. Overall, there appeared to be no significant issues. The capabilities originally gained from the transformation would now be integrated into his talents, and his physical form would remain unchanged. Although the enhancement from the zombie attributes was reduced to 50, the possibility of a class change allowed Lin Ziluo to consider assigning Dasha a formidable hidden class, perhaps even more impressive than inheriting 100. Pleased, Lin Ziluo reviewed Dasha's new talent. Berserk Might, Legendary Talent. 1. Your strength will receive an extraordinary enhancement as your level increases. 2. The higher your rage, the greater the increase in strength attributes. 3. All items related to strength attributes will yield better effects when equipped by you. 4. The skills you employ will only consume stamina, not mental energy, and can accelerate stamina consumption to amplify skill potency. A legendary talent. How astonishing that it was born in such a manner. The term epic denotes an ability, talent, or equipment worthy of being recorded in history. Dasha's innate might resembled the talents possessed by formidable figures like Li Yuanba of ancient dragon country. A legendary level signifies that this phenomenon exists solely within the realm of myth. Lin Ziluo's own omniscient combat had been attained after enduring a decade of brutal battles, coupled with endless reincarnations and sufficient enlightenment to transcend into the legendary realm. Remarkably, Dasha, benefiting from the dual support of the Apocalypse game and the system, ascended directly to the legendary level. Indeed, as the Dragon Country proverb states, fools are blessed with good fortune. No, in Dasha's case, it should be foolish zombies are blessed. Despite acquiring a legendary talent, Dasha remained unchanged in his simple nature. Unfazed by the recent events, he absent-mindedly touched his head, standing still as if nothing had transpired. Lin Ziluo, now reassured, opened the newly appeared 3 rankings on the panel. At the moment he accessed them, he was inundated with notifications. Congratulations to player Yazzie for reaching level 14 and topping the Dragon Country level rankings. Would you like to hide your game name? Congratulations to player Yazzie for attaining 3,720 reputation points and leading the Dragon Country reputation rankings. Would you like to hide your game name? Congratulations to player Yazzie for the Diamond Tier equipment, Order of the Demon City uniform, claiming the top spot in the Dragon Country equipment rankings. Would you like to hide your game name? Congratulations to player Yazzie for the Golden Tier equipment, Knife of Gioli, securing 2nd place in the Dragon Country equipment rankings. Would you like to hide your game name? Alongside these, the notifications for 4 additional pieces of equipment appeared. This indicated that, out of the 10 positions in the equipment rankings, Lin Ziluo occupied a staggering 6. I will not hide any of them, Lin Ziluo declared, successfully set to not hide game names on the rankings. Finally, after reviewing the information, Lin Ziluo beheld the 3 rankings. Level rankings: 1st, Yazzie, level 14, class Warlord; 2nd, Zhang Yuanzhong, level 7, class Nun; 3rd, Dasha, level 7, class Nun; 4th, codename Pajuan, level 7, class Nun. Reputation rankings: 1st, Yazzie, reputation 3720, class Warlord; 2nd, Zhang, reputation 350, class Nun; 3rd, codename Pajuan, reputation 210, class Nun; 4th, Zhang Yuanzhong, reputation 170, class Nun. Equipment rankings: 1st, Order of the Demon City Uniform, tier, Diamond, owner, Yazi 2nd, Knife of Jioli, tier, Gold, owner, Yazi 3rd, Evil Phantom Mask, tier, Silver, owner, Yazi 4th, White Wing Cloak, tier, Silver, owner, Yazi 5th, Sturdy Battle Pants, tier, Silver, owner, Yazi 6th, War Armor, tier, Silver, owner, Zhang Yuanzhong 7th, Vampiric Ring 2, tier, Bronze, owner, Yazi Astounding. The top position in all three rankings belonged to Yazi. In the level rankings, Lin Ziluo's level was an entire double that of the second place. Dasha managed to snag the third spot, merely for amusement. The disparity in the reputation rankings was even more pronounced, tenfold. The most outrageous aspect was the equipment rankings. The first 5 positions were entirely monopolized by Yazi. Just when a different name finally appeared in 6th place, the 7th was once again Yazi. It was utterly preposterous. As Lin Ziluo gazed at the grandeur of the rankings, he could only imagine the astonished expressions of those who beheld them. However, he was mistaken in this regard. When nearly all players in the Dragon Country opened the rankings and saw Yazi's name at the top, their thoughts invariably echoed, "Oh, so it is him," just as expected. With 3 world announcements, who in the Dragon Country was unaware of the mythic name, Yazi? People are simple. Generally, they harbor feelings of envy, admiration, reverence, jealousy, or even anticipation for someone stronger than themselves. Yet, for those who are incomparably superior, those they could never hope to surpass, the only sentiment left is one of sheer awe. Yazi, merely the first in 3 rankings. You are indeed at the pinnacle of all 3 rankings, while others merely look on in belief. Undoubtedly, Lin Ziluo's military master profession and the attire of the Order Keeper from the Magic City have also captured considerable attention. The illustrious name of the military master is known far and wide, complemented by the accompanying Jioli Pearl. It is not difficult to infer the connection between Yaji and Chiyu. The attire of the Order Keeper from the Magic City is even more straightforward to decipher. The Magic City. Yaji himself resides in the Magic City. Chapter 83. Unparalleled in the world, Lin Ziluo was certainly aware that his information would be exposed by the rankings. However, he felt no need to be overly concerned. He had previously sought to conceal his identity, merely wishing to act like a venomous snake, incessantly devouring the Li family. At that time, he still harbored some trepidation towards the Li family, for in his past life, they had instilled a formidable sense of oppression in him. Yet, when Lin Ziluo effortlessly single-handedly challenged and hunted a mercenary group, he came to a realization. What was there to fear? Fear a Li family that had yet to fully mature? Fear the 2 were gods he could crush with ease? Thus, Lin Ziluo chose to abandon the pretense of anonymity. What harm was there in revealing his identity? Unless that exposure would render him a spectacle akin to a panda, attracting attention wherever he went. He found no need for the concealment a mask offered. Lin Ziluo began to hear about the benefits he could obtain from his position on the leaderboard, one of which was titles. For instance, being first on the level leaderboard granted the title Overpowering All. Being first on the reputation leaderboard granted the title Renowned across the world. As for the equipment leaderboard, the titles were too numerous for him to bother examining. Alas, there were so many titles that he could not decide which one to choose. Of course, the rewards did not end there. As long as Lin Ziluo remained in his position for 24 hours, he would receive a certain amount of experience, gold, and reputation. These amounts were not insignificant. Merely claiming these rewards could sustain a small team. Furthermore, as time passed, the rewards would gradually increase. The sensation of lounging at home while reaping substantial rewards was indeed delightful. Just when Lin Ziluo thought the rewards had concluded, the notification sound of the Apocalypse game chimed again. Congratulations to player Yazai for achieving first place on the level leaderboard, reputation leaderboard, and equipment leaderboard. A remarkable feat of being first in all 3 rankings, earning the hidden epic title Unparalleled in the world. Lin Ziluo was astonished. He had never encountered such a title before. In his previous life, it seemed no one had accomplished the extraordinary feat of being first in all 3 rankings. He hurriedly checked the title. Unparalleled in the world. Epic title, only obtainable by those who rank first on all national level leaderboards. Should any single criterion be unmet, the title will vanish. Attributes. 10 increase to all attributes. In all stores, hidden shops, and dungeons within the Dragon Kingdom, gold expenditures will enjoy a 10 discount. Drop rate increased by 1. Task completion rewards increased by 10. Skill. Invincible. Upon activation, immune to all damage for 1 second. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. Splendid. Lin Ziluo was astounded. The percentage increase in attributes was already outrageous. Not only could he enjoy shopping discounts, but the task completion rewards would also increase. Most importantly, there was an attribute he had never even glanced at before, a 1 increase in drop rate. What did this mean? His current drop rate was already 100, and with an additional increment, that meant ding. Once the additional 1 chance was triggered, 2 items would drop. The system promptly clarified his query. Indeed, it was incredible. Slaying a zombie could yield 2 items. As for the invincible skill, it needed no further elaboration. Immunity to all damage. In that fleeting second, even a level 90 war god would be unable to harm a single hair on Lin Ziluo's body. This remarkable title must remain in my possession at all costs. Thus, I shall claim the top spot on all 3 leaderboards. Without hesitation, he donned the title unparalleled in the world. The effect would only activate after 1 hour. With this version update, the survival of others became increasingly arduous. While he had acquired a phenomenal title, and Big Silly had obtained a legendary talent. Truly, they were reaping rewards beyond measure. Lin Ziluo rose to his feet. It was time to reap the dear little chives from the Grim Reaper Club. Hopefully, they would not perish in excessive numbers. In a small bungalow, Lin Ziluo opened the door and stepped outside. Just as he did, a zombie lunged at him. Faced with this sudden assault, Lin Ziluo remained unperturbed, swiftly reacting. He called forth a transparent shield of protective armor at his chest. Though the shield shattered, it successfully warded off the zombie's claws. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ziluo drew the knife of Duality, aimed for the zombie's head, and executed a devastating dual slash. With both strikes landing, the explosion of the mark successfully dispatched the zombie. Fortuitously, he had encountered a stealth talent having hunting zombie upon exiting. Lin Ziluo assessed the attributes of the zombie's corpse and remarked, at this stage, all zombies have seen a 50 increase in attributes. Coupled with the enhancements from form and talents, one can only imagine how much their strength has escalated. Furthermore, the commotion from Lin Ziluo's recent kill had drawn the attention of these zombies, whose heightened perception led them to swarm towards him. Among them, a particularly conspicuous zombie, covered in green pustules, caught his eye. Oh no, a toxic zombie. Big Silly retreat. Upon sighting the toxic zombie, Lin Ziluo's composure faltered. This creature may lack combat prowess, but it was exceedingly nauseating. Its spittle was not merely saliva, it reeked horrifically and was corrosive. Of course, retreating was merely to distance himself from the toxic zombie. He still intended to engage. The knife of Duality was hurled by Lin Ziluo. With impeccable precision, it sliced through 2 or 3 zombies, landing a blow on the toxic zombie's neck, ending its life just as it had completed its evolution. The knife then returned to Lin Ziluo's hand. Glancing at the knife of Duality, he was relieved to find it free of the disgusting pustule fluids. The zombies continued their frenzied pursuit of Lin Ziluo, their numbers increasing. They had become significantly more active. Lin Ziluo did not wish to linger. His little chives awaited harvesting. He led Big Silly back inside, then leapt out through a window across from the door, successfully reaching a secluded street behind the house. Phew. Fortunately, this street had been cleared of zombies previously. Lin Ziluo sighed in relief. Just then, he heard the front door of the bungalow being violently struck by zombies. Despite the reinforcements, the door could not withstand the assault. With a thunderous crash, the door collapsed, and the zombies surged into the house, meticulously searching for Lin Ziluo's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo had already departed with Big Silly. The house Lin Ziluo occupied was not far from the little ruined Fa Square. Before long, he arrived at the freight elevator area behind the square. However, just as he was about to enter the freight elevator lobby, he heard cries for help from a distance. Turning around, he saw a hunting zombie pursuing a woman around the street corner. Although the distance was considerable, Lin Ziluo recognized her, the most passionate singer and dancer from the rooftop hall earlier that night. Help! Help! The woman was still several hundred meters from the lobby, but her speed was gradually diminishing. She had overexerted herself the previous night, resulting in a poor state today. Just before she could utter another cry for help, a zombie lunged at her, knocking her to the ground. The creature began to savagely gnaw at her body. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. The woman was soon left battered and bloodied. She cried out in desperation, struggling in vain. Soon, she was forsaken by the first zombie, left to lie quietly on the ground, awaiting her transformation into one of the undead. Chapter 84. Those bitten by zombies hidden among the crowd from a distance. Lin Ziluo observed the scene before him, feeling utterly detached. Throughout this journey, such occurrences had been alarmingly frequent. Many young souls had paid the ultimate price for their carelessness and hubris. As he watched several zombies charge towards him, Lin Ziluo paid them no mind, and promptly activated the freight elevator to ascend to the top floor. As the elevator neared its destination, the sounds of weeping and chaos reached his ears, indicating that the rooftop had descended into pandemonium. With a soft chime, the elevator doors opened, revealing the somber state of the Death God Club members. The atmosphere in the hall was thick with sorrow, in stark contrast to the celebratory ambience just hours earlier. In the corners, numerous individuals were weeping uncontrollably, having recently returned from a harrowing escape. Witnessing their close companions fall prey to zombies instilled in them a profound sense of guilt and grief. A significant portion remained silently seated on the floor, having succumbed to a profound silence upon receiving the apocalyptic game announcement. The despairing words had struck them like a sledgehammer, leaving them feeling devoid of hope for survival. Meanwhile, others were consuming food with abandon, oblivious to the consequences. It was common knowledge that, even if left uneaten, the provisions would ultimately become refuse. My brother was bitten on the neck by a zombie. I watched helplessly as he transformed. It's my fault. I suggested we venture farther out to hunt zombies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have perished. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. What is the point of effort? After all this toil, a mere announcement turns the zombies we could once slay into entities that can now hunt us. Indeed, why bother? In a few days, all supplies will be depleted, and we too shall await our demise. Damn this apocalyptic game. I curse you, and your twisted fate, if you have the guts. Come for me now. Delicious, delicious. Everyone come eat. Soon enough, we won't have any left. The hall was a cacophony of noise. Lin Ziluo's arrival failed to incite the usual commotion. Everyone was ensnared in a state of numbness. Within the span of a mere hour, they had experienced the drastic transition from paradise to hell. At this moment, Lin Ziluo came to a halt, for he detected a familiar scent. His gaze began to scan the hall, causing those under his scrutiny to feel an unsettling chill creep down their spines. Soon enough, his attention fixated on an individual huddled in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. With purposeful strides, Lin Ziluo approached the person, drawing the attention of several onlookers. The cornered individual sensed Lin Ziluo's unwavering gaze and trembled even more violently. What do you want? The person murmured, head bowed. Lift your head. Let me see how many bites you've sustained, Lin Ziluo replied calmly. At this statement, a wave of panic swept through the crowd. All eyes fixated on the cornered individual, as if anticipating his imminent transformation into a zombie. What nonsense. Who has been bitten? You're just spouting rubbish. The man insisted, still refusing to look up. Exactly. How could you make such an accusation? You must have ulterior motives, chimed in another voice from the opposite corner. Yes. We're perfectly fine. There is no way we'd be bitten by zombies. Others echoed in agreement. With the support of the crowd, the man seemed emboldened, declaring loudly, I haven't been bitten. I want to be bitten. Lin Ziluo surveyed the hall, and in an instant, silence enveloped the room. The malevolent glint in his eyes was enough to instill fear in every onlooker. Big fool, deal with him. Lin Ziluo wasted no more time, issuing the command. As the words left his lips, Big Fool raised his bronze hammer. The man, glancing at the imposing weapon, was instantly paralyzed with terror. I didn't want to be bitten. It was all Zhang Yi's fault. I merely pushed her to block the zombie, and she pulled me, causing me to get bitten. With his head raised, the crowd bore witness to the grotesque, deep bite mark upon him. Yet, it was too late. Big Fool had no interest in his defense. He was merely following Lin Ziluo's orders. The hammer struck the man's skull with a sickening thud, caving in his head along with a portion of his body. Blood and brain matter splattered across the floor. The hall, once steeped in sorrow, was jolted back to reality by the gruesome spectacle, all eyes now fixed on Lin Ziluo in terror. But this was not the end. Lin Ziluo approached the individual who had previously made the baseless accusation. Why did you feel the need to speak up? Afraid that if he is discovered, you'll be next? I detest those who have been bitten, yet still cling to false hope or attempt to drag others down with them. His words were clear. This man too had been bitten. In a flash, Big Fool swung his hammer once more, resulting in another explosion of gore. Lin Ziluo was right. Such individuals were truly repugnant, concealing the truth of their bites. Unfortunately, they were far from rare. Small encampments had often suffered catastrophic losses due to individuals hiding their afflictions, ultimately succumbing to the zombie plague. Lin Ziluo's march continued, resembling a harbinger of death as he approached another individual, with Big Fool ready to strike. In mere minutes, he had identified 5 members of the Death God Club who had been bitten and were on the brink of transformation. The pervasive scent of blood filled the air atop the small shopping center. Thankfully, the zombies within had been largely eradicated by the members. Otherwise, the commotion would surely have attracted more. However, it must be noted that the earlier atmosphere of grief had been entirely dissipated. The horrifying scenes had awakened everyone from their stupor. Lin Ziluo nodded in satisfaction. That should suffice. The mood has been set. And now it is my turn to take the stage. Look at yourselves. You are nothing but a bunch of muddled fools. What is this? The apocalypse has just begun. And you're already wallowing in despair? Have you not endured suffering? After a few days of relative peace, you are ready to give up upon facing adversity? Do you honor the memory of the brother who sacrificed himself for you? Do you respect the efforts you've made thus far? In truth, all we need is a bit more effort, a touch more bravery, and a measure of caution, and we can survive this apocalypse. To aid everyone in living a better life, to rekindle hope for survival, I have decided to offer the supplies I have painstakingly gathered at a reasonable price. You heard correctly. For just a handful of coins, or even equipment and items, you can secure enough sustenance to last an entire day. Will you not rush to seize this opportunity? Chapter 85. Earning coins at an exponential rate. 299 coins. Very well. I shall endure a slight loss and grant you 3 resource cards. That amounts to 110 coins, does it not? In that case, allow me to offer you a Kyoto roast duck. Its flavor is exquisite, and I shall only charge you an additional 10 coins for it. Surely that is not unreasonable. Off you go. 80 coins is far too little. Procure another 20 coins from someone else before returning. As for this bronze tier equipment, let me examine the decayed dagger. Given its attributes, never mind, it does catch my eye. I shall accept 15 resource cards for it. Oh, you are quite picky, aren't you? Let me remind you, regardless of the type of resource card, the energy it replenishes remains constant. At best, it is merely a matter of flavor and texture. If you desire something more sumptuous, it will require an additional 10 coins. Indeed, you must remain resolute. It is of no consequence that your brother is gone. Bravely avenge him. What? You wish to purchase only 2 cards? Let me see your remaining balance. 300 coins, and yet you only wish to buy 2? How can you summon the strength to avenge your brother on an empty stomach? Very well, I shall reserve 10 coins for you, and offer you 3 resource cards. Lin Ziluo was conducting a resource card sale event. After a persuasive session of motivational speaking directed at the members of the Reaper Club, his sale commenced smoothly. He casually set up a small table and laid out a thick stack of food cards. The once despondent members, invigorated by his words, were now eager to purchase resource cards. Suddenly, Dasha, wielding a bronze war hammer, approached Lin Ziluo, the weapon still dripping with the blood and brain matter of its recent victims. Instantly, the purchasing scene became orderly. However, it was not merely fear of Dasha's formidable strength that commanded respect. With Dasha ranking 3rd on the leaderboard, he had become a veritable celebrity. Who would dare act recklessly in the presence of such a fearsome figure? Lin Ziluo reclined comfortably, joyfully amassing coins. Finally, he had the chance to indulge his mercantile instincts. Yet, he prided himself on being an ethical merchant. The food cards sold in the Magic City shop were priced at 100 coins each, and Lin Ziluo matched that price. This, he believed, was a fair and just transaction, free from deceit. Additionally, he spared buyers the time and danger of shopping at the Magic City store. What? You claim he employs coercion and denies card selection? Ahem, that is merely to cover his operational costs. Is that excessive? Not at all. As Lin Ziluo continued selling cards, he watched his coin count steadily rise, a grin spreading across his face. In this brief period, coupled with his existing savings of 6,000 coins, his total had soared to 15,000 coins, which could only be painstakingly earned from the corpses of zombies, now came effortlessly. It is no wonder they say that business is lucrative. As a solitary individual, he had never truly experienced this sensation before. This prompted him to consider a future as a middleman. After all, purchasing items at a 10 discount and reselling them at the original price allowed for a substantial profit. With each card yielding a 10 coin gain, selling 100 would net him 1,000 coins, and 100,000. Well, that was a daunting prospect. Enough of such thoughts. Enhancing one's strength remains paramount. Despite the bountiful earnings of the day, had it not been for Dasha, the 3rd strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, standing guard, who knows how many would resort to theft, not to mention the lurking dangers. Thus, strength is indeed the ultimate truth. With power, such harmonious scenes can exist. Ultimately, under Lin Ziluo's enthusiastic selling, the members of the Reaper Club found their coins thoroughly depleted, as if swept away by an autumn gale. Even the last few coins each person clutched were pulled together, and a group of 10 or so bought a single resource card. Lin Ziluo glanced at his coin count. Astonishingly, 16,000 coins. He had profited a staggering 10,000 coins, which, based on the previous average of 45 coins per zombie, equated to the slaughter of nearly 2,000 zombies. Alas, it was regrettable that so many had perished. In Lin Ziluo's imagination, the countless locations they had scoured, the besieged museum, and the assaults on smaller markets surely amounted to the demise of 3,000 to 4,000 zombies. As for the equipment and items, few had changed hands, for it was widely understood that such tools were essential for survival in the apocalyptic game. Consequently, Lin Ziluo received only 2 pieces of particularly subpar equipment and a handful of useless items. The sole exception that caught his eye was the Decayed Dagger. Decayed Dagger, bronze-tier equipment, a long-abandoned dagger, its blade uneven and rusted. Attributes: this dagger inflicts pain increased by 200. Wounds inflicted by it will gradually rot if left untreated. It adds no attributes. No wonder others dismissed this weapon. Yet Lin Ziluo found it appealing. With this, his tetanus dagger could finally retire in glory. As for the resource cards, he had expended fewer than 200 cards, while his storage still held over 1,000. Truly, he was a rich man in assets. Seeing that he could extract no further profit, Lin Ziluo stood and declared, "This sale has concluded splendidly. The gathering is dismissed. Oh, and keep the noise to a minimum. It is late, and should you attract zombies with your ruckus, do not blame me if Dasha flattens you with a single blow." The crowd nodded vigorously, eager to express their agreement, fearful of being on the receiving end of Dasha's wrath. With that, Lin Ziluo contentedly retreated to Gao Dong's office. Gao Dong had just queued to purchase resource cards. Remarkably, he had concealed a considerable stash of valuable items, trading 3 bronze-tier tools and some coins for 20 resource cards from Lin Ziluo. Upon seeing Lin Ziluo enter, Gao Dong quickly donned a smile. "Brother Lin, no, esteemed Lin. I am truly grateful for your willingness to share your resource cards to aid us," Gao Dong exclaimed. "Enough, you know well my true identity," Lin Ziluo replied, casually taking a seat. Gao Dong's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. As long as he was not a fool, he would realize that Lin Ziluo was indeed Yazi, especially with Dasha's name now prominent on the leaderboard and the Order of the Magic City uniform in view. Considering Lin Ziluo's dark cloak, Dasha's obedient presence at his side, and Lin Ziluo's vast collection of resource cards, one could easily deduce that Yazi was Lin Ziluo. Indeed. I did not wish to address you improperly." Gao Dong quickly regained his composure, his smile returning. Chapter 86. The Mark of the Defender of the Demon City. Why are you so nervous? "I won't harm you," Lin Ziluo remarked with a hint of amusement. Although Gao Dong maintained a cheerful facade, it was evident that his legs were trembling slightly. "And no, it's just that I don't quite understand what you mean," Gao Dong inquired. "There's nothing much to it. I find you to be quite agreeable and thus wish to present you with an opportunity," Lin Ziluo replied, feigning an air of mystery. "Forget the opportunities. Just tell me what you need, and I will certainly comply," Gao Dong said with a wry smile. "It's quite simple." In Gao Dong's office, Lin Ziluo spoke incessantly while Gao Dong listened intently. After a considerable time, Lin Ziluo finally took his leave. He hoped that Gao Dong would prove to be a clever individual. However, even if this endeavor were to fail, he bore no real loss and would emerge unscathed. Thus, the first day after the end of the novice protection period in the Apocalypse game came to a close. On the 8th day of the Apocalypse, at noon, outside the library of the Demon City, Lin Ziluo and Dashan had fought their way to this location. Notably, the attributes of zombies had been significantly enhanced, and the rewards had increased as well. With each zombie slain, the coins and experience gained had risen by approximately 20. However, dispatching zombies was far from effortless. The new variant of zombies was manageable, often appearing alone, which Lin Ziluo could easily handle with a single strike. The ordinary zombies, on the other hand, tended to swarm in groups, especially in open spaces like the streets. They would often encircle him and Dashan in relentless waves. Were it not for their formidable strength, they might not have successfully traversed this perilous route. It was also unfortunate that many players were too fearful to venture outside, leaving the aimless zombies to chase after Lin Ziluo and Dashan. The duo swiftly entered the familiar doors of the Demon City Library. Upon arrival, Lin Ziluo felt an overwhelming sense of belonging, having previously eradicated most of the zombies within, rendering it relatively safe. However, due to a power outage, they were unable to use the elevator and had to take the safety passage to the 5th floor. Just before pushing open the door, Lin Ziluo heard several voices from beyond. "I propose we treat this place as our stronghold. With this remarkable shop here, there will surely be individuals in need of purchases. We can charge a toll and inevitably prosper in peace. Indeed, all the zombies here have been eliminated. We need not fear any large hordes. That may be true. But I have a concern. Who do you think defeated the zombies? The bodies on the third and fourth floors are piled high. This must be the work of a formidable team. They cannot have overlooked the Demon City shop. If we occupy this place, what if they come looking for trouble? Creaking. The door to the safety passage swung open. The group chatting inside immediately stood up and directed their attention toward the entrance as Lin Ziluo stepped inside. Who are you? Can't you see there's someone here? A man with a scruffy beard snapped impatiently. Wait, hold on. Check that guy behind you, isn't he? A bald man immediately interjected, blocking the older man's path while gesturing toward Dashin behind Lin Ziluo. The older man took a moment to examine Dashin's stats and gasped. My goodness, isn't this the second-ranked player in the Dragon Kingdom? He's a living person. Second-ranked? Lin Ziluo realized at once that Dashin, after a night of accumulating experience from zombies, had surpassed Zhang Yuanzhong in the rankings. Upon learning Dashin's identity, the demeanor of the group shifted dramatically, their earlier bravado dissipating. Oh my, the second most formidable player in the nation. How dare we discuss tolls in his presence? We would be fortunate if he chose to spare us. Lin Ziluo paid them no mind. Their self-awareness was commendable. Whether they sought to claim this place as their own was of no concern to him. Such was the nature of the apocalypse game. Possessing sufficient strength allowed one to stake a claim. Whether a shop, dungeon entrance, or even a class transfer station. Securing a point could yield substantial rewards. Yet, if one were to be ambushed in their endeavor, they had only themselves to blame. Ultimately, Lin Ziluo's next objective was to seize a point as well. His visit to the library was solely to acquire the coveted mark of the Defender of the Demon City. As Lin Ziluo entered the room housing the shop, he shut the door behind him. A subordinate quickly approached the leader. Boss, do you have any plans? This Dashin may be powerful, but we have numbers. He looks like a wealthy individual, the subordinate whispered nervously. Get out of here. The leader slapped the subordinate's head. Are you foolish? Do you think someone who ranks second in the entire Dragon Kingdom would be an ordinary person? And numbers? He has slain more zombies than we've ever seen. He could easily dispatch you as if you were a mere zombie. I see. You are indeed clever, boss. The subordinate looked on in admiration. Of course. How else could I be your leader? The boss proclaimed proudly. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo was oblivious to the unfolding drama outside. He had already entered the shopping chamber. The inventory of the 3 hidden items remained unchanged. Lin Ziluo gazed longingly at the Demon City honoree badge, though the exorbitant price of 200,000 coins was daunting. All right, 200,000 is quite a sum. But such an item must be extraordinary. If I strive diligently, perhaps I can gather the necessary funds before the city opens. He mused before pressing the purchase button for the mark of the Defender of the Demon City. Player Yazzie. Do you confirm the purchase of mark of the Defender of the Demon City? Due to the player's unique discount privilege, a total of 9,000 coins will be required. The mechanical voice echoed. Purchase, Lin Ziluo declared. Mark of the Defender of the Demon City purchased successfully. Payment of 9,000 coins completed. Player's remaining balance, 7,544 coins. Mark of the Defender of the Demon City has been packaged into a card. Activate the card to obtain it. The mark of the Defender of the Demon City appeared in Lin Ziluo's hand. Curiously, he chose to activate it. Mark of the Defender of the Demon City, diamond-level special item. Description, an exceedingly rare mark, reserved for those who have made outstanding contributions to the Demon City. Attributes, 1. Restoration. The equipment bearing this mark will greatly enhance the speed of automatic restoration. Unless the equipment's damage exceeds 40, it can be restored to its original state. 2. Majesty. While within the enchanting city of Magic Capital, any player whose cumulative attributes do not exceed yours will find their own attributes diminished by 10 for a duration of 5 minutes upon engaging you in combat. 3. Guardian. While within the Magic Capital, you have the ability to summon a guardian robot to assist you in battle, limited to once per day, with each summoning lasting for 10 minutes. The attributes of the guardian robot will fluctuate in accordance with your own attributes. It is worth emphasizing that there will be no female protagonist. Longtime readers are aware that I previously had a book that garnered considerable success. However, due to issues pertaining to female characters, it faced permanent censorship and will never be released. The culmination of several months of effort was ultimately lost, casting a shadow over my endeavors and instilling a reluctance to explore that aspect further. Thus, that theme will not be present in this narrative. Chapter 87. The terror of the job change platform, the Guardian Mark of the Demon City, is truly remarkable. Much like the uniform of the Order of the Demon City, it exudes an aura of authority and can be stacked. This means that as long as one remains within the confines of the Demon City, Any player who dares to attack will instantly suffer a reduction of 20 in their attributes, a significant detriment. Regrettably, at the moment of activation, Lin Ziluo was informed that a player could only purchase one mark. If only he had sufficient gold. Acquiring multiple marks might have permitted him to summon an army of guardian robots. However, the information regarding these guardian robots is rather incomplete. It claims to calculate based on player attributes but fails to specify the exact proportions involved. Nevertheless, he thought to himself that he would surely find out when the afternoon came, which would provide an opportunity to utilize it. With his shopping completed, Lin Ziluo left the store in high spirits, accompanied by his companion, the simpleton. People Square of the Demon City. Geographically, it can be deemed the heart of the Demon City, serving as its political, economic, cultural, tourism, and transportation hub. It is also one of the most significant iconic structures of the city. Overall, it is an expansive open square, spanning 140,000 square meters. Since the apocalyptic game update at 7 o'clock p.m. yesterday, this place has undergone tremendous transformation. The buildings, paving, greenery, and facilities that once occupied the square's center were instantaneously reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind. Even the players or zombies present at that moment could not escape the fate of being turned to dust. One could only lament the misfortune of being unable to survive a few days in this apocalypse. After everything was reduced to ash, the ground began to sink, forming a deep square pit. However, shortly thereafter, two stone sculptures rose from the earth. One sculpture is a massive cylindrical pillar, adorned with intricate engravings of various weapons, swords, guns, spears, axes, halberds, hooks, bows. Practically every conceivable weapon is etched upon its surface. Below the pillar is a recessed area, designed for players to place their hands. Once placed, players may commence the warrior job change process. The other sculpture is a grand sphere, its surface rendered in a kaleidoscope of colors. Surrounding the sphere, various elemental orbs float in the air. It is evident that this is the handiwork of Newton's ingenious sibling. These elemental orbs include red flames, blue waters, and green plants. In front of the sphere lies a small crystal ball. Players must place their hands upon this crystal ball to initiate the mage job change process. Between the two sculptures lies a vast expanse shrouded in a swirling black mist. Eerie sounds occasionally emanate from the mist, sending chills down one's spine. At the edge of the sunken ground, a circle of exquisite runes is engraved, seemingly indicating that this area has been fortified. The significant alteration in this area undoubtedly captured the attention of nearby players. By correlating this with the update announcement from the previous night, it became clear that this was the newly added job change platform within the city. Some players immediately felt compelled to investigate further. Fortunately, the zombies in the vicinity had been reduced to ashes, rendering the area considerably safer. A few of the bolder players conferred and ultimately decided to venture into the deep pit together. Upon their entry, nothing seemed to change. However, when one player dared to touch the crystal ball in front of the spherical sculpture, a sudden transformation occurred. The black mist between the two sculptures rapidly expanded, accompanied by a piercing hissing sound. The players were struck with terror as they gazed at the mist, an overwhelming sense of pressure washing over them, making it difficult to breathe. Outside the pit, those who hesitated to enter began to retreat, fearing they too might be affected. As the sense of oppression intensified, the players could no longer withstand it and began to flee towards the edge of the pit. At that very moment, the runes surrounding the pit glowed with brilliance. A semi-transparent barrier rose at the edge of the pit, enveloping it entirely. The fastest among them reached the edge and attempted to climb out. However, the instant his hand touched the barrier, he was violently repelled back. In despair, he caught sight of the message from the apocalyptic game. The job change platform area has been completely sealed. You must defeat the guardian boss to exit. A quest prompt appeared simultaneously. But who had the presence of mind to heed such details? The remaining players also reached the edge, striving to breach the barrier. After much exertion, the barrier remained utterly unmoved. "Look behind you," shouted a player from a distance outside the pit. The group turned to see a colossal figure emerging from the location once occupied by the black mist. Standing nearly 4 meters tall, its pitch-black skin was grotesquely menacing. Its blood-red eyes and white fangs stood out starkly against its dark exterior. This was none other than a giant zombie. The players attempted to inspect the zombie's attributes. Bronze level, boss level, 18 talent skills. Base attributes. Absurd. Due to the vast level disparity, they could not discern the talent or attributes. Yet, merely seeing the level 18 and bronze level boss designation rendered their faces ashen. Was this a foe they could possibly challenge? Upon its emergence, The massive zombie charged towards the players. Its great bulk caused the ground to tremble with each stride, leaving deep imprints in the earth. Panic-stricken, the players abandoned their attempts to escape and scattered in every direction. However, how could they, mere level 5 to 6 players, outrun an 18-level zombie? Within mere seconds, the first player was seized by the zombie. The creature's grip crushed the player's waist, deforming it and leading to a swift demise. The zombie then began to tear at the player's body, relishing its meal. As the zombie bit into the player's head, a sickening crunch echoed, and blood and brains erupted like a burst, prompting the zombie to close its eyes in delight. The remaining players, witnessing this horrific scene, were instantly paralyzed with terror, weeping and pleading to escape. But was that even possible? After luxuriating in the unfortunate player's remains, the zombie swiftly turned its attention to the next target. 1, 2, 3. Although some players attempted to resist, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Within just a few exchanges, they were left barely alive, becoming the zombie's next feast. Once every player had been slain, the zombie finally ceased its rampage. It cast a greedy glance at the distant players who had refrained from entering the pit, then took great strides toward them. Yet, upon touching the barrier, it too was repelled. Realizing it could not escape, it let out a furious roar before returning to the spot where the black mist had once lingered. Ultimately, it dissolved back into the mist, vanishing from the player's sight. As the black mist dissipated, the barrier at the edge of the pit fell away, restoring tranquility within. Only a few pools of blood and remnants of flesh remained, bearing witness to the horrors that had transpired here. Moreover, 2 azure objects lay amidst the remnants. Chapter 88. Activating the class transfer station task. If memory serves me correctly, the guardian boss of the class transfer station in the Magic City is of the enraged zombie variety. Interestingly, in my previous life, it was the bounty hunters who took down that creature. As Lin Ziluo walked, he pondered this thought. At that moment, he was making his way towards the People's Square in the Magic City alongside Da Xiao. In his eagerness to reach their destination, Lin Ziluo opted for secluded pathways, encountering very few zombies along the way. His intentions were clear: to eliminate the guardian boss at the class transfer station. Lin Ziluo wasn't particularly knowledgeable about the boss's capabilities, as he had never personally slain it before. In fact, after he transitioned to the Phantom class, he had scarcely visited that place. He had, however, witnessed class transfer stations in other cities. Nevertheless, he was well versed in the process of activating the transfer station. Essentially, it required defeating the guardian boss. Moreover, this guardian boss was protected by the Doomsday Game. Upon the initiation of the class transfer station task, a protective barrier would rise, preventing players and zombies inside from exiting. Conversely, players outside could enter until the number reached 30, at which point the barrier would fully seal. One might wonder if the task could be activated without touching the crystal ball or pressing the imprint. There lies a hidden condition. Should the number of players in the transfer station area reach 30, the protective barrier would automatically rise, forcibly activating the task, compelling one to confront the guardian boss. In simpler terms, the Doomsday Game made it clear: attempting to overwhelm the guardian boss with sheer numbers would be futile, as only 30 players were permitted. Furthermore, if the boss was not defeated in one attempt, it would consume the corpses of the fallen players, increasing its level and strength. Lin Ziluo recalled a situation where a guardian boss in a small city had been artificially elevated to over level 40 due to such tactics, leaving the city's inhabitants unable to successfully transfer until the city boundary was breached. Reflecting on this information, Lin Ziluo could already see the outline of the People's Square in the distance. He paused to adjust his state, ensuring he was in peak condition to face the guardian boss. He took a moment to inspect the Jiuli Bell, which had been prepared in advance to avoid excessive mental exertion during the encounter. With everything in place, Lin Ziluo strode purposefully towards the People's Square, with Da Xiao closely following, wielding his bronze giant hammer. As they approached the square, Lin Ziluo distinctly sensed numerous pairs of eyes scrutinizing him. It appeared that many players had gathered in this vicinity. A casual glance around confirmed the presence of several players hiding in the shadows. Their concealment techniques were rather rudimentary, easily discernible to Lin Ziluo. However, he chose not to dwell on them further and began observing the recessed area in the square. The class transfer station appeared just as he had encountered before. The black mist was a novel sight for Lin Ziluo, but it was evidently the domain of the zombie boss. The blood and remnants scattered on the ground did not escape his notice. He quickly deduced that 8 individuals had perished here, and all within the last hour. Furthermore, 2 pieces of bronze-grade equipment lay strewn on the ground. No one has picked them up? This is advantageous for me, Lin Ziluo mused. He surmised that the previous victims had been so traumatized by the brutal onslaught of the zombies that they had left the area in fear. Moreover, they were likely unaware that as long as they did not activate the task and kept the player count under 30, they could safely venture into the pit to collect the equipment without consequence. Since the equipment was left unattended, it would be illogical not to retrieve it. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo leaped into the pit, followed closely by Da Xiao. How dare they? A girl gasped in disbelief. Huh. Look at those foolish players rushing to collect the equipment, completely oblivious to their impending doom, a man remarked gleefully. Indeed, just imagining them being devoured by that hulking black zombie sends a thrill down my spine, a friend beside him chimed in. That robed figure ahead, pretending to be mysterious, is one thing, but it's a pity about the player named Da Xiao. His equipment looks quite impressive, another lamented. Da Xiao? That name rings a bell, the man frowned. Wait a minute. Isn't he one of the notorious players on the Dragon Kingdom leaderboard? His friend suddenly realized. No way. Da Xiao is also a formidable player in our Magic City? The man exclaimed in astonishment. Do you think Da Xiao stands a chance against that zombie? The girl questioned. Filled with doubt. Impossible. The 8 players who just died were all elite in our area. They barely scratched the surface of that zombie's defenses. No matter how strong Da Xiao is, he can't possibly succeed, the man immediately countered. But wait. It seems they've already picked up the equipment. Why hasn't the zombie appeared yet? His friend observed Lin Ziluo, who was happily inspecting the properties of the gear, in confusion. Damn it. Could it be that as long as they don't touch the orb, they're fine? This is infuriating. That lucky fool just got a stroke of fortune, otherwise. Those 2 pieces of gear would have been mine. The man seethed. The woman beside him glanced at him, itching to point out that she had urged him to collect the items earlier, but he had hesitated, only to now complain about others' good fortune. Unbeknownst to Lin Ziluo, a group hidden in the shadows was engaged in an animated discussion about him, branding him as a fool courting death, pretending to be mysterious, and ultimately just a lucky beneficiary. Meanwhile, he was in high spirits, stowing away the 2 pieces of equipment into his storage space. Though their attributes were unremarkable, they were nonetheless gifts from fate. As the saying goes, a good start leads to prosperity. If I can find 2 pieces of equipment just by walking, surely this boss will grant me a bountiful reward. Lin Ziluo hastened to the crystal ball, casually placing his hand upon it. In the shadows, gasps of surprise erupted, and all eyes were anxiously fixed on Lin Ziluo. He remained unfazed, casting a glance at the swirling black mist before retrieving the Jiuli bow and moving towards the edge of the pit. As he walked, a semi-transparent protective barrier materialized, and an enraged roar echoed from the encroaching black mist. Da Xiao took his position, as previously agreed upon with Lin Ziluo, and began to swing his bronze giant hammer. Detected player Yazi has touched the Mage class transfer spiritual orb, forcibly accepting the task to activate the Magic City class transfer station. Detected that the current player team consists of 2 members. Task rewards will be significantly enhanced. The Guardian boss of the Magic City class transfer station is about to awaken. Players should prepare accordingly. Ding. The Golden Finger system detected the host activating the task activate the Magic City class transfer station and is optimizing related task parameters. Chapter 89. 2 Arrows. Activate the Magic City job change station mission description in response to the terrifying onslaught of zombies. Every city has established job change stations that allow players to obtain professions. However, in order to activate the station, it is essential to demonstrate that the city possesses a sufficient pool of talented individuals. Please activate the capabilities of the Magic City Job Change Station by defeating the Guardian Boss. Mission requirements. Eliminate the Guardian Boss mission rewards. 500 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, 1,000 experience points, and a random high-level hidden profession scroll. Optimized mission rewards. Mission duration. 12 hours mission penalty. None. Abandoning or failing the mission incurs no penalties, even as the specter of battle loomed. Lin Ziluo could not resist glancing once more at the rewards displayed on the mission panel. He was well aware that completing the task of activating the job change station would yield a hidden profession scroll, which was precisely why he had chosen to participate. However, it was crucial to note that the hidden profession scroll obtained was entirely random. If luck were to falter, some hidden professions might only slightly surpass ordinary ones in attributes. Yet, the enhancement from the optimization system had ensured that the scrolls would at least not include the most mundane hidden professions. This served as motivation. If he drew a spellcaster profession, he would use it for himself, while a warrior profession would be given to Da Xiao. Perfect. At that moment, From the depths of the suffocating black mist emerged a colossal zombie, entirely shrouded in darkness. Titan Zombie, Bronze Level Boss, Level, 19 Base Attributes, Strength, 56, Spirit, 30, Constitution, 55, Agility, 30 Talent, Pseudo, Titan S-Body, an epic-level talent that enhances your strength and constitution attributes, reducing physical and magical damage taken by 10, while significantly increasing your recovery ability. All attacks that hit the enemy will induce a brief stun effect. Skills, Titan's Fist. A powerful strike to the ground creates violent tremors, dealing 120 strength attribute damage to all enemies in contact with the ground within the vicinity. Titan Roar, a roar that unleashes sound waves, increasing its own attributes by 20 while reducing surrounding enemies' attributes by 10. These attributes were indeed remarkable. Typical bronze-level bosses of the same rank could scarcely attain such prowess. It must be attributed to this epic talent. After all, anything associated with the name Titan is not to be taken lightly. This was fitting for a Guardian boss. Although Lin Ziluo needed merely to level up twice more to surpass the Titan Zombie's attributes entirely, he felt reassured upon discerning the Titan Zombie's stats. Even without Dasha, he could solo it. Indeed, solo, a boss that would typically require a 30-person team to defeat, could now be tackled by Lin Ziluo alone. It was not that the Guardian boss was weak. The creature had only been born a day ago and had just managed to devour 8 individuals. How could it possibly compare to Lin Ziluo, the embodiment of rewards across the entire server? Ding. The system detected that the host was facing the Titan Zombie and successfully triggered the mission Eliminate the Titan Zombie. Eliminate the Titan Zombie. Mission requirements. Defeat the Titan Zombie. The Guardian boss of the job change station. Mission rewards. Draw a random ordinary gold finger and receive a piece of silver-level equipment. Mission duration. 24 hours. Accepting the mission, Lin Ziluo cast a quick glance and spoke. Simultaneously, he drew the Jiuli bow, its string taut. The Titan Zombie, newly formed, was in high spirits, not anticipating that it would soon feast again, albeit with only 2 participants. However, upon laying eyes on Dasha, the Titan Zombie's interest peaked. Such a robust physique and well-defined muscles must surely be delicious. This type of Guardian boss could not discern whether Dasha was a zombie. They were programmed to eliminate all players. While the Titan Zombie was lost in its reverie, Lin Ziluo stood at the edge of the pit. Having fully drawn the Jiuli bow, an arrow, ignited with flames, appeared on the string. Flame arrow. Lin Ziluo steadied his breath, his gaze fixed on the Titan Zombie. In that instant, he decisively released the arrow. The flame arrow shot forth, targeting the Titan Zombie's head. In the blink of an eye, the arrow reached its mark. The Titan Zombie, recovering from its craving for Dasha's flesh, noticed the incoming projectile. However, its reflexes were sharp. It raised its hands to block the arrow. The flame arrow embedded itself in the Titan Zombie's left arm, scorching the entry point with intense heat. Unfortunately, due to the Titan Zombie's inky black exterior, the singed area was barely distinguishable. A roar escaped the Titan Zombie. Though it felt no pain, the injury was a profound humiliation. At that moment, Dasha, positioned close to the Titan Zombie, sprang into action. He raised his bronze warhammer and brought it crashing down upon the Titan Zombie. The creature was compelled to lift its other hand in defense. It was daytime, and Dasha's attributes did not benefit from the nighttime enhancement, rendering him inferior to the Titan Zombie. Naturally, under the cover of night, the Titan Zombie would enjoy an even greater advantage. Thus, Dasha's strike was easily parried. This was precisely what Lin Ziluo had anticipated. The moment the flame arrow was loosed, he had prepared the ice arrow. As the Titan Zombie's right hand caught Dasha's hammer, the ice arrow flew forth, landing squarely on the Titan Zombie's right arm, which gripped the bronze hammer. Frost rapidly spread across the impacted area. Excellent aim, Lin Ziluo thought to himself, internally praising his precision. While archery might not possess the exhilarating thrill of a warrior's melee combat, it allowed for distant attrition of the enemy, employing a kite strategy to outmaneuver them. At this juncture, the Titan Zombie's fury could no longer be contained. It threw back its head and let out a deep, resonant roar. Invisible sound waves rippled outward. Lin Ziluo, positioned at a distance, found himself momentarily dazed by the sound. Indeed, this absurd talent classified the sound waves as an attack, triggering the Titan's body stun effect. Lin Ziluo scoffed. The dazing effect was brief for him, but for Dasha, who was exerting all his strength in grappling with the Titan Zombie's arm, the effect was considerably prolonged due to their proximity. The Titan Zombie disregarded the arrows embedded in its arms, swinging its left arm with force and sending Dasha hurtling away. Subsequently, it wrenched the arrows from its arms with brute strength, fixing its gaze on Lin Ziluo and charging forward with reckless abandon. Chapter 90. A Second Bloom. As the Titan zombie charged towards her, Lin Ziluo remained unfazed. With a flick of her wrist, an arrow forged from her mental energy was released. Unfortunately, the potency of this arrow did not match that of one summoned through skill, and the Titan zombie simply grasped it in its hand. If one arrow can be caught, what of 10? Lin Ziluo began channeling a vast amount of mental energy into the Ninely Bow. In the blink of an eye, arrows materialized. This time, she did not bother to aim, relying solely on her instincts to unleash a rapid barrage towards the Titan zombie. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3. The arrows flew forth, even without aiming, striking true at the Titan zombie. After receiving 3 arrows, the Titan zombie found itself struggling to react, resorting to passively absorbing the barrage into its massive frame. An arrow struck its thigh, another its arm, and yet another found its mark at the waist. The last arrow grazed the Titan zombie's forehead, taking away a considerable amount of its hair, leaving a bald patch amidst a profusion of locks. At this moment, the Titan zombie felt a flicker of trepidation. It seemed utterly unable to catch this cunning human. After a brief chase, it had barely moved a few steps before the human darted around a corner, increasing the distance between them. Hence, the Titan zombie resolutely ceased its pursuit and began to dig into the ground. Digging? What profession did this zombie hold in life? A construction worker? Lin Ziluo readied her bow once more, aiming at the Titan zombie. It soon became apparent why the Titan zombie was digging. It hoisted a large clump of hard earth before its chest, successfully blocking the incoming arrow. This mound of dirt obscured Lin Ziluo's line of sight, leaving her feeling somewhat helpless. Big fool, activate frenzied rage. Lin Ziluo urgently called out to her companion. Just as Big Fool clambered back to his feet, he received Lin Ziluo's command and immediately unleashed his frenzied rage. With a thunderous roar, Big Fool's head flushed crimson, fueled by the anger from being previously hurled by the Titan zombie. But that was not enough. Lin Ziluo further provoked him. Big Fool, while you were unconscious, that big black creature devoured 5 of your roasted chickens. 5 roasted chickens. That is my daily ration. No mercy. His attributes surged to their peak. Fueled by unquenchable wrath, Big Fool charged toward the Titan zombie with a speed that rivaled even that of a hunting zombie. He soon found himself behind the Titan zombie, which was at a loss for words. With an archer in front and an enraged creature charging from behind, it was caught in a predicament. Endowed with the enhancements from frenzied rage, Big Fool posed a significant threat, closely matching the Titan zombie's attributes. Faced with this menace, the Titan zombie had no choice but to discard the clump of earth and turn to confront Big Fool. Splendid! This was the moment Lin Ziluo had been waiting for. She drew her Ninely Bow taut, an arrow imbued with flames materializing on the string. The cooldown for the fire arrow had elapsed. With the Titan zombie's back turned to her, this shot was guaranteed to hit. The flaming arrow soared toward the Titan zombie. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Big Fool collided directly with the turning Titan zombie, which, caught off guard, was pushed back 2 steps. The Titan zombie then exerted its strength, adopting a stance reminiscent of a sumo wrestler, its rear elevated. By sheer coincidence, the flaming arrow struck the Titan zombie's rear. Lin Ziluo, along with the spectators outside, felt a collective tightening sensation at this sight. Hiss. Lin Ziluo gasped in disbelief. He absolutely did not aim for that spot on purpose. Indeed, it was Big Fool who had inadvertently positioned the Titan zombie to receive the arrow. Meanwhile, the rear half of the arrow continued to blaze, as if searing something within. The Titan zombie, summoning unprecedented strength, shook off Big Fool and trembled as it extracted the arrow. It felt no pain, but the shame of losing its long-preserved dignity weighed heavily upon it. At that moment, the Titan zombie felt a tinge of grievance. Just look at Lin Ziluo, who could evoke such emotions even from a zombie, albeit a highly intelligent boss type. Truly, an extraordinary talent. After the grievance came an overwhelming fury. The Titan zombie snapped the flaming arrow in half and turned to face Lin Ziluo. By now, she had already readied an ice arrow in her hand. The Titan zombie, consumed by rage, had lost all sense of caution in its fervor for vengeance. It neglected the fact that Big Fool had been flung away. Big Fool quickly regained his footing. Seeing the Titan zombie fixated on Lin Ziluo, his anger surged anew. You devoured my roasted chickens, and now you refuse to acknowledge it. With that thought igniting his fury, Big Fool lunged at the Titan zombie. With remarkable speed, he approached and suddenly stomped his foot. Seizing the moment when the Titan zombie was unprepared, he leaped onto its neck. Using this momentum, Big Fool locked his legs around the Titan zombie's throat, his muscles quaking with intensity. With a powerful pull, he unbalanced the Titan zombie, causing it to topple over. Another opportunity presented itself. Seizing the moment, Lin Ziluo released the ice arrow. The frosty arrow flew forth, but yet again, fortune played a trick. As the Titan zombie flipped, it found itself in a position with its rear facing up and head down, just as Lin Ziluo aimed for its original head position. Thus, the ice arrow, predictably and astonishingly, struck precisely the same spot as before. Lin Ziluo, aghast, once again proclaimed, "I assure you, this was not intentional." Hiss. A chorus of gasps echoed around them. Everyone was astonished. A second bloom. One fire arrow and one ice arrow in elemental clash. How could that particular spot withstand such an assault? The Titan zombie, having completed its flip, crashed face first into the ground, revealing the protruding half of the ice arrow like a proud banner standing against the wind. Big Fool's frenzied rage had reached its limit, and he slumped to the ground, entering a state of confusion. The Titan zombie lay quivering, its hands clenching the earth tightly. Seizing the moment of weakness, Lin Ziluo would not relent. She stood her ground, releasing arrows one after the other towards the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie, still bowed low, showed no intention of evading, allowing the arrows to pierce its body. With dozens of arrows embedded within, blood flowed profusely from the wounds. Just as the Titan zombie clung to the last vestiges of life, its body began to undergo a transformation. In an astonishingly brief span of time, a thick black mist enveloped the area. The arrows that had once been embedded in his body clattered to the ground, their tips stained with blood and fragments of flesh, testifying that they had indeed pierced the Titan zombie. Yet, the reason behind the Titan zombie's transformation into black mist remained a mystery. Even Lin Ziluo had never encountered such a phenomenon before. He had been on the verge of subduing the Titan zombie, undeterred by the strange turn of events. Lin Ziluo shot a few arrows into the black mist, all of which effortlessly passed through without any effect. Attention player YZ. Attention player YZ. Suddenly, the Doomsday Games system emerged. Due to your despicable tactics, which are a grave insult to the Titan zombie, its rage has successfully surpassed its limits, fully activating the Titan bloodline. The Titan zombie has successfully evolved into a silver-level boss. Evolution. Lin Ziluo recalled a theory he had heard in his previous life. It was widely believed that a boss's level could be elevated. Upon fulfilling certain conditions or acquiring specific abilities, a boss could evolve and ascend in rank. Thus, a hypothesis had been proposed. Could a boss evolve during battle? This theory had never been substantiated, as players had never encountered such a scenario. Now, Lin Ziluo found himself affirming its truth. What on earth had he done? He had merely shot a few arrows, perhaps a dozen. While 2 of those arrows had struck in rather sensitive areas, it was hardly his fault. He was a model citizen. Regrettably, the Titan zombie was not inclined to listen to Lin Ziluo's explanations. At that moment, it had reformed from the black mist. The already towering Titan zombie, standing over 3 meters tall, had now expanded to nearly 5 meters, resembling a small mountain from a distance. Its skin remained pitch black. Yet it was now adorned with numerous silver-white runes, each radiating a silvery glow. Titan zombie, silver-level boss, level 19 basic attributes, strength 70, spirit 30, constitution 65, agility 45, talent, true Titan physique 30, a legendary talent that significantly enhances your strength and constitution attributes, reducing physical and magical damage taken by 20, while simultaneously astonishingly increasing your recovery abilities. Every attack that hits an enemy will inflict a stunning and shattering effect. Skills: Titan Fist. A single punch to the ground generates violent tremors, subsequently dealing 140 strength attribute damage to all enemies in contact with the ground within the area. Titan Roar. After a bellow, sound waves spread outward, increasing its own attributes by 20 while reducing those of surrounding enemies by 15. Titan Fury. The Titan zombie relentlessly strikes its target, with each attack gaining 10 more strength than the previous one, stacking up to a maximum of 8 times. If the target attempts to flee, the Titan zombie's pursuit speed increases by 50. A legendary talent? The magnitude of this evolution is utterly outrageous. With such attributes, it is hard to believe it is merely a silver-level boss. It rivals even gold-level bosses of the same rank. Though 1,000 expletives surged through his mind, Lin Ziluo remained fixated on the Titan zombie, daring not to relax for an instant. This was the Doomsday Game, where luck was an essential component. How could one even consider filing a complaint about encountering a zombie that evolved mid-battle? Is there even a complaint channel? Ding. The Golden Finger system detected that the Titan zombie had successfully evolved, significantly increasing the difficulty of the task, and was enhancing the rewards for both activate the Magic City job transfer station and defeat the Titan zombie. Indeed, there was a channel. Lin Ziluo had no time to ponder the extent of the increased rewards, for the freshly evolved Titan zombie charged at him like a mad bull. Its nearly 5-meter frame pounded the ground, leaving deep imprints with each step. Lin Ziluo attempted to shoot 2 arrows. Although they struck the Titan zombie, it casually plucked them out, and the minor wounds inflicted healed almost instantaneously. Was this the astonishing recovery ability? With such impressive lineage, it was indeed formidable. Clearly, arrows were insufficient for inflicting damage. It was time to switch to a blade. The 9-li bow swiftly absorbed a substantial amount of Lin Ziluo's mental energy. In a mere second, it transformed into the 9-li blade. Lin Ziluo exhaled, feeling the toll on his mental energy. The 4 attribute arrows, along with so many regular arrows, had already consumed a significant portion of his reserves. Now, with the additional transformation into the 9-li pearl, he would have struggled had he not augmented his mental attributes. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo maintained his peak condition. As the Titan zombie closed in, Lin Ziluo decisively swung his blade. The Titan zombie did not evade. Instead, it raised its fist to strike at the blade. The clash of the 9-li blade against the Titan zombie's fist reverberated like the sound of metal colliding. A small wound appeared on the Titan zombie's fist, and confusion flickered in its eyes. Its fist, known for its shattering effect, failed to obliterate the blade? Lin Ziluo abruptly retreated several steps. He was acutely aware of the considerable disparity in strength between himself and the Titan zombie. He cast a glance at the distant Big Fool, who remained in a dazed state. Clearly, he could not rely on Big Fool. However, he was not limited to just Big Fool. The badge of the Magic City Guardian glowed on Lin Ziluo's chest. A robot, gleaming with a silvery metallic sheen and wielding a shield, materialized before him. This robot bore a striking resemblance to Ultron from the Avengers, albeit distinguished by its shield. But that was not the end. As Lin Ziluo swiftly evaded a punch from the Titan zombie, he retrieved the zombie cat's horn from his storage space. Upon sounding the horn, a zombie cat, the size of a lion, appeared beside him. 10 minutes. The Guardian robot was only able to last for 10 minutes. Thus, he had to eliminate the Titan zombie within that time frame. Lin Ziluo raised the 9-li blade in his hand. Chapter 92, Extraordinary Skill. A stunning display. The 9-li heavy slash. A brilliant white light successfully converged, pulsating on the blade of the 9-li sword as if a layer of white flame had ignited upon it. This was Lin Ziluo's first time employing this skill, which came with a 2-second immobilization period, ample time to accomplish much in battle. Fortunately, he had the Guardian robots and zombie cats at his side. From the moment he summoned the Guardian robot, Lin Ziluo understood that its strength inherited 70 of his base attributes, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities, thus earning the moniker Meat Shield. The Titan zombie appeared to sense the significance of this strike as well. Its fists radiated a dark glow and swung towards Lin Ziluo. Upon reaching the apex of energy convergence, Lin Ziluo unleashed his terrifying blow. The dazzling blade light collided with the Titan zombie's fists, causing the air in the vicinity to quiver violently, accompanied by a resounding thud. This time, Lin Ziluo emerged victorious. How could the Titan zombie's attributes withstand the might of the 9-li heavy slash imbued with 200 power attributes? After a brief encounter, the Titan zombie's previously impervious fists were cleaved open, a gaping wound forming as it was sent sprawling to the ground. Although Lin Ziluo remained immobilized, the Guardian robot and zombie cat, fully under his conscious control, acted decisively. The Guardian robot raised its shield and charged into the Titan zombie, which was attempting to rise, successfully disrupting its balance once more. The agile zombie cat darted out from behind the Guardian robot, its claws sinking into the Titan zombie's wounded hand, exacerbating the injury inflicted by the 9-li heavy slash. The healing wound not only widened but also slowed its recovery rate due to the zombie cat's innate ability to impede healing and accelerate bleeding. At that moment, Lin Ziluo's immobilization finally lifted. Observing the Titan zombie about to rise, he swiftly activated his sprint ability, rushing to its side and targeting the very hand it used to prop itself up. Indeed, he aimed for that same injury. Against such a formidable adversary with remarkable regenerative abilities, Lin Ziluo understood that focusing all his efforts on a single point was the wisest strategy. The blade struck true, the already difficult-to-heal wound becoming even more grotesque as it extended to the arm, blood gushing forth with renewed vigor. The bloodletting effect of the 9-li sword had been triggered. The Titan zombie let out a furious roar. The relentless assault left it no time to react, rendering it perpetually on the defensive. Remarkably, all these maneuvers were orchestrated by Lin Ziluo, who deftly controlled his allies with unparalleled precision. Ordinary guardian robots and zombie cats could never achieve such seamless cooperation. It was Lin Ziluo who commandeered their actions post-immobilization. The shield bash from the guardian robot, the precise strike from the zombie cat, and Lin Ziluo's final blow entirely incapacitated one of the Titan zombie's arms. Your legendary talent amplifies your attributes, while my legendary talent elevates my control to its zenith. The Titan zombie, sensing desperation, summoned all its power to its remaining fist, slamming it down onto the ground. The earth trembled violently. Anticipating this move, Lin Ziluo leapt gracefully, momentarily suspending himself in midair, evading the ensuing tremors and disorientation. The nimble zombie cat, utilizing its agility, leaped onto Lin Ziluo's shoulder. Had it not been for Lin Ziluo's powerful midair suspension, the lion-sized zombie cat would have certainly overpowered him. The guardian robot, too cumbersome to jump, remained grounded, enduring the tremors. Fortunately, its mechanical nature rendered it sufficiently resilient and immune to dizziness. The most unfortunate was the distant big fool, who, barely recovering from the dizziness induced by the side effects of his furious rage, was once again thrown into a deeper state of disorientation by the latest tremors, collapsing helplessly to the ground. As the tremors subsided, Lin Ziluo's brief suspension ended, and the zombie cat leapt down. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo dashed toward the Titan zombie, which had finally risen, its eyes wild with madness. Ignoring its nearly incapacitated fist, it unleashed its newly acquired silver-class ability, Titan's Wrath. Dark mist emanated from the Titan zombie's body as its arm swelled, but the injured arm bled profusely with every expansion. The Titan zombie swung its massive arms towards Lin Ziluo. He did not choose to stand and take the hit, nor did he opt for flight. To absorb the blow would mean the punch's power would escalate, quickly becoming unbearable. To flee would only enhance the Titan zombie's pursuit capabilities by 50, making escape nearly impossible. However, one of its fists had sustained significant damage, and its swinging speed would not reach its peak, leaving Lin Ziluo unperturbed. This was a calculation he had already made. Incredibly daunting. Before engaging the Titan zombie, Lin Ziluo meticulously analyzed all its skills and attack patterns, crafting a strategy for every possible action. In response to Titan's wrath, Lin Ziluo chose to dance upon the blade's edge. As the massive fist descended upon him, he swiftly twisted his body, evading the strike in an extraordinarily awkward posture. A subsequent horizontal swing followed, which Lin Ziluo deftly ducked under, narrowly escaping with only a few strands of hair blown away by the force of the punch. Another angled strike came forth. Lin Ziluo showcased his uncanny agility once more, sidestepping the blow with precision. Of course, what appeared perilous to others was a 100 success rate for Lin Ziluo. The fourth, fifth, and sixth punches followed in quick succession. The Titan zombie, undeterred, swung each punch with increasingly unconventional angles, yet Lin Ziluo evaded each one with even more bizarre movements. Each miss gave the Titan zombie the false impression that the next punch would surely connect. Regrettably, after the eighth punch, the Titan zombie could only watch in despair. Having failed to land a single blow, Lin Ziluo seized the moment, delivering a decisive strike with the 9-li sword. One slash opened a wound on the Titan zombie's neck. 2 slashes deepened the cut, nearing a quarter of its neck's depth. With a third strike, the Titan zombie would surely meet its end. Lin Ziluo took a deep breath, channeling all his strength as he swung the blade forward. The current player team has increased by 1 individual, resulting in a decrease in the rewards for completing tasks. Chapter 93. The gaze of the demon. The ominous chimes from the apocalyptic game reverberated continuously. In a swift motion, Lin Ziluo redirected the blade of the 9-li knife from the neck of the Titan zombie to strike its opposite shoulder. Rage. Unbridled rage. He glanced toward the edge of the abyss, where 2 players had already descended, while several others prepared to leap. Come on in. You can truly enter and reap the bountiful rewards of the quest. Hurry. A man who previously claimed Lin Ziluo was merely courting death whispered to those outside the protective barrier. The first to activate the class transfer station will undoubtedly be heralded in the world announcement. I shall be famous. His companion chimed in. Is that for real? Then I'm coming too. With that, a man surged through the barrier and plunged into the pit. You all need to get out. The big shot is on the verge of defeating this dreadful zombie. A woman at the edge pleaded tirelessly. Shut up, you fool. I've tolerated you long enough. In this apocalypse, you dare to act like this? Just wait. Once I'm out, I'll make you pay. A man spat in contempt. At that moment, Lin Ziluo approached, wielding the Nine-Li knife. The guardian robots and zombie cats were suppressing the Titan zombie, not to eliminate it swiftly, but to ensure that the players could claim their share of the rewards. The Titan zombie had been thoroughly incapacitated by Lin Ziluo, its arms severed to prevent any combat capability. The leading man observed Lin Ziluo's advance. The coldness of the gaze beneath the mask was palpable, and he caught a whiff of the pungent scent of blood emanating from Lin Ziluo. Suppressing his terror, he approached. "You must be Yazi, right? You're incredibly powerful. I've always been your devoted fan. Seeing you in battle, I brought my brothers to assist you. What can we?" "Indeed, Great One. I too am your fan," echoed the two men behind him. "Fans? Assisting me?" Lin Ziluo murmured, raising the Nine-Li knife and swinging it with a dazzling flash in the sunlight. The man opened his mouth to speak but fell silent, his gaze drawn to his lower body. A vivid gash marked his waist, crimson blood seeping from the wound. In horror, he reached for his waist, but upon touching it, he realized his body was misaligned. With a thunderous crash, the severed upper half of his body collapsed to the ground, the lower half unable to maintain its stance, tumbling down as well. Blood, intestines, and entrails spilled forth. Yet, the man continued to crawl in terror. "Half-sliced. This is half-sliced." The once lively scene fell into an eerie silence. The two companions of the man were thrown into disarray. Lin Ziluo seized the crawling man's head, forcing him to meet his gaze. The demon-esque gaze. The mask, resembling a demon, seemed to animate with an exaggerated curve at its corners. At that moment, the man and those behind him, as well as the onlookers outside the protective barrier, simultaneously envisioned a sea of blood and mountains of severed limbs. Their deepest fears manifested before them: claustrophobia, acrophobia, thalassophobia. Every dread they harbored unfolded perfectly in the illusion. The profound terror penetrated their souls, plunging them into despair. Some attempted to move, only to find their bodies trembling uncontrollably with fear. Many others collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength, unable to rise. The man's eyes lost focus amidst his agony. Detected a decrease in the current player team by 1. Task rewards have increased. Forcibly joining the task to divide the rewards. One of the most despicable and unscrupulous acts within the apocalyptic game. Not only would this action split a significant portion of the rewards, but in the face of tasks that scaled with the challenger's strength, it could very well lead to the demise of the original players involved. Such individuals, if discovered in the apocalypse, would face the most brutal of penalties. However, if carried out by powerful families or factions, there would be little recourse. Lin Ziluo discarded the severed remnants of the man's body. Had the Titan zombie not been on the brink of death, he would not have allowed this individual to perish so easily in order to save time. He turned his attention to the remaining two players. One remained paralyzed by the recent demon-esque gaze, visibly having lost control of his bodily functions. Only one appeared relatively lucid. As Lin Ziluo advanced, the man frantically shouted, "No, I was wrong. That dead thing called us down here. It was all his doing. We had nothing to do with it." Lin Ziluo continued his approach, seemingly ignoring the man's pleas. The man retreated until he reached the edge of the pit. Realizing his words bore no weight, with a desperate glance, he exclaimed, "Yazi, your reputation is that of a hero in our dragon nation. As a hero, aiding us is your duty. We merely wish to follow you and share in your glory, nothing more. You must think carefully. If you kill us, the world won't see you as a great hero." But the man could speak no further as he witnessed Lin Ziluo hurl the Nine-Li knife. The blade, empowered by its spinning strike, swiftly severed the man's head. In a seamless motion, it returned to eliminate the other's head as well. Both heads fell to the ground. Detected a decrease in the current player team by 1. Task rewards have increased. Detected a decrease in the current player team by 1. Task rewards have increased. This task can still accommodate 25 more players. Please arrange your slots accordingly. Lin Ziluo caught the returning Nine-Li knife, casually flicking the blood off its edge. He surveyed the crowd outside the pit, now visibly shaken by the recent bloody spectacle. Moreover, those lurking in the shadows felt the weight of his gaze. Under his scrutiny, everyone lowered their heads, unable to meet Lin Ziluo's eyes. "Remember my name, Yazi. The vengeful Yazi. Do not spin tales of so-called heroes. Spare me your moral coercion and nonsensical rhetoric about humanity. I live solely for myself. Anyone who provokes me, obstructs me, or disgusts me shall face annihilation." Chapter 94. 3 consecutive world announcements discussing with Lin Ziluo about the plight of humanity. A hypocrite spewing moral platitudes. When the Li family pursued me, where were the talks for the greater good? When powerful factions trample upon lives and oppress players, Where were the voices advocating for humanity? The truth is, it's all a show of bravado, a mere faiade of courage. Talking about reputation with Lin Ziluo? He would eagerly wish for his notorious reputation for bloodshed to spread far and wide, as it would deter the naive and dim-witted from provoking him. With a sardonic smile, he thought, after being reborn, if he were to live with his hands tied and in fear, it would be better to dash headlong into a wall. Lin Ziluo's words rang loudly, plunging the entire venue into an eerie silence. Those peering from the depths of the pit, and the dozens observing in secret, all etched Lin Ziluo's words into their memories. Indeed, retribution is inevitable. Gradually, these words would ripple outwards, and the true nature of Lin Ziluo would become known to the public. Of course, that was a matter for the future. At the moment Lin Ziluo spoke, the system prompt chimed. Congratulations player Yazi for successfully slaying the level 19 silver tier boss, Titan Zombie, earning 400 experience points and 500 gold coins. Congratulations player for becoming the first in the apocalyptic game to defeat a silver tier boss, earning the unique global achievement, Silver's Grief. A server-wide announcement will soon follow. With a sigh of relief, Lin Ziluo felt fortunate that he had acted swiftly. Otherwise, had the Titan Zombie perished first, his task rewards would have been severely diminished. Ding, congratulations host for successfully slaying the silver tier guardian boss, Titan Zombie. Exceeding the task, slay the Titan Zombie. Ding, congratulations host for receiving the enhanced task reward, 2 random ordinary golden fingers and 2 pieces of random silver tier equipment. The prompt from the golden finger system sounded promptly. Lin Ziluo was elated. This reward had effectively doubled. Truly, the golden finger system proved to be the most reliable. Glancing at the Titan Zombie's corpse, a luminous golden treasure chest materialized before him. He swiftly stowed the treasure chest into his storage space and hurried to the 2 job transfer platforms, the very place where he had conjured the Titan Zombie from the black mist. He needed to complete the task of activating the Magic City job transfer platform quickly, otherwise, the 2 world announcements would lack continuity. After the Titan Zombie's demise, a pedestal about a meter tall appeared at that location. Upon it lay a scroll crafted from an unknown animal hide and a white feather pen. Lin Ziluo scanned the contents of the scroll, then took the feather pen and inscribed the name Yazi upon it. Instantly, the scroll vanished. Both job transfer platforms erupted with radiant light. Player Yazi successfully defeated the guardian boss of the job transfer platform, activating the transfer platform. Congratulations player Yazi for completing the task of activating the Magic City job transfer platform. Congratulations player Yazi for receiving 500 reputation points, 3,000 gold coins, 1,500 experience points, and the job transfer scroll, Overlord. Congratulations player Yazi for leveling up to level 15, gaining 3 points in strength, 3 points in constitution, and 3 points in free attributes. 2,800 experience points are required for player to reach level 16. Congratulations player Yazi for becoming the first player in Blue Star to activate the job transfer platform, earning the unique global achievement, Master of Job Transfer. A server-wide announcement will soon follow. Is this what the system has amplified rewards look like? Lin Ziluo gazed at the dazzling array of rewards, his thoughts swirling. The high rewards from game tasks and system tasks, the protocol scroll for activating the job transfer platform. Coupled with the golden treasure chest dropped by the Titan Zombie, this was overwhelming. It was not the right place to receive such bounties. Lin Ziluo resolved to find a secluded spot to thoroughly assess his gains. As for the Titan Zombie's remains, they had dissipated into a cloud of black mist after he signed the protocol, vanishing completely into the air. Just as Lin Ziluo, accompanied by the revived Shah, sought a hidden location, the once bright sky swiftly dimmed. The darkness deepened ominously, soon resembling a night where one could hardly see their own hand before their face. Though he had witnessed such scenes many times, a portion of players gazing skyward were astonished to find this darkness more profound than before. What could this mean? Confusion filled their minds. Above, a deep, resonant yet distinctly clear voice resonated. World announcement. Congratulations player Yazi for becoming the first in the apocalyptic game to individually slay a silver tier boss, astounding the world with immense strength, earning the unique global achievement, Silver's Grief, along with substantial rewards. Other players are encouraged to learn from this. As the crowd prepared to be astonished once more by Yazi's feats, the deep, resonant voice echoed again. World announcement. Congratulations player Yazi for becoming the first player in the apocalyptic game to activate the job transfer platform, unlocking the shackles of the city Magic City, earning the unique global achievement, Master of Job Transfer, along with substantial rewards. Other players are encouraged to learn from this. As Magic City was the first to activate the job transfer platform, players in Magic City would receive a city-level collective reward. All players in Magic City would gain 1 level. And within 24 hours, the zombie drop rate would double, with experience and gold gained increased by 10. 3 consecutive announcements. A total of 3 world announcements. As the final announcement concluded, the world erupted in excitement. The entire Magic City, including the surrounding small towns within its jurisdiction, became the focal point of the world. The invisible barrier isolating the boundary of Magic City shimmered with a golden hue. This brilliant golden barrier stood out vividly against the encompassing darkness, ascending higher and higher. From a distance, it resembled a golden beam of light piercing the heavens. Simultaneously, every player within Magic City experienced a level increase. The members of the Grim Reaper Club, the group at the Magic City Library, those in the vicinity of Magic City People's Square, and all others within the Magic City range, all at that moment held a reverent admiration for Yazi's name. Even though Lin Ziluo had once cast a shadow over them, instilling fear, this is human nature. As long as tangible benefits are received, any grievances will be swiftly forgotten. In fact, when encountering players from other cities, they would proudly proclaim, "Have you heard of Yazi? He's from our Magic City, utterly impressive. He even helped me level up." Chapter 95, The Hidden Profession of Overlord Who Can Enlighten Me as to Why I Have Yet to Encounter a Bronze-level boss, while Yazi has already vanquished a Silver-level boss. A weary soul, tirelessly battling zombies in this apocalyptic game, began to succumb to feelings of despair. He could not fathom the vast chasm between his peers. If memory serves, the Clash Transfer Station only emerged yesterday evening, housing a formidable bronze-level boss that had claimed the lives of 30 of our comrades. Yet, astonishingly, it was activated this afternoon. A leader of a minor faction questioned incredulously. His subordinates fell silent, their lips sealed. I knew it. I had a premonition that the illustrious Yazi was no longer content with mere mundane world announcements. He unleashed 3 in total. A fervent fan of Lin Ziluo shrieked. Yazi is eternal. I must tell you, Yazi is akin to the mythical beasts of our ancient lore, a true hero trapped during his travels in the magical metropolis. Yet his heart remains with our nation. A high-ranking official from a certain country passionately elaborated to his counterparts, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yazi belongs to us. The Dragon Kingdom is merely fortunate to have him visit. Isn't the Dragon Kingdom an evolution of our own? Upon hearing this, all officials turned to the speaker in astonishment. After a brief silence, they chorused, indeed. Woof, woof, woof. The little dog barked joyfully, its tail wagging furiously. Will tonight's feast consist of 1 bone or 2? Congratulations, player has reached level 16, gaining 3 strength, 3 constitution, and 3 free attributes. 3,100 experience points are required for the player to reach level 17. Congratulations, player has received the global announcement for Silver's Grief. Congratulations. Player has received this reward: 1,000 prestige, 1,500 gold, 3 free attributes, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage capacity. Congratulations. Player has received the global announcement for Master of Clash Transfer. Congratulations, player has received this reward: 1,000 prestige, 1,500 gold, 3 free attributes, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage capacity. Lin Ziluo entered an expansive chamber while the Shah stood guard outside. Goodness, level 16 already. The speed of advancement surpasses even that of the novice protection period, Lin Ziluo lamented. I wish to remain low-key, but my prowess simply won't permit it. Gazing at the lengthy list of rewards, he was simultaneously filled with joy and concern. Following the customary procedure, he began to claim his game rewards. The experience was self-evident. The substantial experience propelled Lin Ziluo up a level, and with the group reward from the 3rd announcement, he reached level 16, with his experience bar still at 0. The gold reward was equally impressive. A total of 6,500 gold coins, combined with his previous savings, brought his total to an impressive 12,000 coins. As for prestige, Lin Ziluo glanced at the prestige leaderboard. Excellent, 6220 prestige points. Originally 10 times the 2nd place, it now approached 20 times. How could the disparity continue to widen? His storage capacity surged from 5.2 cubic meters to 7.2 cubic meters, freeing up a significant amount of space. With 6 free attributes at his disposal, Lin Ziluo had yet to decide how to allocate them. He would wait to assess the forthcoming gains. Next was the reward he had eagerly anticipated from the Apocalypse game, the Clash Transfer Scroll. Initially, he had seen the information about a profession called Overlord. The very name instilled him with ample psychological preparation. Profession, Overlord description, with strength that can move mountains and a spirit that dominates the world. When the time is unfriendly, the steed does not depart. If the steed does not depart, what can be done? Oh, how can one endure this? Attributes, each level gained will yield 4 strength. 3 constitution, with no free attributes. Abilities, strength that can move mountains. 1 strength breaks 10,000 laws. Spirit that dominates the world. 1 strength transforms 10,000 laws. Astoundingly, Lin Ziluo's suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, it was the legendary Overlord. The tales of burning boats and feasting at Hongmen, of the Overlord bidding farewell to his concubine, of observing from the wall, and of stealthy night travels. All these familiar historical anecdotes were entwined with the Overlord. If one were to classify professions by tier, the Overlord would undoubtedly rank among the pinnacle of epic professions. Moreover, this vocation perfectly suited Desha. Lin Ziluo was thoroughly pleased, as it was indeed a reward from the fortuitous system's double enhancement. How invigorating! Regrettably, Desha was currently at level 9, unable to gain experience from completed quests. He would have to wait until Desha reached level 10 to bestow it upon him. At this moment, Lin Ziluo possessed 3 class transfer scrolls for Phantom, Overlord, and Butcher. The Butcher scroll was, of course, a reward earned by Desha for completing a task. Lacking the advantage of the system, Desha's rewards were limited to 1 class transfer scroll and some gold coins. The task reward Lin Ziluo had issued through the Order of the Magical Metropolis for Desha yielded merely some gold coins and a bronze level item. All of this had been reviewed during their journey. The Butcher's hidden profession was rather ordinary, providing a mere 2 points of strength and 1 point of constitution per level, along with 2 free attributes, a rather mundane occupation. Nevertheless, for the average individual, such opportunities were rare and coveted. After all, it was a reward only obtainable through the efforts of 2 individuals. If one were to account for those who intruded to seize rewards, at most, only 1 person could obtain some gold, items, or equipment. Lin Ziluo safely tucked away the Butcher class transfer scroll. It would either serve as a bargaining chip for item exchanges or be sold. Thus, the tasks from the Apocalypse game were thoroughly organized. Next, it was time for the golden treasure chest dropped by the Titan zombie. He hoped to unveil a piece of golden level equipment. Lin Ziluo placed the golden treasure chest upon the ground. As per usual, its general form remained unchanged, though it appeared more exquisite than the silver chest. With its golden exterior gleaming brightly, Lin Ziluo opened the golden treasure chest. Player Yazai successfully opened the golden treasure chest. Player Yazai, upon opening the golden treasure chest, received an enhancement to his storage space of 0.6 cubic meters. Player Yazai, after opening the golden treasure chest, gained an experience boost of 104 points. Player Yazai, after rummaging through the golden treasure chest, successfully retrieved 560 gold coins. As the golden light dissipated, 2 items materialized before Lin Ziluo's eyes. Chapter 96. The peculiar equipment before Lin Ziluo appeared a watermelon knife and a white potion bottle. A watermelon knife? A golden-grade watermelon knife shimmering with a radiant glow? This is utterly absurd. As Lin Ziluo spoke, he picked up the watermelon knife. To his surprise, it felt remarkably comfortable in his hand. Huqiang watermelon knife, golden-grade equipment. Once wielded by a formidable individual named Huqiang, it possesses considerable intimidation. Attributes: Strength 3, Constitution 3, Agility 1. Striking the opponent's head increases slashing speed by 20. Skill: Is this watermelon ripe? Shouting: Is this watermelon ripe? While brandishing the knife instills a 2-second intimidation effect, reducing the enemy's attributes by 10. Cooldown: 1 hour. Oh, this. Lin Ziluo pondered while examining the watermelon knife. It is indeed a fine blade. However, uttering such a phrase during combat seems rather peculiar. Never mind. I shall leave it to the Jioli Pearl to devour later. Lin Ziluo stowed away the Huqiang watermelon knife and turned his attention to the potion bottle. From its appearance, he discerned its nature. Stamina potion, a one-time silver-grade item that instantly restores 24 of stamina, followed by an additional 5 recovery every minute for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 28 minutes. A superior version of the bronze-grade stamina potion. At a glance, it only improves attributes by 4 and reduces cooldown by 2 minutes. However, considering the shared cooldown among similar potion types, one can comprehend its potential to sway the tide of battle in evenly matched confrontations. Nevertheless, to be candid, the contents of this golden treasure chest are rather mundane. Let's examine the newly acquired titles. Silver's Lament. Unique title, awarded to the first player to slay a silver-grade boss in the apocalyptic game. Attributes. All attributes 3. Weakens the base attributes of silver grade or lower bosses or entities by 8. Master of Reclassing, unique title. Awarded to the first player to activate a reclassing station in the Doomsday game. Attributes, all attributes 3. Players who undergo reclassing will deal 8 less damage to themselves. Both titles possess commendable attributes. Yet, they pale in comparison to the unparalleled title. Thus, there is no need to exchange titles. Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. Could it be that his luck was depleted due to acquiring the Overlord class, leading to these underwhelming rewards? This was not the case. Rather, it was a matter of Lin Ziluo's elevated expectations. The Huqiang watermelon knife is, after all, a golden grade weapon. Had it not been for the Jioli pearl, it would have undoubtedly been his weapon of choice. Lin Ziluo even inquired if Dasha had any interest, but Dasha clung to his bronze giant hammer, refusing to part with it. Well, if you don't want it, so be it. The same applies to the 2 newly acquired titles. The effects of these titles are undoubtedly coveted by other players, yet they cannot compare to the stringent conditions of the unparalleled title, which could vanish at any moment. Of course, in Lin Ziluo's possession, this title would never fade away. He now possessed a reclassing station that could continuously generate gold coins. Lin Ziluo recalled the agreement he had signed. Upon activation of the reclassing station in each city, that agreement would surface. By signing it, one could activate the reclassing station and enjoy various benefits. Lin Ziluo reaped numerous rewards. Firstly, the reclassing station would forge a statue of Lin Ziluo the following day, signifying his exceptional contributions to the city. This is a permanent honor. As long as the city does not fall entirely, he shall be eternally revered. Naturally, Lin Ziluo was not particularly concerned about this aspect. Secondly, players wishing to utilize the reclassing station must complete reclassing tasks, typically involving the slaughter of a certain number of zombies or particular forms of zombies. Additionally, each time one undertakes a reclassing task, a fee must be paid. Lin Ziluo would receive a small commission from every player who paid the fee, approximately 5 gold coins each time. Do not underestimate this commission, after all. This is Magic City, a bustling metropolis of Longhua. If even a mere 100,000 players survive to require reclassing, Lin Ziluo could amass 500,000 gold coins. Although this would take considerable time, and it is inconceivable that only 100,000 players remain in the vast Magic City. Needless to say, the badge of honor for 200,000 Magic City denizens is already in Lin Ziluo's possession, awaiting his gold coin count to reach the requisite amount. The third function may hold little value for Lin Ziluo. It increases his contribution value to Magic City. However, the hidden items in the Magic City shop have already been deciphered by the system, rendering this unnecessary. He would simply observe what further effects this contribution value might hold. Lin Ziluo contemplated why the rewards he received were so unremarkable. He understood. It must be due to the lack of divine supplication. Thus, Lin Ziluo once again invoked his celestial prayer for divine favor. Unlimited Heaven's Sovereign, Amitba, may the Lord bless me, Amen. And now, with fervor, he declared, Divine System, grant me those 2 silver-grade pieces of equipment. Ding. Extracting equipment for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the silver-grade equipment Shadow Concealment Battle Armor and Shadow Concealment Pants. A set. I knew this prayer was effective. Lin Ziluo eagerly retrieved the 2 newly drawn pieces of equipment. Shadow Concealment Battle Armor, silver-grade equipment, crafted to counter mages, a bane for every mage. Attributes, Strength 2. Constitution 2. Shadow Concealment, reduces spell damage taken by 10. Shadow Concealment Pants, silver-grade equipment, designed to counter mages, a bane for every mage. Attributes, Agility 2, Spirit 2. Shadow Concealment, reduces spell damage taken by 5. Set equipment is a rare phenomenon, typically only obtainable from treasure chests. Just imagine the absurd luck one would need to acquire the next piece from a different zombie after obtaining the first. Generally, individual attributes of set equipment are quite ordinary. The true power lies in the combined set attributes. Lin Ziluo hastily removed the protective chest plate and sturdy pants from the Orderer's uniform and activated the transformation for the new gear. Congratulations. Player Yazi has successfully equipped the Shadow Concealment Battle Armor and Shadow Concealment Pants, activating the 2-piece effect of the Shadow Concealment set. Shadow Concealment set, 2-piece. All attributes 1, reflects 10 of spell damage taken. Chapter 97. The Fool is at work. What a delightful feeling. Lin Ziluo examined his current attributes. Basic attributes, Strength, 56 Spirit, 34 Constitution, 53 Agility, 36. This is without accounting for the unparalleled 10 overall attribute bonus. As his level increased, both agility and spirit had noticeably lagged behind. Lin Ziluo currently had 12 free attribute points, 6 from the world announcement and 6 from leveling up twice. Thus, he allocated 6 points each to spirit and agility. Updated basic attributes: strength, 56 spirit, 40 constitution, 53 agility, 42 after the 10 enhancement. These attributes were quite impressive. After admiring his stats, Lin Ziluo promptly said, "System, let us draw 2 ordinary golden fingers." He had begun to relish the bliss of claiming all rewards in one go. Ding. Ordinary golden fingers are being drawn. Ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully drawn Auto Pickup LV1 and Information Breakthrough LV1. Ding. As the host already possesses Auto Pickup LV1, the level is now upgraded to LV2. Auto Pickup LV2, capable of automatically collecting items dropped by zombies defeated by the host within a radius of 1.5 meters. If the storage space is insufficient, items cannot be collected. Information Breakthrough LV1, initially able to view attributes of zombies not exceeding level 5, now able to view attributes of zombies not exceeding level 10. The attributes of the 2 golden fingers appeared before Lin Ziluo. He was left speechless, marveling at the remarkable power of the golden finger system. The auto pickup range had increased by 1 meter. Henceforth, after slaying zombies with the Jiuli sword, he would no longer need to take a couple of steps forward to trigger the auto pickup. The new golden finger, Information Breakthrough, was exceptionally useful. As the saying goes, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never lose a battle." During his recent encounter with the Titan zombie, its level was precisely 5 levels above Lin Ziluo, allowing him to comprehend all its attributes, including skill effects, enabling him to devise a flawless strategy and effortlessly defeat the Titan zombie. Had the Titan zombie risen another level, Lin Ziluo would have been forced to discover its skills while battling it. With all rewards now claimed, Lin Ziluo felt exceedingly satisfied. He organized the items in his storage space and tucked the Huqiang brand watermelon knife into the Jiuli Pearl. The energy within the Jiuli Pearl had accumulated to 1/3. Once full, it would transform into a diamond-grade item. Then, he inquired of the system, "By the way, what exactly does the world announcement mean by doubling drop rates? Is it an increase of 1 for everyone?" Ding. No, it refers to directly doubling the existing drop rates, in addition to the 1 bonus from the host's title. In other words, my current drop rate is 201. Lin Ziluo suddenly realized, "Goodness, there is no time for rest, just 24 hours. I must seize this opportunity." Lin Ziluo promptly retrieved a bottle of bronze-level stamina potion from his storage space and gulped it down. After replenishing his stamina, Lin Ziluo kicked open the door. "Fool. It's time to work. Injure all the zombies today. For every 20 zombies, I'll reward you with an extra roasted chicken tonight." Lin Ziluo called out loudly, intending to attract nearby zombies. Upon hearing about the roasted chicken, the fool's eyes sparkled with excitement. He raised his bronze giant hammer and echoed, "Roar, roar." Lin Ziluo transformed the Jiuli Pearl into the Jiuli sword and charged out with the fool, searching for nearby zombies. Just ahead stood a heavy zombie, its body entirely covered in fat, with its stomach dragging on the ground. Its head remained unchanged from that of a normal zombie, creating a bizarre image of a small head embedded in a large mass of flesh. However, Lin Ziluo paid no mind to its odd appearance and struck with his sword. "Give me drops. I want 2, no, 3 pieces of equipment." Congratulations, player Yazi has successfully killed a level 6 heavy zombie, earning 12 experience points and 13 gold coins. Keep going. Fool, attract more zombies over here. 10 will do. Just smash the ground with your hammer and make some noise. Congratulations, player Yazi has successfully killed a level 6 hunting zombie, earning 12 experience points and 12 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yazi has successfully killed a level 7 war zombie, earning 14 experience points and 15 gold coins. On this side, Lin Ziluo was immersed in a frenzy of slaying zombies, continuously obtaining resources. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber, 3 individuals convened a meeting specifically about him. Equipment rankings: first place, order a uniform of Magic City level, diamond owner. Yazi second place, Jiuli sword level, gold owner. Yazi third place, Mask of Evil level, silver owner. Yazi fourth place, White Wing cloak level, silver owner. Yazi fifth place, Magic Concealment armor level, silver owner. Yazi sixth place, Magic Concealment pants level, silver owner. Yazi observing the equipment rankings. A man in a Zhongshan suit could not help but speak. It seems this newly emerged equipment was obtained by Yazi after defeating a silver-level boss. Is that even a question? Of course. I'm merely curious about who this Yazi truly is, remarked another young man nonchalantly, reclining in his chair. Young man from the Yin family, mind your manners. If it weren't for your father's unfortunate transformation into a zombie, you wouldn't even qualify to be here, interjected the oldest of the three, visibly displeased. Haha, Masterly, you think I care? I'm not like your two sons, the young man from the Yin family teased. Then, as if recalling something, he quickly added, "All right, I remember that fellow Li Haobo seems to be in Magic City. Look how far away he is. You can't assist him. Given his personality, I suspect he won't last much longer." Master Li's expression darkened instantly but soon returned to normal. Master, and needn't worry so much. Let's focus on today's topic regarding Yazi. As the subject was broached, the man in the Zhongshan suit quickly stepped in to mediate. Yazi, previously unheard of in Long Country, but I cannot believe that a typically inconspicuous person could attain such strength. We must locate him. With his current renown and influence, he could greatly aid our three families' plans. Indeed, this apocalypse is our grand opportunity. The world is in chaos. Why shouldn't we carve out our independence? Chapter 98. The Surge in the Sewers on the 8th day of the apocalypse in the City of Magic. Following the conclusion of the global announcement, a day's tranquility was abruptly shattered. This was a day of double drop rates. With experience and gold bonuses, a privilege typically reserved for significant festivals in online games. If not now, then when? Despite the formidable strength of the zombies, couldn't a few players overwhelm a single one? Moreover, at this stage, all players in the city had gained a level. As a result, those who had previously sheltered at home began to form teams, employing their wits and teamwork to hunt the undead. They experimented with tactics such as luring, flanking, positioning, and exploiting attack ranges, enhancing their combat capabilities in various aspects. Even strategies that were not yet fully developed emerged today. It must be said that Lin Ziluo alone had propelled the combat power of all players in the city forward, enabling them to adapt to the apocalypse more swiftly. The butterfly effect generated by Lin Ziluo was far-reaching. Zhang Yuanzhong, that fellow, appeared to be putting in significant effort now, Lin Ziluo mused. Simultaneously, he recognized the magnitude of his influence. Before his rebirth, Zhang Yuanzhong seemed to remain at level 8 during this time, only reaching level 9 the following day and completing his hidden class transition the day after that. Yet now, he had already attained level 9. Furthermore, this time around, he had monopolized all the global announcements. Did that mean those powerful individuals who originally received the announcements would be deprived of their rewards? Without the titles and attribute bonuses from the global announcements, wouldn't their development be hindered? It was even uncertain whether those eligible for class transitions tomorrow could complete their hidden class changes. In short, the unfolding events were increasingly deviating from their original trajectory. It was believed that soon, discrepancies would arise compared to Lin Ziluo's previous memories. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo felt no fear, regardless of how rapidly events transformed. As long as he possessed sufficient strength, he had no cause for concern. Strength was the fundamental means to address all challenges. Lin Ziluo closed the leaderboard interface. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening on the 8th day of the apocalypse. He had been battling alongside Dasha for over 2 hours, slaughtering their way from the People's Square in the city towards the northwest. For Lin Ziluo, ordinary zombies were merely a nuisance to be dealt with casually. As for the more formidable specimens, he needed only to focus slightly to dispatch them with a single strike. After all, in terms of attributes, apart from their unique strengths, none of their other attributes exceeded half of Lin Ziluo's. As for the total number of zombies he had slain, Lin Ziluo had lost count, only aware that the items dropped had filled his storage space to capacity, compelling him to halt and allow the excess equipment and items to be consumed by the Julie Pearl, thereby propelling its evolution progress to halfway. Simultaneously, he was on the verge of leveling up, needing just a couple of 100 experience points to reach level 18. Oddly, why did he say again? However, it was indeed true that Lin Ziluo's mental state was beginning to falter. The battle against the Titan zombies earlier in the afternoon had drained a considerable amount of his energy, coupled with the continuous hours of relentless combat. He understood that his condition could no longer sustain him against the more ferocious zombies that roamed in the night, not to mention the risk of being overwhelmed. Thus, he and Dasha sought refuge in a modest inn that had its doors open. The inn was small yet boasted a decent environment. Well, it once did before the apocalypse. Now, the floor was strewn with dried blood and numerous corpses of both zombies and humans. Lin Ziluo observed and deduced that these bodies appeared to have been slain by beasts that had turned into zombies, as the bite marks were shaped like sharp teeth. After thoroughly inspecting the inn, he found nothing amiss. One could only hope that was indeed the case. Lin Ziluo chose a relatively clean room, deployed his eye of reconnaissance, and retrieved 2 resource cards for bottled water. After taking a cold shower, he finally relaxed completely. Alas, how I have fallen. I used to bathe once a month. Lin Ziluo sighed. This statement rang true. In the harsh reality of the apocalypse, who had the time or sufficient water resources to bathe? Except for those in lofty positions. Everyone was permeated with unpleasant odors, sweat, blood, and decay. Those scents mingled together, creating an indescribable stench that was overwhelmingly pungent. The environment mirrored this. Places piled high with corpses and remnants of battles were shrouded in a thick, noxious haze. Fortunately, in due time, players would become accustomed to it, perhaps even immune to such olfactory assaults. Indeed, humanity is remarkably adaptable. Having concluded his reflections, Lin Ziluo pondered, why seek change? His endeavor to grow stronger was solely to survive better. One must not lose sight of the fundamental purpose. Draping the mantle of order keeper of the city, Lin Ziluo lay down to sleep. Squeak! A piercing cry echoed through the sewers of the city. From a distance, a small, shadowy figure, resembling a dog, darted rapidly. Only when it reached a moonlit area was it revealed to be a rat, shockingly large. Goodness, have the zombie-infested rats grown this enormous? Its eyes glowed a blood-red hue, reflecting an eerie light in the moonlight. Its massive incisors gleamed menacingly, enough to send chills down one's spine. But the spectacle did not end there. With the emergence of the first zombie rat, the sewers erupted with more shrill cries. An increasing number of zombie rats scurried from the darkness. Though the proportion of animal zombies was indeed low, the sheer number of rats was overwhelming. These bloated creatures quickly filled the sewers, and their numbers continued to swell. As if guided by an unseen force, they raced toward a specific location, seemingly drawn to something alluring. Strangely, that destination appeared to be alarmingly close to the inn where Lin Ziluo was staying. Chapter 99. The zombie rat tide on a pitch-black night. The once vibrant metropolis lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of electric illumination. The occasional chilling wails of zombies intermingled with the desperate screams of the living sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, in such a harrowing environment, Lin Ziluo slumbered soundly, as if the cacophony of howls and cries served as a lullaby. Desha stood silently at the door, motionless like a guardian deity. However, around 2 or 3 in the morning, Desha suddenly turned his gaze towards the far end of the corridor, maintaining that posture. After approximately 2 minutes, a faint tremor resonated within the inn. Lin Ziluo, awakened by the disturbance, opened his eyes instantly, his trusty blade, the Ninely knife, appearing in hand as he swiftly dressed and descended from his bed. He opened the door to find Desha fixated on a specific direction. Drawing from his experience and correlating it with Desha's reaction, Lin Ziluo formulated 2 hypotheses. Either a horde of zombies was approaching, or a gathering of zombie animals was underway. A zombie tide seemed implausible at this hour, even if one were to occur. There would surely be a notification from the apocalyptic game. Thus, only one scenario remained: a congregation of zombie animals. Moreover, only a few types of zombie creatures could cause such a commotion, considering the bite marks he had previously observed on corpses. Lin Ziluo quickly deduced that the zombie animals must be zombie rats. What unfortunate luck it was that this area had become a haven for them. Yet, something felt amiss. In his past life, he had never heard of a zombie rat infestation in the metropolis. In fact, the number of zombified animals in the city was exceedingly scarce, with only a few scattered reports. Could it be that his rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect that influenced the undead realm as well? Lin Ziluo began to peer through the window of the corridor, observing the outside world. The streets lay desolate, littered with the remains of zombies, as he and Desha had previously eradicated them all. Yet, the ground continued to tremble, the intensity of the quakes escalating. It seemed to be emanating from the sewers. But why was it drawing nearer to their vicinity? Was it heading for him? Lin Ziluo pondered, though he realized this was merely conjecture, with little likelihood of being true. The tremors persisted, peaking after several minutes. The severed heads of zombies that Lin Ziluo had dispatched began to roll across the ground due to the high-frequency vibrations. Yet, he soon realized he had miscalculated. The horde of zombie rats was merely passing through, their true destination not directed at him but towards the street behind. Lin Ziluo consulted a map, noting that their area bore no remarkable features, just a nondescript street, with an ordinary residential complex behind it. What could be the purpose of this gathering of zombie rats? Before he could delve deeper into this mystery, a sudden noise broke his concentration. He lifted his gaze to see the manhole cover on the adjacent street being forcefully dislodged. One by one, the zombie rats emerged from the sewer. Their size was such that they could only ascend singly. Even two at once would block the opening. The manholes along the street were continuously dislodged. A torrent of zombie rats surging forth. Observing their orderly emergence, Lin Ziluo understood. A commanding, boss-level zombie rat must be orchestrating this exodus. Only the bosses of zombie animals possessed such capabilities in the early stages. What a frightful thought. A boss capable of directing such a multitude of zombie rats. Why had he never heard of this before? Perhaps they were dissatisfied with the pace of their advance. The manhole covers along the street of the inn began to open in succession, an overwhelming number of zombie rats spilling forth. As they passed the corpses of previous zombies, they eagerly gnawed on the remains, swiftly clearing away the evidence. Lin Ziluo stifled his presence, concealing himself. If given the choice, he preferred to avoid any confrontation with this horde of zombie rats. The sheer number emerging from the sewers had already exceeded 1,000. The quantity remaining within the sewers was uncertain, but it was unlikely to be fewer than those on the surface. Conservatively estimating, there could be 2,000 to 3,000, or perhaps even 4,000 to 5,000. It seemed an entire district's worth of zombie rats had congregated here, each the size of a typical wild dog. Even if he were to strike tirelessly, he could not hope to vanquish them all. Soon, the entire street was awash with zombie rats, dense clusters writhing and emitting a foul stench, a sight sure to invoke terror in those afflicted by trypophobia. As the rats crowded, seeking refuge within the buildings lining the street, Lin Ziluo decisively led Desha to the rooftop of the inn. The door to the top floor was locked, but Lin Ziluo effortlessly severed the lock with his 9-li knife and ascended. Feeling the chill of the wind at the rooftop, he donned a mask and resumed his observation of the scene below. As the number of zombie rats grew, the distant howls of zombies faded into silence, either consumed or rendered too terrified to cry out. After a 10-minute vigil, the last of the zombie rats finally emerged from the sewers. By now, the first 3 floors of the inn were completely overrun. Lin Ziluo stood atop the building, keenly watching the actions of the zombie rats. Soon, he witnessed an astonishing sight. Among the horde of zombie rats, 10 bronze-level zombie rat bosses emerged. So, it was not just one commanding the swarm, but 10. This revelation was indeed perplexing. Where could these 10 boss-level zombie rats have come from? Lin Ziluo felt a surge of temptation. If he could dispatch a few, it would be a considerable boon. Yet, he remained uncertain of the boss's intentions for gathering their minions here. Before long, the horde of zombie rat bosses began to move, marching towards the residential complex at the back street. Lin Ziluo signaled Desha to remain in position. His bulk and noise could easily betray their presence. He also removed the nightfall ring from Desha and slipped it onto his own finger, enhancing his stealth in the darkness, precisely the attribute he required. With that, Lin Ziluo set off alone. Chapter 100. The unknown instance. The buildings surrounding the inn where Lin Ziluo resided were not particularly tall, averaging around 4 to 5 stories in height. Among them, the inn was considered the tallest structure in the vicinity. Lin Ziluo glanced at the advancing horde of zombie rats before promptly sliding down the water pipe from the rooftop of the inn. He descended to a position near the rooftop of an adjacent residential building, leaping gracefully to land silently on its surface. His stealth skills remained largely unchanged from his previous life, with any differences stemming solely from variations in attributes. The remaining row of residential buildings were of similar height, allowing Lin Ziluo to traverse effortlessly by simply leaping from one rooftop to another, conserving his energy as the gaps between the rooftops were minimal. The only caution required was to avoid creating excess noise. At that moment, the horde of zombie rats had nearly infiltrated the community, and Lin Ziluo could hear the anguished cries of several players within, presumably those who had been discovered and swiftly dispatched while hiding in their homes. Prompted by this, Lin Ziluo quickened his pace. Soon, however, he encountered a minor obstacle. The distance between the rooftop he occupied and that of the community's buildings was considerable, making it impossible to cross solely by jumping. Although Lin Ziluo could use his skills of rapid movement and temporary levitation to reach the opposite rooftop, he deemed it unwise to expend such precious abilities here. Observing the scene from the rooftop, Lin Ziluo noticed that the zombie rats were converging on a seemingly unremarkable standalone villa within the community. Yet, after a swarm sufficient to fill the villa had entered, an eerie silence ensued, indicating that the creatures had vanished without a trace. The thought of a hidden instance flashed through Lin Ziluo's mind. Surely, there must be something akin to a portal within that villa to accommodate such a large influx of zombie rats. What an unexpected discovery this was. He pondered the nature of the portal that could lure the zombie rats. Sensing that their destination was indeed the portal, Lin Ziluo felt no urgency, instead summoning his companion. the simple-minded Desha, to join him. His plan was to wait until the number of zombie rats dwindled before striking to eliminate the remaining ones. As Desha approached the building below, Lin Ziluo noted that only a few hundred zombie rats remained outside the villa. It was time to act. Just as he prepared to make a swift descent via the pipe, a raspy cry echoed from the distant sky, causing him to pause. Looking up, he was met with a staggering sight. Thousands of zombie birds were soaring toward the villa. The sky was darkened by the multitude of zombified birds, a diverse array of species among them. Their flight could only be described as a swarm that obscured both sun and moon. What on earth was happening? Lin Ziluo halted his movements and instructed Desha to find a concealed spot. As the zombie birds descended upon the villa, they gracefully landed in the open area before forming an orderly queue, following the horde of zombie rats into the villa. Even with his resilient mental fortitude, Lin Ziluo found himself questioning reality. How could such absurdity occur? The zombie rats and birds coexisted peacefully, dutifully lining up to enter the villa. Although his plans to hunt the zombie rats had been disrupted, Lin Ziluo felt an exhilarating thrill. This instance was truly remarkable. Had it not been for the zombie birds blocking the entrance, he would have been eager to venture inside. Thus, Lin Ziluo once again concealed himself, patiently awaiting the entry of the zombie birds into the villa. After a considerable duration, he observed that only a scant few remained outside. Finally, the moment arrived when nearly all the zombie birds had entered the instance, only for another disturbance to arise. Lin Ziluo turned his gaze toward the far end of the street, where the tremors and sounds surpassed even those of the previous horde of zombie rats. Before long, the creatures from that direction came into view. Zombie dogs, cats, and rabbits were familiar sights, but zombie chickens, ducks, and squirrels were rare. Even more astonishing were the zombie monkeys, and behind them, a menagerie of zombie tigers, lions, wild boars, and grizzly bears. Lin Ziluo recognized the tattered clothing draped over a grizzly bear, emblazoned with the words Magic City Zoo. Thus, these zombified creatures had escaped from the zoo. As the zombie animals began to line up at the villa's entrance, Lin Ziluo felt a sense of numbness. If someone were to claim that aliens were next in line, he would almost believe it. The large size of the zombie bear caused it to break the villa's door upon entry. At last, Lin Ziluo caught a glimpse of the interior. A portal radiating a golden glow floated in the center of the villa's hall. The zombie animals moved toward the portal, disappearing entirely within. No wonder the number of zombie creatures in the Magic City was so sparse. They had all ventured through this portal. Yet, Lin Ziluo realized he had never heard of such a portal before. What was its purpose? Why did it attract these zombie animals? The existence of this portal, shrouded in mystery, raised many questions. As the lengthy queue continued to enter the portal, Lin Ziluo feared any potential disturbances that might occur. Deciding against sleep, he retrieved his phone, connected it to a power bank, and immersed himself in a novel while keeping a vigilant eye on the portal's activity. Time slipped away. And finally, as dawn began to break around 5 o'clock, only a few zombie animals remained in line. Lin Ziluo stowed his phone, cautiously scanning his surroundings to ensure no other zombie creatures were about to appear. Satisfied that the area was secure, he slid down the pipe to the ground level, leading Desha toward the portal. Once all the zombie animals had entered, Lin Ziluo confidently approached the portal, placing his hand at its threshold. Congratulations, Player Yazi. You have discovered an unknown instance. Do you wish to enter? Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. An unknown instance? Without any specific prompts? Generally, apocalyptic game instances fall into two broad categories. One involves player versus player competition, and to be frank, Lin Ziluo felt no trepidation regarding any form of confrontation. The other type involves being teleported to a designated location to receive a task, with hints provided based on one's strength. Yet, this unknown instance was particularly peculiar, devoid of any guidance whatsoever. Chapter 101, The Labyrinth of Despair, to enter or not to enter. Lin Ziluo hesitated for but a fleeting moment before resolutely making his decision. To enter. This was not an act of recklessness. Rather, Lin Ziluo possessed extensive experience in dungeon instances, and paired with his overwhelming strength, he felt a confident assurance. Nonetheless, his inherently cautious nature remained unchanged. The steadfast support of the Golden Finger system was what emboldened him to proceed without trepidation. Upon entering the apocalyptic game dungeon, Lin Ziluo inquired about the existence of a protective mechanism akin to a mysterious trial. The system responded promptly, "Ding." The essence of the Golden Finger system is to provide players with an enjoyable gaming experience. Should players find the dungeon content unsatisfactory, they may terminate the task at any time and return to the teleportation portal. Why hesitate? Forge ahead. Lin Ziluo prepared to activate the dungeon. Player Yaji has successfully activated the unknown dungeon and is about to enter. Current dungeon capacity, 1-1. Only one person could enter? That suited Lin Ziluo perfectly, as he had no intention of bringing along the fool. He issued the same command to Big Fool to remain in place and stepped into the portal. The familiar sensations of dizziness and weightlessness engulfed him once more. Lin Ziluo closed his eyes, unaware that the hilt of the knife of Julie in his hand, bearing the emblem of the Julie tribe, suddenly flickered. The sensation of weightlessness dissipated. Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. Where was this? He surveyed his surroundings. Apart from two floating flames on the walls, there was no other source of light. Looking up, the sky was pitch black, seemingly endless, devoid of even moonlight. Three sides of him were obstructed by towering stone walls, leaving only one path ahead. The imposing walls appeared to be at least 100 meters high, illuminated only by the flame's flickering glow. Ahead, a bend appeared within Lin Ziluo's line of sight. He attempted to knock against the wall. It was extraordinarily solid. He then struck it with the knife of Julie, leaving only a faint scratch. This indicated that the wall was indeed difficult to breach. After thoroughly observing his surroundings, the apocalyptic game system finally issued a notification. Congratulations. Player Yaji has activated the special dungeon, Labyrinth of Despair. Dungeon mission has been released. Labyrinth of Despair, a legendary dungeon. Mission description. This is a labyrinth that has brought despair to countless souls, one that exists solely in myth. For millennia, no one has ever left here alive. Do you see the bones scattered across the ground? Will you become one of them? Mission requirements. Find the exit of the labyrinth. Mission tips. 1. The labyrinth is teeming with various types of zombie creatures. Defeating them will yield rewards, which are your hope for survival. 2. The labyrinth is riddled with traps. A moment's carelessness may lead to your demise. 3. Among the myriad paths, only one leads to the end. Mission restrictions. While within the labyrinth, the player's storage space will be entirely sealed, rendering all equipment, titles, and item effects ineffective. Mission rewards. Mission time limit. 3,650 days mission penalty. Exceeding the time limit will result in the player's erasure. Alert! Alert! Detection of player Yaji entering an unactivated dungeon via a special method. Data is being reconfigured. Just as Lin Ziluo finished reading the mission details, another prompt appeared. An unactivated dungeon? Was this the so-called special method of the Golden Portal? Lin Ziluo pondered. Upon combining the dungeon's mission and description, a hypothesis formed in his mind. The portal he had entered should serve to replenish the zombie creatures within the labyrinth. It was highly likely that once the replenishment was complete, it would close, and he had inadvertently stumbled into the labyrinth. Under normal circumstances, there should be other means of entry. The fact that it was unactivated indicated that this dungeon's difficulty level was exceedingly high, far beyond what current players could handle. Yet, there was good news. The first piece of good news was that most of the zombie creatures within the labyrinth were likely newly replenished, having encountered them the previous night. Lin Ziluo felt no fear regarding their strength. The second piece of good news was that, despite the mission restrictions stating that equipment effects were nullified, Lin Ziluo still wielded the knife of Jiuli openly, capable of unleashing skills at any moment. What was this? Was it yet another bug? Or was it due to the Jiuli pearl being bound to him on a spiritual level? No need to dwell on the reasons. Possessing the Jiuli pearl was sufficient. Data reconfiguration successful. The conditions within the dungeon have been adjusted according to the player's strength. As the notification appeared, the entire labyrinth began to tremble. Circles of crimson ripples emerged in the pitch-black sky, expanding outward. Within those ripples, blood-red orbs of light fell to various locations within the labyrinth. Lin Ziluo could faintly hear numerous roars. This apocalyptic game had become much more user-friendly, even assisting him in reducing the difficulty. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim. Due to player Yaji's premature entry into the dungeon, the normal order has been disrupted. The difficulty of this dungeon will increase by 50 as a penalty. Cough. Cough. I didn't say anything. Indeed, the apocalyptic game was untrustworthy. One had to rely on the golden finger system. Ding. Modifying the penalties for mission failure. Should the host wish to terminate the mission, they may teleport away at any time. Ding. Detection of the host engaging with the dungeon mission has successfully triggered the task Escape the Labyrinth. Escape the Labyrinth. This labyrinth has witnessed too much despair. Please, host, find your way out. Mission requirements. Escape the Labyrinth. Mission rewards. Draw 2 random ordinary golden fingers. Mission time limit. None. This time, the Golden Finger System's mission panel was exceptionally concise. Lin Ziluo noticed that it did not contain the information he sought. "I accept the mission," Lin Ziluo declared. It was time to embark on an exploration to discover just how despairing this so-called labyrinth truly was. Raising the knife of Jiuli, Lin Ziluo strode forward, heading towards the bin ahead. Chapter 102, Traps, Stone Walls, and Wooden Doors. As Lin Ziluo took a few steps from the starting point, the floating flames behind him extinguished, while flames ignited anew along the walls beside him. How considerate, he mused, for he had anticipated a journey in darkness. Observing the flames flickering at his sides, he continued onward. In the expansive corridor, the only sounds were the faint whispers of Lin Ziluo's footsteps and the crackling of the flames as they extinguished and reignited. He soon arrived at a corner but refrained from peeking around it, as his keen intuition warned of impending danger. Thus, he cautiously extended the Jiuli blade. In an instant, a dull thud resonated, reminiscent of a long-dormant mechanism being triggered. A sharp arrow whizzed through the air, striking the Jiuli blade with a crisp clang. The arrow fell to the ground, and Lin Ziluo felt its formidable power, equivalent to a full-force strike from a player with a strength attribute around 30. It was undeniable that the players outside would struggle to withstand even a single arrow. Following the first arrow's descent, a barrage of arrows swiftly followed. Lin Ziluo retracted the Jiuli blade, observing as the arrows embedded themselves into the wall at the corner before tumbling to the ground. Strangely, the arrows that fell quickly transformed into a mist and vanished without a trace. I had intended to keep some arrows as tools. Lin Ziluo tentatively extended the Jiuli blade once more, but this time, no arrows were released. It seemed the mechanism had ceased its assault. Only then did Lin Ziluo step around the corner. Before him lay another dimly lit passage, yet the arrow-firing mechanism had vanished without a trace. He pressed onward, soon reaching the passage's end. Unlike the previous corner, he was now confronted with two pathways to the left and right. Is this the Labyrinth of Despair? Lin Ziluo scrutinized the two passages, noting there was no discernible difference. With no method to determine the correct route, he relied solely on intuition and memory. Ultimately, he chose the right passage for no particular reason other than convenience. Venturing down another dark corridor, Lin Ziluo stumbled upon a skeletal remains half buried in dust. The bones shrouded in a thick layer of grime, a testament to the years that had passed since its demise. The area surrounding the skeleton bore no other remnants. Clothing and personal effects had long since succumbed to the ravages of time. Seeing nothing more to discover, Lin Ziluo chose to disregard the skeleton and continued forward. After what felt like an eternity, the monotonous path finally revealed a change. A wooden door materialized in the right stone wall. Thank goodness for some variation. I feared I would encounter only sameness. Lin Ziluo approached the door and knocked. Creak! An enraged howl echoed from behind the wooden door. A zombie rat. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo flung the door open. Indeed, the zombie rat lay in the center of a small chamber. The moment Lin Ziluo breached the threshold, the creature lunged at him as if freed from its bonds. Although stripped of equipment and title bonuses, Lin Ziluo was not to be trifled with by a mere zombie rat. With swift precision, he struck down the creature. Congratulations, player Yazi has successfully slain the zombie rat, earning 6 experience points and 8 gold coins. The rat's head rolled away, and simultaneously, a supply card materialized. A bowl of beef fried rice. At last, a meal was secured. However, lacking storage space meant he could not automatically collect it. He would need to carry the supply card with him. As the zombie rat's body dissipated into white mist, Lin Ziluo activated the card and savored the delightful dish. Since finishing dinner the previous evening at 8 o'clock, he had eaten nothing and was now quite hungry. After enjoying the delectable meal, the bowl and chopsticks in his hand transformed into white mist and vanished. How absurd. Not even a scrap of paper to wipe my mouth? With a sigh, Lin Ziluo wiped his mouth on the sleeve of his Order of Magic uniform before exiting the chamber and continuing onward. Once more, he found himself in a dim corridor, destined to walk endlessly. This monotonous trek was a torment for others, yet for Lin Ziluo, it was as familiar as a daily routine. After all, he had endured trials far more grueling during the testing of the class transition. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Ziluo encountered a crossroads, this time presenting 3 choices. He opted for the far right once again. However, after traversing a short distance down this path, he discovered a massive stone wall blocking his way, a dead end. Reluctantly, he retraced his steps back to the crossroads, marking his previous path with the Jiuli blade. With one route eliminated, he ventured down the middle path. This time, misfortune struck anew, as he encountered a venomous trap, only to find the end of the middle path also blocked by a stone wall. How unfortunate. Lin Ziluo shook his head and returned once more. With only one path remaining, there was no need for deliberation. He proceeded straight ahead. Finally, he was not met by an imposing stone wall, but rather the familiar sight of a small wooden door. Sticking to the established routine, Lin Ziluo burst through the door. This time, 2 zombie cats awaited him, yet the outcome was no different. With 2 swift strikes, he dispatched the feline foes, collecting 2 cards that would provide both his lunch and dinner. And so, he pressed on, resuming his journey. Once again, he faced 3 paths. And this time fortune smiled upon him, as he encountered a wooden door on his second attempt. After vanquishing the 3 zombie rats within, he acquired an item and 2 additional cards. Unfortunately, the item proved useless here and was promptly devoured by the Jioli Pearl. What followed was a repetitive cycle. He walked forward, deftly avoiding traps, retraced his steps upon reaching dead ends, and charged through wooden doors. Whenever hunger struck, he found a place to sit and enjoy a sumptuous meal. Thirst was easily quenched with the water contained within the supply cards, ample enough even for a refreshing wash. Of course, Lin Ziluo was prudent and did not indulge excessively. When fatigue set in, he would simply lie down and rest on the ground. Although theoretically devoid of other souls within this labyrinth of despair, Lin Ziluo remained vigilant even in slumber. After a significant period of exploration, he began to grasp the reasons behind the despair invoked by this labyrinth and discern some of its underlying patterns. Chapter 103. The Despairing Labyrinth. Initially, Lin Ziluo successfully discerned numerous patterns. Following the transition from the third intersection to a crossroads, every fork he encountered thereafter was indeed a crossroads, signifying 3 pathways available for his selection. Among these 3 routes, one was invariably a complete dead end, another laden with various traps ultimately leading to another dead end, leaving only a solitary path that permitted further passage. This traversable path invariably led to a familiar wooden door. The circumstances beyond the door exhibited a discernible pattern as well. Although the undead creatures within were of random species, their numbers consistently escalated. His first encounter yielded 1, the second 2, the third 3, and so forth, incrementally adding 1 more undead creature each time. As the count approached 10, opening the door would reveal, much to his astonishment, a bronze-level zombie rat boss awaiting his arrival. When the number neared 20, 2 bronze-level bosses would emerge. These observations constituted but a fraction of Lin Ziluo's deductions, yet they sufficed to illuminate the source of despair inherent in this labyrinth. For an ordinary individual, persistently moving forward in such solitude would impose a significant psychological burden. Each encounter with a crossroads necessitated a decision. Should one opt for the closed route, the return journey would undoubtedly lead to frustration, particularly after expending considerable stamina in vain. The alternative of choosing a path fraught with traps could be equally dire. The incessant barrage of arrows from trap mechanisms, the seemingly identical pitfalls, and the venomous traps that sprayed toxic liquid upon stepping on designated spots, quicksand traps, spike traps, firewall traps. A myriad of bizarre traps left Lin Ziluo pondering the eccentric minds capable of devising such peculiar contraptions. Fortunately, his extensive experience and formidable attributes allowed him to navigate these traps with relative ease. For others, mere encounters with such traps could spell doom. If one claimed to evade these traps and endure the torment within, the true test of resilience would emerge. The design of this despairing labyrinth appeared to transcend mere probability calculations. Lin Ziluo observed that the chambers beyond the wooden door contained provisions, albeit seemingly taken by the apocalypse game. This could be what the game referred to as a 50 increase in difficulty. To survive, one would need to continually procure sustenance. The initial few undead creatures were manageable, but how would one contend with the subsequent dozen or more? Declining entry through the wooden door would raise the question of resource acquisition. Upon the next entry, one would be compelled to confront one additional undead creature than before, perpetuating a vicious cycle. Such abhorrent mechanisms could only lead one into despair. The countless skeletal remains Lin Ziluo encountered symbolized those who had succumbed to despair, leaving their corpses behind. Yet, Lin Ziluo remained undaunted. He was presently engaged in the delightful task of sorting through the spoils dropped by the 3 slain bronze-level bosses. Each of the 2 bosses yielded 1 item and 1 piece of equipment, while the third produced a bronze-level treasure chest. Within this chest, he fortuitously discovered a rare agility fruit, bestowing upon him an additional 2 points of agility. As he lacked the capacity to store these items, he retained 1 commendable ring and integrated the remaining items into the 9-Li Pearl. The evolution progress of the 9-Li Pearl now approached approximately 90. The 3 additional free attribute points he received upon reaching level 18 were all allocated to agility, enabling him to traverse with greater swiftness. Lin Ziluo recognized this place as a veritable treasure trove. The abundance of undead creatures here, including boss-level ones, was a stark contrast to the difficulty of finding such adversaries outside. Moreover, the traps lining the pathways expanded Lin Ziluo's creativity. He would often pause to study novel traps he had never encountered, contemplating the optimal arrangements and materials to enhance their efficacy. Through this meticulous examination, Lin Ziluo's proficiency in trap deployment advanced significantly, earning him the title of a master in this field. Hence, he found no urgency to exit the labyrinth. The outside world lacked the abundance of boss-level undead and their accompanying treasure chests. Remaining here was essential to maintain the evolution rate of the Ninely Pearl. Being here felt akin to returning home. On the first day within the labyrinth, Lin Ziluo ascended to level 18. By the third day, he achieved level 19, assigning 3 points to his mental attributes. On the fourth day, the Ninely Pearl absorbed sufficient energy to evolve into a diamond-level item, enhancing the Ninely Blade in the process. Ninely Blade, diamond-level equipment. Attributes: 10 strength for constitution. Attacks possess a 25 armor-piercing attribute, with a chance to inflict 130 strength damage and potentially cause bleeding or destruction effects. Accompanying skills: Ninely Slash releases a blade of energy forward, inflicting 140 strength damage and inducing a pain sensation of up to 220. Ninely Heavy Slash, a single strike against the enemy, delivering 240 strength damage, albeit resulting in a 1.8-second period of immobility. The diamond-level Ninely Blade underwent a profound transformation, significantly enhancing its base attributes while introducing a mechanism akin to a critical hit, allowing for potentially greater damage. Both skills witnessed optimization, increasing their potency and reducing recovery time. This transformation was merely a reflection of the Ninely Blade's evolution. The Ninely Pearl exhibited remarkable changes across its various forms. The Ninely Bow gained a chance for rapid fire, potentially releasing 2 arrows at once. The Ninely Spike acquired a tearing effect, while the Ninely Broadsword enhanced its slashing speed upon impact. Lin Ziluo emphasized the effectiveness of the Ninely Broadsword, as it proved to be the most efficient weapon when confronted with hordes of undead creatures behind the wooden door. With its sweeping strikes, he could effortlessly harvest numerous low-attribute undead. Only when faced with boss-level undead would he revert to the Ninely Blade to claim their lives. Having dispatched approximately 800 undead creatures and amassing an uncontainable supply of resources in his pockets, he finally pushed open the wooden door, revealing 4 bronze-level bosses lurking within. Chapter 104. The 4 bronze-level bosses easily overpowered while Lin Ziluo was enjoying a pleasant existence in the maze of despair. Significant changes were unfolding outside its confines. In particular, the situation in the Magic City became increasingly clear. As time passed, a small segment of players from the Magic City successfully reached level 10. After all, the players in the Magic City possessed an average level higher than those from other cities. Moreover, the boss at the Magic City's class change station had long been vanquished by Lin Ziluo. Players who achieved level 10 merely needed to expend a certain amount of gold to complete the class change quest and obtain a standard profession. Those who successfully transitioned now possessed the strength to confront zombies of the same level, alleviating their previously dire circumstances to a point where starvation was no longer a pressing concern. However, some players in the Magic City began to feel a sense of urgency, as their faith in Yazi had remained silent for far too long. The current level rankings reflected this uncertainty. Level rankings: first, Yazi level 17 profession, War Master 2nd, Zhang Yuanzhong level 13 profession, Soul of the Army 3rd, codename Broken Army level 12 profession, Broken Army 4th, Wraith level 12 profession, Flame Manipulator indeed. Since Yazi had slain the silver level boss and activated the class change station in the Magic City, his level had remained stagnant. The previous second-ranked player, the Ruthless Fool, had also remained stuck at level 10 and ultimately dropped off the leaderboard. Could they have encountered misfortune? It seemed implausible. Previously, a powerful contender had vanished from the rankings immediately upon death, never to linger on the list. Consequently, many speculated audacious theories regarding Yazi's fate. Some conjectured that Yazi had found a serene haven to retire early, forsaking the pursuit of leveling up by slaying zombies. Others speculated that he had been captured by certain organizations and subjected to experimentation like a lab rat. It was truly regrettable that such an impressive figure had fallen silent. The absence of his world announcements left many feeling disconcerted. There was an undeniable sense that something was amiss. Unbeknownst to Lin Ziluo, the outside world was rife with various theories about his current predicament. He was also oblivious to the fact that despite being level 19, the external leaderboard still displayed his level upon entering the maze of despair, which was 17. Could it be that the maze concealed his actions from the outside world? At that moment, he was engaging in friendly interactions with 4 small creatures, a zombie cow, a zombie cat, and 2 zombie mice. The once dreaded bronze-level bosses now appeared before Lin Ziluo in a quartet, igniting an expression of excitement upon his face. For upon defeating these 4 bronze-level bosses, he would ascend to level 20. His next extraordinary boon lay just ahead. Therefore, he resolved to expend no effort in conserving his energy. As the zombie animal bosses charged toward him, Lin Ziluo brandished the Jiuli blade, which gleamed brilliantly before he executed a sweeping strike that unleashed a dazzling blade aura. The Jiuli slash, upon breaking free from the blade, expanded outward, quickly forming a horizontal blade aura exceeding 2 meters in length, completely enveloping the 4 oncoming zombie bosses. The smaller zombie mice and cat deftly evaded the blade aura, but the zombie cow, with its formidable horns, charged straight into the blade aura. The blade aura sliced cleanly through, shattering the cow's horns and stripping away the fur atop its head. Lin Ziluo had anticipated the mice's movements. As they crouched to evade the blade aura, he swiftly delivered a side strike to one of the zombie mice. This blow fortuitously triggered the Jiuli blade's critical effect. Upon contact, a surge of immense power erupted, resulting in a gruesome disembowelment of the zombie mouse. Congratulations, player Yazi, for successfully slaying the level 9 bronze-level boss. Gluttony, zombie mouse, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. The mouse's blood and entrails splattered across the ground, and in the next moment, its body and blood vaporized, leaving behind a piece of bronze-level equipment. Lin Ziluo had effortlessly dispatched the first zombie boss with a single strike. As for the remaining zombie mice and cat, he merely stepped back a few paces to easily evade their attacks, causing the 2 charging from opposite directions to collide with one another, their heads meeting in a rather intimate manner. Oh dear, this world is utterly insane, with rats and cats displaying affection before my very eyes. Thus, Lin Ziluo decisively proclaimed, what is it called when lovebirds meet an untimely end? Raising the Jiuli blade high, he directed a strike at the zombie mouse. The attributes of the zombie mouse paled in comparison to those of the zombie cat, and after their recent collision, the mouse was knocked back several steps, unable to recover its balance. Faced with Lin Ziluo's strike, it could only meet its fate head-on. Congratulations, player Yazi, for successfully slaying the level 8 bronze-level boss, Red-Eye, Zombie Mouse, earning 45 experience points and 78 gold coins. With 1 zombie mouse defeated, only the hornless zombie cow and the zombie cat remained. The zombie cat was the first to fall beneath Lin Ziluo's blade, transforming into experience points. The zombie cow, undeterred, charged at Lin Ziluo with its bare forehead, unleashing its skill, barbaric charge. Lin Ziluo stood his ground, lifting the Jiuli blade high. The blade shimmered, enveloped in a flickering white flame. Jiuli heavy slash. With a powerful downward strike, the Jiuli blade cleaved through the charging zombie cow's head, leaving a terrifying gash in its wake. Congratulations, player Yazi, for successfully slaying the level 9 bronze-level boss, Barbaric, Zombie Cow, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yazi, for advancing to level 20, gaining 3 points in strength, 3 points in constitution, and 3 points in free attribute points. Chapter 105, the third superpower. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully defeating the level 9 bronze boss, the Barbaric Zombie Bull, gaining 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazi for reaching level 20, acquiring 3 points in strength, constitution, and 3 free attribute points. The corpse of the zombie bull dissipated into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching level 20. You were granted an opportunity to draw a superpower. Would you like to draw now? Finally, I have waited a long time for this moment. Let me see what extraordinary abilities can be considered a superpower. Draw, Yazi said with anticipation. The golden finger system responded swiftly. Ding! The third superpower is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations to the player for acquiring the superpower, Eye of Insight. Ding! Eye of Insight enables the host to perceive information about living beings that was previously indiscernible. The effect of this superpower, though succinct, seemed somewhat nebulous at first. What does it mean to perceive previously indiscernible information? Could it be? Yazi appeared to have an epiphany and opened the details of the Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight enables the host to perceive information about living beings that was previously indiscernible. 1. When the host examines a player's information, they can additionally observe the player's title effects, class information, basic attributes, talent abilities, skill effects, and the properties of all equipped items. 2. When the host examines zombie-related creatures, they can additionally view their weaknesses. Yazzie blinked in disbelief. After several blinks, he seemed to want to confirm the authenticity of the text. Clearly, it was true. This is truly. Every single superpower is extraordinarily formidable. I had previously stated, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. But that was in regard to zombies. Yazzie never expected that one day he could scrutinize nearly all attributes of another player. Previously, the information accessible between players was minimal, merely nicknames, titles, levels, and the like. But now, Yazzie's own level could be deemed the highest in the world. Now, whenever any player stands before Yazzie, all their abilities and attributes will be laid bare before him. Any attempts at deception, such as suddenly unleashing a skill that causes temporary blindness or ambushing from an unexpected angle, would be utterly futile. The only thing you wouldn't know is the color of your undergarments. Yazzie was fully aware of all your capabilities, coupled with his legendary combat talent. He could maintain heightened vigilance and anticipation. Is there any law left? Is there any justice? Oh, this is an apocalypse. Indeed, there is none. The first function of the Eye of Insight filled Yazzie with immense joy. The second function, however, remained somewhat vague. Yazzie was uncertain to what extent this so-called weakness could be exploited. He would have to wait for the next encounter with a zombie creature to see the specific effects. Content with the Golden Finger Systems panel, Yazzie leisurely began to sort through the spoils from the recent boss kills. 1 bronze treasure chest, 2 pieces of equipment, 1 item. Okay, after opening the treasure chest, I will devour them all. The diamond-level Julie Pearl has a larger appetite. After consuming these mainstream equipment and items, the progress bar barely increased by 1%. He allocated all the recently acquired free attribute points to agility. Sitting on the ground, Yazzie savored a sumptuous feast before embarking on another journey. Arriving at a crossroads, he confidently chose the middle path this time. Through this period of exploration, he had discerned the basic patterns of safety among the 3 paths. Sure enough, after a while of walking, Yazzie spotted a wooden door. Eagerly, he opened the door, revealing a total of 41 zombie creatures before him. As he raised the Julie blade, he simultaneously examined the attributes of the foremost zombie bird. Level 6 zombie bird basic attributes: Strength, 18, Spirit, 8, Constitution, 13, Agility, 20 weaknesses, 1. Utilizing fire-based skills against the zombie bird will inflict greater damage. 2. The right wing of the zombie bird has sustained impact. Attacking this area will yield excellent results. So this is what the Eye of Insight, referred to as weaknesses. Although it holds little value against a foe like the zombie bird that Yazzie could effortlessly defeat, it would undoubtedly ease battles against higher-tier bosses. While observing the panel, Yazzie unleashed the Jioli slash against the encroaching zombie creatures. The blade's energy cleaved through them. The foremost few zombie creatures were sliced in half, while many of the following ones suffered severed limbs and tails. A one-sided massacre ensued. In under 15 minutes, all the zombie creatures behind the wooden door transformed into mist. Yazzie did not pause for rest, but instead quickened his offensive pace. The Jioli Pearl evolved, granting him a superpower. With both objectives accomplished, it was time to exit. Following the pattern he had deduced, Yazzie sprinted onward. Each time he encountered a crossroads thereafter, the path he chose was invariably the correct one. Simultaneously, every time he faced zombie creatures behind the wooden doors, he swiftly annihilated them. Even when confronted for the 50th time by 5 bronze-level bosses, he effortlessly dispatched them by exploiting the weaknesses revealed by the Eye of Insight, faster than he had dealt with 4 bronze-level bosses. After vanquishing the 5 bronze-level bosses, Yazzie sat down, producing a piece of paper and a pen. Chapter 106, the end of the Despair Maze long before defeating the 3rd wooden door and the zombie rabbits. Lin Ziluo had acquired the paper and pen set. It was from that moment onwards that he commenced documenting the directions of the paths he traversed. Each time he reached a navigable route, he would sketch the path on paper, connecting them in a directional manner. Through this method of record-keeping, after navigating through over 20 levels, Lin Ziluo discerned the general patterns of these safe paths. However, he continued to validate these observations with empirical evidence. Now, further validation was unnecessary, for the trajectory of these paths had begun to coalesce into a discernible pattern, albeit still missing the final 14 strokes. This pattern, any citizen of the Dragon Kingdom would recognize: the Bagua. Lin Ziluo had previously acquired some understanding of the Bagua. Having encountered the notion online that mastering the principles of the I Ching could allow one to feign divination, thereby deceiving young women. Motivated by this claim, Lin Ziluo eagerly plunged into the study of I Ching-related knowledge. The veracity of this assertion was unknown to him, as he had not truly mastered it. He had merely skimmed the surface, retaining fragments of information regarding the 64 hexagrams. It was this superficial knowledge that proved instrumental upon entering the despair maze. Thus, with only 14 levels remaining, he was poised to escape this labyrinth of despair. Stowing away his paper and pen, Lin Ziluo proceeded along the identified path. He chose correctly, encountering neither traps nor stone walls. Yet, an eerie anomaly emerged. This safe passage bore no wooden doors. Lin Ziluo strode directly to the next intersection. Could it be that there were no more wooden doors? Surveying his surroundings, he confirmed the absence of wooden doors along this path. The lack of doors was fortuitous, as it expedited his progress. Lin Ziluo, undeterred by hesitation, continued onward in the calculated direction. Once again, he encountered a path devoid of wooden doors. This was perplexing. The entering horde of zombie creatures must have numbered at least 4,000 or 5,000. How could it be that after merely 50 levels, they had vanished? He had only eliminated a little over 1,000. Where had the rest fled? Lin Ziluo pondered this mystery as he traversed levels 53, 54, 55, until he arrived at the intersection leading to the 64th path. The Bagua diagram on his paper was now only a single stroke away from completion. This time, he resolved to take the central route. At this moment, Lin Ziluo's imagination brimmed with visions of what lay at the end of the passage. Would it be a door that could lead him to freedom? Or perhaps an enchanting realm, shrouded in mystery? Was this maze, constructed upon the principles of the Bagua, merely a labyrinth? With the 9-li blade firmly in hand, Lin Ziluo strode purposefully forward. The length of this journey surpassed that of any previous path, with a total duration of 12 arduous hours. Initially walking, he soon broke into a run. Even with his formidable physique, 12 hours of sustained running left him utterly exhausted. At long last, he glimpsed the conclusion. The astonishing length of the path revealed its true nature, a colossal stone wall. At its center stood the long unseen wooden door. The sole distinguishing feature was the exquisite carvings adorning it, an intricately depicted dragon. The dragon, emblematic of the Dragon Kingdom, symbolizes its faith and reverence. The very nomenclature of the Dragon Kingdom is steeped in references to dragons, underscoring their esteemed status in the hearts of its people. The dragon carved upon this door evoked an uncanny sense of realism in Lin Ziluo, as though it might leap forth at any moment. He could almost hear a fantastical roar, a sound he had never encountered, yet he was certain it was the roar of a dragon. Lin Ziluo refrained from hastily pushing open the wooden door. He could not yet ascertain what lay beyond it. Were the remaining zombie creatures awaiting him? Thus, he resolved to confront whatever awaited him in peak condition. After a 2-hour period of rest, Lin Ziluo restored himself to his prime. With the 9-li blade raised, he pushed open the wooden door. To his astonishment, the door revealed not the anticipated horde of zombie creatures, nor even a single living being. Instead, he beheld an immense semicircular space. The ground within was adorned with a vast array of patterns. A light leap allowed Lin Ziluo to discern that these patterns formed a grand taiji diagram. Above, the semicircular ceiling was etched with countless objects, linked by intricate lines. The layout of this entire space immediately evoked thoughts of the Dragon Kingdom's traditional concept of heaven above, earth below. The engravings on the walls depicted constellations. As he surveyed the entirety of this spatial arrangement, Lin Ziluo also noted 2 circular points within the taiji diagram, representing the yin within the yang and the yang within the yin. Atop these 2 points rested an object, but due to the distance, Lin Ziluo could not discern its nature. Congratulations, player Yaji, for discovering the exit of the Despair Maze and successfully completing the legendary level quest, Despair Maze. Congratulations, player, for receiving quest rewards. Detected that this quest reward is a unique product of Blue Star. System is currently evaluating quest rewards. Matching quest rewards with Blue Star Culture and Apocalypse game system. Match successful, gamification successful. Congratulations, player, for obtaining the key to the boundary. Congratulations, player, for obtaining the source of the departure symbol. Congratulations, player, for obtaining the source of the Kan symbol. Chapter 107. The profession derived from Fushi and the Bagua Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task Escape the Labyrinth. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving the task reward, a random selection of 2 ordinary golden fingers. The voice of the golden finger system resonated. However, Lin Ziluo's attention had long been captivated by the three floating items before him. He finally comprehended the meaning behind the three question marks and the task reward. Yet, what purpose did these items serve? Lin Ziluo first picked up the first floating object. Key to breaking the barrier, a one-time, non-grade special item that, when used, can open a barrier with an energy intensity no greater than the energy within the key for 10 seconds. This key. The moment Lin Ziluo read the description of this item, he understood precisely where this key was meant to be applied. He had previously fretted over the long wait, but now an opportunity had presented itself. He was uncertain, however, if the energy within the key was sufficient to unlock a barrier of that caliber. As for the sources mentioned in the apocalyptic game, the Li Xiang source and the Qin Xiang source, they were merely two floating orbs. The Li Xiang source was a fiery red orb, adorned with flickering orange flames. Within the Bagua, Li represents fire. It seemed that this reward was also related to the Bagua. Lin Ziluo tentatively touched the Li Xiang source. Strangely, although flames danced upon its surface, it felt merely warm to the touch, not at all scorching. Holding the Li Xiang source, Lin Ziluo turned his gaze to the other orb, the Qin Xiang source. Qin represents water. This orb was a deep blue, shaped like a teardrop. Lin Ziluo reached out to touch it as well. It was soft, exuding a refreshing coolness. However, the apocalyptic game had bizarrely not displayed an introduction panel for these two orbs. The rewards from this dungeon quest were rather peculiar, lacking the conventional coins, experience points, or equipment. At that moment, Lin Ziluo also noticed that with the completion of the dungeon quest, the previous task restrictions had been lifted. His storage space was now accessible. He placed all three items into the storage space and began to make his way toward the position of Yin within Yang in this realm. As he approached, he finally caught sight of the item laid out before him. A scroll. Another scroll? Drawing upon his prior experience in the mysterious trial, Lin Ziluo seized the scroll. A warm current flowed forth, transforming the inscriptions on the scroll into comprehensible text. The initial two characters on the scroll did not surprise Lin Ziluo. Fuxi, a cultural origin of the Dragon Kingdom, one of the three sovereigns, even referred to in ancient texts as the god of creation. From the moment Lin Ziluo discovered that this despairing labyrinth was modeled after the Bagua, he understood that this place was inextricably linked to Fuxi, the inventor of the Bagua. The content of the scroll was straightforward. This labyrinth was crafted solely by Fuxi, located at the base of Kunlun Mountain. Thus, the portal had transported Lin Ziluo here. The entrance to the labyrinth had always been within Kunlun Mountain. Anyone who entered through this portal had the chance to inherit the Bagua left behind by Fuxi. Unfortunately, those individuals ultimately became the skeletal remains Lin Ziluo had encountered within the passage. Ironically, Lin Ziluo, a stowaway, successfully escaped the labyrinth. The scroll contained no further information, merely stating that as long as Lin Ziluo grasped the Bagua of Yin within Yang, he could inherit the power of the Bagua. Thus, this place was also a potential site for job transitions. Furthermore, the ability to gain the powers of the Bagua. Lin Ziluo felt a wave of bewilderment. Was this mere coincidence? How had he inadvertently stumbled upon the second profession that had been troubling him? Though uncertain of the nature of this profession, how could the power passed down by Fuxi be anything but remarkable? After stowing the scroll, Lin Ziluo proceeded toward Yin within Yang. Upon arrival, he indeed found a jade pendant resting there. The pendant was round, intricately carved with the design of the Bagua. Lin Ziluo picked up the pendant, and at that very moment, it emitted a radiant display of 8 colors: white, black, azure, purple, blue, red, yellow, and gray. Correspondingly, the characters inscribed on the Bagua, Qian, Can, Jin, Shen, Sen, Li, Kuin, Dui, lit up in sequence. The energies of the 8 colors intertwined, filling the entire space with a vibrant luminescence. Ultimately, they coalesced into a cocoon-like entity that enveloped Lin Ziluo completely. Within the cocoon, Lin Ziluo endured intense pain coursing through his body, akin to a violent clash of opposing forces as the 8 energies wreaked havoc within him. Soon, his skin began to ooze blood, and his entire being trembled from the unimaginable agony. At that moment, the numerous constellations etched upon the dome above released their energies, which surged into the cocoon. These warm energies continuously mended Lin Ziluo's body, alleviating his suffering. His previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. The immense cocoon stood silently in the space, seemingly awaiting the emergence of its occupant. Time appeared to stand still. It was unclear how long had passed. The energies of the 8 distinct attributes gradually settled, and the once hostile forces began to reconcile. Ultimately, they each found a place, coalescing into a singular energy that settled peacefully. As they reached a state of tranquility, the long quiet cocoon stirred. With a crack, akin to a breaking eggshell, the outer shell of the cocoon began to fracture, revealing an increasing number of fissures. As the cracks multiplied, they soon enveloped the cocoon completely, intertwining seamlessly. Ultimately, with a crisp sound, the cocoon shattered. The chrysalis broke. Lin Ziluo emerged. He opened his eyes, which sparkled as if illuminated by a radiant light, exuding an extraordinary brilliance. Detecting that player Yazai is undergoing an unknown energy inheritance. System is analyzing the unknown energy. System successfully identifies that the unknown force originates from Blue Star. Matching the unknown force with Blue Star culture and the apocalyptic game system. Match successful. Game conversion complete. Player Yazai is transitioning to a new profession. Congratulations to player Yazai on successfully transitioning, according to Blue Star culture. The apocalyptic game has designated this profession as Qing Emperor. Chapter 108. The Return of the King. The players are urged to conclude the dungeon swiftly, as the profession of the Azure Emperor requires further data analysis. The Azure Emperor is one of the 5 sovereigns, residing in the East, commanding the Azure Dragon and governing the Eastern Realm. He is also known by the epithet of Fushi. Although Lin Ziluo merely inherited the powers associated with the 8 trigrams created by Fushi, the apocalyptic game system has nonetheless bestowed upon him the title of Azure Emperor. This signifies the terrifying nature of the abilities he has inherited. From this moment forth, he holds the dual titles of Warlord and Azure Emperor, 2 esteemed appellations from ancient times, representing the pinnacle of power. Both titles have been amalgamated within Lin Ziluo. He adorned himself with the jade pendant he had previously held, known as the 8 trigrams pendant. Fushi infused all powers related to the 8 trigrams into this pendant, though these powers have faded with the passage of time. He summoned the 2 orbs of energy, the source of Li and the source of Kan, awarded from his prior tasks, into his hand, placing them upon the surface of the pendant. The orbs effortlessly merged into it. At that moment, the red and blue energy orbs within him began to draw closer together, gradually intertwining. As they rotated around one another, they ultimately fused into a singular entity. Success! Lin Ziluo extended his hands, palms open. A flame erupted from his left hand, while a sphere of water materialized in his right. Indeed, he had acquired the ability to manipulate both fire and water. These source orbs represented the powers that the pendant had lost. By possessing the corresponding source orbs, one could command that element, be it fire, water, lightning, wind, mountain, marsh, sky, or earth. Although Lin Ziluo was unaware of what attributes sky and earth represented, the preceding 6 were already formidable enough. He could hardly fathom the extent of his strength upon acquiring these 6 attributes. The Azure Emperor is indeed a profession that rivals the Warlord in its terrifying prowess. Lin Ziluo surveyed his surroundings. The entire space dimmed the moment he emerged from his cocoon. It was time to depart. As for this maze, it would soon collapse entirely now that Lin Ziluo had inherited the Azure Emperor's powers. In truth, the maze's current functionality was sustained by the energy absorbed from numerous zombie creatures. However, the quantity of zombies drawn from the portal was insufficient. This explained why Lin Ziluo had not encountered any portals after surpassing the 50th level. The dungeon was still incomplete, and he had merely exploited a loophole. Lin Ziluo accessed the mission panel and pressed to conclude the dungeon. In the next moment, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he found himself back in the villa from which he had entered. The first sight that greeted him was the foolishly cheerful grin of Big Fool. Seeing you the moment I returned is quite the surprise, Lin Ziluo remarked with a wry smile. He was aware that Big Fool had been motionless, waiting here for quite some time, and that his information had been completely obscured within the despair maze. His data from 2 weeks prior remained intact. He pondered whether any of the players had surpassed level 17. There was no need to check the equipment or reputation rankings. In 2 months, it was unlikely they would have advanced significantly. The only potential competition lay within the level rankings. Thus, Lin Ziluo casually opened the level leaderboard. Level leaderboard, first, Yazi. Level, 20, profession, Warlord second, Zhang Yuanzhang, level, 17, profession, Military Soul third, Wraith, level, 16, profession, Flame Manipulator fourth, codename, Broken Army, level, 16, profession, Broken Army fifth, Shimin Shui Foam, level, 16, profession, Wind Warrior Ah. After 2 weeks, you all have made little progress, Lin Ziluo sighed. Come on, Big Fool. It's time for us to refresh our presence. With that, he produced the Warlord's job change scroll and handed it to Big Fool. Big Fool accepted the scroll and promptly chose to activate it. while Lin Ziluo awaited the apocalyptic game's data analysis for the Azure Emperor. In the Dragon Kingdom, Kyoto, a middle-aged man wielding a massive sword felled 2 zombies with a single stroke. Congratulations to player Zhang Yuanzhong for successfully advancing to level 18. Gaining. The man beamed with joy. Finally, he had surpassed Yazi, a small victory for our military, he murmured. However, the instant he opened the leaderboard, his smile froze in disbelief. Yazi has reached level 20? He was on the verge of choking on his frustration. After 2 weeks of relentless effort, battling zombies day in and day out to outpace Yazi's level, just as he achieved level 18, Yazi returned, swiftly ascending to level 20. Was this intentional? Simultaneously, various player gatherings erupted in astonishment. Look, Yazi has skyrocketed to level 20. My goodness, Yazi has returned unscathed. The king has returned, and our faith is restored. Not only that, but observe the 5th place. Big fool, he was previously absent from the rankings, now surging to 5th. What in the world happened in just this minute to cause such drastic changes on the leaderboard? I wonder how Yazi managed to leap to level 20 so suddenly. Player Yazi concludes the Dungeon Despair Maze, commencing further data analysis for player Yazi's profession. Azure Emperor, re-optimizing player Yazi's base attributes based on Warlord and Azure Emperor professions. Player Yazi's base attributes at level 10 are Strength, 40, Spirit, 40, Constitution, 40. Agility, 40. Data analysis for Azure Emperor complete. Player Yazi will gain 3 points in all attributes and 5 points in free attributes for each level gained. Lin Ziluo patiently listened to the announcements. As anticipated, both the Azure Emperor and Warlord are top-tier professions. Each level gained provides 3 points in Spirit, Agility, and 3 points in free attributes. However, due to the effects of the Super Golden Finger of Yin-Yang Duality, the free attribute points gained per level are reduced by 1. While all attributes still benefit from the increase of 3 points per level. Following the characteristics of the Yin-Yang Duality Golden Finger, his level would revert to 10. However, this level 10 is not the same as before. Lin Ziluo acquired an additional 9 free attribute points from the world announcement. Combined with the 2 points in agility from the agility fruit and the abundant energy he absorbed while encased in the cocoon, along with the restorative effects of the 8 trigrams balance ability, allowed him to achieve a perfect equilibrium at level 10 with all attributes at 40. He would then ascend back to level 20 according to the new leveling attributes, excluding his equipment and title bonuses. Lin Ziluo's foundational attributes at level 20 had reached an extraordinarily formidable level. Basic attributes: Strength, 70, Spirit, 70, Constitution, 70, Agility, 70. This reflects Lin Ziluo's situation before allocating the 50 free points obtained from leveling up to level 10. A transformation of the soul. This extraordinary growth can only be described as a metamorphosis. Given the perfect equilibrium of his attributes, Lin Ziluo decided against special allocation. He simply distributed 10 points to each attribute, with the remaining 10 points entirely devoted to strength. Revised basic attributes: Strength, 90, Spirit, 80, Constitution, 80, Agility, 80. The enhancement is immeasurable compared to Lin Ziluo's state prior to entering the dungeon. Even when considering equipment and titles, combined with the Jiuli Blade, his current attributes far exceed those earlier figures. This illustrates the terrifying potential of the fusion between 2 premier classes. Subsequently, Lin Ziluo accessed his profession panel to examine the abilities of the Azure Emperor. Profession: Azure Emperor. Description: the Azure Emperor, one of the 5 celestial emperors, presides over the East and commands the Azure Dragon. Born from the fusion of the celestial energy of the heavenly star array established by the Taihao Fushi lineage and the mystical power of the Bagua pendant. This profession is the most profound of all. Attributes: for every level gained, one receives 3 points in Spirit, 3 points in Agility, and 3 points in free attributes. Abilities: 1. Celestial Star Enhancement. Your strength can be augmented by the celestial stars. The brighter the stars shine, the greater your power increase. 2. Bagua Power. By collecting source pearls, you can replenish the missing energy of the Bagua pendant and thus master the attributes associated with those source pearls. 3. Specific abilities yet to be activated. Though Lin Ziluo was already aware of certain aspects of the Azure Emperor profession, he couldn't help but nod in approval upon viewing the panel. It is truly profound. The apocalyptic game dares to bestow such an exalted description. Never before had Lin Ziluo encountered anything like it. At that moment, the jade pendant around his neck successfully digitized, revealing concrete information. Bagua Pendant, a special item of no grade. This jade pendant contains the power of the Bagua. Abilities. Li. By consuming spirit, you can harness the power of flames. Qin. By consuming spirit, you can harness the power of water. Skills. Upon acquiring the corresponding attributes, you may, through your understanding, grasp the skills related to those attributes. Indeed, this is the skill set inherent to the Azure Emperor profession. If the skills of the Weapon Master evolve with the upgrades of the Julie Pearl and its changing forms, then the skills associated with the Azure Emperor are straightforward. As long as you possess the appropriate source pearl and sufficient comprehension to learn, you can attain an infinite array of skills. Even if one struggles to learn, one can manipulate the elements at will. All attributes achieve a flawless balance. The convergence of two elite professions. The potential for skill acquisition is boundless. This encapsulates the current state of Lin Ziluo. Exhaling deeply, he felt the surging power within him and stretched his body vigorously. Although his base attributes do not match those of his previous life, he believes his physical condition is far superior now. The two reclassifications have refined Lin Ziluo's body to its utmost limits. All toxins have been expelled, and any subtle flaws from previous battles or growth have been entirely rectified. If there truly exists a concept of an innate pure physique as mentioned in ancient texts, it must be referring to Lin Ziluo's current condition. Roar. The hulking figure across from him, Big Fool, let out a furious roar. His reclassification was successful. Moreover, Big Fool's experience gain was synchronized with the zombies. However, he had been unable to advance due to his prior inability to reclassify, leading to a suppression of his level by the player template, forcing him to accumulate experience endlessly. Now, with his successful reclassification, he has finally broken free from those shackles and descended to level 16, reclaiming the 5th position on the Dragon Kingdom's leaderboard. The Overlord profession does not allow for free attribute allocation, so Lin Ziluo need not instruct Big Fool on adjusting his stats. Instead, he turned his attention to the capabilities of the Overlord profession. Overlord. Abilities. Strength that moves mountains. Your strength is the foundation of all your abilities. As long as your strength is sufficient, you can shatter numerous restrictions, shields, curses, controls, and limitations with your attacks. Strength transforms all, provided your strength is ample. You can conjure a variety of effects, control effects, elemental attributes, attack techniques, and defensive capabilities through your sheer power. Chapter 110, The Personal Combat Power Tournament. Nothing has truly changed. Lin Ziluo sighed as he gazed at the introduction of the Berserker class. For the average individual, reading such a description would elicit a crooked smile. Incredible! One strike breaks all laws. One force transforms all techniques. Is this not an utterly invincible ability? I must learn it. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Ziluo had perused this class introduction no fewer than 5 times previously. The Titan, the Giant Spirit, the 100-armed Giant, the Titan, the Brute. Most classes renowned for their strength bore similar descriptions. After all, these classes lacked the flashy abilities of others and could only enhance their strength through such means. Yet, one must not be ensnared by this simplistic textual trap. The prerequisite for utilizing these two abilities is simply having sufficient strength. The word simply. The limitations of this ability soon become apparent. Do you know when your strength will meet the required standard? 10 points? 100 points? 1,000 points? Moreover, despite the identical descriptions of these abilities, the conversion of strength attributes varies. For instance, if 2 players possess the same strength attribute and wish to break the same barrier, the Brute class player must unleash 100 strikes, while the Titan class player requires only 10. Such a disparity is evident. Lin Ziluo encouraged his companion, the dim-witted one, to attempt the defensive ability of One Force Transforms All techniques. He had previously witnessed an individual with the Giant Spirit class perform this feat. It allowed one to absorb a vast array of minerals and hard objects from the ground, forming an incredibly sturdy stone armor for defense. The dim-witted one commenced his initial endeavor. Placing his hand upon the ground, the tiles and rubble began to crawl up his palm, enveloping him. Yet, once these materials completely encased his fist, they could progress no further. Well, with your current strength attribute, achieving this is significantly better than that of the Brute. Lin Ziluo nodded. In this light, the Berserker class indeed exhibits a commendable conversion rate for strength attributes. At that moment, Lin Ziluo recalled that he still had 2 ordinary golden fingers yet to be drawn. It was all the fault of the overwhelming allure of the Qingdi class that had captured his attention. Please draw both ordinary golden fingers for me at once. Lin Ziluo commanded decisively. Ding. Ordinary golden fingers are being drawn. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing Absolute Domination LV1, and probability breakthrough LV1. Ding. As the host already possesses the absolute domination LV1, its level has been upgraded to LV2. Absolute domination LV2, capable of enslaving 2 zombies, whose strength does not exceed the host's, to become 1s subordinates currently, 1, the dim-witted one. Probability breakthrough LV1. All effects related to probability triggers and profession, talent, equipment, and skills will increase by 1. Oh, splendid. This time, the 2 consecutive draws yielded types identical to the previous round. Among the 2 golden fingers, one was a duplicate of a prior acquisition, while the other was entirely new. Remarkably, both were precisely what Lin Ziluo desired. The effects of absolute domination need no elaboration. The dim-witted one stands as Lin Ziluo's first loyal subordinate. He is now a formidable ally, allowing Lin Ziluo to save considerable time and effort on troublesome matters. However, the selection process for this golden finger must not be rushed. It is paramount to choose a zombie that perfectly meets the criteria. Lin Ziluo did not forget that he still possessed a Phantom Clash transfer scroll. If it can be utilized by his own people, why should the benefits flow to outsiders? As for the effect of the second ordinary golden finger, need it be stated? It is simply outrageous. Every probability is elevated by 1. The intimidating effect of the lion's bracers, the combo effect of the combo gloves, the critical hit effect of the Jiuli blade. Reflecting on it, all these effects would have their trigger probabilities enhanced by 1. When interconnected, the resulting number is terrifying. By the late stages of the apocalypse, nearly every piece of equipment would carry such probability-triggered effects. If the level of probability breakthrough were to rise several levels, enhancing attributes by a few percentages, Lin Ziluo could envision his strike resulting in immediate bleeding, stunning, immobilizing, and confusion. A plethora of negative buffs would simultaneously afflict his opponent. Who could withstand such a barrage? Lin Ziluo suspected that, were it not for the relatively modest increase provided by probability breakthrough, it could rival that of a super golden finger. This time's draw of ordinary golden fingers was quite favorable. Coupled with the previous draw, Lin Ziluo resolved to accumulate 2 ordinary golden fingers before proceeding with future draws. Following the pattern of 1 old golden finger and 1 new golden finger for each draw seemed quite enticing. Attention, players of Magic City. The Personal Combat Power Tournament in Magic City has officially concluded. The winner of the Magic City Combat Power Ranking is player Mo Yun. Based on the city's overall strength, they received 2 premium random silver grade equipment, along with substantial gold, experience, reputation, and free attribute points as rewards. The second place in the Magic City Combat Power Ranking is player, the Chinibu Boy, based on. The third place is player, the Swordsman, based on. Just as Lin Ziluo and the dim-witted one stepped out of the villa, they heard the announcement from the apocalyptic game. Oh, it seems the Personal Combat Power Tournament in Magic City has concluded, Lin Ziluo mused, somewhat surprised. He quickly realized that all players in Magic City had leveled up. Thus, the timing of the tournament had been advanced significantly. The requirement for the city's Personal Combat Power Tournament to commence is that 30 of players within the city must exceed level 10. Once the tournament begins, a designated location within the city is announced, along with a time limit. All players who arrive at the specified location within the time frame will be considered registered participants. The ranking rewards of the Personal Combat Power Tournament can be described as exceedingly generous for ordinary players. For Lin Ziluo, the rewards were also commendable. However, he did not place much importance on the Magic City Personal Combat Power Tournament. After all, it could only be participated in once. Why not seek a more intriguing venue for participation? Chapter 111. Fireball Spell. To be frank, dining outdoors is far more delightful than in the oppressive confines of a labyrinth. Lin Ziluo set down his utensils and remarked contentedly. When he emerged from the despair labyrinth, it was afternoon. And it was then he learned that the Personal Combat Power Tournament in the Magic City had concluded. Thus, he set off with his loyal companion, Big Fool, towards the surrounding villages of the Magic City without delay. Having endured the labyrinth and undergone a class change, Lin Ziluo found the zombies to pose no threat to him. Even when encircled by the undead, he could effortlessly carve his way out. They journeyed until 11 o'clock at night, eventually locating an empty dwelling in a small village, which was, in fact, entirely deserted. After enjoying his dinner, Lin Ziluo glanced at Big Fool, who was still gnawing on a roasted chicken. This marked the 8th chicken he had devoured. Being outside for over 10 days had truly left the child starved for indulgence. Lin Ziluo was not idle either. He retrieved a scroll from his storage space. Fireball Spell Scroll. This scroll had previously been withheld for 9 Li Pearls consumption due to its immense power as a one-time area attack spell. However, The time had come for it to serve its true purpose. Suddenly, an orange-red flame ignited in the center of Lin Ziluo's other hand. He closed his eyes, carefully attuning to the essence of the flame. This was a power bestowed upon him by the Bagua. After comprehensively understanding the flame's characteristics, he began to manipulate it. The small flicker in his palm started transforming into various shapes, at times elongated into a fiery cord, at others forming a ring of flames. Lin Ziluo found this exercise far from tedious. It was, after all, his first experience with manipulating mage-related phenomena, and it was indeed fascinating. After some time, Lin Ziluo mastered the technique of controlling the flame, which became increasingly agile in his grasp. The moment was ripe. He unfurled the fireball spell scroll, and a fireball, the size of a human head, floated before him. Yet, instead of launching it, he scrutinized the fireball's structure and the arrangement of its elemental components. After observing for a considerable time, Lin Ziluo endeavored to replicate the fireball's effect with the flame in his hand. However, after a single attempt, he realized his presumption was misguided. The comprehension of this spell proved exceedingly challenging. Merely condensing a fireball of equal potency was a daunting task, let alone directing it to a designated location for an explosion. Fortunately, patience was a virtue Lin Ziluo possessed in abundance. He began to practice repeatedly, conjuring flames that either detonated or extinguished. The first attempt resulted in an explosion due to an improper shape. The second attempt detonated prematurely due to hastiness in the condensation process. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Ziluo finally succeeded in conjuring a miniature fireball. Although its size was diminutive and its power far inferior to the fireball spell, he could assure that this fireball perfectly replicated the entire process of the spell. At that moment, he was elated to hear the voice of the Doomsday Game. Congratulations, player Yazi has successfully comprehended the skill Fireball spell through the profession characteristic of the Green Emperor. Fireball spell, a mage skill that consumes a certain amount of mental energy to condense a fireball. Upon being launched at a specified location, the fireball will explode, dealing damage equivalent to 170 of the consumed mental energy. Due to the nature of mental energy consumption and the mechanics of physical attacks, mage skills enjoy a significant enhancement in damage. Lin Ziluo contentedly stowed away the fireball, while the fireball spell scroll in his hand crumbled to ashes, having been utilized. A bronze-tier item exchanged for his skill. What a splendid bargain! In the future, he would need to be vigilant in collecting such scrolls. Even if he currently lacked the relevant attributes, they would undoubtedly prove beneficial later on. The Magic City shop offered numerous scrolls, yet the distance made it impractical to return for purchases. After mastering the new skill, Lin Ziluo casually reclined on the chair and drifted into slumber. In Kyoto, at the Li family manor, the expansive estate was one of the many legacies left by the ancestors of the Li clan. The Li family had endured the vicissitudes of dynastic change, maintaining their formidable influence until the present day. It was only with the advent of the apocalypse that the Li family faced a genuine crisis. In the wake of the Doomsday Game's arrival, a multitude of servants, security personnel, and most direct members of the Li family were selected to become zombies at that fateful moment. The turmoil within the Li family manor was quelled after a few days. Concurrently, a tragic revelation reached the ears of the family patriarch, Li Lishuan. His eldest son, Li Haowen, had unfortunately succumbed to zombification at the onset of the apocalypse. Upon receiving this news, Li Lishuan nearly lost his breath. Li Haowen had been earmarked as the next patriarch since childhood, receiving the finest resources and the best mentors curated by Li Lishuan himself. To have nurtured him for over half a lifetime, only for him to vanish at the arrival of the apocalypse, was a devastating blow. Li Lishuan continually reminded himself not to panic, for he still had his younger son, Li Haobo. Although this youngest son had been deliberately rendered inept through Li Lishuan's misguided upbringing. Indeed, Li Haobo's arrogance, psychological deformities, and other extreme flaws were the direct result of Li Lishuan's intentions. He aimed to create an almost worthless heir, thereby avoiding a scenario where his two sons would vie against one another for the family fortune. The more inept, the lesser the threat, was it not? As for Li Haobo's heinous actions and reckless disregard for life, Li Lishuan considered them trivial matters. The common folk sacrificing their lives to please the Li family was merely their honor. Of course, these thoughts were confined to the depths of Li Lishuan's mind. Outwardly, he presented as a refined and cultured gentleman. On this particular night, at the heart of the Li estate, Li Lishuan sat at the center of a long table, gazing at those assembled beside him. He spoke, "I shall not mince words today. In the Kyoto Personal Combat Power Tournament, what rank do you anticipate achieving? Rest assured, Patriarch. While I cannot guarantee first place, securing a position within the top 3 poses no challenge. confidently declared a heavily armored man. His name was Shi Jingshan, known in the Doomsday game as the Celestial Demon. He currently ranked 7th on the Dragon Kingdom's leaderboard. Chapter 112. The border of the Demon City. What about the top 3? Li Lishuan furrowed his brow and spoke. No, merely the top 3 lacks sufficient allure. What I desire is the first place. I wish to showcase the might of the Li family, to let those players yet to join our organization witness our strength. Li Lishuan continued. Shi Jingshan displayed a look of concern as he replied, I might manage to compete for second place, but with Zhang Yuanzhong involved, first place seems unattainable. Who says we must fight to the death in battle? Li Lishuan suddenly revealed a cold smile. The expressions of Shi Jingshan and the others present shifted dramatically. Patriarch. Zhang Yuanzhong has the army backing him. Shi Jingshan cautioned. What time is it now? Do not worry. It's not as though we are fighting to kill. Besides, do you believe they would dare to turn against us in this situation? To be frank, our 3 major families are preparing to ally completely. We need not concern ourselves with these matters. Li Lishuan spoke lightly, yet those present shuddered involuntarily. Enough. This is not up for discussion. It is an order. Retrieve the first place by any means necessary. Li Lishuan declared abruptly. As these words fell, the atmosphere became tense, and everyone responded in unison. Yes, we will do everything in our power to fulfill this command. After this response, they returned to their normal demeanor. By the way, why have I yet to receive any information regarding Rongzhan's ranking? With his strength, he cannot possibly have failed to appear on the leaderboard even once, Li Lishuan inquired. Due to the blockade between cities, he had no way of knowing Li Haobua's situation in the Demon City. He could only send someone to monitor the rankings, hoping for Rongzhan's name to appear. Patriarch, do not worry. I believe that kid Rongzhan is simply slacking off, playing around with the young master every day. Hence his absence from the leaderboard, Shi Jingshan reassured him. I hope so. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Li Lishuan began to console himself. All right. Prepare swiftly. Gather all the best equipment and items, and finalize plans regarding Zhang Yuanzhong as soon as possible. Upon mentioning Li Haobua, a wave of unease washed over Li Lishuan. After uttering these words, he turned and left. Exiting the hall, Li Lishuan made his way to his study. I must hasten our progress. With Haowen gone and no news from Haobua, I must seize this opportunity to elevate the Li family to its zenith. With determination, Li Lishuan approached an antique bookshelf in his study. After a series of adjustments, the bookshelf shifted mysteriously, revealing a hidden chamber behind it. Li Lishuan entered the secret room with a grave expression. As he stepped inside, the bookshelf returned to its original position, concealing the entrance completely. Another sunlit morning dawned. Lin Ziluo set off early with Dashin. The previous night, they had arrived at a small village on the outskirts of the Demon City. Now, they found themselves at a more peripheral location. They could see that in just a few more minutes, they would reach the barrier between cities. Naturally, the closer they got to the city's perimeter, the more zombies they encountered. After all, the players in this area were exceedingly sparse, even if there were any. They had long since ventured towards the city center. The class transfer stations, shops, and dungeons that could aid in survival were all located in the heart of the city. Roar, roar. The sound of growling echoed several times. Lin Ziluo noticed a horde of zombies emerging from a pile of abandoned vehicles ahead. Rushing towards him. Just what I needed. Lin Ziluo's eyes brightened as he extended his left hand, conjuring a fiery orange fireball that rapidly expanded from the size of a ping-pong ball to that of a basketball. However, he did not rush to throw it. As the ravenous zombies charged closer, he raised his right hand, summoning the ninely blade. Without needing any skills, Lin Ziluo sliced through the oncoming zombie with a single strike, severing it cleanly in half. The zombie's body fell apart, blood splattering everywhere. At that moment, the horde of zombies behind had closed in. Lin Ziluo hurled the fireball he had prepared earlier into the throng of zombies. Though the fireball traveled slowly at first, it accelerated rapidly during its flight, crashing into the zombie horde. Zombies along its path were scorched upon contact with the fireball. The fireball soon reached the epicenter of the zombie tide, and Lin Ziluo mentally commanded it to explode. Boom. A muffled explosion resonated. Charred limbs and dismembered bodies were flung from the center of the horde, while many surrounding zombies were knocked to the ground by the blast shockwave. Simultaneously, a delightful notification chimed in Lin Ziluo's ears. Congratulations, player Yazi has successfully slain a level 12 zombie, earning 12 experience points and 14 gold coins. Congratulations. Player Yazi has successfully slain a level 11 zombie, earning 11 experience points and 13 gold coins. But that was not the end. In that moment, Lin Ziluo's ninely blade unleashed a ninely slash. A massive blade aura erupted from the edge of the blade, dispatching the remaining dozen or so zombies within the horde. With these two skills combined, Lin Ziluo successfully eradicated a horde of over 40 zombies. His experience bar, already on the brink of leveling up, was completely filled. Congratulations, player Yazzie has risen to level 21, gaining 3 points in all attributes and 5 points in free attributes. Player Yazzie requires 3,633 experience points to level up again. Having allocated the newly acquired 5 points to his spirit, Lin Ziluo continued onward with Dashin, who had been observing from the sidelines. Chapter 113. Arrival. Half an hour later, Lin Ziluo, accompanied by the simple-minded Dasha, successfully reached the outskirts of the demon city. As far as the eye could see, the road they traversed continued to stretch into the distance. At the far end of the road, a multitude of zombies could be seen leisurely wandering about. Lin Ziluo's presence did not attract their attention, as if he were non-existent just a few meters away. He extended his arm forward but was met by an invisible barrier. Simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed in the air. The borders between cities are completely sealed by a barrier. Players are advised to patiently wait until the barrier is lifted before proceeding to other cities. Lin Ziluo took out the key of breaking the barrier, an item capable of dismantling such barriers. He had long intended to leave the demon city and head to Kyoto, where the Li family's stronghold lay. It was only natural to seek vengeance as swiftly as possible. However, crossing the city boundary at this stage posed considerable challenges. He was aware that a solution existed, which involved locating a special dungeon. While in the heart of the demon city, Lin Ziluo had been searching for it, but before he could find it, he unexpectedly obtained the key of breaking the barrier. Thus, he no longer needed to rely on chance. This was why he had brought Dasha to the city barrier, intending to use the key to unlock it and then utilize a technique to teleport to Kyoto. Now, all that was required was for the energy of the key to breach the barrier. Lin Ziluo pressed the key against the invisible shield, firmly holding it in place. The spot where the key made contact with the barrier began to ripple with blue waves. Player Yazzie is required to consume the key of breaking the barrier to open the city shield. It appeared feasible. Lin Ziluo decisively chose yes. As he pressed the key against the barrier, it began to release a substantial surge of energy. The previously limited blue ripples swiftly expanded across the entire barrier. As more energy flowed in, the barrier visibly trembled. Lin Ziluo's hand, resting on the barrier, trembled in unison. The trembling persisted for half an hour, and Lin Ziluo's arm began to tire. Finally, a crisp sound resonated as the barrier shattered like a broken mirror, revealing a vast expanse of blackness. This dark area, akin to a black hole, exuded a dizzying profundity that compelled one to gaze longer. Yet, wasn't the road supposed to lie just beyond the barrier? Lin Ziluo felt no surprise. After calling out to Dasha, he stepped into the abyss, with Dasha closely following him. Within moments, the barrier reformed, restoring tranquility as if nothing had transpired. Upon traversing the dark expanse, Lin Ziluo and Dasha found themselves in a spacious, stark white room. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all in unblemished white, and the room was devoid of any furnishings. This was one of the numerous waiting rooms within the apocalyptic game. Many players matched for dungeons had to come here to wait until enough participants gathered to initiate the dungeon. Lin Ziluo's arrival here was a result of breaking the barrier, having exited the city's confines and disrupted the current order of the apocalyptic game. The presence of two stowaways like Lin Ziluo and Dasha in this space was not permitted. A voice resembling the game's system echoed in the empty room. Players Yazzie and Dasha have violated the game rule prohibiting intercity traversal at this stage. They will be returned in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The moment had arrived. I request a return to the Kyoto region, Lin Ziluo hurriedly declared. Beside him, Dasha, unable to speak, had his consciousness taken over by Lin Ziluo, who added, I also request a return to the Kyoto region. After both players voiced their requests, silence engulfed the room, halting the countdown. Minutes later, their application was approved, and they were in the process of being transported to the Kyoto city boundary. The system's voice concluded, and a black portal materialized in the center of the room. Success. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo dove into the black portal. As he emerged, he was immediately greeted by the distinct odor of zombies. Almost instantaneously, a claw lunged at his chest. Having just arrived, Lin Ziluo was unsteady on his feet and was forced to raise the Julie blade to parry the strike. After deflecting the attack, he swiftly retaliated, dispatching the zombie that had ambushed him. It was at this moment that he finally took stock of his surroundings. Damn it! Lin Ziluo couldn't help but curse. He had never anticipated that the apocalyptic game would transport him directly into the midst of a horde of zombies, an endless sea of undead stretching before him. The densely packed zombies soon detected his presence. To these creatures, who had not encountered a human for several days in the outskirts, Lin Ziluo's arrival was nothing short of a divine surprise, or perhaps a fright. In the next instant, Desha appeared behind Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo first slashed through several zombies in front of him, creating enough space, and then they formed a defensive position, one in front and one behind. Armed with the Julie blade, each swing sent multiple zombies crashing to the ground. Desha wielded a bronze giant hammer, each strike flattening several zombies into a pulp. Their impenetrable defense kept the surrounding zombies at bay. Chapter 114. Encountering the zombie tide, the relentless horde of zombies surged towards them, and Lin Ziluo estimated that he and Dashin had dispatched at least 100 of these creatures. Yet, as he looked up, the mass of zombies continued to pour in frantically, showing no signs of dwindling. The scale of this zombie swarm was staggering. They had undoubtedly been teleported right into the midst of a gathering tide of the undead. Lin Ziluo hurled a fireball, quickly igniting it to clear a substantial area ahead of him. Seizing this opportunity, he leaped high to survey the situation of the zombie tide. It was evident that there were at least 5,000 zombies in this swarm. The number of zombies in Dashin's direction was relatively fewer. Upon landing, Lin Ziluo swiftly exchanged positions with Dashin and dashed forward. He did not forget to retrieve a small red bottle and a small blue bottle. After deftly removing the caps, he gulped down the contents of both potions. Once again, he unleashed a 9-li slash to clear the path of zombies before advancing several meters further. Thus, while navigating through the throng of zombies, Lin Ziluo and Dashin pressed on with great difficulty. Fortunately, with the stamina absorption from the vampiric ring 2 and the restorative effects of the red potion, Lin Ziluo found his energy replenished for an extended period. However, Dashin was beginning to struggle. Although zombies lacked stamina, their physical capabilities had limits. Moreover, Dashin did not possess combat skills as refined as Lin Ziluo's. His bronze warhammer occasionally revealed slight openings, allowing a few zombies to claw or bite at him. Accumulating wounds now covered his body. Lin Ziluo glanced back and realized this was unsustainable. Had Dashin not had a robust physique, he would have collapsed long ago. With a decisive wave of his hand, Lin Ziluo retrieved several supply cards from his storage space, all containing Dashin's favorite roasted chickens and pork knuckles. He casually activated one and handed it to Dashin, who, still wielding his warhammer, turned his head and seized the roasted chicken, devouring it without even chewing the bones. As he relished the meal, his injuries began to mend. With Dashin's vitality restored, Lin Ziluo felt emboldened to charge forward. He had lost count of the number of zombies he had slain, only aware that his recently filled experience bar was nearing completion once more. However, his mental energy was depleted. As soon as the cooldown for his fireball and 9-li slash concluded, he cast them in the optimal direction until he could no longer unleash any skills. Fortunately, he still had the 9-li blade at his disposal. Had he been wielding a conventional weapon, it would have sustained damage from the intense combat. Lin Ziluo had not suffered any injuries. Even the blood splattered on him had been cleansed by the order of the Demon City. After enduring for several more minutes, hope flickered as he noticed the influx of zombies in his direction began to slow. Upon looking up, he saw that a vast expanse lay behind the horde. They had successfully pierced through the zombie swarm. With their objective in sight, Lin Ziluo felt invigorated. He strained to extract every ounce of his rejuvenated mental energy and unleashed another 9-li slash. The blade of energy swept through the air. Congratulations, player Yaji, for successfully slaying a level 11 zombie, earning 11 experience points and 13 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yaji, for leveling up to level 22. With an increase of 3 to all attributes, and gaining 5 points of free attributes. Player Yaji requires 3,845 experience points to reach the next level. The announcement of his level up echoed once more. A multitude of zombies fell lifelessly into pools of blood, and Lin Ziluo finally broke free from the encirclement. Dashin swiftly followed him out. With zombies hot on their heels, the pair raced towards a distant hill. Lin Ziluo's impressive agility served him well, allowing him to outpace the zombie horde significantly, affording him the luxury of scouting for a suitable place to shake off their pursuers. Soon, he spotted a small village not far off. After several more minutes of sprinting, Lin Ziluo plunged into the village, seeking refuge in an open water well. Not by jumping into the water, but by bracing himself against the stone walls within, wedged in a middle position. His agility was nearly thrice that of the zombies. Upon his arrival, the tide of undead was still a considerable distance away. Once they lost sight of Lin Ziluo, the zombies ceased their pursuit, and, following the game's guidance, return to their congregating spot. As for Dashin, as long as he refrained from initiating an attack, the zombies would not target him. After Lin Ziluo nestled into the well, he began to manipulate his own presence, drawing upon his experience to diminish Dashin's visibility. Ultimately, he mimicked a true zombie, seamlessly blending into the ranks of the undead. It was astonishingly convincing. Had Dashin not had remnants of chicken grease clinging to the corner of his mouth, Lin Ziluo believed their ruse would have been perfect. The only loss was Dashin's bronze warhammer, which Lin Ziluo had encouraged him to discard to facilitate their disguise within the horde. Only when the zombies had completely moved on did Lin Ziluo emerge from the well, breathless yet exhilarated. What a thrilling experience, he gasped. This city truly gave me a formidable challenge from the outset. Chapter 115. Ready to depart indeed, it was merely a show of force. Lin Ziluo had also reaped numerous benefits. Just look at the vast array of equipment and items within his storage space, surely. It would take others an eternity to accumulate such a fortune. Moreover, he had recently leveled up, his rank soaring by 1 in a remarkably short span. The 5 newly acquired points and free attributes were allocated to his mental strength, resulting in astonishing foundational attributes. Basic attributes: strength, 96 mentality, 96 constitution, 86 agility, 86. Gazing upon these attributes, Lin Ziluo felt an overwhelming urge to engage in a bout with the horde of zombies. If he could vanquish thousands of them, might he not ascend to yet another level? Nonetheless, despite his musings, he had no intention of pursuing such a course. Levels could be farmed at any time, yet striking back at the Leaf family was a rare opportunity not to be squandered. Lin Ziluo began to organize the equipment adorning his person. As the level of zombies increased, so too did the quality of the gear. By the time zombies reached around level 20, even the common ones could drop silver-grade equipment and items. Upon reaching level 50, the potential for golden-grade drops emerged. Most of the equipment he currently possessed was procured from level 5 or 6 zombies. Although the quality was exceptional, it was clear that several pieces had become obsolete. The bracelet, cloak, and chest armor still ranked among the best and required no replacement. However, the 3 items, lion's bracers, gold coin ring, and combo gloves, were due for an upgrade. Lin Ziluo commenced a thorough search through his storage space, which now boasted an impressive volume of 10 cubic meters, expanded through the opening of bronze treasure chests in the labyrinth. At present, he had no fewer than 30 pieces of equipment within. Soon, he retrieved a silver-white bracer. This piece of equipment could be worn on the elbow and featured 2 wolf fangs extending from it. Wolf Fang Bracer, silver-grade equipment, crafted from 4 cursed wolf fangs. Endowed with potent curse power. Attributes: 2 strength, 2 constitution skill, curse power. Upon activation, each of your attacks has a 10 chance to trigger the curse power for 1 minute, randomly inflicting fear, intimidation, nausea, and other negative effects on the enemy. Cooldown: 24 hours. This piece of equipment was obtained from a bronze chest within the labyrinth. Its attributes were indeed commendable, so despite occupying space, Lin Ziluo decided to keep it. Next, he unearthed a blood-red ring. Bloodthirst ring, bronze-grade equipment. Blood serves as the source of its functionality. Attributes: non-passive skill, bloodthirst. Each time an enemy is slain, your strength attribute increases by 1 for 10 minutes, up to a maximum of 5 stacks. Bronze-grade equipment could enhance attributes by up to 5 points. Although the conditions were somewhat stringent, Lin Ziluo found them manageable. The final item he retrieved was the claw gloves. Claw gloves, bronze-grade equipment. They enable swift retribution against foes. Attributes: 2 strength skill, claw. Suddenly launches claws to attack enemies, dealing 150 of your strength attribute as damage. Cooldown: 12 hours. All 3 pieces of equipment were notably excellent, providing Lin Ziluo with 2 new skills and 1 passive skill. Once he had donned these items, Big Silly returned, clutching his beloved bronze giant hammer. Lin Ziluo wasted no time, handing over the equipment he had just replaced to Big Silly, along with a rather impressive ring. Small space ring, bronze-grade equipment, containing a miniature storage space. Attributes: 1 strength skill, storage space, 0.5 cubic meters. It was indeed a remarkable achievement for Big Silly to finally possess his own storage space, although it was relatively small and could not accommodate the bronze giant hammer. It was ample enough to store a few roast chickens or pork knuckles. With everything prepared, the 2 sought refuge in an empty room within the small village. They rested for a considerable time, allowing themselves to fully recuperate from their earlier battle. This village, much like the one Lin Ziluo had stayed in the previous night, was devoid of any living souls, with zombies completely absent. It seemed that all the survivors had fled towards the city center of Kyoto. While the zombies had been lured away to prepare for the impending horde, Lin Ziluo did not linger long. He was still uncertain about the nature of the personal combat tournament in Kyoto and needed to familiarize himself with the current situation there. While he was well acquainted with the state of the Magic City before its unsealing, Kyoto was an entirely different realm, shrouded in mystery. First, Lin Ziluo procured a map of the Kyoto region from one of the houses, soon discovering that the village was situated in the southeast direction of Kyoto. To reach the city center from here would require at least a day. Indeed, his sense of urgency was justified. "So, where are you from? How could you be unaware of the system notifications?" A young man inquired, perplexed. "We were asleep at the time and missed the information regarding the personal combat tournament." Lin Ziluo replied, his expression filled with regret. Naturally, the young man could not perceive Lin Ziluo's demeanor. He merely regarded the figure in the black robe adorned with an exaggerated devil mask with skepticism. How could anyone remain oblivious to such a widely disseminated announcement? Attempting to examine Lin Ziluo's information, the young man was met with a series of question marks. He then turned his attention to a towering, muscular man. Basic information. Nickname: Big Silly. Title: Zombie Butcher. Level: 16B. Big Silly. The young man's expression transformed from disdain to a facade of forced smiles in mere seconds. "Oh, it's you, Big Silly. Had I known, I would have gladly explained the personal combat tournament to you." The young man hurriedly continued. 3 days ago, the Apocalypse game informed us that due to 30 of players in Kyoto reaching level 10, a personal combat tournament would be held. Anyone who reaches level 10 and arrives at the Kyoto Sports Stadium by 2 p.m. tomorrow will be successfully registered. The Kyoto Sports Stadium? Lin Ziluo finally gleaned a piece of useful information. It was only logical that a venue capable of accommodating such a multitude for combat would be located there. Chapter 116. The hidden news of the Personal Combat Power Conference. Indeed, it is the Kyoto Stadium. Regrettably, the distance from our location to the stadium is quite considerable. Moreover, encountering a greater number of zombies along the way would inevitably consume a significant amount of time, making it highly likely that we would miss the event. Of course, our big fool would undoubtedly have no such issues and would certainly make it on time. By the way, I heard a particularly intriguing piece of news yesterday. The young man suddenly spoke with an air of mystery, seemingly intent on building suspense. Lin Ziluo turned to look at the big fool, who immediately raised his bronze giant hammer. The hammer was still adorned with remnants of rotting flesh and bloodstains. Clearing his throat, the young man swallowed hard and quickly regained his composure. It is said that this personal combat power conference will determine the power dynamics in Kyoto. Oh, what does that mean? Who said that? Lin Ziluo suddenly became interested. This notion seemed unfamiliar to him. It was my childhood friend, who serves as a security personnel for the Yin family. He returned yesterday to fetch his sister, and before he left, he mentioned that the rankings from this personal combat power conference could influence the authority of several families. Lin Ziluo carefully analyzed this statement. If the rankings could indeed determine authority, it suggested that the government, the 3 major families, or other organizations had reached a rather balanced state of power. Alternatively, it could indicate that external pressures compelled the leaders to compromise. However, such a scenario would be improbable in Kyoto. As the capital of the Dragon Nation, Kyoto is a place of hidden talents and formidable strength. According to Lin Ziluo's recollections from his past life, Kyoto was among the first cities in the Dragon Nation to be pacified. While players in other cities were still grappling with life and death, players in Kyoto had already begun strategizing on how to hunt zombies. After all, this city boasts the most powerful military in the Dragon Nation and several families with profound historical roots. They had already commenced tackling the zombie issue actively during the novice protection period. Thus, the idea that rankings could determine authority is certainly not a result of the leaders' compromise. It must be a condition negotiated between the 3 major families and other organizations with the government and military. If that is the case, there is much to explore. However, one cannot accept everything at face value. How could a security personnel be privy to such confidential information? There must be some underlying intricacies at play. Lin Ziluo swiftly processed these thoughts and then responded, "All right, this information is quite valuable to me. Given this, I shall offer you an opportunity." "What opportunity?" The young man perked up immediately. "You are aware of the resource cards, right? They are commonly sold for 100 gold coins each in stores. This time, I shall give you an opportunity to purchase them for 90 gold coins each, whatever quantity you desire." Lin Ziluo revealed a sly smile that no one could see. At that moment, Lin Ziluo and the big fool were at a small gathering place. This was the first player gathering point they had encountered after traveling from the outskirts of Kyoto. They arrived precisely at 7 in the evening. Initially, Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool did not attract much attention, as the gathering place saw a high volume of visitors daily. Many players seeking to hunt zombies outside of Kyoto would pass through here. Upon entering, Lin Ziluo approached the young man in charge of the gate to gather information. Upon hearing Lin Ziluo's words, the young man's eyes widened in astonishment. He quickly exclaimed, "Is that true, esteemed sir? You're not jesting, are you?" Currently, the primary goal of those actively hunting zombies is to slay as many as possible to earn gold coins, which they then use to purchase resource cards to survive in Kyoto's stores. The well-known price for a resource card is 100 gold coins. Yet Lin Ziluo offered a price that effectively discounted the cost of killing a single zombie. This was an enormous bargain. Initially, many players in the hall had gathered upon seeing the Big Fool's name, eager to discern the identity of this formidable figure ranked 5th nationwide. As they approached, they were stunned to hear Lin Ziluo announce such explosive news, prompting a chorus of exclamations from the players. "Esteemed sir, I believe in you. I happen to have 270 gold coins. May I purchase 3 cards?" The young man asked excitedly. "Certainly." Lin Ziluo waved his hand, producing 3 resource cards and handing them to the young man, successfully increasing his balance by 270 gold coins. Seeing the successful transaction, numerous eager gazes filled the hall. "Sir, I too wish to acquire some resource cards. Might you sell a few to me?" A bold player dared to inquire. "I've been waiting for you." Lin Ziluo feigned hesitation. "However, this young man has answered my question, and I offer him this benefit. As for the rest of you," disappointment swept through the crowd as they realized hope was dwindling. "How about this? As long as this young man agrees, I will sell you resource cards for 95 gold coins each. You will save the time it would take to travel to Kyoto's stores." Lin Ziluo contemplated for a moment before speaking. All eyes in the hall turned to the young man, who appeared somewhat flustered, overwhelmed by the anticipation surrounding him. Finally, he replied, "If possible, sir, please sell to them." "Agreed." Lin Ziluo nodded decisively. "Within the hour, I will sell resource cards for 95 gold coins each, with no limit on quantity." With that, Lin Ziluo pulled the young man up, plopping down into his chair and retrieving a thick stack of cards. At that moment, everyone was unable to remain seated. A thick bundle of resource cards lay before them. Who could resist such temptation? Many rushed forward to purchase cards, transforming the scene into a bustling frenzy. Word spread throughout the gathering place that a prominent figure was selling cards at a bargain price. Flanked by a former second-rank powerhouse serving as his bodyguard, Lin Ziluo's gold coin balance began to swell rapidly, bringing him immense joy. The Magi City honorary badge remained just out of reach due to insufficient funds. He certainly could not afford to miss out on the Kyoto honorary badge. "Boss, what do you think?" Judging by the situation, this newcomer appears to be quite wealthy, having already sold over 100 resource cards. Thinking that having a Big Fool as a bodyguard makes him safe, and still daring to flaunt his wealth in such a setting? "I'll go find those 3 guys. Level 16? If one isn't enough, can't we take them on as a group?" Chapter 117. You have wasted my time, boss. The individual selling resource cards in the hall seems to be in trouble. A person, who had recently purchased resource cards from Lin Ziluo, remarked with a hint of schadenfreude in an office. Trouble? The person standing next to him was ranked 5th in the Dragon Country leaderboard, and yet, there were still those who dared to confront him. The one seated in the office chair was indeed the organizer of this gathering place. However, he scoffed at his subordinate's words. Seeing that the boss was skeptical, the subordinate hurriedly added, "Boss, this is true. Just now, Leopard has already sent someone after those 2 guys. Together, they can muster at least 20 to 30 high-level players who have changed their classes. No matter how strong Big Fool is, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. How about we intervene, boss? We might make a substantial profit." "Xiao Shu, you disappoint me. It was Leopard who sent you to persuade me, wasn't it?" The boss rose from his chair. "Boss, how could that be? I merely overheard it." The subordinate's complexion turned somewhat unnatural. However, it was evident that this reaction confirmed the boss's suspicions. Suddenly, the lights in the office went out. A flash of sword light cut through the darkness, and a metallic scent wafted through the air. When the lights flickered back on, a body lay on the ground, pierced through the chest by a sharp blade. The boss picked up a nearby tissue to wipe his hands, muttering to himself, "Foolishness, having some strength yet lacking clarity of mind. I am curious to see how many confused souls will follow you, Leopard, onto the pirate ship. Moreover, I wonder who possesses the charm to make Big Fool willingly follow behind." An hour had passed. Lin Ziluo set aside the abalone rice he had just finished. "All right, time's up. No more sales. Lin Ziluo announced. Were it not for the need to eat and take a break, he wouldn't have lingered here selling cards. Nonetheless, selling cards at this juncture was far more effortless than at the Reaper Club. He simply needed to have Big Fool continuously hand out cards. Players who had endured the apocalypse for a while now understood the significance of resource cards. Particularly when someone activated a resource card on the spot, they realized that Lin Ziluo's cards provided far greater sustenance than those purchased from shops. Consequently, selling them became increasingly effortless. Lin Ziluo estimated that in just this hour, he had sold over 500 resource cards. Adding in the 50,000 gold coins accumulated from collecting clash transition fees and slaying zombies, his gold balance had now reached 100,000. Furthermore, he still had at least over 1,000 resource cards in his storage space. If all were sold, reaching 200,000 gold coins was a certainty. "Boss, you're not selling anymore?" a young man exclaimed in astonishment. Many who had not yet purchased cards displayed expressions of regret. "Not selling. I'm leaving," Lin Ziluo replied. The young man was taken aback and questioned, "Are you planning to head to the city center tonight? Although the zombies on this road have been cleared, there are still quite a few remaining." Lin Ziluo shook his head without responding and turned to exit. Big Fool followed closely behind, hammer in hand. The young man wasn't foolish either. When Lin Ziluo asked him earlier if he wanted to sell cards to others, he had agreed. Because of that single line. Those who bought cards today owed him a small favor. He also noticed the malicious glances lurking in the shadows. No, if the boss goes out, something could very well happen. The young man hurriedly followed, hoping to persuade Lin Ziluo to stay. However, the moment he opened the door to the gathering place, he knew it was too late. Despite the late hour, he could still see a dark mass of people surrounding the boss and Big Fool, a group of players who often thrived by preying on others. They relied on their strength, never needing to hunt, instead amassing wealth through robbery. If it were merely that, it would be manageable. Many who attempted to resist found themselves tortured to the brink of despair. As for the women, there were so few that their scarcity spoke volumes about what had transpired here. The arrival of the apocalypse had magnified the darkness within these individuals. Without the constraints of law and morality, who would willingly engage in the monotonous task of slaying zombies? At this moment, surrounded by the crowd, Lin Ziluo was leisurely counting the number of people. 1, 2, 3, 4. 32. That's quite a considerable number of transition players, Lin Ziluo mused. Only in Kyoto could such a gathering of transition players be assembled in a place that did not boast of prosperity. The burly man at the forefront, sporting a thick beard, burst into laughter after hearing Lin Ziluo's words. "Did you really think that having a Big Fool as your bodyguard would allow you to conduct business freely? You underestimate us, those who dance on the edge of the blade daily," the bearded man declared. "I know that your ability to produce so many resource cards implies a significant backing, but conducting business on our turf without prior notice is simply unacceptable." The bespectacled man beside him added, "Here's the deal. We want to make things difficult for you. Just leave half of the gold coins you earned tonight, as well as half of the remaining resource cards, to be shared among us brothers. Consider it as if nothing ever happened." The bearded man proclaimed grandly. However, was such a proposition feasible? Given their greed, allowing you to leave alive would be the most merciful outcome. The crowd behind them erupted in cheers upon hearing the bearded man's words, filling the air with taunts. "Hurry up and hand over the gold coins, kid, or you might just lose your life in the process. Don't even think about resisting. Big Fool is just one person, and he can't protect you." As a book once stated, when the profit from an endeavor reaches 10, people begin to stir. At 50, they become willing to take risks. At 100, they dare to trample upon all that is sacred, and at 300, they would risk execution. Who doesn't he understand that Lin Ziluo, capable of offering such an abundance of resource cards, must possess considerable power? Who doesn't he recognize the strength of those who rank on the leaderboard? Yet, faced with the allure of profit, how many can truly remain untempted? One card could relieve a person of worry for an entire day, sparing them the perilous hunt against zombies. The risks associated with robbery pale in comparison to such concerns. "Nothing happened, yet you have wasted my time on the road," Lin Ziluo replied with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 118. The deceit of Li Haobo. As Lin Ziluo's words fell, the dim-witted giant beside him stirred. In the blink of an eye, the bronze giant hammer was swung and struck a man's face. The force of the blow caused the man's face to cave in, achieving the remarkable feat of connecting his eyes with the back of his skull. This sudden act of aggression left those around in shock. How dare he provoke them while surrounded by dozens? Foolish and ungrateful, they thought. Let us not kill him, but incapacitate him. He must learn the meaning of torture. The burly man with the beard felt deeply insulted. Were those who had undergone the class change truly powerful? Indeed, even in a city as grand as the capital, no more than 10 could claim such a status. These individuals were capable of single-handedly battling ordinary zombies of the same rank. However, they were unfortunate enough to encounter someone who could carve a bloody path through hordes of thousands of zombies. Lin Ziluo drew forth a decayed dagger he had kept at hand. With a swift motion, he slashed it, creating a deep gash on the neck of the nearest foe. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably, and the overwhelming pain elicited a piercing scream. At that moment, a small fireball was hurled from the crowd, followed by several spellcasters unleashing their elemental attacks. Fireballs, ice spikes, and electric arcs all hurtling towards Lin Ziluo. Playing with fire? With a flick of his right hand, Lin Ziluo conjured a large water sphere, enveloping the fireball entirely. The water sphere expanded, consuming the subsequent ice spikes and electric arcs. At his current level of mental acuity, merely manipulating water elements sufficed to counter these feeble magical assaults. "Isn't he a warrior?" came the mutterings of the crowd. Unfortunately, no one could answer. Lin Ziluo wasted no time, smashing the water sphere down upon the leading bearded man and his companions. Instantly, they were drenched in chilling water. Lin Ziluo barely glanced toward the dim-witted giant. If he could not defeat these adversaries, it would be a disservice to the investment he had made in him. Time was of the essence, and swift resolution was necessary. The decayed dagger vanished, replaced by the knife of Gioli. The golden radiance of the Gioli slash emanated from the blade, becoming the last glow in the eyes of the onlookers. As the blade cut through the air, several players fell to their knees. The darkness obscured the extent of their injuries, but their anguished cries were proof of unimaginable suffering. This strike shattered the courage of all present. They realized that the dim-witted giant they had feared paled in comparison to the figure cloaked in black, wearing a demonic mask. Even the leader watching from the second floor of the gathering place gasped in astonishment, muttering, "One strike, just one strike. Too powerful. How is this possible?" Despite having anticipated the strength of the cloaked figure, he never imagined someone could slay 7 or 8 elite players with a single stroke. Those players who had rushed outside were equally astounded, unable to fathom that the individual who had once sold them resource cards possessed such terrifying prowess. Yet, witnessing the demise of their oppressors, many players erupted in cheers. They had endured oppression for too long, too afraid to voice their anger. Numerous players, filled with hatred, knelt before Lin Ziluo, grateful for his act of vengeance. However, this scene had been orchestrated by what seemed to be a mere skill of Lin Ziluo. Soon, the knife of Gioli shimmered again. This time, Lin Ziluo hurled the entire blade, sending it spinning wildly. The speed of its rotation left no time for those in its path to evade. A sound reminiscent of a meat grinder echoed, accompanied by the splatter of flesh and blood. In the darkness, the street outside the gathering place was filled with the sounds of horror. Lin Ziluo opened his palm, and the knife of Gioli obediently returned to him. In mere seconds, he had utilized only 2 skills. Apart from the leading bearded man, the bespectacled individual, and a few others resembling heads of the group, nearly all those encircling him had permanently exited this wretched apocalyptic game. A few, cleaved in half by the blade's energy, continued to emit cries of agony, but seeing their severed bodies foretold their imminent demise. Thud, thud. The remaining survivors trembled in fear. Lin Ziluo's overwhelming strength instilled a sense of despair in the leaders. Uncertain who initiated it, several dropped to their knees, with 2 even bowing their heads to Lin Ziluo. "We were wrong, we were wrong. Have mercy, mighty one," they pleaded, fearing the next moment would bring a fatal strike. "Spare you? No problem," Lin Ziluo replied. Upon hearing this, the pleading individuals froze in disbelief. They knew their fate was sealed, for they had treated those they robbed in the same manner. Men were slain, and women were used and then killed. This was a lawless apocalypse, a gathering place near the outskirts, rife with unspeakable atrocities. They had even prepared for the possibility of being killed should their robbery fail. Yet, they never anticipated Lin Ziluo would offer them a chance at mercy. "Really? You're not deceiving us?" the bearded man stammered. "Of course not. I, Li Haobo, never lie. Everyone knows this. After all, I once swore that if I ever speak falsehoods, my entire family will suddenly perish," Lin Ziluo stated with unwavering conviction. At that moment, these individuals, caught in a life-or-death situation and on edge, could scarcely comprehend his words, only catching the mention of Li Haobo's deceit and the demise of his family. Who would dare violate such a cruel oath? Without time for further contemplation, expressions of joy spread across their faces. However, Lin Ziluo interjected. "But perhaps you should pay a price to redeem your lives. Hearing this, they understood his demand, hastily retrieving items from their storage. Boss, I have bronze-level equipment. Will this suffice? Boss, I have plenty of resource cards. Boss, I have collected numerous women's stockings. They displayed various items, their years of plundering evident in the wealth they presented. Lin Ziluo allowed them to offer whatever they wished, accepting what was needed and dismissing the rest. Eventually, they could produce no more. Is that all? Lin Ziluo's tone suddenly turned icy. Chapter 119. They are waiting for you below. Upon hearing Lin Ziluo's chilling words, the group trembled in fear, tears streaming down their faces. No, Bossly, I have truly emptied my storage space, and I've stripped off all my equipment. One pleaded. Yes, there is nothing left, just the clothes on my back. Another echoed. Me too, Bossly. Please spare us. They desperately tried to convince Lin Ziluo of their sincerity. Bossly. One of them hesitantly interjected. You still have gold coins, don't you? Lin Ziluo remarked, a hint of benevolence in his tone. This was indeed his primary objective. These frequent marauders undoubtedly possessed considerable wealth, especially in gold coins, which were sure to be plentiful. His words sparked an awakening among them, prompting them to hastily access their player panels. Lin Ziluo scanned their assets. 3 of them had over 2,000 coins each, while 2 others boasted 5,000. Astonishingly, the burly man with a beard had over 12,000 coins. Even Lin Ziluo felt a twinge of admiration. It was an impressive feat to amass such wealth, revealing the extent of his plundering. Collectively, the 6 of them possessed a staggering total of 28,000 coins. Lin Ziluo patiently awaited their transfer of coins to his account. Once they had relinquished their hard-earned riches, a profound sense of relief washed over them. Bossly, we have truly given you everything, right? The bearded man cautiously inquired. Of course, Lin Ziluo replied with a relaxed demeanor, sounding genuinely pleased. The group felt as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Yet they dared not rise, scrambling on their knees toward the exit. Outside, numerous players from the gathering stared in confusion, their minds racing with the hope that Lin Ziluo would eliminate these lawless individuals. However, they refrained from speaking up, fearing that their words might provoke the marauders. If Lin Ziluo spared them, their own fates would be dire. Standing calmly, Lin Ziluo observed them with arms crossed. Just as the bearded man reached halfway, a massive bronze hammer suddenly descended. Unbeknownst to the kneeling group, the darkness concealed the impending doom above. The sound of slicing air filled the space, and with a sickening crunch, the bearded man's head burst apart like a watermelon, splattering brains and gore onto those behind him. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground, causing the remaining kneeling men to finally comprehend the gravity of the situation. Abandoning their crawling, they sprang to their feet and fled, voices filled with panic. You promised not to kill us. You said your family would perish if you deceived us. They cried, filled with curses and dread. Please, spare me. I swear I won't do it again. I'll serve you like a beast of burden. What does Li Hao's fate have to do with me? Lin Ziluo replied innocently. Fear not. He awaits you below. You may find him and deliver a message. The Li family will soon join him. Big Fool was unconcerned by their pleas. Lin Ziluo had commanded him to leave no survivors. The bronze hammer was hurled with tremendous force. The last 2 men, who had just managed to rise, were struck at the waist. The sound of shattering bones echoed as they fell, lifeless. This technique, known as Overlord's Lift, was a skill Big Fool had learned from the Overlord class. The skill allowed him to lift and throw heavy objects, with increasing speed and power proportionate to his strength and the weight of the object. Its effectiveness was remarkable, especially when combined with Big Fool's berserker strength talent. Though the initial wind-up time was lengthy, with the hammer raised overhead, Big Fool took a moment before launching it at the fleeing pair. The hammer accelerated through the air, swiftly reaching them. One man turned to glance back just in time for the hammer to collide with his head, while the handle struck the other in the neck. The resounding crash of the hammer hitting the ground signaled the end of their lives. Thus, the 32 advanced players who had come to confront Lin Ziluo were annihilated in mere minutes. Much of that time was consumed by their futile attempts to negotiate and plead. In reality, the entire slaughter took less than a minute. Lin Ziluo felt a sense of satisfaction. He had gained a wealth of resources without expending effort. Brushing off non-existent dust from his robes, Lin Ziluo turned to glance at the onlookers at the gathering's entrance before vanishing into the shadows. Big Fool retrieved the bronze hammer and, with a spring in his step, followed Lin Ziluo out of the scene, his jovial demeanor betraying the formidable power he had just displayed. After their departure, the crowd at the entrance stirred. My heart nearly leapt from my chest when he looked at us. One player exclaimed, "Who isn't shaken? I thought he was decent when I bought cards from him. but he turned around and slaughtered the leopards without blinking. Who was this formidable figure? With such overwhelming strength, I doubt even 100 advanced players could stand against him. The identity of this figure is of little consequence. What matters is that he seems to have a vendetta against the Leaf family. I know they are powerful, yet I can't shake the feeling that the figure has marked them for doom. Amidst the murmurs of speculation, several players rushed outside to curse, spit upon, and desecrate the fallen bodies. Father, though I could not avenge you, a benefactor has dealt with the heinous leopards. Rest in peace, dear soul. Shall we? I am powerless. It is my inadequacy that allowed you to fall victim to the leopards. Shall we? Damn it. They robbed me of my resources and gold. They caused my son to starve. They deserve their fate. Chapter 120. The Kyoto Safe Zone. As Lin Ziluo's figure gradually vanished from sight, the leader, who had observed the entire event from the second floor of the gathering place, returned to his office chair. Who could it possibly be? A person possessing such formidable strength could not simply be an unknown figure. Surely, his name must have graced the rankings. Moreover, as far as I know, that Zhang Yuanzhong fellow could never reach such heights. And then there's Dasha, who loyally accompanies him as a bodyguard. We had previously analyzed Dasha and determined he was likely not a player from the Kyoto region. Since the apocalypse began, there had been no traces of him in Kyoto. Yet today, these two suddenly appeared. Coupled with the question he posed about the personal combat strength tournament in Kyoto, it became evident they had just arrived from another city. Although the means by which they crossed city boundaries remains a mystery, the answer is glaringly clear: Yaji. Only someone who has been godlike since the inception of the apocalypse deserves such power. How intriguing, an eye for an eye, especially given his enmity with the Leaf family. I must hasten to inform them. A variable has emerged. After a series of contemplations, the leader successfully deduced Lin Ziluo's identity. However, what if these were all deliberately left clues by Lin Ziluo? Upon further reflection, in a city like Kyoto, a gathering place of such magnitude surely could not exist without the backing of a formidable force. Yet, let us set aside the ramifications of this situation. All who experienced the events of this night are acutely aware of the black cloak, the demon-like mask, the golden blade's radiance, and the godlike strength. These will remain indelible memories for all and become a legend that will echo throughout the region. This is utterly absurd. Lin Ziluo, at this moment, was on the move while continuously stuffing the Julie Pearl with tonight's spoils. An abundance of coveted equipment and items were being carelessly crammed inside. Reminiscent of a spendthrift, the Julie Pearl, ever eager, devoured everything without hesitation. Even a lengthy sword could be consumed effortlessly. After absorbing all the gear and items, the crimson threads on the Julie Pearl barely reached 1/5 of the entire pearl. This indicates that only 20 of the energy required for the Julie Pearl to evolve